This Tao spirit that contained the will of the flying heaven's old ancestor Fei Wuxuang exuded the shocking might of a primal ancestor. This primal ancestor's might would absolutely suppress any peak late ninth heaven true saint without any resistance. As they watched the Tao spirit successfully take on the intended form, Fei Yin Jin, Fei Yin Cheng, and the others couldn't disguise the delight from their faces, and their tensed nerves relaxed. Huang Xiaolong. This Tao spirit contains our flying heaven race's old ancestor's will, and you will understand what that means. Fei Yin Cheng snickered coldly. Kneel now and hand over the flying heaven blood steel obediently, and we might show you some mercy. Stop your actions now, kneel before me, and kowtow for mercy, and I might think of sparing your lives. Huang Xiaolong responded tepidly. What? Fei Yin Jin and the others were outraged by Huang Xiaolong's response, and they shouted, You are still ignorant, even at death's door. Grand Tao Spirit Palm. With Fei Yin Jin, Fei Yin Chen, and the others manipulating the formation, the human-shaped giant Tao Spirit's hands slammed down on Huang Xiaolong with a turn of their wrists, like two great mountains falling from the sky. Violent Grand Tao energy howled under the two palms that resembled giant mountains, carrying destructive power that threatened to shatter the world. Huang Xiaolong looked small and insignificant under the two giant palms, smaller than dust. The giant palms were right above Huang Xiaolong's head in an instant, and they were still falling at great momentum. Boom! The land quaked violently. The entire flying heaven city was shaking from this immense power, and despite having the grand formation containing most of the force, some of it still leaked out. All the experts within the flying heaven city were startled. What's going on with the heavy quake just now? Experts exclaimed in alarm. It came from the flying heaven central headquarters. There seems to be Grand Tao energy. Are there any experts fighting over there? It's impossible. It has to be primal ancestor experts fighting as the impact is high. It's the flying heaven grand formation. Yes, that must be it. The flying heaven race's eminent elders must have activated the flying heaven grand formation. But who are they fighting that they have to activate the formation? Only primal ancestor realm experts have enough weight to make the eminent elders activate the formation. The experts in flying heaven city discussed in a fervor. At the same time, Fei Yanji and Fei Yin Longpeng, who were misled by Fei Yin Cheng, soon learned about the troubles at flying heaven city. Someone activated the flying heaven grand formation? Fei Yanzi blanked for a second, and then her delicate face looked a little ugly. Not good. It must be Fei Yin Jin and his group. Her exasperated expression was a sight Fei Yin Longpeng or any other person had never seen. That group of idiots. A group of big idiots. I'm going to break their necks. She realized in a split second why Fei Yin Jin's group had activated the flying heaven grand formation, and she had already guessed who their target was. Fei Yin Longpeng looked baffled and confused. The crux of the matter had not occurred to him. Matriarch, you why? Fei Yin Longpeng asked in confusion. Fei Yin Jin and his group activated the flying heaven grand formation to suppress Huang Xiaolong as they're planning to deal with him. That group of idiots wants to suppress Huang Xiaolong by borrowing the flying heaven grand formation, and then snatch the flying heaven bloodsteel. Fei Yanzi was beyond infuriated. They want to stop Huang Xiaolong from getting the flying heaven hidden treasury's grand Tao treasures. What? Fei Yin Longpeng had a big reaction upon hearing that, and he was even more infuriated than Fei Yanzi. Fei Yin Jin's group of old fogies. He's bringing calamity to our flying heaven race. Hurry. We have to go back to the flying heaven central headquarters. Fei Yanzi urged Fei Yin Longpeng and the three other eminent elders. The group sped away, returning to the flying heaven central headquarters at the fastest speed. At the same time, Fei Yanzi ordered Fei Yin Jin's group to deactivate the flying heaven grand formation through a communication symbol. She also ordered them to kneel and kowtow to Huang Xiaolong to pardon their crimes, so their lives could be spared. I hope we can make it in time. Fei Yanzi almost suffered a heartburn from anxiety as she continued to increase her speed. At this time, in the air above the flying heaven central headquarters Forbidden Land, Fei Yinjin, and the others all received Fei Yanzi's order to stop through communication symbol. Matriarch actually wants us to stop the formation, and kowtow to beg for Huang Xiaolong's pardon? Beg. Fei Yinjin sneered with contempt after reading the communication symbol's message. He's an ant trapped inside the formation. On what basis does she order us to kneel and beg Huang Xiaolong? He's the one who should kneel and beg us for mercy, and obediently hand over the flying heaven blood steel. Truly ridiculous. That's right. By the time the matriarch and young patriarch return, we would have captured Huang Xiaolong and gotten the flying heaven blood steel in our hands. Therefore, a big surprise will be waiting for them when they get back. Fei Yinchang laughed smugly. All the eminent elder's attention was on the Tao spirit's palms that were about to squash Huang Xiaolong. Under the Tao spirit's palms' force, Huang Xiaolong's physical has probably turned into meat sauce by now. Fei Yin Renhe chortled happily. Everyone nodded in agreement. In their opinion, there was no other end for Huang Xiaolong, except for turning into meat sauce under Tao spirit's overwhelming palms' force. And as for that primal ancestor realm He Luo, though he might keep his body, being buried into the ground was inevitable. Genre, Huang Xiaolong destroyed your physical body. Father has finally avenged you today. Fei Yinjin's resentful voice rang in the air. While Fei Yinjin, Fei Yincheng, and the others were immersed in their joy, suddenly, the two giant palms stopped some distance from the ground and were gradually pushed up by something underneath. As they went higher and higher, rays of golden light seeped through the cracks between the giant palm's fingers and shot straight to the sky. Fei Yinjin and the others had to close their eyes from the glaring light. This is... Everyone's faces turned solemn. In a matter of moments, the Tao spirit's giant palms couldn't press down the golden light anymore. In a sudden burst of light, the Tao spirit was thrown staggering back, smashing onto the formation's light barrier. The entire formation's barrier shook and swayed from the impact. At the source of the golden light, Huang Xiaolong stood on the same spot, looking at Fei Yinjin's group with only coldness in his eyes. What? After seeing that Huang Xiaolong was unscathed, Fei Yinjin, Fei Yinchen, and the others were agape in amazement. That Tao spirit contained their flying heaven race's old ancestors' will, which had merged with their bloodline's power and a Tao talisman. Under the full force of both palms, even a first resurrection primal ancestor would suffer heavy injuries. Then, how could Huang Xiaolong be unscathed? You, how come? Fei Yinjin stammered. Huang Xiaolong rose into the air and crossed the distance between him and the Tao spirit almost instantaneously. Before Fei Yinjin and the others' incredulous faces, Huang Xiaolong punched out with his fist, shattering the Tao spirit into fragments. A used Tao talisman fell from the air, as the blood Fei Yinjin and the others had infused into it, splattered on the ground. Fei Yinjin, Fei Yinchen, and the rest coughed up blood from the bloodline power's backlash. Next, Huang Xiaolong's cold harumph exploded in their ears. A fist struck down from the void at the formation's core and hit Fei Yinjin's group without any resistance. Fei Yinjin, Fei Yincheng, and other eminent elders' screams reverberated in the air as their bodies crashed on the nearby hills and mountains. Huang Xiaolong dispersed the formation's barrier with a wave of his palms, and then strolled out of the formation's range. He stopped and stood in front of Fei Yinjin. Impossible! Why do the formation's restrictions have no effect on you? Fei Yinjin yelled in disbelief. Huang Xiaolong's first force had directly shattered the Flying Heaven Grand Formation's barrier. This meant that the Flying Heaven Grand Formation's restriction was completely useless against Huang Xiaolong. Upon realizing this, Fei Yinjin and the others were shocked, baffled, and could not understand it at all. Very surprised? Huang Xiaolong asked as his cold gaze swept across Fei Yinjin, Fei Yincheng, and the rest. He hadn't taken any action in the beginning, merely because he had wanted to see the Flying Heaven Grand Formation's power. However, the result had disappointed him. Then again, the formation's power was directly related to the people who had activated it. If there had been a primal ancestor expert amongst Fei Yinjin's group, the flying heaven Tao spirit wouldn't have been so weak. Fei Tianjin chuckled hysterically, and his face distorted. Huang Xiaolong, I admit we've underestimated you, but don't you forget that you're in our race's territory, in our flying heaven race's forbidden land. What can you do to us? Is that so? A low snort escaped Huang Xiaolong's lips, and a fist hit onto Fei Tianjin's chest, coming out from his back. Fei Tianjin screamed in pain. Eminent Elder Fei Tianjin. Other eminent elders of the flying heaven race called out in shock. None of them had expected Huang Xiaolong to really lay such a cruel hand on them. Huang Xiaolong shifted his gaze onto Fei Yincheng. Fei Yincheng ashened, and just as he was about to say something, Huang Xiaolong's fist swung out and made a hole through his chest using the same method. Following that, Huang Xiaolong's fist struck out again and again. Each punch left a gaping hole in every flying heaven race's eminent elder's chest, without exception. One by one, Fei Yinjin, Fei Yincheng, and the other eminent elders crashed to the ground amidst echoing tragic screams. Huang Xiaolong reached out and grabbed Fei Yinjin, bringing him in front of him. Fei Yinjin glared hatefully at Huang Xiaolong, intermingling with apprehension as he demanded, Huang Xiaolong, what do you want to do? Take a guess. Huang Xiaolong teased without mirth in his eyes. Since I destroyed your son's physical body, won't you feel sorry for your son if I don't balance it out by destroying your body? Fei Tianjin was shocked. Huang Xiaolong wants to destroy my physical body? Once my physical body is gone, won't that mean? Wait, Huang Xiaolong, you cannot destroy my physical body. Fei Tianjin shouted anxiously. Weren't you the one clamoring to suppress me, ordering me to hand over the flying heaven blood steel? And if I were to fail to do that, you were going to destroy my physical body. So, why can't I do the same? Huang Xiaolong's mocking gaze was so obvious. Fei Tianjin's face was red and purple from anger despite the fear showing in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong raised his fist again, and it landed a ruthless punch on Fei Tianjin. Boom! The screams came out from Fei Tianjin's throat as his physical body burst into countless pieces, leaving only a bright orb of soul that was trying to escape. Fei Tiancheng and the others watched Fei Tianjin's physical body being destroyed so simply before their eyes. The sounds of flesh and bones bursting stabbed at their hearts like sharp knives. For a second, the fear that had been rearing its head was magnified. At this very moment, they suddenly realized that they, like many true saints, had a fear of death. Huang Xiaolong then looked at Fei Yincheng. After Fei Tianjin, this Fei Yincheng was the noisiest person. Upon sensing that Huang Xiaolong's gaze had fallen on him, the blood drained from Fei Yincheng's face. Just as he thought of running, he was dragged back by an irresistible suction force. Huang Xiaolong dragged Fei Yincheng back towards him. Did you really think that I really didn't know about your little schemes? Huang Xiaolong stared at Fei Yincheng and went on coldly. You guys claimed that you would be opening the flying heavens treasury tonight. How could I not know what was going on? I was merely feeling bored, so I accompanied you guys to play for a while to see what you guys had come up with. Fei Yincheng's face turned gray with despair. Huang Xiaolong, I beg you, don't destroy my physical body. We are merely temporarily misled by Yuan Wangfeng. It's Yuan Wang and Yuan Qianxing who made us do this. Fei Yincheng emphasized, it's not our fault. Again, it was Yuan Wangfeng and Yuan Qianxing. A sharp light glinted in Huang Xiaolong's pupils as Yuan Wangfeng and Yuan Qianxing were really starting to get on his nerves too often. But when he heard that Fei Yincheng was trying to sweep clean their parts in the whole matter, Huang Xiaolong sneered and swung his fist, directly destroying Fei Yincheng's physical body. Other flying races' eminent elders ashened at this sight. In truth, the ones Yuan Wangfeng had gotten in touch with were Fei Yinjin and Fei Yincheng, and other eminent elders had no idea that the matter was related to Yuan Wangfeng and Yuan Qianxing. They were victims of Fei Yinjin and Fei Yincheng's instigation. Your Highness Huang Xiaolong, please show mercy. Right at this time, a melodic voice sounded from the horizon. Upon hearing this voice, joy gushed into these eminent elders' hearts, as if they had gotten a new leash of life. Everyone turned to look, and as expected, they saw Fei Yanzi and Fei Yin Longpeng hurrying towards them with several others. In the blink of an eye, Fate Yin Longping's group had stopped in front of everyone. "Your Highness Huang Xiaolong, please spare them." Immediately upon arriving in front of Huang Xiaolong, Fei Yanzi said again in a hurry, and there was pleading in her voice as she went on. "The eminent elders defied my order and activated the Flying Heaven Grand Formation to deal with you. I will investigate the ins and outs of this matter clearly and punish them severely. I will give your Highness an explanation on this." Fate Yin Longpeng pleaded as well. Fate Yin Jin's holy soul interjected with harsh yelling, "Patriarch, it was Huang Xiaolong who trespassed into our race's forbidden land in an attempt to open the flying race's hidden treasury alone. He wants to swallow our treasures. It was fortunate that we noticed it in time and activated the Flying Heaven Grand Formation to suppress him. Patriarch, please open your eyes and see through his sly schemings. We were protecting the treasury." Fei Yanzi was surprised that Fate Yin Jin was still turning black into white at this juncture. Making her feel that he wasn't dying fast enough, a cold light flickered across Fei Yanzi's eyes, and her slender wrist turned, directly smashing Fate Yin Jin's holy soul into the ground like a bug. At the otherworldly mansion's capital, Yuan Wangfeng was laughing in triumph at Yuan Qianxing. "Your Highness, just now, Fate Yin Jin sent us good news. They have successfully trapped Huang Xiaolong in the Forbidden Lands formation. He also said that Huang Xiaolong won't be able to escape death this time." "Really?" Yuan Qianxing asked dubiously. "Huang Xiaolong was lured into the Flying Heaven Grand Formation by them so easily?" "Rest assured, Your Highness. Fate Yin Cheng, too, has sent a message, and his recount was similar to Fate Yin Jin." Yuan Wanfeng chuckled. "I really didn't expect this, It's truly a pleasant surprise. We've gotten rid of Huang Xiaolong without exerting much effort. In fact, neither of them had harbored much hope of their plan succeeding when they had hatched it. But who'd have thought that Fate Yin Jin's group would actually succeed?" In Yuan Wangfeng's opinion, as long as Huang Xiaolong had entered the Flying Heaven Grand Formation, he was as good as destroyed. Yuan Qianxing laughed and nodded in agreement to his words. "Tell them, if they really destroy Huang Xiaolong's physical body, I will give them a big surprise. In addition to the conditions I agreed to earlier, I will reward them again when I take the mansion's young master position." Yuan Wangfeng complied. "Also, contact them now and tell them not to be careless. They must go all out when dealing with Huang Xiaolong, and they absolutely must not let him escape," Yuan Qianxing ordered seriously. "Better yet, tell them to summon the formation's Tao spirit." Yuan Wangfeng immediately acted according to Yuan Qianxing's wish and sent out a message to Fate Yin Jin and Fate Yin Cheng, telling them to summon the formation's Tao spirit. However, this time around, there was no reply from them even after half a day. Yuan Wangfeng tried sending a few more messages, but the results were the same. "Those two pieces of garbage. Something must have happened. They gave me false hope and short-lived happiness. Inquire from Fate Yin Cheng what's going on." Yuan Qianxing's face sank. Yuan Wangfeng did not dare to delay further, and he hurriedly tried to get in touch with the spies he had placed around Fate Yin Cheng to understand what was going on. However, Fei Yanzi had sealed off the news from all angles, so how could Yuan Wangfeng's spies get any digs? At most, Yuan Wangfeng's spies could only confirm that the Flying Heaven race had activated the Flying Heaven Grand Formation, wanting to deal with somebody, but as for who that somebody was, none of them knew. Isn't this bullshit? Even millions of miles away, he already knew that Fate Yin Jin's group had activated the Flying Heaven Grand Formation. He even knew that the target was Huang Xiaolong. What he wanted to hear was the result. The final result. The most important thing he wanted to know was what had happened after Huang Xiaolong was trapped inside the formation. What the hell happened? His mother be damned, garbage. Garbage, all of them. Yuan Wangfeng cursed under his breath. Forget it. Even if we failed to destroy Huang Xiaolong's physical body this time, it's not a big deal. Yuan Qianxing said tepidly. The young master position stage battle competition is around the corner, and Huang Xiaolong's destined to die sooner or later. Therefore, it's just allowing him to live for 2 more decades. On the other hand, Fate Yin Jin and Fate Yin Cheng had never told Yuan Wangfeng or Yuan Qianxing about the Flying Heaven bloodsteel. Hence, Neither Yuan Wangfeng nor Yuan Qianxing knew that the Flying Heaven Bloodsteel was the key to opening the Flying Heaven race's hidden treasury. Had they known that the many Dao treasures in the treasury, the two of them wouldn't be so calm anymore. Soon, several days had passed. Although the Flying Heaven Grand Formation's activation had caused ripples of panic through the Flying Heaven City and Flying Heaven Holy Grounds, the people had calmed down under Fei Yinjin's resolute suppression. With Fei Yanzi and Fei Yinlongping's pleading to spare the eminent elders, Huang Xiaolong had accepted Fei Yanzi's promise of investigating the incident. Most importantly, he wished to maintain his friendship with the Flying Heaven race. A few days later, Fei Yanzi already had the investigation results in her hands, and she severely punished the main culprits, Fei Yinjin and Fei Yincheng. Other eminent elders, who were instigated by the two of them, were punished according to the rules as an explanation to Huang Xiaolong. The incident was resolved and thus forgotten. After this incident, the friendship between Huang Xiaolong and the Flying Heaven race remained unaffected. In fact, he had gotten even more familiar with Fei Yanzi. Because Fei Yanzi felt guilty towards Huang Xiaolong after the incident, she ran to Huang Xiaolong's place every other day, apologizing to him time and again. Before long, the agreed day of opening the treasury arrived. On that day, Fei Yanzi, Fei Yinlongpeng, and a group of eminent elders came to invite Huang Xiaolong to the Flying Heaven Hidden Treasury. Naturally, Fei Yanzi had taken the strictest precautions to prevent the matter from being leaked out. Hence, there were only Fei Yanzi, Fei Yinlongpeng, and a small number of eminent elders involved. The Flying Heaven Hidden Treasury was located at the deepest part of the Flying Heaven race's forbidden land. But when Huang Xiaolong arrived, he was slightly stupefied. "This is the Flying Heaven Hidden Treasury?" Huang Xiaolong asked, looking dumbfounded. Right in front of them was an enormous giant bird. A super-huge statue of a giant bird glistened in a dark glow. At first sight, Huang Xiaolong couldn't tell what material was used to build the statue. "Yes, this is our Flying Heaven's treasury, and the entry is right there," Fei Yanzi explained and pointed towards the giant bird statue's beak. "The treasury's entrance is at the bird's beak." Huang Xiaolong was not impressed by the bad taste behind this prank. It had really troubled the Flying Heaven race's old ancestor, Fei Wuxia, to think of this entry. Then again, admittedly, this enormous giant bird gave Huang Xiaolong a feeling of sovereignty over the sky when looking at it. Such a giant bird was rare in the world. While Huang Xiaolong was staring at the rare giant bird, Fei Yinlongpeng approached Huang Xiaolong and said laughingly, "What do you think, Your Highness? The bird is big, right? This is our old ancestor's true body, or more accurately, this big bird statue is made according to our old ancestor's true body." The Flying Heaven race's old ancestor, Fei Wuxuang's true body? Huang Xiaolong was surprised as this was really unexpected for him. "Very big indeed," Huang Xiaolong answered with a deadpan, serious face. Fei Yanzi somehow felt there was a different meaning to Huang Xiaolong's words, and her face turned slightly red from the thought. She inwardly scolded Huang Xiaolong. This little guy also has a rascal side to him. Fei Yinlongpeng couldn't stop bragging about their Flying Heaven race's super awesome old ancestor, Fei Wuxuang's legends and experiences. After a while, Fei Yanzi couldn't endure Fei Yinlongpeng's bragging, so she interrupted him and quickly led Huang Xiaolong to the giant bird's beak. There was a big entrance inside the giant bird's beak with a very simple door without any complicated runes or patterns. But how could this illusion trick Huang Xiaolong's eyes? He saw through the dangerous restrictions on the door right away. As one of the 3 strongest people in the alien lands in the past, the restrictions laid out by Fei Wuxuang were at another level compared to most primal ancestor experts. Hence, Huang Xiaolong did not dare to be careless. He called out the Flying Heaven Bloodsteel and activated the blood runes on the surface. Blood-colored light filled the giant bird's beak immediately. Ripples of blood-red light rolled towards the door and wrapped over it. "Do it!" Fei Yanzi ordered decisively. Fei Yinlongpeng and all the Flying Heaven race's eminent elders spurred their innate powers, and the royal family rune on their foreheads burst out in dazzling lights. To open the Flying Heaven Hidden Treasury required the Flying Heaven Bloodsteel, as well as 30+ Flying Heaven race's true Saint Realm experts' innate powers. Neither one aspect could be missing. When setting up this hidden treasury, Fei Wuxuang had considered the possibility that the flying heaven bloodsteel might fall into other people's hands. Hence he had set these two requirements. Huang Xiaolong naturally wasn't worried that the flying heaven race would refuse to cooperate with him. Not to mention that if they had refused to cooperate, he would have directly controlled a sufficient number of flying heaven race's eminent elders, and then proceeded to open the hidden treasury. The result would have been the same in the end. As Huang Xiaolong and Fei Yanzi controlled the flying heaven bloodsteel's powers and the flying heaven race's innate powers, the entire giant bird shone increasingly brighter as if it was coming alive, exuding majestic primal ancestor might. Strands of grand Tao energy danced in the air, lighting up the entire forbidden land as if it was day. However, Fei Yanzi had activated the flying heaven grand formation early on, covering and concealing everything that was happening at this time. No alien race experts in the flying heaven city were alerted. This went on for several hours until the Tao runes on the door's surface gathered, and formed an ancient text Fei that sank within. Soon after, the door then slowly opened by itself. When the door opened, there was no amazing holy spiritual chi or leakage of grand Tao energy. It was as if they had opened the door to an ordinary room. Huang Xiaolong, Fei Yanzi, and the rest stepped through the door, and the moment they saw the treasures displayed before them, all of them were dumbfounded on the spot. There were holy herbs, holy pills, and the rarest of heaven and earth treasures everywhere they looked inside the entire enormous giant bird. Every stalk and every pellet was floating calmly in the air inside the bird's body. Grand Tao treasures, a flying heaven race's eminent elder gasped. In the farthest end, they could see a stream of grand Tao treasures, from Tao pills to Tao artifacts, Tao herbs, and Tao stones. Huang Xiaolong's gaze turned hot as he stared at those grand Tao treasures. Even he had not expected there to be so many of them inside the flying heaven hidden treasury. Fei Wuxuang was a real man, a man amongst men. He was willing to leave so many good things for his tribe. They were talking about grand Tao treasures after all. One Tao pill alone could cause experts to fight until blood flowed into a river. If other royal families or alien race primal ancestors got a bit of wind that there were so many Tao treasures in the flying heaven hidden treasury, they would risk their lives to smash open the door and grab some of these Tao treasures. But now all these Tao treasures belonged to Huang Xiaolong. With these Tao treasures, he wouldn't need to worry about not advancing to fourth heaven true saint realm fast enough. Instead, he could be confident about beating Yuan Chenxing to death on the battle stage. When Fei Yanzi's gaze landed on the Tao treasures at the farthest end, her mind was blown away. Regret sprouted in her chest. She had initially thought that even if there were Tao treasures inside the treasury, there would only be a few of them, but now, the amount that she was seeing was more than 10 times her estimation. Even though she felt regretful, Fei Yanzi was still very much sober to the fact that if it wasn't for Huang Xiaolong, the flying heaven race would have never been able to open a corner to access these treasures there, and they wouldn't even have gotten one item that was placed inside there. Thus her thoughts calmed down quickly. As for the flying heaven race's eminent elders, even though they inwardly felt that it was unfair that all the Tao treasures would belong to Huang Xiaolong, none of them dared to utter any dissatisfaction as Fei Yanjin and Fei Yancheng's miserable ends were still fresh in their minds. Following that, Huang Xiaolong and Fei Yanzi tacitly swept clean the Tao treasures, holy herbs, holy pills, and everything else inside the treasury. It was an easier task for Fei Yanzi and the Flying Heaven Races group to deal with the restrictions around the holy herbs and holy pills as they collected them, whereas the restrictions on the Tao treasures were much stronger, consuming a lot of Huang Xiaolong's efforts. Still, Huang Xiaolong's progress was satisfactory, and by the end of the day he finally finished collecting all the Tao treasures in the treasury. Amongst the Tao treasures, there was a Tao artifact, the Flying Heaven Spear. It was the Flying Heaven Race's old ancestor Fei Wuxuang's weapon. However, Huang Xiaolong inexplicably felt awkward looking at the Flying Heaven Spear, because the head of the spear was an eye-catching bird's head. Fortunately, Fei Wuxuang belonged to a bird race, not a tortoise race. If Fei Wuxuang had belonged to a tortoise race, wouldn't he have molded the top of the spear into a big tortoise head? On the way out after collecting the treasures, Huang Xiaolong returned the Flying Heaven Bloodsteel to the Flying Heaven race. Fei Yanzi accepted the Flying Heaven Bloodsteel and flashed Huang Xiaolong a brilliant smile as she said, "Your Highness, our tribe will be offering sacrifices to the heavens in a few days. Would you care to stay and participate?" Offering sacrifice? Huang Xiaolong was taken by surprise. He had heard of the Flying Heaven race's sacrificial offerings ritual. Feitian Longpeng had returned to the tribe just to attend the ritual ceremony. And it was a very ancient and important ritual of the tribe. It was a ritual where the core members of the tribe would offer their blood as sacrifice to heaven, and they would be baptized by heavenly energy in return. It was said that the purer the Flying Heaven disciples' blood was, the better the return from the heavens would be. That's right, Feitian Longpeng joined in with chuckles. In truth, not only our tribe's core disciples can take part, but other races' disciples can also participate. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely surprised hearing that. And thus, he asked, wasn't it said that only the Flying Heaven race's core disciples can take part? Fei Yanzi shook her head and explained, "We unitedly maintain this explanation to the outside world, but the sacrificial offering is not exclusive to the bloodline of our tribe." Huang Xiaolong understood after listening to Fei Yanzi's explanation. Did the Flying Heaven race deliberately say this because they don't want outsiders to know this secret? In other words, is the Flying Heaven race trying to avoid outsiders from coveting something? Is it related to the sacrificial offerings altar? In a split second, all these thoughts went through Huang Xiaolong's mind. As expected, Fei Yanzi went on. In truth, the most important part of the sacrificial offering ritual is the Flying Heaven sacrificial altar. Our old ancestor got the Flying Heaven sacrificial altar by chance in an immortal cave in the World River. It has a wonderful function, and one of them is offering sacrifice and receiving baptism from heavens in return. Fan Yanji continued, "The heavenly baptism improves the purity of our bloodline. However, the Flying Heaven sacrificial altar needs to accumulate origin energy until it is full before we can hold the sacrificial offering ritual. It takes several 100 million years in between to hold each sacrificial offering. Moreover, each time, the amount of baptism energy returned is limited, which is why we set the rules that only core disciples can take part in the ceremony." Huang Xiaolong was clear as he listened to Fei Yanzi's explanation. So it was like that. Of course, there is no problem with one more person, Feitian Longpeng reassured loudly. Your Highness's blood purity must be very high. There will surely be unexpected gain when you join us for the sacrificial offering. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head, agreeing to Fei Yanzi's invitation after some thought. After all, he was not in a hurry to enter seclusion. It didn't matter to wait a few days and then focus on his cultivation after participating in the sacrificial offering. Moreover, like what Feitian Longpeng had said, there could be surprising gains after receiving the baptism. In truth, Huang Xiaolong had always been curious about his innate bloodline. Logically speaking, he was human, but after experiencing many events after coming to the alien lands, they had made Huang Xiaolong doubt his bloodline. Back at his place, Huang Xiaolong took out the Flying Heaven spear and began refining it. Although he had the Zhangqiong blade, Zhangqiong Dao Palace, and the eight-sided Desolate Beast Ring, an extra Dao artifact was never a bad thing. Not to mention, when battling Yuan Chenxing in the future, he could expose the Zhangqiong blade and Zhangqiong Dao Palace while keeping other Dao artifacts as trump cards. The days breezed by. The day of the sacrificial offering arrived, and Feitian Longpeng personally came to invite Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong could only put away the Flying Heaven spear for the time being, but through the last few days of refining, he had grasped the preliminary powers of the spear. To truly refine it, it was not a matter that could be done in a day, so he would take his own sweet time. When they reached the Flying Heaven sacrificial altar, many of the core disciples and higher echelons had arrived, and there were roughly around 100+ people. The Flying Heaven sacrificial altar was almost as huge as a terrace, and still spacious, even with over 100 people standing on it. After spotting that Huang Xiaolong had arrived, Fei Yanzi approached and inquired his opinion before ordering the Flying Heaven race's eminent elders to activate the Flying Heaven sacrificial altar's Grand Dao formation. Immediately, Rays of grand Tao light rose and filled the entire altar's space. Enveloped by the altar's light, Huang Xiaolong's body quivered, and he felt as if his entire body's blood was boiling. To his astonishment, his blood actually ran out of his control as it coursed through his veins like tidal waves. This resplendent rays shone from his body as the phantom of a giant yellow dragon appeared behind Huang Xiaolong's back. Huang Xiaolong's sudden change rendered Fei Yanji, Fei Yanlongpeng, and the rest agape with shock. This is, on the sacrificial altar, most of the time, the flying heaven race's disciples needed to bleed themselves for the ritual. But it seemed like Huang Xiaolong's blood had triggered the sacrificial offering ritual on its own. And importantly, it was not initiated by Huang Xiaolong, and it was out of his control. They had never come across this kind of situation in the past. For a moment, Fei Yanzi and everyone else were at a loss. "Matriarch, what do we do now?" one of the eminent elders asked. "We will wait and see," Fei Yanzi hesitated, then said. Huang Xiaolong's unexpected changes made her decide to stop the sacrificial offering ritual for now. She wanted to wait until Huang Xiaolong had finished before making further decisions. Fei Yanzi, Fei Yanlongpeng, and everyone on the sacrificial altar tacitly retreated to the sides, waiting for Huang Xiaolong to finish. The golden-yellow giant dragon phantom that had appeared behind Huang Xiaolong grew increasingly bigger as time passed. At first, the phantom was roughly 1,000 zhang long, but it soon doubled in size, then tripled, and went on to exceed 10,000 zhang, reaching 20,000 zhang. Fei Yanzi, Fei Yanlongpeng, and the others were almost numb with astonishment. Not to mention, they could clearly feel the dragon might coming off the golden-yellow giant dragon's phantom that was growing stronger, and it was as if it was in proportion to its expanding size. This, Fei Yanlongpeng's throat felt a little dry. Is His Highness Huang Xiaolong's innate bloodline the golden-yellow giant dragon bloodline? The golden-yellow giant dragon was the dragon race's royal family, a very noble bloodline, hailed as the king of myriad dragons. Fei Yanzi's attention was fully on the golden-yellow giant dragon phantom, and her expression had never looked so serious. "It doesn't seem to be the golden-yellow giant dragon." Everyone was taken aback. "Not the golden-yellow giant dragon? But right in front of us is clearly the phantom of a golden-yellow giant dragon. That is the phantom of the god of creation, Yellow Dragon, Lord Huanglong." A slight quiver slipped into her voice as she went on. "It's likely that His Highness' bloodline is the god of creation Yellow Dragon's bloodline." Yellow Dragon's bloodline? Fei Yanlongpeng stuttered foolishly. "Does that mean Huang Xiaolong is really the son of creation?" The faces of Flying Heaven Race's members turned significantly solemn as there was fear, fanaticism, and disbelief as they looked at the golden-yellow giant dragon phantom in the air. Fei Yanzi spoke with uncertainty. "I am not very sure, but the golden-yellow giant dragon's appearance is very similar to the yellow dragon of creation. Therefore, it is difficult to distinguish between the two. However, you guys mentioned before that Huang Xiaolong triggered a heavenly eulogy, so I think the probability is very high." Heavenly eulogy. This phenomenon clearly pointed to the god of creation Yellow Dragon's bloodline. If all of these were merely coincidences, then there were simply too many coincidences. According to the Flying Heaven Race's ancient records, the god of creation Lord Huanglong's true body was a yellow dragon, and it was not an ordinary yellow dragon but a yellow dragon that was recognized by the immeasurable grand Tao. His bloodline was the dragon race's most noble bloodline. This world that they were living in was created by the yellow dragon god of creation, and his bloodline was called the god of creation Yellow Dragon bloodline. At this time, the golden yellow giant dragon phantom behind Huang Xiaolong had reached the length of 10,000 zhang, resembling a great pillar rising to the sky. Naturally, this deeply shocked the Flying Heaven Race's members, and its dragon might covered the entire Flying Heaven city. Not even the restrictions on the Flying Heaven sacrificial altar or the Flying Heaven Grand Formation could contain the boundless, majestic dragon might. The phantom dragon exuded brilliant golden rays of light that seeped into the void in endless waves. "This is the power of the bloodline. I must be hallucinating, right?" Fei Yanlongpeng asked with a dumbfounded expression. Normally, when flying heaven race disciples offered their blood as a sacrifice to the heavens. The power of their bloodline resembled indistinct, hazy fog, and it was definitely far from Huang Xiaolong's dazzling bright rays that rushed to the sky like never-ending great waves. How powerful is this bloodline? An eminent elder's quivering voice sounded. I think, combine every member of our race's bloodline together, and the amount will still be far from this. His words were by no means exaggerated. Every time they held the sacrificial ritual, the amount of their bloodline power was not even a fraction as robust or amazing as Huang Xiaolong's bloodline power that was currently displayed. The nobler and purer the bloodline of a person, the stronger his bloodline power would be. This had nothing to do with a person's cultivation realm. The flying heaven race itself was an alien race royal family, and their race's bloodline was amongst the strongest in the alien lands, ranking in the top 5. Not to mention, Fei Yanzi and Fei Yanlongping's combined bloodline power couldn't reach half as shocking as Huang Xiaolong. It was hard to imagine how noble and powerful Huang Xiaolong's bloodline was. As Fei Yanzi, Fei Yanlongping, and the others watched in astonished gazes as speckles of golden lights drifted down from the void. It started small like a gentle drizzle of clear, translucent light, like the most beautiful grains of sand one will ever see. Heavenly energy! Fei Yanlongping exclaimed. The incredulous expression on Fei Yanzi's face deepened. As far as she knew, in the flying race's previous sacrificial ritual, the amount of heavenly energy they had received in return could barely be called a sparse drizzle. It was considered good fortune if they could collect several hundred drops. How could that compare to Huang Xiaolong's torrential downpour? As golden speckles of heavenly energy poured into Huang Xiaolong's body, muffled sounds from the inside of his body could be heard. These sounds seemed to incorporate the rhythm of Grand Tao, the crumbling of a world, the melodious sounds of creation, the majesty of a new world, the vitality of life, and the sounds of nature. All of these sounds rolled into one. It seemed like there was a world gestating inside Huang Xiaolong's body, and a new world was about to be born. An hour later, not only did the sounds in Huang Xiaolong's body continue, but they grew louder. The heavenly energy pouring from the void had grown into raging waves, impacting the entire altar's space. The flying heaven race's disciples had to withdraw from the sacrificial altar as the golden yellow giant dragon, might behind Huang Xiaolong, became too overbearing for them. All of them retreated far away. Only Huang Xiaolong and Fei Yanzi remained on the huge altar. Up until one point, even Fei Yanzi could no longer endure the coercive dragon might and had to leave the altar. This result genuinely shocked the spectating flying heaven race disciples. Merely the might from a phantom dragon forced back the mid-first resurrection primal ancestor Fei Yanzi? How powerful is Huang Xiaolong's bloodline exactly? Half a day later, heavenly energy was still pouring down from the void. The golden yellow giant dragon phantom behind Huang Xiaolong's 5 claws had grown to 12 claws. Night slowly unfolded. Under the blanket of darkness, the heavenly energy looked even more mesmerizing and bewitching. In the far distance, Fei Yanlongping felt that his vocabulary was too poor to describe his feelings at that moment. Usually, most of the flying heaven race disciples' sacrificial rituals ended within half an hour, whereas Huang Xiaolong's had lasted for a full day. The heavenly energy went on strong until dawn the next day. When the heavenly energy rain finally stopped and everything returned to normal, Fei Yanzi, Fei Yanlongping, and the others heaved in relief. The golden yellow giant dragon phantom shrunk as it returned to Huang Xiaolong's body, and Huang Xiaolong finally opened his eyes. Only then did Fei Yanzi and Fei Yanlongping fly to the altar. Standing in front of Huang Xiaolong, Fei Yanzi clearly felt that Huang Xiaolong was completely different from before. His aura and everything else felt like two different people when compared with Huang Xiaolong from before the ritual. This aura? Fei Yanzi's raised eyebrow showed astonishment. The aura coming off Huang Xiaolong now gave her a palpitating feeling of danger. However, what depressed Fei Yanzi, Fei Yanlongping, and the others was that due to Huang Xiaolong's extended period of accepting heavenly energy, he had exhausted the accumulated energy within the flying heaven sacrificial altar. Therefore, Fei Yanlongping and other core disciples wouldn't get to perform their sacrificial ritual anymore. Huang Xiaolong was a little embarrassed about this and gave the Flying Heaven race a piece of Grand Dao stone as compensation. When he went back to his place from the sacrificial altar, inside the privacy of his room, Huang Xiaolong took his time to check the changes in his body. After the heavenly energies baptism, whether it was his physical body or holy souls, his 3 complete Dao Saint Godheads, and even his inextinguishable Dao heart had improved significantly. The most important of all, there was something new inside his body. The yellow dragon, the zoomorphic incarnation of the Yellow Emperor, the center of the universe in Chinese religion and mythology. The Yellow Emperor or Yellow Deity was conceived by a virgin mother, Fubao, who became pregnant after seeing a yellow ray of light turning around the northern dipper. In Chinese theology, the principal symbol of God. 24 months later, the Yellow Emperor was born and was associated with the color yellow because it is the color of the earth, the material substance in which he incarnated. Something round and golden was located in Huang Xiaolong's lower dantian. Seemingly, the raindrops of heavenly energy had condensed into this ball of light that resembled a golden energy whirlpool, and it was turning slowly. What is this? Huang Xiaolong was bewildered. He had never heard his masters, Zhangqiong Old Man, or the heavenly master, Tyrant Chu Lord Long, or Elder Crow mention this kind of situation. But, without a doubt, this thing was born from heavenly energy. He could feel as the golden whirlpool turned. Heavenly energy was also slowly flowing through his body. After a good half a day of studying the golden whirlpool, Huang Xiaolong still couldn't figure out the ins and outs of it. In the end, he gave up and thought of asking the heavenly master later. Huang Xiaolong adjusted his mood, and then took out a pellet of Grand Dao pill he had gotten from the Flying Heaven hidden treasury. This Grand Dao pill had soft resplendent light enveloping it, reflecting Dao laws. This Grand Dao pill resembled a powerful existence that would absorb holy spiritual qi like a true saint expert, and it had a life of its own that was comparable to a true saint realm expert. Moreover, the Grand Dao pill's energy was purer than a true saint expert's saint attributes. The Grand Dao pill was purely a product of harmonious Dao energy and Dao laws. In Huang Xiaolong's eyes, a holy pill still had some imperfections, but the Grand Dao pill in his hand was flawless and perfect. Not even a blemish could be found on it. I wonder, how did the Flying Heaven race's old ancestor Fei Wuxuang come about this Grand Dao pill? While admiring the Grand Dao pill, Huang Xiaolong wondered to himself, clearly Fei Wuxuang had not refined this Grand Dao pill. In the entire holy world and alien lands, no one knew the method of refining Grand Dao pill, and obviously, there was no marking of any sort belonging to the Flying Heaven race's expert on this Grand Dao pill. Perhaps, can it be that this Grand Dao pill is not something that belongs to the holy world and alien lands? Did Fei Wuxuang find this Grand Dao pill from somewhere? Could Fei Wuxuang's disappearance be related to this? A moment later, Huang Xiaolong threw the Grand Dao pill into his mouth. Immediately, an ocean of Grand Dao energy roared as it flowed to every corner of his body. Huang Xiaolong swiftly circulated the Grand Mist parasitic medium to absorb the Grand Dao energy and Grand Dao laws. While Huang Xiaolong was fully immersed in absorbing the Grand Dao pill's benefits, a certain news was quietly spreading fast. Huang Xiaolong is the son of creation? It was said during the Flying Heaven's sacrificial ritual. His bloodline's power took on the image of the god of creation Yellow Dragon. Many Flying Heaven race's core disciples witnessed it. Impossible! How could Huang Xiaolong be the son of creation? Since when is there a son of creation or god of creation in this world? Although Fei Yanzi had banned the tribe from mentioning the events during the sacrificial offering ritual, still, some details spread out, causing a stir and raising many doubts. Despite causing quite a stir, the majority did not believe that Huang Xiaolong was the rumored son of creation. Does someone like that even exist? Everyone listened to it like it was a funny joke. Yuan Wangfeng reported the rumors to Yuan Qianxing, and after listening to it, Yuan Qianxing laughed it off. What son of creation? In that case, I'm the son of origin and also the god of creation. Leave it up to the Flying Heaven race to think of something so ridiculous. He took it for granted that the Flying Heaven race was deliberately spreading such a rumor. and the flying heaven race's intention was to create momentum for Huang Xiaolong. Are they doing this to make it more convenient for Huang Xiaolong to gather support from the alien race's royal families to raise Huang Xiaolong's favorability and confidence to win the mansion's young master position? My thoughts exactly. Yuan Wangfeng chuckled. There is no god of creation in this world, and the rumors about the god of creation originated from Fei Wushuang, that old man. This piece of heaven and earth came into existence through natural phenomena. Whether it was the holy world or the alien lands, everyone believed heaven and earth had come into being by itself. Still, a small number of people believed the world was created by the god of creation, and believed in the god of creation's existence. Yuan Qianqing's tone turned icy as he spoke. It looks like Fei Yinlongpeng and Fei Yanzi are adamant to stand on Huang Xiaolong's side. In that case, when the mansion's young master position is in my hands, the flying heaven race will be the next after I deal with Huang Xiaolong. After winning the mansion's young master position, he needed an opportune chance to show his authority and deter others. And in this circumstance, the flying heaven race was the ideal target. According to Yuan Qianqing, after successfully annihilating the flying heaven race, his prestige would reach a new peak, indirectly eliminating the many troubles he might face once he sat in the mansion young master position. Pay attention to the flying heaven race's movements, Yuan Qianqing said to Yuan Wangfeng. I'm going into seclusion to study the return to origin. Recently, he had gained some insights, and he believed that before the mansion's young master battle, he could completely grasp the myriad origin race's return to origin Dao art. After accomplishing that, his combat strength would rise to another level, and killing Huang Xiaolong would be nothing more than slaughtering a mongrel. Rest assured, Your Highness, it will be done properly. Yuan Wangfeng swiftly complied. Time flowed by. In the blink of an eye, a decade and a few years had passed. In these dozen years, Huang Xiaolong had not taken a step out of the palace arranged by the flying heaven race. There was nothing but cultivation in his days. After refining his first grand Dao pill, he went on to refine the second one. In this little over a decade's time, Huang Xiaolong had refined and absorbed 6 grand Dao pills, and his cultivation had reached the limit of peak late third heaven true saint realm. Through refining and absorbing these grand Dao pills, Huang Xiaolong's comprehension towards the grand Dao had risen significantly. Moreover, under the tempering of grand Dao energy and Dao laws, his holy souls and saint attributes too had changed greatly in a positive manner. During this period of cultivation, the golden whirlpool at his lower dantian also had changed greatly from its initial appearance. In the beginning, the golden whirlpool was merely tiny golden speckles gathered together, but now, these individual speckles had merged into one entity. At the golden whirlpool's center, an independent space was growing. What exactly was this space? Huang Xiaolong still could not determine at this point. It's time to advance to fourth heaven true saint realm. Huang Xiaolong walked out from his palace while pondering, and decided to look for Fei Yanzi to discuss borrowing the flying heaven race's forbidden land as his breakthrough location. His breakthrough to fourth heaven true saint realm would surely cause a big movement, and he wanted to use the flying heaven grand formation to block off some of the effects. Huang Xiaolong soon saw Fei Yanzi at her palace and told her his plans, resulting in Fei Yanzi staring at him wide-eyed. She looked at Huang Xiaolong in bewilderment. Truth be told, she had not expected Huang Xiaolong's cultivation to have reached the peak of late third heaven true saint realm in such a short time. From early third heaven true saint to peak late third heaven true saint realm in a little over a decade. What kind of concept is that? Did I miss something while growing up? She had never come across this kind of situation, nor had she heard of anything similar. After her shock receded, Fei Yanzi nodded her head in agreement. Then, she personally led Huang Xiaolong towards the Forbidden Land and activated the Flying Heaven Grand Formation. When all these things were done, she turned around to leave, but then stopped in her steps. She faced Huang Xiaolong and asked shyly, Do you want me to stay and protect you? There was a gentleness and delicate quality to her shyness that could stir the heartstrings. Huang Xiaolong was caught off guard as he stared blankly at her and failed to respond promptly. Honestly, Huang Xiaolong didn't have the cheek to ask for Fei Yanzi's help to ensure that no one disturbed him during his advancement. After all, Fei Yanzi was the prestigious flying heaven race's matriarch, a first resurrection primal ancestor expert. Probably, no one crossing his fourth heaven true saint tribulation was qualified to ask of her identity and status, to stand guard for him, even if the person crossing tribulation was Yuan Xianxia. Fei Yanzi felt her cheeks reddening under Huang Xiaolong's stare. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong's line of sight was right below her neck. "It's fine if you don't want me to," Fei Yanzi muttered in annoyance after getting no response for a long time. She huffed and turned away, but her actions somehow exuded sultriness. "I want." Realizing Fei Yanzi was going to leave, Huang Xiaolong blurted the words out in a hurry. "I want." This ambiguous sentence. Fei Yanzi halted, and her mood lightened inexplicably as she nodded her head. After seeing that Fei Yanzi had agreed to stay, Huang Xiaolong was inwardly delighted. Having a primal ancestor like Fei Yanzi guarding from the side was more than he could have hoped for. Crossing the fourth Dao tribulation was very important to him, and the Dao tribulation this time was the strongest one he would face, and Fei Yanzi's presence made things foolproof. Although there was Fei Yanzi, Huang Xiaolong still summoned He Luo out. Through these years of healing, He Luo had more or less recovered. A complex light flickered across Fei Yanzi's eyes when she saw He Luo. Similar to Yuan Qianxing, Long Xingtian, and the others, she too had wondered where the hell had Huang Xiaolong found a primal ancestor's corpse. Not to mention how the heck had a true saint realm like Huang Xiaolong managed to control a puppet refined from the corpse of a primal ancestor. With He Luo there, Huang Xiaolong finally walked into the Flying Heaven Grand Formation and sat cross-legged at the formation center. All this time, he had been suppressing his breakthrough, but now, without his deliberate suppression, all three complete Tao Saint Godheads spun simultaneously, sending holy energy roaring through his body. His momentum soared, rising like a world-destroying flood. The space around him hummed in protest as it threatened to collapse. The surrounding space could barely maintain its form against Huang Xiaolong's sudden burst of power. Fei Yanzi was forced to retreat repeatedly under pressure, leaving a stupefied expression on her beautiful face. At this moment, it struck her that Huang Xiaolong's momentum had greatly surpassed the average fourth heaven true saint, even surpassing hers, a mid-first resurrection primal ancestor expert. How is this possible? Fei Yanzi was shaken, and her eyes remained fixed on Huang Xiaolong. She was already astonished by Huang Xiaolong's strength when Fei Yanjin's group had failed to contain him within the Flying Heaven Grand Formation. Has Huang Xiaolong become twice as strong in such a short time? Probably, his strength is already at par with Yuan Qianxing, Fei Yanzi muttered, a little out of breath. If Huang Xiaolong successfully crosses his tribulation and advances to fourth heaven true saint realm, doesn't that mean? At the thought of the possibility, a flush of anticipation crept up Fei Yanzi's face. Despite the waves of shock and astonishment she felt, Fei Yanzi still found it unbelievable how Huang Xiaolong, a third heaven true saint, could be so frighteningly strong. This shattered the universe's common sense. A third heaven true saint realm capable of suppressing a primal ancestor expert. This was something Fei Yanzi had never thought possible in the past, yet Huang Xiaolong had done it. While Fei Yanzi was still swimming in her bewilderment and astonishment, gloomy tribulation clouds took over the sky. Frightening tribulation lightning dragon quickly took shape, and it was growing bigger at an astounding speed. Is this a ninth heaven Dao tribulation? Fei Yanzi's eyes were about to fall out from their sockets, but she soon rejected the thought. A ninth heaven tribulation was not as scary as this. The tribulation lightning clouds continued to expand, and streaks of angry lightning weaved through them. The tribulation clouds continued to brew even after exceeding the normal ninth heaven Dao tribulation by 20 times, even 30 times. The tribulation clouds in the sky were so dense and expansive that it was literally an enormous mainland. Dark tribulation clouds were so dense and dark that it gave the impression that they had risen from the abyss of darkness. Fei Yanzi's chest tightened as a feeling of suffocation almost overwhelmed her. At one point, Fei Yanzi had to put up a Dao energy protective barrier around herself. This is probably the strongest fourth heaven Dao tribulation ever. Fei Yanzi exhaled. Don't try to convince her otherwise, Kill her and she still won't believe there would be a fourth heaven Tao tribulation as powerful as this. An hour later, the tribulation clouds were still expanding outwards. During this time, the number of tribulation lightning dragons increased from 1 to 2, then 3, 4, and each lightning dragon was 10, 20, 40 times more powerful than the average 9th tribulation Tao. 10 tribulation lightning dragons. When the 10th tribulation lightning dragon formed, Fei Yanzi's heart skipped a beat. This really is, between heaven and earth, has there been any fourth heaven tribulation stronger than this? All along, whether it was a fourth heaven tribulation or 9th heaven tribulation, there was always only one tribulation lightning dragon. But there were 10 of them in the sky at this time. Furthermore, there seemed to be an 11th lightning dragon taking shape. Seemingly to confirm Fei Yanzi's thoughts. Moments later, the 11th tribulation lightning dragon successfully condensed, and then began the formation of the 12th lightning dragon. There were 12 tribulation lightning dragons high in the air, head to tail, shaking the 9th heavens. Despite the flying heaven grand formation concealing most of the movements over there, it couldn't completely contain the 12 tribulation lightning dragons' overbearing destructive powers from spreading to every corner of the flying heaven city, as well as the nearby cities. Experts in these cities were alarmed by the powerful destructive powers even though only a fraction of it reached them, yet this was enough to frighten these experts. Felt like the world was crumbling down. Is a primal ancestor crossing tribulation? Is it the flying heaven race's matriarch Fei Yanzi? But isn't matriarch Fei Yanzi a mid-first resurrection primal ancestor realm? Questions and doubts popped out from bewildered experts' mouths as they tried to figure out what was going on. A true saint expert has to cross Tao tribulation when they advance, whereas a primal ancestor's tribulation was called the immemorial Tao tribulation. Experts within the flying heaven city felt the tribulation lightning dragon's destructive powers, and they had no idea what was going on because the flying heaven grand formation was blocking their sights. Otherwise, the sight of 12 great tribulation lightning dragons would have scared the pants off them. Bang! While Fei Yanzi and experts within the flying heaven city were in shock, the world fell into darkness for a second. The 12 tribulation lightning dragons, head to tail, formed a great circle and released surging waves of lightning energy that struck the ground like a surging waterfall of lightning. When this waterfall of lightning targeting Huang Xiaolong arrived right above the crown of his head, coruscating light burst out from Huang Xiaolong's body as his 3 saint godheads emerged. As Huang Xiaolong's 3 evolved saint godheads flew out, everything in the world seemed frozen in time, and the terrifying lightning waterfall's descending speed also slowed down. Fei Yanzi stared at Huang Xiaolong's 3 saint godheads like she was seeing a ghost with her cherry mouth. Agape. Shenhuang Supreme Dragon, Nefarious Origin, Great Immemorial, the 2nd-ranked, 3rd-ranked, and 4th-ranked. 3 great complete Tao saint godheads. Huang Xiaolong alone possesses 3 of the top 10 saint godheads. Moreover, he has the Shenhuang, Nefarious Origin, and Great Immemorial godheads. But didn't they say that his complete Tao saint godheads were the Primal Dragon, Solitary Darkness, and Chaos Void saint godhead? Great waves of shock hit Fei Yanzi's heart. When Feitian Longpeng met Huang Xiaolong at the Golden Buddha domain, he guessed Huang Xiaolong had 3 complete Tao saint godheads that could evolve, but he wasn't absolutely certain. Therefore, he hadn't brought the matter to Fei Yanzi's attention. Fei Yanzi watched wide-eyed as a human-faced giant divine dragon flew out with an open jaw and swallowed the lightning waterfall whole. Swallowed. The appearance of Huang Xiaolong's 3 saint godheads seemed to have provoked the 12 tribulation lightning dragons' wrath. The lightning around their bodies sizzled and crackled and struck down like a raging flood. After facing the lightning waterfall galloping down, Huang Xiaolong's 3 saint godheads shifted into a triangular formation as they spun rapidly upwards with an indomitable momentum. The Nefarious Origin Qi and Great Immemorial Qi surging out from the Nefarious Origin Saint Godhead and Great Immemorial Saint Godhead boosted the Shenhuang Supreme Dragon as it collided head-on with the lightning waterfall. The lightning waterfall with world-destroying momentum was torn apart by the Shenhuang Supreme Dragon, Nefarious Origin, and Great Immemorial's robust Qi, reducing the majestic lightning waterfall into harmless wisps of lightning and smoke. Rumble. The 12 tribulation lightning dragons continued to release powerful bolts of lightning. However, no matter how terrifying the 12 tribulation lightning dragons' power was, they were unable to stop the three saint godheads' footsteps. Every strand of lightning power was scattered, devoured, and then corrupted, yes, corrupted by the nefarious origin Qi. The power of a Tao tribulation was actually corrupted. Fei Yanzi had never heard of anything like this before, yet she was witnessing this miracle with her own eyes. After the 12 tribulation lightning dragons released lightning power for an unknown number of times, the three saint godheads had reached where the 12 tribulation lightning dragons were. Subsequently, Fei Yanzi saw the 12 lightning dragons swooping down like 12 great lightning mountains. Fei Yanzi's gaze was fixed unblinkingly at the sky, and her fingers unknowingly curled into fists. She knew that this was the last burst of power from the 12 tribulation lightning dragons, the decisive moment that would determine whether Huang Xiaolong could successfully cross the fourth heaven tribulation. If Huang Xiaolong survived this last strike, then... But 12 tribulation lightning dragons attacked Huang Xiaolong simultaneously, and she wasn't confident that he would be able to withstand it. Will Huang Xiaolong withstand this strike? Or the better question is, can the three saint godheads, that have been indomitable so far, resist the final and most powerful strike from the 12 tribulation lightning dragons? As Fei Yanzi watched on nervously, suddenly, she saw 12 beams of golden lights flowing out from the three saint godheads. These 12 beams of light were very dazzling and resplendent, as well as ethereal and soul-jarring. Fei Yanzi trembled at the sight. These are high-order saint fates, 12 of them. She was quite familiar with the aura of high-order saint fates. 9 out of 10 primal ancestors were cultivators who had successfully integrated with high-order saint fates. In the past, she had gone above and beyond in order to grab a high-order saint fate, and survived a dangerous period of integration with the high-order saint fate in order to enter true saint realm. How come? How come? How could it be like this? As she at the 12 sprightly high-order saint fates, Fei Yanzi had never felt so shocked in her life that she yelled 3 consecutive "How come?" 12 high-order saint fates. These are 12 high-order saint fates. For real. Her eyes were wide, beyond shock, as if she was somehow imagining things. Am I hallucinating because I am too nervous? But no matter how much she blinked her eyes and looked, there were still 12 high-order saint fates. As overwhelming shock, bewilderment, and disbelief rolled in her chest, the 12 high-order saint fates in the sky had already collided with the 12 tribulation lightning dragons. A resounding explosion ensued. The moment the 12 high-order saint fates collided with the 12 tribulation lightning dragons, it was akin to fire meeting gasoline. Great explosions thundered in the sky, and to Fei Yanzi's horror, her soul was jarred from the aftershock energy. Even a primal ancestor like Fei Yanzi was affected. Not to mention the lower cultivation realm experts within the flying heaven city as they hugged the ground as their bodies trembled. The entire flying heaven city quaked unsteadily, as if it was perching over a high cliff. Fortunately, the exchange was very brief. In a dozen breaths, the thunderous rumbles and explosions died down. Fei Yanzi saw that the 12 high-order saint fates and 12 tribulation lightning dragons were going head-to-head. No, more accurately said, the 12 high-order saint fates had encircled the 12 lightning dragons, gnawing away their powers and devouring them. The 12 tribulation lightning dragons' size shrunk rapidly and disappeared in the end. A Tao tribulation can be crossed with this method. There was a dazed expression on Fei Yanzi's face as she watched this extraordinary scene. As the 12 tribulation lightning dragons disintegrated and disappeared, the dense tribulation clouds scattered and the bright blue skies emerged. The experts, who were crouching on the ground, raised their heads slowly and cautiously and discovered that the sky still existed. The ground was still firmly below them, and the flying heaven city was still standing. There was nothing different except for their sweat-dampened back. 3 saint godheads and 12 high-order saint fates slowly descended and returned to Huang Xiaolong's body. Huang Xiaolong circulated the Grand Mist parasitic medium and began absorbing the waves of Grand Tao energy and Grand Tao laws from his fourth heaven tribulation. In the far distance, Fei Yanzi looked at Huang Xiaolong through the flying heaven grand formations barrier with indescribable complicated feelings. Up until now, she was unable to understand why a third heaven true saint had possessed the strength to suppress her. But today, she had gotten her answer. Shen Huang, nefarious origin, and great immemorial. 3 top saint godheads. 12 high-order saint fates. After recalling the scene, where the 12 high-order saint fates had blocked the 12 tribulation lightning dragons and dealt with them, Fei Yanzi couldn't calm down. Then she thought of Yuan Qianxing, who was hailed as the son of origin, the person the alien race's royal families predicted to be the most powerful cultivator in the alien lands, and she shook her head. She suddenly felt a surge of pity for Yuan Qianxing. Time passed, and unknowingly, another decade had passed. In the otherworldly mansion, Yuan Qianxing appeared refreshed and ruddy, radiating a good mood. Congratulations for fully comprehending the return to origin in seclusion. Your Highness! Yuan Wangfeng and various myriad origin races experts in the main hall congratulated Yuan Qianxing in sonorous voices. Yuan Qianxing nodded smilingly at them. As expected, he had fully comprehended the myriad origin races' Dao art during seclusion this time. On top of that, his cultivation had risen one small realm to the peak of early 7th heaven true saint, which greatly boosted his confidence, giving him the superior feeling of holding the world in his hands. When I was in seclusion, was there any action on the flying heaven race's side? Yuan Qianxing asked. Yuan Wangfeng shook his head as he answered, there doesn't seem to be any action on the flying heaven race's side. But he suddenly thought of something and added, oh right, a little over a decade ago, the spies stationed at the Flying Heaven City reported that there might be a primal ancestor advancing within the Flying Heaven's headquarters, but we couldn't find out who it was exactly. Yuan Qianxing raised an eyebrow in interest. Oh, a primal ancestor advanced? He asked seriously. Would it be that guard by Huang Xiaolong's side? Since the Golden Buddha domain's Golden Buddha race-old ancestor Chan Yuli was forced to retreat, the people outside had been guessing that the guard by Huang Xiaolong's side was a peak late first resurrection primal ancestor, and if he was really the one who advanced, there was nothing strange about it. Even if that guard advanced to the early second resurrection primal ancestor realm, Huang Xiaolong can't escape death in the state competition for the mansion's young master position. Yuan Qianxing let out a relaxed laugh and added, there is less than a year's time until the competition battle. Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, I hope you're prepared to die. Yuan Wangfeng and the others laughed. But, Your Highness, what if Huang Xiaolong makes a run for it? A myriad origin race expert asked. Run. Yuan Qianxing sneered. Once I take over the mansion's young master position, no matter how big the world is, there will be no place for Huang Xiaolong to hide. At that time, his life would be worse than a stray mongrel's. He then looked at Yuan Wangfeng. Is that old man emoji back yet? Yuan Wangfeng hurriedly answered. He's back, and Mo Wunyan as well. He hesitated for a split second and added, I heard Mo Wunyan has broken through to primal ancestor realm, but I don't know if it's valid information. Mo Wunyan, a Moyue race disciple, was one of the candidates for Mansion Master. Before Yuan Qianxing had appeared, Mo Wunyan was the person with the highest chances of succeeding the Mansion Master's position. Yuan Qianxing's rapid rise after joining the otherworldly mansion proved to be a stiff contender. Primal ancestor? Yuan Qianxing was genuinely shocked this time, but he promptly covered it with a cold sneer. So what if he has really broken through to primal ancestor realm? If he refuses to submit to me, his end will be the same as Huang Xiaolong's. Although the news that Mo Wunyan had entered primal ancestor realm came as a surprise, Yuan Qianxing wasn't overly concerned about it. In other people's eyes, a first resurrection primal ancestor might have been a supreme existence, but in his eyes that realm was an ant, and that would never change. After he stepped into primal ancestor realm, all low-level primal ancestors would reduce to ants in his eyes. At the moment, Huang Xiaolong was the biggest threat to him. When Huang Xiaolong was besieged on the Chaos Essence Holy Peak, Huang Xiaolong had shown astounding combat power. The moment Huang Xiaolong had comprehended all the Dao laws at Dao Gate, Huang Xiaolong's existence had been elevated to the highest threat and danger to him. Huang Xiaolong must die. A cruel light glimmered in Yuan Qianxing's eyes, as the battle stage competition was just around the corner, which was less than a year. Just thinking about it fills me with anticipation. At the bottom of Yuan Qianxing's heart, strong bloodthirst and killing intent surged quietly. Several months went by. Inside the Flying Heaven Race's Flying Heaven Grand Formation, Huang Xiaolong, who had been inside absorbing Grand Dao energy and Grand Dao laws all this time, opened his eyes. The golden dragon phantom, hovering behind him, slowly disappeared. Fei Yanzi, who had been guarding Huang Xiaolong from outside the formation, exhaled lazily when she noticed Huang Xiaolong had awakened. This fella is finally awake. He wouldn't have made it in time for the stage battle competition if he hadn't. Both Fei Yanzi and He Luo flew towards Huang Xiaolong. You've finally awakened. As she descended in front of Huang Xiaolong, Fei Yanzi teased with her pleasant, soothing voice. Huang Xiaolong looked at Fei Yanzi's beautiful eyes, and he nodded and smiled as he sincerely thanked her. Thank you. A primal ancestor realm like Fei Yanzi had willingly stayed to protect him for more than a decade. Due to this, Huang Xiaolong felt a little embarrassed. If you really want to thank me, treat me with some dragon dates, Fei Yanzi responded cheerfully. Dragon dates. This was the first time Huang Xiaolong heard of dragon dates. From your face, I can already tell that you have not heard of it. Fei Yanzi smiled charmingly as she explained. The dragon date is a holy fruit found in the world river, but the rate of their output is very low. Only a dozen or so grow every few 100 million years. Even the world river's primal ancestors don't have dragon dates in their possession. I got a chance to taste it once long ago, and their taste is truly unforgettable. Huang Xiaolong was surprised that the dragon dates had left such a deep impression on Fei Yanzi, even after she had eaten the fruit once. Is there really something so tasty in the world? Dragon dates are the most delicious food in the world, Fei Yanzi stressed when she noticed the doubt on Huang Xiaolong's face. Everyone who has eaten it thinks so. If you're lucky enough to taste it in the future, you won't be able to forget its taste. Deal. When I go to the World River, I will save you some dragon dates if I find them, Huang Xiaolong promised generously. Fei Yanzi giggled charmingly and reminded, dragon dates are not easy to find. The two of them chatted as they walked out from the Forbidden Land with He Luo following behind them. Their topic shifted from the dragon dates to the various big clans and forces along the World River, to Yuan Qianxing and the otherworldly mansion, Golden Buddha race, and even the looming war between the Holy World and alien lands. The two walked side by side, talking merrily like they were old friends. There was a delicate, fresh fragrance coming from Fei Yanzi's body that was pleasing to the senses. Fei Yanzi stopped abruptly and looked at Huang Xiaolong with a strangely serious expression. Your Highness, I have a question that I have been wanting to ask, but I don't know if it is all right to ask. Huang Xiaolong was baffled by the seriousness on Fei Yanzi's face, and he asked what question she had. Are you really a human from our alien lands? Fei Yanzi hesitated for a second before asking. Or what I want to ask is, which alien race are you from? Huang Xiaolong was surprised. Just this? He thought she had something important to ask. In fact, the alien land's various forces were guessing his identity. They were wondering if he was really a human native to the alien lands, or if he came from the Holy World. Fei Yanzi wanted to confirm this point. No, I am not asking if you're from the Holy World, Fei Yanzi quickly explained when she noticed Huang Xiaolong's expression and shook her head. She went on to recount Huang Xiaolong's situation during the sacrificial ritual, and then briefly told Huang Xiaolong about their Flying Heaven race's ancient records regarding the God of Creation and Son of Creation. God of Creation? Son of Creation. Huang Xiaolong was piqued. There is something like the God of Creation Yellow Dragon's bloodline? Huang Xiaolong felt as if he was handed pieces of puzzles, and he didn't know where to start. Is Fei Yanzi asking if I am the Son of Creation? How is that possible? These were the first thoughts that crossed Huang Xiaolong's mind, and he found it funny. How can I be the Son of Creation? I am but the most ordinary mortal from the lower worlds, the most ordinary of Huang Clan Manor's disciples. I have persisted with my cultivation path and achieved what I have today, step by step. Although he had suspected his true identity, Huang Xiaolong thought that saying that he was the son of creation was the furthest thing from the truth. Patriarch Fei Yanzi, you're probably mistaken. My bloodline shouldn't be the god of creation's bloodline. Huang Xiaolong smiled. How could I be the son of creation? In truth, I am nothing more than an ordinary mortal family's disciple. Fei Yanzi looked like the cat had got her tongue. Mortal world. Huang Xiaolong had nothing to conceal and briefly told Fei Yanzi that he was a small clan's disciple from the mortal world. Fei Yanzi's eyes widened in disbelief, as she had thought of many possibilities, but never had it occurred to her that Huang Xiaolong was actually a disciple from the lower world's mortal world. This idea was simply unbelievable. A mortal world's disciple came this far? He grew strong to the point that the primal ancestors are wary of him? How is this possible? Fei Yanzi had a hard time believing that. In truth, not only you, I myself can't believe it. Huang Xiaolong shook his head self-deprecatingly and added, sometimes, even I have doubted my true identity, thinking if I am some big shot's reincarnation. However, saying that I am the son of creation is really impossible. How could I be the son of creation? Why impossible? Fei Yanzi suddenly retorted sonorously. Huang Xiaolong blanked for a second. Why impossible? Just because you were born in the mortal world, why is it not possible for you to be the son of creation? Fei Yanzi pressed on. Huang Xiaolong looked dazedly at Fei Yanzi. She's right, just because I was born in the lower world's mortal world, why can't I be the son of creation? Huang Xiaolong fell into contemplation. If you are not the son of creation, and you don't have the god of creation's bloodline, then how come you have achieved what you have achieved so far by being a mere mortal? Fei Yanzi argued. Moreover, if you are not the son of creation, how can you possess such frightening combat power? Huang Xiaolong continued to remain silent. An hour later, Huang Xiaolong and Fei Yanzi arrived at the highest floor of the Flying Heaven Race's Bibliotheca and found the ancient record describing the god of creation at the deepest area. There was a kind of mysterious energy around the ancient record that one couldn't read with their divine sense. Instead, they had to flip through the pages one by one. When Huang Xiaolong opened the cover and turned to the first page, his hand was trembling. Although he had never seen this ancient record before, inexplicably, there was a familiar feeling, as if he had seen it in his dream. When he flipped to the first page, suddenly, a light flew out from the ancient record. This sudden streak of light shot straight into Huang Xiaolong's body faster than lightning. Neither Huang Xiaolong nor Fei Yanzi reacted in time when it appeared. The shock Fei Yanzi felt was greater than Huang Xiaolong. She, Fei Yanlongpeng, and also her father, Fei Wuxia, had read this ancient record in the past, but none of them had encountered any strange light flying out. But she had seen the streak of light just as Huang Xiaolong had turned to the first page. Fei Yanzi stared dazedly at Huang Xiaolong. But Huang Xiaolong was staring at the page with feverish eyes. He turned to the second page as he was done with reading the first page. Once again, another streak of light flew out from the page and entered Huang Xiaolong's body. Moreover, this second streak of light was brighter than the first. On the third page, the light was like blazing flames. On the fourth page, the light's brightness intensified further. Huang Xiaolong read on, flipping one page after another until he was done reading. One after another, on every page he turned, a streak of light from the new page would enter his body. As time passed, Huang Xiaolong could feel there was an unfamiliar energy awakening in his body. It was as if something was breaking out from its restraints. From Fei Yanzi's angle, she could see that the golden dragon phantom had appeared behind Huang Xiaolong, and with each additional streak of light, the phantom dragon became more solid and more lifelike. The entire golden dragon phantom seemed to have a life of its own, like a real entity instead of just a phantom. The ancient record had a total of 100 pages. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong had reached the 99th page, but no matter how he tried, he could not turn to the last page. Despite using his holy energy, circulating the powers of his three saint godheads, he still failed to turn to the 100th page. Huang Xiaolong hadn't expected this. Huang Xiaolong turned to Fei Yanzi with a puzzled expression. Fei Yanzi responded with a bitter smile as she explained, "This page, both my father and I can't turn it over. No one knows what is recorded on the last page, but my father guessed that the last page may contain a technique or a shocking secret left behind by the God of creation. As for how to read it and what conditions are required to read it, we really don't know about that." Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows scrunched together at her answer. He had a strong feeling that something very important was on the final page. It could be related to his true identity and origins. "How did your father get this ancient record?" Huang Xiaolong couldn't help asking. Fei Yanzi never thought of hiding it from Huang Xiaolong and answered frankly, "My father got it from one of his adventures at the World River. If I am not mistaken, he found this ancient record from the World River's dragonfish race's treasury. My father sneaked into the dragonfish race's treasury and found this ancient record in the most hidden place in the treasury and took it away. It was said that after the dragonfish race's old ancestor learned about it, he was outraged. Perhaps the dragonfish race's old ancestor knows the secret on the last page." A thought flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind. Dragonfish race? At the end of the alien lands was where the World River began. Within the World River area lived numerous sea races, and similar to the alien races on land, there were also royal families amongst the sea races. The dragonfish race was one of the sea race's royal families. Furthermore, the dragonfish race royal family's overall strength definitely ranked in the top 3, which was equivalent to the alien land's myriad origin race. Since there was a possibility of learning the secret on the last page from the dragonfish race's old ancestor, then Huang Xiaolong was bound to make that trip to the World River no matter what. Not to mention that he had already planned to go to the World River sometime in the future, wanting to see what was at the end of the World River, and if there was a road linking to another world. Huang Xiaolong then requested to take the ancient record away. Fei Yanzi was reluctant but agreed in the end. Although the creation record's last page contained a big secret, it was useless since the Flying Heaven race could not read it. Placed with the Flying Heaven race, the records were nothing more but useless papers. Then again, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't take something for nothing. In return for taking the creation record, he gave Fei Yanzi a Grand Dao Jade Stone and a huge amount of holy herbs and holy pills as compensation. To the Flying Heaven race, the creation record was nothing more than useless papers, but to Huang Xiaolong it was of utmost importance. Coming out from the Flying Heavens Bibliotheca, Huang Xiaolong separated from Fei Yanzi and returned to his palace, where he focused on studying the creation record. He discovered that when he spurred his bloodline power and channeled it into the creation record, small spheres of light would emerge from the ancient record and enter his body. His body felt extremely comfortable when came in contact with these lights. But to Huang Xiaolong's sore disappointment, he still failed to open the last page. A day later, after using all the methods he could think of, Huang Xiaolong still could not open the last page, so he gave up. Early the next day, Fei Yanzi, Fei Yanlongpeng, and a few others came by Huang Xiaolong's place to discuss the journey back to the otherworldly mansion. The stage competition for the mansion's young master position this time around was a grand event for the entire alien lands. Hence, Fei Yanzi, as the Flying Heaven race's patriarch, was going to travel to the otherworldly mansion to spectate the competition. Of course, there was another important factor for making this trip: Huang Xiaolong. Yuan Qianxing. As he stood high in the air, Huang Xiaolong said the name icily as he looked in the direction of the otherworldly mansion. Fei Yanzi had told him that Yuan Qianxing's strength had risen exponentially in these years, and he had reached perfection in his return to origin Grand Dao art. Currently, the whole alien lands, and nearly all alien races' royal families leaned towards Yuan Qianxing. Everyone was confident that Yuan Qianxing would win the mansion's young master position. 2 days later, Huang Xiaolong, Fei Yanzi, and Fei Yanlongpeng set off to return to the otherworldly mansion. However, for their journey this time, they boarded Fei Yanzi's personal swallow flight instead of the Flying Heaven holy ship. The swallow flight was a Dao artifact forged with feathers fallen from her true body after entering primal ancestor realm. Its speed left the Flying Heaven holy ship in the dust. With its wings spread open, from end to end, the flying ship was the size of a small city. Huang Xiaolong stood on the deck, letting the winds blow at him as he combed through his thoughts. Perhaps, I can inquire about the Tree of Grand Dao from Long Shantian and Mog after the battle competition ends. Although there was still time before Zi Dongping and Chan Yuli's impending battle, the sooner he found the Dao fruit, the faster Zi Dongping's injuries could heal, and that would help him prepare for the battle. On top of that, if there was more than one Dao fruit, it would be a great opportunity for his cultivation to break through as well. Ideally, he could enter the 6th Heaven True Saint realm from the 5th Heaven True Saint realm, and at that time, would he need to fear that myriad origin race's old monster? He learned from Fei Yanzi that the myriad origin race's old ancestor was a 5th resurrection primal ancestor. Because the Swallow Flight flying ship did need anyone at the helm, it left Huang Xiaolong, Fei Yanzi, and Fei Yin Longpeng free to cultivate inside the cultivation rooms on board. Several months passed, and they finally entered the otherworldly mansion's territory. The moment Huang Xiaolong stepped into the otherworldly mansion, Yuan Chenxing, Yuan Wangfeng, Yao Ji, and others got the news. Your Highness' foresight is incredible. Huang Xiaolong has really returned. Yuan Wangfeng was grinning as he flattered Yuan Chenxing. It looks like he's aware that he won't be able to run, even if he wants to, and he can't hide either. So in the end, he could only return and accept his fate. It's merely futile resistance. Yuan Chenxing sneered in contempt. I heard that Fei Yanzi came with him? Yao Ji rushed to answer. Fei Yanzi has bad judgment, taking the eye of a fish for a pearl. She would soon regret her choice. When senior brother Chenxing rises to the mansion's young master position, she would come begging on her knees to climb up senior brother Chenxing's bed. Yuan Chenxing was smitten with Fei Yanzi at first sight, and he had professed his feelings to Fei Yanzi on the spot in front of everyone, but Fei Yanzi had rejected him. This matter had become a thorn in Yuan Chenxing's heart. Upon hearing Yao Ji's words, a feverish light glimmered in Yuan Chenxing's eyes. Back at the otherworldly mansion, Huang Xiaolong didn't go anywhere but headed straight back to his place. Of course, Huang Xiaolong had not expected Fei Yanzi to actually stay at his place on the Chaos Essence Holy Peak. Although it greatly satisfied his vanity, having the alien land's #1 beauty staying at his place, it made him think that there needed to be a distinction between men and women. This put Huang Xiaolong in a dilemma. He looked at Fei Yin Longpeng, but Fei Yin Longpeng, this brat, pretended to be studying the floating white clouds in the sky with absolute interest. There's also a bird flying in the sky. What, you don't welcome me? Fei Yanzi asked dangerously, looking at Huang Xiaolong's troubled face. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and waved his hands at the same time. No, it's not that. I'm only worried if people spread rumors that affect your reputation. I'm not afraid of rumors as a woman. Then what's a big man like you afraid of? Fei Yanzi widened her eyes and glared at Huang Xiaolong, and walked into the palace before Huang Xiaolong could say another word. Huang Xiaolong was left stunned on the spot. When he reacted and looked at Fei Yin Longpeng again, Fei Yin Longpeng had secretly fled several hundred meters away. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong happily helped him with a kick to his butt. A second later, Fei Yin Longpeng's pitiful scream came from the bottom of the cliff. As Huang Xiaolong had foreseen, the news of Fei Yanzi staying at his place caused quite a stir amongst the otherworldly mansion's experts. Fei Yanzi was hailed as the alien land's #1 beauty, and many royal families' experts looked forward to marrying her back into their own race. But now, the beauty they dreamed about day and night was robbed by Huang Xiaolong. Many alien races' experts envied and hated Huang Xiaolong while inwardly hammering their chests in frustration. Yuan Chenxing had the biggest reaction when he heard that Fei Yanzi was staying at Huang Xiaolong's cultivation cave. The thing he held in his palm was crushed into dust. That dirty slut! A green monster reared its head in Yuan Chenxing's heart. You rejected me that year, but stick yourself on a stray dog that's going to die soon, you bitch. Wait till I take Huang Xiaolong's life. Then I'll strip you naked for the world to see. Upon sensing the surging violent anger coming off Yuan Chenxing's body, Yuan Wangfeng and the others dared not make any noise. Didn't I say it before that women like Fei Yanzi only pretend to be chaste on the surface? Yao Ji continued to add fuel. But looking at the way she's acting, it feels like she is deliberately making senior brother Chenxing embarrassed. Despite Fei Yanzi's public rejection, Yuan Qianxing had always regarded Fei Yanzi as his exclusive property. This was a well-known secret amongst the myriad origin races experts. Now that Fei Yanzi was staying at Huang Xiaolong's Chaos Essence Cultivation Cave, this was definitely embarrassing for Yuan Qianxing. After remembering her rejection, Yuan Qianxing's fury and hatred towards Huang Xiaolong and Fei Yanzi burned stronger. Not long after Fei Yanzi started living in Huang Xiaolong's place, Long Shangtian and Yin Zhonghua came knocking at Huang Xiaolong's door. The first thing these two did when they saw Huang Xiaolong was to give Huang Xiaolong a thumbs up, nearly causing Huang Xiaolong to break out in cold sweat. They both were accompanied by another person, a young man clad in ink-black brocade robe, with his aura fully converged. Even so, it did not escape Huang Xiaolong's eyes that this young man was very strong, stronger than Yin Zhonghua. Mo Wunyan. Huang Xiaolong guessed the young man's identity immediately. The other four mansion master candidates, whether it was Yuan Qianxing, Yao Ji, or Chan Wua, Huang Xiaolong had met all of them except for Mo Wunyan. Before Huang Xiaolong's arrival, Yuan Qianxing was said to be the strongest among these four mansion master candidates. On the other hand, Yao Ji was said to be the youngest, Chan Wua was renowned to be the most lustful, and this Mo Wunyan was the most mysterious. As Huang Xiaolong observed Mo Wunyan too was observing Huang Xiaolong. Xiaolong, let me introduce to you. This one here is the Moyue race's Mo Wunyan. Long Shangtian's voice sounded at this time, and there was a hint of laughter in his voice. He was very familiar with Mo Wunyan, or he wouldn't have come to visit Huang Xiaolong, bringing Mo Wunyan with him. Even at the World River, I heard of junior brother Huang Xiaolong's name, Mo Wunyan said as he cupped his hands in greeting at Huang Xiaolong. How can I compare with senior brother Wunyan? Senior brother Wunyan's reputation resounds through the entire alien lands. Enough you two. There is no need to exchange flatteries. Xiaolong, I heard from Zhonghua that you have good wine here. Long Shengtian did not feign any superficial politeness with Huang Xiaolong, clamoring for Huang Xiaolong's wine the moment his laurels touched the chair. Huang Xiaolong looked at Yin Zhonghua, and at the receiving end of Huang Xiaolong's gaze, Yin Zhonghua felt slightly embarrassed. It was a coincidence. When I was taking a drink, the deputy mansion master happened to drop by and spotted the wine. It was truly a coincidence. He had been reluctant to drink that jug of wine Huang Xiaolong had given him the last time, and just as he had finally taken it out a few days ago, Long Shengtian had happened to drop by his place and seen it. Now that Long Shengtian was asking him upright, it wouldn't be good for Huang Xiaolong to hide his stash of wine. So he took out a few jugs of wine and popped open the corks. The alluring fragrance of wine permeated the air in an instant, and even those outside caught a whiff of the scent. Mo Wunyan's eyes were sparkling when he saw the jugs of wine. The four talked as they savored good wine. Long Shengtian first mentioned Chan Wua's matters. When Huang Xiaolong had destroyed Chan Wua's physical body at the Golden Buddha domain and imprisoned Chan Wua's and other Golden Buddha race experts' holy souls, the news had shocked the alien races when it spread. All these years, the Golden Buddha race's old ancestor Chan Yuli had been pressuring the otherworldly mansion to deal with Huang Xiaolong, making trouble non-stop. Although Long Shengtian and Moj had been suppressing this matter, it was also a big headache to Long Shengtian. You shouldn't have returned this time. Long Shengtian sighed, shaking his head. I know your combat power is very strong, and your cultivation has improved during this time, but don't forget, Yuan Qianxing is also improving. He's already a peak early 7th heaven true saint now, and on top of that, he has fully comprehended the return of origin Dao art. Give him a little bit more time, and even I won't be enough to be his opponent. As Long Shengtian spoke these words, there was barely noticeable apprehension on his face. Currently, there was not a race in the alien lands that did not feel apprehension at the mention of Yuan Qianxing, including the current otherworldly mansion master, Moj. Apprehension also seeped into Yin Zhonghua's voice as he spoke. Yes, Yuan Qianxing's growth is indeed terrifying. In another several hundred years, he would be able to enter 9th heaven true saint. At that time, even Lord Mansion Master won't be able to suppress him anymore. He looked at Huang Xiaolong in all seriousness and suggested, Xiaolong, I think it would be better if you leave the otherworldly mansion. Lay low at the World River for a while, and return only when you've entered Primal Ancestor Realm. In Long Xingtian and In Zhangguo's opinions, even though Huang Xiaolong had fully comprehended the Dao Gate's Dao laws and possessed shocking combat prowess, Huang Xiaolong was still far from being Yuan Qianxing's opponent. At the end of the day, the cultivation realm gap between the two was simply too big. Mo Wunyan chimed in sincerely. I went to the World River a few years ago and met the Black Tortoise Race's patriarch. You can see him with my token. Huang Xiaolong was speechless. If he had really wanted to leave, rather than going to the World River, he would have returned to the Holy World side. Then again, Huang Xiaolong understood their suggestions were out of concern for him. Thus he wasn't offended. He responded half-jokingly. Although Yuan Qianxing is very strong, now that I've entered fourth heaven true saint, I am no weakling either. It's not so easy for him to defeat me. Long Shangtian and In Zhangguo shook their heads helplessly, seeing that Huang Xiaolong didn't put their advice to heart. It was deep into the night when the three visitors took their leave. Long Shangtian took away Chan Wu's holy soul, considering it as an explanation to the Golden Buddha race. It looks like no one in the whole alien lands thinks you have any chance of winning. After the three people left, Fei Yanzi appeared behind Huang Xiaolong, speaking in her lilting voice. A smug smile spread over Huang Xiaolong's face. When Fei Yanzi noticed this, she immediately refuted, I don't think you can. Throwing that sentence, she turned around and entered the inner hall, turning her back to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong stood dumbly on the spot. Honestly speaking, Fei Yanzi's expression was full of charm and style that would make a man's heart itch. Although Fei Yanzi was clad in a loose brocade robe, it did nothing to hide her rotund derriere that swayed seductively as she walked, and each movement only emphasized her hidden curves. Seemingly feeling Huang Xiaolong's stare on her behind, her footsteps obviously quickened. Back in her room, Fei Yanzi leaned onto the door for support, feeling her heart thumping fast in her chest. Her heart seemed to be hitting the walls of her chest. Is this what they call a deer bumping around in one's heart? Early the next day, the disciples of the purple spider race and the human race came to call on Huang Xiaolong. Apart from them, no one else came. Indirectly, this showed that no other races in the alien lands thought that Huang Xiaolong had a chance of surviving the battle stage. It was not surprising to see that those who used to flatter Huang Xiaolong didn't come around. However, the disciples from the human race and purple spider race told Huang Xiaolong that the human race's Chun Luosek's young patriarch, Chun Maguang, had chosen to side with Yuan Qianxing's camp, becoming one of Yuan Qianxing's most loyal dogs. Young patriarch, you don't know, but in recent years, ever since Chun Maguang became Yuan Qianxing's dog, he has become so arrogant. He beats the disciples of our race every time he encounters any one of us. A purple spider race's disciple complained to Huang Xiaolong. After beating us up, he runs to Yuan Qianxing seeking merit. The human race's disciples also complained about Chun Maguang to Huang Xiaolong, saying that Chun Maguang was basically being inhuman towards them ever since he had climbed up to be Yuan Qianxing's dog, abusing them left and right. After sending away these purple spider races and the human race's disciples, a cold glimmer flickered across Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Chan Maguang, since you want to die so badly, I shall fulfill your wish. The next few days were calm and peaceful, but everyone knew it was merely an illusion on the surface, as the undercurrents were surging violently. Several days later, the first rays of sunlight peeked over the horizon, throwing a glistening cloak over the Chaos Essence Holy Peak's roiling fog. Huang Xiaolong stepped out from his Chaos Essence cultivation cave, inhaling the morning's fresh air that carried the faint scent of flowers and grass. The day of the stage battle is finally here. Huang Xiaolong stood with his hands clasped behind him, looking in the direction of the battle stage. Though the two places were far apart, he almost imagined he could hear the rowdy liveliness around the battle stage at this time. Were those myriad origin races disciples' cheers? Fei Yanzi came out after Huang Xiaolong. Ever since that abnormality with her heartbeat a few days back, she had kept to her room to meditate, avoiding Huang Xiaolong. After several days of not seeing each other, Huang Xiaolong discovered that there was something different about Fei Yanzi. What are you looking at? Fei Yanzi sounded grumpy. Huang Xiaolong merely smiled silently at her. After seeing that Huang Xiaolong had only smiled at her without a word, Fei Yanzi was about to speak when she spotted Fei Yin Longpeng and a group of flying heaven races experts flying over from a distance. Thus, she could only swallow back whatever she wanted to say. Fei Yin Longpeng and the rest saluted upon descending, and then Fei Yin Longpeng said to Huang Xiaolong, "Your Highness, Patriarch, should we head over there now?" Let's go." Before Huang Xiaolong answered, Fei Yanzi agreed. With that said, she leaped into the sky and sped away. Fei Yin Longpeng and other flying heaven races experts were left bewildered. Fei Yin Longpeng looked at Huang Xiaolong suspiciously. "Let's go." Huang Xiaolong grinned, then quickly followed after Fei Yanzi. Fei Yin Longpeng and the rest followed, still baffled by the weird atmosphere. Huang Xiaolong soon caught up to Fei Yanzi, but it seemed like she was deliberately keeping her distance from Huang Xiaolong. At any given time, she would be a few steps ahead of Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong smiled bitterly inside. "I don't recall offending Fei Yanzi, did I?" A while later, Huang Xiaolong and the others were close to arriving at the battle stage. The battle stage was built between the five spirits' peaks. It was said that the otherworldly mansion master Moj had found the five spirits' peak in a chaos grand mistland. Then, exerting his utmost strength, Moj had moved the five spirits' peak to the otherworldly mansion. The five spirits' peak possessed an innate five elements grand formation, which was then refined by Moj. He had added many layers of grand formation, creating a small independent world with the five spirits' peak as the core. Of course, there was a reason the mansion master Moj had set the five spirits' peak as the battle venue. With the five spirits' peak's grand formations, and him presiding over the overall situation, he wasn't afraid of the myriad origin race or other alien races' royal families interfering with the competition. This is the five spirits' peak. Huang Xiaolong saw the five majestic summit of Five Spirits Peak from afar. The Five Spirits Peak resembled the five fingers extending skywards, with thick fog surrounding its summit, reflecting a prism of soft glow. Arriving at the Five Spirits Peak, Huang Xiaolong and the others flew onwards to the middle area of the Five Spirits Peak. There was a small-sized continent of land in the middle area, and the battle stage was set up here. They saw more alien races' disciples upon entering the Five Spirits Peak. Upon seeing that Huang Xiaolong's group had arrived, many alien races' disciples, who used to flatter and fawn on Huang Xiaolong, scurried off as if they couldn't wait to draw a line between them and Huang Xiaolong fast enough. As they looked at Huang Xiaolong and Fei Yanzi from a far and safe distance, there was envy and jealousy in their eyes as their gazes swept past Fei Yanzi. At the same time, Yuan Qianxing, Yao Ji, and Yuan Wangfeng stood tall amidst a group of experts on the battle stage area. "Your Highness, Huang Xiaolong is here," Yuan Wangfeng informed Yuan Qianxing. Yuan Qianxing's gaze shifted onto Huang Xiaolong, and a sharp light shot out. Fissures appeared in space as if they were slashed by sharp swords, but when the sharp light arrived in front of Huang Xiaolong, it crumbled as if it was repelled by a stronger force. Under numerous experts' attention, Huang Xiaolong, Fei Yanzi, and the rest of the group entered the battle stage area. Yuan Qianxing let out a low, wicked chuckle as he approached Huang Xiaolong and Fei Yanzi. Yao Ji, Yuan Wangfeng, and the others followed closely behind. Stopping in front of Huang Xiaolong, he made a big action of scrutinizing Huang Xiaolong from head to toe and said in a mocking tone, "Oh, so you've broken through to the fourth heaven true Saint Realm. No wonder you returned to fight for the mansion's young master position." He let out a mocking sneer. "Huang Xiaolong, how many of my moves do you think you can take?" The myriad origin races experts jeered. Although Yuan Qianxing appeared calm on the surface, inwardly he was genuinely astonished. He hadn't expected that in a short decade, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation would have risen to fourth heaven true Saint Realm. Now he was even more determined to kill Huang Xiaolong. Despite his astonishment at Huang Xiaolong's increased strength, Yuan Qianxing was still confident that he could easily kill Huang Xiaolong. Yuan Qianxing's gaze subsequently moved to Fei Yanzi, and the smile on his face was a little icy and villainous. "Fei Yanzi, I will let you see how I am going to torture your man to death on the stage." "Your man?" Since when did I have a man? Fei Yanzi's mind went blank for a moment. She soon reacted as she realized Yuan Qianxing was referring to Huang Xiaolong, and redness tinged her cheeks. At the same time, she was inwardly annoyed, and her eyes narrowed as she glared at Yuan Qianxing. Don't worry. You will soon be begging him not to torture you to death. Everyone was dumbfounded. Begging him not to torture you to death? This sentence was truly domineering. Even Huang Xiaolong was surprised that the usually soft-spoken Fei Yanzi had blurted out such a sentence that was contrary to her personality. Yuan Qianxing's face turned gloomy at the drop of a hat. He chuckled sinisterly and retorted, "Is that so? Then you better open your eyes wide when watching the battle later." Huang Xiaolong's gaze stopped on Chun Meguang, standing behind Yuan Qianxing. At this time, Chun Meguang was slightly bowing, with his head lowered. He was the very image of a submissive slave, a human-shaped dog tethered to Yuan Qianxing by an invisible chain. Yuan Qianxing noticed Huang Xiaolong's line of gaze on Chun Meguang, and a smile bloomed on his face. He waved his hand at Chun Meguang, summoning him. "Lil Guang, come here." Lil Guang? This name, coupled with Yuan Qianxing's tone, sounded like Yuan Qianxing was calling for his pet. As he heard Yuan Qianxing calling him, Chun Meguang quickly responded and scurried over with a slight bow, looking flattered and ecstatic. "Your Highness, you called for me?" Being called by Yuan Qianxing in front of a crowd of experts was an honor in itself. Chun Meguang's face was glowing with pride. Upon watching Chen Meguang's flattered expression, Yuan Qianxing asked, "Tell me, what do you usually call Huang Xiaolong in front of me?" All eyes were immediately fixed on Chun Meguang. Chun Meguang hesitated only for a split second, and then smiled flatteringly at Yuan Qianxing. "Huang puppy. What else?" Yuan Qianxing asked smilingly. "Huang bastard." There wasn't the slightest hesitation this time. "Huang puppy. Huang bastard." After hearing Chun Meguang insult Huang Xiaolong with these vulgar names behind his back, all present disciples from Purple Spider Race and Human Race glared at Chun Meguang with raging fury. Fate Yin Longpeng and the experts of his race, the Silver Purity Race's experts and even the Fiery Phoenix Race's experts were outraged. The Suoluo Race's young patriarch Jiang Shaohuang and a group of experts stared fixedly at Chen Meguang, and killing intent in their eyes was too obvious to be ignored. But Yuan Qianxing was laughing happily and said to Huang Xiaolong, "Huang Xiaolong, did you hear that? Even your human race Chen Luosec's young lord despises you, just to show how unpopular you are." Huang Xiaolong ignored Yuan Qianxing's taunting, as his gaze was fixed on Chen Meguang. After dealing with Yuan Qianxing, "I'll kill you, very slowly." Chen Meguang stared back at Huang Xiaolong and jeered, "Huang Xiaolong, you're someone that's going to die soon. Therefore, I will advise you not to struggle in vain on the stage later, or your death will only be more miserable." Yuan Qianxing patted Chun Meguang's shoulder, laughing sonorously. "Tell it to him." He continued to laugh as he walked away with Chun Meguang and the group of Myriad Origin Races experts. Coldness seeped into Fei Yanzi's eyes as the aura around her changed. But Huang Xiaolong shook his head at her and said, "Just a few fleas." Fei Yanzi was stunned for a second by the description. In the end, she converged her anger. After hearing Huang Xiaolong's comparison of him and Chun Meguang to fleas, the mirth in Yuan Qianxing's eyes was instantly replaced with surging killing intent, but he managed to rein it in. Moments later, Long Shangtian, Yin Zhonghua, Mo Wunyan, and the mansion master Moj arrived. Moj was a kind-looking old man with a black goatee and a height shorter than the average man. He was clad in an ink-black brocade robe similar to Mo Wunyan, and an amiable smile hung on his face, brimming with vitality and vigor. At first glance, Moj looked like any other nondescript elderly. No one would be able to tell this smiling short old man with a goatee was the otherworldly mansion's mansion master Moj. When Moj arrived, all the experts from the Myriad Origin Race, Golden Buddha Race, and Enchantress Race stopped talking and saluted respectfully. Even Yuan Qianxing was more subdued, and saluted Moj like everyone else. Moj stood on the main viewing stage and he scanned around. Every expert at every corner of the Five Spirits Peak felt as if all of their secrets were laid bare before the mansion master, and even Huang Xiaolong felt this. Huang Xiaolong's heart tightened nervously as he tried his best to fully conceal everything about him, from the Tao artifacts inside him to the four divine fires. Moj seemingly detected Huang Xiaolong's action, and he looked at Hunag Xiaolong and smiled. After letting everyone stand up, Moj went straight to the point, the competition. Although Moj's voice wasn't loud, it sounded warm and comfortable to the ears, inexplicably giving birth to reliance and trust to the speaker. He simply stated the competition rules and went on with his gaze fixed on Yuan Qianqing. Yao Ji and Chen Hua have voluntarily withdrawn from the challenge. According to the rules I just stated, if Mo Wunyan and Huang Xiaolong were to lose in their challenge against Yuan Qianqing, then Yuan Qianqing is the next young master of the mansion. Everyone's attention fell on Yuan Qianqing, Mo Wunyan, and Huang Xiaolong. Moj went on to have Yuan Qianqing proceed onto the battle stage. Yuan Qianqing walked forward unhurriedly. When he reached the battle stage, he raised his chin at an angle and peered down at Mo Wunyan and Huang Xiaolong with condescending eyes. "Which of you is coming up to die first?" Yuan Qianqing went on with contempt. "I think there is no need to challenge one by one. Both of you can come up together, so you can die together, rather than wasting my time." Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to get onto the battle stage, Mo Wunyan was the one who stepped ahead of him, leaping onto the battle stage in a blur. On the stage, Mo Wunyan calmly faced Yuan Qianqing. "I alone am enough to deal with you. Yuan Qianqing, do you really think you can become the otherworldly mansion's young master?" Mo Wunyan no longer converged his cultivation realm at this point, fully displaying his cultivation. Immediately, strands of grand Tao light soared to the sky, and the light of darkness overcast the land, submerging everything in an abyss of darkness. At the same time, the coercion belonging to a primal ancestor expert enveloped the entire battle stage area. Everyone was astounded. Primal ancestor. His Highness Mo Wunyan has actually entered primal ancestor realm. His Highness Mo Wunyan the Mighty. Moyue race's disciples felt their blood boil with excitement, and their cheers were one wave louder than the other. Although there had long been rumors circulating the otherworldly mansion that Mo Wunyan had broken through to primal ancestor realm, it had remained a rumor. Half of the disciples believed it while the other half doubted it. Now, witnessing the truth with their own eyes, the Moyue race disciples, who had always been steadfast in supporting Mo Wunyan, were beyond excited. Mo Wunyan stood in the air as ripples of black light reflected in his pupils, exuding the majesty of a darkness sovereign. His cold gaze was locked on Yuan Qianqing, and without wasting time with nonsense, he pushed out his palms towards Yuan Qianqing. "Light of darkness." Mo Wunyan's sharp voice rang through every corner of the Five Spirits Peak. As Mo Wunyan's palms pushed forward, beams of black light surged out from his palm, roiling into an ocean of tidal waves, resembling 100 million black cheese swords being released simultaneously. The light of darkness was a form of extreme light from the world's core, and it was also one of the most powerful lights between heaven and earth. This was also the Moyue race's grand Tao art. When this grand Tao art was executed by Mo Wunyan, who had entered primal ancestor realm, it burst out with world-shaking power. Fei Yanzi, Long Xingtian, and other primal ancestor realm experts looked solemn as they watched on. It was said that the light of darkness could split a primal ancestor's Tao physique, and it was one of the few things in the world that could hurt a primal ancestor. But Yuan Qianqing was indifferent to Mo Wunyan's words and actions. When the light of darkness reached him, he leaped into the air and punched out with his fists. The moment his fists punched out, everyone felt as if the world was crumbling. Return to origin, origin extinction. The world flow stagnated for a second. Vigorous origin energy galloped forward, and the light of darkness that was capable of splitting a primal ancestor's Tao physique was transformed into origin energy. Yuan Qianqing's fist's force went straight to the target, and Mo Wunyan was slammed by an invisible force, smashing him back to the battle stage. Mo Wunyan staggered back unsteadily and finally regained his balance at the edge of the stage. Then blood spurted out from his mouth uncontrollably. The Moyue race experts, who had been cheering, quieted down abruptly. Everyone was flabbergasted. Mo Wunyan, who has broken through to primal ancestor realm, is coughing up blood under one punch from Yuan Qianxing? The Moyue race's disciples were ecstatic and euphoric after seeing that Mo Wunyan had broken through to primal ancestor realm and joined the ranks of invincible primal ancestor experts. They had thought that Mo Wunyan would defeat Yuan Qianxing, and even if he failed to do so, he would be able to fight Yuan Qianxing to a draw at the very least. But in the blink of an eye, Yuan Qianxing had smashed Mo Wunyan down from high air to the ground in one move, making him cough up blood. This had caused a tiny crack to appear in their belief, and they were shocked to the core. Before Mo Wunyan had entered the primal ancestor realm, he was capable of defeating early first resurrection primal ancestors, and now that he had entered primal ancestor realm, his strength could only be stronger. But contrarily, Mo Wunyan was powerless against Yuan Qianxing's attack, and he was even coughing up blood. Doesn't that mean that Yuan Qianxing's strength? Long Shengtian's and Fei Yanzi's expressions changed greatly. The otherworldly mansion master Mo Ji frowned subconsciously at this result. Although it had crossed his mind that Mo Wunyan would not be Yuan Qianxing's opponent, Mo Wunyan should have at least been able to last some time against Yuan Qianxing, making him pay a big price. But who would have thought that Mo Wunyan would suffer heavy injuries in just one exchange? Yuan Qianxing is so terrifying after comprehending the return to origin Dao art. Or was Yuan Qianxing concealing his strength in the past? Everyone was shaken by the strength Yuan Qianxing had displayed, and they sucked in a breath of cold air. There had never been such an ugly expression on Mo Wunyan's face as there was now. Great! Suddenly, someone applauded and cheered. It was the myriad origin race's Yuan Wangfeng. As the sound of Yuan Wangfeng's applause echoed, other myriad origin race experts recovered from their shock and began to clap and shout excitedly. The Enchantress races and Golden Buddha races experts also joined in the excitement. Yao Ji let out a dramatic giggle. Mo Wunyan, even though you are hailed as Moyue race's most talented junior disciple, you are nothing more than rubbish in front of senior brother Yuan Qianxing. Yuan Wangfeng let out an unbridled laugh. The way I see it, even 10 Mo Wunyans wouldn't be Yuan Qianxing's opponent. The entire time, Huang Xiaolong was watching with a calm expression. Yuan Qianxing's strength surprised him, but then again he was merely surprised. Feitian Longpeng felt his throat going dry. He leaned in and whispered to Huang Xiaolong, "Your Highness, Yuan Qianxing?" Feitian Longpeng had an idea about Huang Xiaolong's strength, and how he had once forced back the Golden Buddha race's old ancestor Chan Yuli. Not just that, but he also knew that a group of Flying Heaven race's eminent elders had failed to suppress Huang Xiaolong despite having activated the Flying Heaven Grand Formation. And yet, he couldn't help but feel worried after witnessing Yuan Qianxing's strength today. After all, the visual impact of watching Mo Wunyan smash down from high air was jolting. Probably even the majority of Second Resurrection Primal Ancestor experts would be helpless against Mo Wunyan, who had entered Primal Ancestor realm, but the same Mo Wunyan had seemed so weak against Yuan Qianxing. After glancing at Feitian Longpeng's conflicted face, Huang Xiaolong smiled and teased, "What, you're afraid I will lose?" Feitian Longpeng scratched his head in embarrassment due to Huang Xiaolong's question. He couldn't really say to Huang Xiaolong that he was really afraid that he would lose, could he? On the battle stage, Yuan Qianxing leisurely approached Mo Wunyan with his hands clasped behind him, as if he was taking an evening stroll around his back garden. "Didn't I say that the two of you should come together so you could die together? Clearly, you didn't listen at all." Yuan Qianxing ridiculed Mo Wunyan. Mo Wunyan's face darkened and robust strands of darkness energy emerged, wrapping around his body, as his icy voice sounded, "Yuan Qianxing, you haven't won yet, so don't feel happy too early." Mo Wunyan's momentum was stronger than before, and the dark light from his pupils created a world of darkness, and numerous dark saints emerged by his side. Heaven and earth once again plummeted into darkness. Other than primal ancestor experts, the rest felt a suffocation from the coercion coming off Mo Wunyan. Flames of darkness. Mo Wunyan's chilling voice rang once again as his 10 fingers moved. Immediately, The flames of darkness submerged the land like a tsunami of dark waters, reaching Yuan Qianxing in a split second. The flames of darkness did not have any light belonging to a fire, and they resembled black and dark souls. But its power was not weaker than the light of darkness either. However, the flames of darkness attacks were more peculiar, making them unpredictable. Oomph! Yuan Qianxing harumphed coldly, and repeated the same move, punching out with both his fists. What bullshit light of darkness and flame of darkness. In my opinion, all these were vulnerable attacks. A thunderous boom shook the stage. The airflow became turbulent. Mo Wunyan was sent staggering back for the second time. A few minutes later, Mo Wunyan was hit on the chest by Yuan Qianxing and sent flying off the battle stage. His body crashed heavily on the ground, and his bloodied and sunken chest was fully displayed in everyone's view, shocking and frightening them. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. The Dao physique was said to be the strongest physique in the world, yet Yuan Qianxing had nearly punched a hole through Mo Wunyan's chest. Had Yuan Qianxing's fists landed on a peak late ninth heaven true saint expert's body, would that expert have exploded to pieces? Too weak. There's no fun in this. Yuan Qianxing stood with his hands at his back on the edge of the battle stage, peering down on Mo Wunyan on the ground. He went on with thick sarcasm. You should thank your lucky stars that you've entered primal ancestor realm and possessed the Dao physique, or you would have died sooner. The myriad origin race, enchantress race, and golden Buddha race's experts let out deafening cheers. Mo Wunyan's pallid and defeated face could not hide his unwillingness. Yuan Qianxing stopped paying attention to Mo Wunyan as he turned to his next target, Huang Xiaolong. His face split into a grin, looking a little twisted. Huang Xiaolong, it's your turn. According to the competition rules, Mo Wunyan lost when he fell off the battle stage. I think Huang Xiaolong is so scared that he can't feel his legs and he has no strength to walk up to the stage anymore. A myriad origin race's expert mocked loudly. It's already an achievement that he didn't piss in his pants. Yao Ji chimed in. Harsh sounds of laughter erupted from the myriad origin race, enchantress race, and golden Buddha race. Huang Xiaolong raised his foot and walked towards the battle stage. As he passed by Mo Wunyan's side, Huang Xiaolong reached out and sent a burst of holy energy into Mo Wunyan's body. Mo Wunyan was clearly surprised by Huang Xiaolong's action, and he sighed, Junior brother Xiaolong, be careful. His original intention in rushing forward to challenge Yuan Qianxing was to exhaust some of Yuan Qianxing's energy and injure him. This way, Huang Xiaolong's pressure could be reduced slightly. Who would have thought that Yuan Qianxing's strength would exceed Mo Wunyan's strength by so much? Forget about injuring Yuan Qianxing. He couldn't even make a scratch on Yuan Qianxing's body. I will. Huang Xiaolong gave Mo Wunyan a reassuring smile and nodded, then went up to the battle stage. As he watched Huang Xiaolong walk up to the battle stage, Yuan Qianxing chuckled softly. Huang Xiaolong, has it ever crossed your mind that one day you might get tortured to death by someone right in front of your woman? His finger pointed at Fei Yanzi. Below the battle stage, Fei Yanzi was on the verge of running amok. Huang Xiaolong smiled nonchalantly in retort. Then, has it ever crossed your mind that one day you would be tortured miserably by someone else, and you would be so pitiful that you wouldn't even have pants to cover yourself? Puff F. Perhaps the image of Yuan Qianxing without his pants suddenly barged into some of the disciples' minds, and they couldn't hold back their laughter. An embarrassed flush colored Fei Yanzi's face, as she knew very well that Huang Xiaolong was not merely making a joke out of Yuan Qianxing. Later, if Huang Xiaolong really stripped off Yuan Qianxing's, Fei Yanzi frantically waved away her imagination that was running wild. Huang Xiaolong's words drew a cold snort from Yuan Qianxing. Very good. Huang Xiaolong, you have aroused my desire to torture you to death. He then took a step forward, and another approaching Huang Xiaolong. Don't even think of running away. The entire battle stage is locked down by my holy energy. You have no chance of stepping out of this battle stage. Huang Xiaolong stood where he was, having no intention to move at all, letting Yuan Qianxing close the distance between them. The various races' experts around the battle stage began to ridicule and throw insults at Huang Xiaolong. who was standing there like a fool. This Huang Xiaolong, is he frightened foolish? Yao Ji muttered with confusion. Yuan Wangfeng snickered. I don't know if he's frightened foolish, but he will soon turn into a fool. Grand Hall Master is right. Chen Miguang promptly flattered. In a while, His Highness Yuan Qianxing is going to inflict inhuman torture on Huang Xiaolong that he won't even remember his own surname. Laughter sounded all around. At this time, Yuan Qianxing stopped a meter away from Huang Xiaolong. As he saw that Huang Xiaolong hadn't moved even an inch, still standing arrogantly at death's door, Yuan Qianxing's fury lit up instantly, and he punched out in a rage. Return to origin. It was the same grand Dao art. After fully comprehending the return to origin Dao art, Yuan Qianxing could smoothly execute any of the attacks like it was part of his body, and it didn't take much effort at all. And each attack was more than 10 times more powerful than before. Origin energy roiled vigorously, roaring and howling, causing the battle stage's space to vibrate violently, targeting Huang Xiaolong's chest. Just as everyone thought Huang Xiaolong would be sent flying by Yuan Qianxing's punch, Huang Xiaolong raised his right hand and lightly waved, just like how one would wave away some dust. The world seemed to sway with Huang Xiaolong's wave of his hand, and the world-destroying return of Origin Fist Force was redirected. The return of Origin Fist Force hit on the battle stage's barrier instead, and the remnant impact Jared Yuan Wangfeng's, Yao Ji's, Chen Muguang's, and the others' heads, buzzing endlessly. Yuan Wangfeng and the rest retreated in alarm with their eyes wide with astonishment at this sight. Long Xingtian blanked momentarily. Mo Wunyan, too, had a blank expression on his face. The experts of Myriad Origin Race, Enchantress Race, and Golden Buddha Race were dazed. So were all the otherworldly mansion's higher echelons. The otherworldly mansion master Mo Ji's eyes were wide in astonishment like many others. On the scene, only Fei Yanzi managed to keep a calm composure. However, she was just as shocked as anyone that Huang Xiaolong had deflected Yuan Qianxing's attack so effortlessly. On the battle stage, Huang Xiaolong was enjoying the shocked expression on Yuan Qianxing's face. Then, without any warning, he swung out his fist. Yuan Qianxing, who was still in shock, was flustered when he felt the terrifying force coming from Huang Xiaolong's punch, and he raised his fist to counter in a panic. Rumble. The collision of their fists was akin to two giant mountains slamming into each other. The mountain under their feet quaked. Yuan Qianxing's body shook after being struck by a great impact, and he couldn't help staggering back to steady himself but failed several times. He finally managed to stop forcefully at the edge of the stage. As he stood there, he felt the prickling numbness traveling up his right arm. His blood flow was chaotic, and his holy energy almost stagnated. Most of the experts present were already shocked speechless, and there was only dazed expression on their faces. Yuan Qianxing stared at the deep foot imprints on the battle stage floor in disbelief. He had made these deep foot imprints as he had staggered to regain his balance moments ago. These foot imprints were like humiliation and loud slaps on his face. What bullshit return to origin? To me, it's a vulnerable attack. Huang Xiaolong looked at Yuan Qianxing with cold and indifferent eyes, and his tone was the exact imitation of the way Yuan Qianxing had ridiculed Mo Wunyan when he had smashed Mo Wunyan down from the air. Now, Huang Xiaolong retaliated in the same manner. Vulnerable attack. Looking at Huang Xiaolong's indifferent gaze, the contempt within Huang Xiaolong's eyes stimulated Yuan Qianxing's rage, and his killing intent roared in his chest. Roar! Yuan Qianxing's eyes had turned bloodshot. Intense rays of golden light burst out from his body as origin energy surged violently around him. At the same time, a terrifying power emerged within his body, and the moment this power emerged, all present primal ancestor experts felt like endless origin energy had come flooding down from the starry void. At this moment, Yuan Qianxing had awakened the myriad origin race's innate talent's power. If Yuan Qianxing was a docile rabbit a moment ago, then he was definitely a raging ferocious tiger now. The coercion coming off him was several times stronger than before. Every strand of his hair stood on ends because of the energy rushing out from his body, and under the coercive pressure from his body, the energy flow around the five spirits' peak froze. This phenomenon rendered Fei Yin Longpeng, Inzhangua, Fengjiu, and others dumbfounded. Huang Xiaolong, you will die in the most miserable, tragic way. Yuan Qianxing spoke every word through gritted teeth, and it was bone-chilling. When he was still a sixth heaven true saint, he could defeat the average first resurrection primal ancestor. At that time, he was hailed as the alien land's strongest person below the primal ancestor realm. After he had entered seventh heaven true saint, many second resurrection primal ancestors were no longer qualified to be his opponent. But today, right in front of so many otherworldly mansions experts, he was sent staggering back by a fourth heaven true saint human. Humiliation. Absolute humiliation. Yuan Qianxing suddenly screamed, and his fists punched at Huang Xiaolong, carrying intense killing intent. Return to origin. Complete annihilation. Die for me. Boom. Everyone on the Five Spirits Peak felt the world rumbling as Yuan Qianxing's fists swung out as if a mighty force had struck it. They saw two colossal fists that were completely condensed out of origin energy flowing across the air. It gave everyone the illusion that even the unreachable sun in the sky would shatter into pieces if it was hit by Yuan Qianxing's fists. Faces ashened at the fist's destructive force. As he watched the two fists speeding at him, Huang Xiaolong spurred the holy energy within him, and the holy mandate imprint between his brows came to life, emitting resplendent rays of light as he punched out with both fists. Boundless rays of purple light rushed out following Huang Xiaolong's fist force. Rumble, for fists collided. The battle stage that had been repeatedly forged and strengthened for countless 100 millions of years by primal ancestor experts began to crack. Overwhelming destructive force swept violently outwards in the four directions, whereas Yuan Qianxing was sent staggering back again. Moreover, this time Yuan Qianxing nearly fell off the edge, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. What? Yuan Wanfeng, Yao Ji, Chun Maguang, and many others were stupefied. Moji, Long Shangtian, Inzhangua, and all the otherworldly mansion's higher echelons were agape. Yuan Qianxing, who had awakened his innate talent's power, was forced back by Huang Xiaolong just the same. Not to mention, this time, Yuan Qianxing vomited blood, and his blood glistened on the battle stage like gold. On the battle stage and all around was dead silence. Fei Yanzi's gaze was glued to Huang Xiaolong's figure. She had expected Huang Xiaolong's combat power to have exploded upon entering fourth heaven true saint, but it had never occurred to her that Huang Xiaolong would be this strong. So strong. Not long ago, Mo Wunyan, who had broken through to primal ancestor realm, had failed to withstand even one strike from Yuan Qianxing, but now Yuan Qianxing seemed weaker in comparison to Huang Xiaolong. Didn't that mean that Huang Xiaolong? Yuan Qianxing vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood before he managed to suppress his roiling blood flow. He roughly wiped away the blood from the corners of his mouth, and glared at Huang Xiaolong as shock and fury were obvious on his face. You impossible! I am the son of origin. I have the origin Saint Godhead, the number 1 Saint Godhead. How could I possibly lose to you? The more he said, the murderous aura around him grew increasingly chilling. Huang Xiaolong, I won't lose to you. A Saint Godhead flew out from Yuan Qianxing's body. The world quivered when the Saint Godhead appeared. Every ray of light and color in the world seemed to gather on this Saint Godhead. This was the king of Saint Godheads, the origin Saint Godhead. As Yuan Qianxing called out his origin Saint Godhead, everyone present trembled involuntarily. At the same time, everyone's heart couldn't help but give birth to fear, and everyone included the otherworldly mansion master, Moji. That was the regal king that reigned above all other Saint Godheads, the origin Saint Godhead. Between this heaven and earth, although the top 10 ranked Saint Godheads were amazing in Moji, Long Shengtian, Fei Yanzi, and other primal ancestor experts' eyes, they didn't really amount to a lot at their level. Even the second-ranked Godhead did not stir a ripple of apprehension in Moji's heart. But the origin Saint Godhead was the sole exception. Though the top 10 Saint Godheads were rare, there were still a number of them, and Moji had even seen 2 people with myriad creation Saint Godhead. But no matter what, at any one time there would only be one origin Saint Godhead. One and only. On this great land, encompassing the entire holy world and alien lands, there was only one origin Saint Godhead. One origin core gave birth to one origin Saint Godhead, and there was only one son of origin. When everyone was looking at the origin Saint Godhead in shock, Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered with burning desire. The origin Saint Godhead, if he could devour Yuan Qianxing's origin Saint Godhead, then his 3 Saint Godheads could definitely rise to higher ranks. Waves of origin energy roiled off the origin Saint Godhead in the air like a powerful waterfall, enveloping Yuan Qianxing entirely. The bloodstains on the corner of his mouth vanished as vigorous origin energy filled him from head to toe, and his momentum rose to a higher peak. Huang Xiaolong, my origin Saint Godhead, has complete suppression power over all lower-ranked Saint Godheads. I bet that under the suppression of my origin Saint Godhead, your primal dragon Saint Godhead, solitary darkness Saint Godhead, and chaos void Saint Godhead can't employ any powers now, right? Yuan Qianxing sneered harshly. Even if you can spur some powers, your holy energy circulation would be too slow. Let's see how you're going to attack now. Under the origin Saint Godhead's innate suppression, the 2nd-ranked to the 10th-ranked Saint Godheads could perhaps resist, but their powers would definitely be halved. But Saint Godheads outside of the top 10 would be subjected to an even greater suppression, and the primal dragons Saint Godhead, solitary darkness Saint Godhead, and chaos void Saint Godhead happened to rank outside of the top 10. Huang Xiaolong would be lucky if these 3 Saint Godheads could employ even 1/10 of their powers. And for Saint Godheads ranking outside the top 100, they won't be able to move at all under the origin Saint Godhead's absolute suppression. These cultivators could only wait to be killed obediently. This was the horror of the origin Saint Godhead. Looking at the smug smile on Yuan Qianxing's face, Huang Xiaolong interjected indifferently, "Is that so?" With that said, his 3 Saint Godheads spun and flew out from his body one by one. When the first of Huang Xiaolong's Saint Godheads appeared, the world's light eclipsed for a second. Its momentum was no weaker than the origin Saint Godhead. A resounding dragon roar echoed through heaven and earth, and it was ethereal as if it originated from another world. The moment the dragon's roar echoed, every single dragon species reared by the holy ground's branches within the otherworldly mansion territory, all crouched on the floor. Awe-inspiring dragon might swept through the lands. Waves of shock hit the crowd's heart upon seeing this Saint Godhead, and their level of shock was no less than when they had seen Yuan Qianxing's origin Saint Godhead. Xian Huang Supreme Dragon Saint Godhead. Someone in the crowd yelped in astonishment. Actually, there were 2 people who yelled, Yuan Wangfeng and Yao Ji. Xian Huang Supreme Dragon Saint Godhead. The 2nd-ranked Saint Godhead. It was the strongest Saint Godhead after the origin Saint Godhead. Looking at the human-faced dragon-bodied Supreme Dragon and the robust Shenhuang Qi coming from the Shenhuang Supreme Dragon Saint Godhead, Yuan Qianxing couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could it be like this? How could it be the Shenhuang Supreme Dragon Saint Godhead, not the primal dragon Saint Godhead? Clearly, Huang Xiaolong's Saint Godheads were the primal dragon, solitary darkness, and the chaos void Saint Godhead. Yuan Qianxing wasn't the only person shocked when the Shenhuang Supreme Dragon, Saint Godhead flew out from Huang Xiaolong's body. Mo Ji, Long Shangtian, and Yin Zhonghua also had surprised expressions on their faces. In the next second, faces in the crowd changed again as they remembered something. Could it be? Long Shangtian blurted in a quivering voice. At this time, the 2nd Saint Godhead flew out from Huang Xiaolong's body. A nefarious aura immediately spread out in the 4 directions, covering the lands. For an instant, the land seemed to have fallen into a nefarious abyss. Nefarious origin Saint Godhead. Sharp shrieks sounded from the crowd. These shrieks came from none other than Yuan Wangfeng, Yao Ji, and Chun Maguang. Long Shangtian had been holding his breath as he watched on, and upon seeing the 2nd Saint Godhead flying out from Huang Xiaolong's body, he quivered excitedly. Really? It really is. It's real. It really is. Beside him, the otherworldly mansion master Mo Ji's eyes glimmered as his lips moved silently, and his goatee curled like it had a life of its own. Even Fei Yanzi, who was seeing Huang Xiaolong's 3 Saint Godheads for the 2nd time, felt her blood rushing through her veins. Under the double shock, the third Saint Godhead flew out. Chaos Void Saint Godhead, the second, third, and fourth-ranked Saint Godheads. Xianhuang Supreme Dragon, Nefarious Origin, and Chaos Void were the three great Saint Godheads hovering in high air in a triangular formation. Prior to this, every ray of light was gathered around the Origin Saint Godhead, but with the flickering lights from Xianhuang Supreme Dragon, Nefarious Origin, and Chaos Void Saint Godhead, the Origin Saint Godhead's brilliance seemed to have diminished significantly. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Origin Saint Godhead that is the King of Godheads is actually being suppressed. This is truly. Even Moj, Long Shangtian, and the others were dazed by the sight they were witnessing. Never in their wildest imagination had they thought that they would see the Origin Saint Godhead being suppressed. But now, Yuan Qianxing's reaction was the strongest of all. He shook his head vehemently and refused to believe. How come? How come it's like this? His eyes were completely bloodshot as he fixed a deathly stare on Huang Xiaolong. You have three evolvable Saint Godheads? If he still couldn't see that Huang Xiaolong's three Saint Godheads were evolvable Saint Godheads, then he might as well die on the spot. Three evolvable Saint Godheads. Even Yuan Qianxing couldn't stop his tongue from quivering slightly when speaking. All astounded gazes in the competition area were fixed on the three Saint Godheads in high air. That's right. There was no temperature in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he looked at Yuan Qianxing. If I devour your Origin Saint Godhead, my three Saint Godheads would surely become stronger. Yuan Qianxing blanked for a second, and then his expression became twisted. Huang Xiaolong, that is exactly what I wanted to say. If my Origin Saint Godhead devours your three Saint Godheads, then my Origin Saint Godhead would be absolutely invincible in this world. I will be able to kill true saints and destroy primal ancestors, and unifying the alien lands is just around the corner. Similar to how Huang Xiaolong could devour other Saint Godheads to continuously evolve his three Saint Godheads, Yuan Qianxing's Origin Saint Godhead had the same ability. The Origin Saint Godhead's origin energy could turn other energies into origin energy and then absorb it to increase its own strength. All kinds of energy originated from the same source. Then again, it didn't mean that the Origin Saint Godhead could become more powerful the more Saint Godheads it devoured. Only those evolvable Saint Godheads in the top 10 ranks like Huang Xiaolong's three Saint Godheads had any effect. Like Huang Xiaolong's current three Saint Godheads, devouring Saint Godheads below the top 10 ranks no longer had much effect for him. Only Saint Godheads in the top 10 ranks could improve his Saint Godhead's power. As Yuan Qianxing spoke, his forehead emitted blinding rays of light. Holy Mandate Imprint! Feiyan Longpeng exclaimed in apprehension. This was Yuan Qianxing's Holy Mandate Imprint. At this juncture, he no longer concealed his strength. After revealing his Holy Mandate Imprint, there was grand Tao light shining out from his chest. Inextinguishable Tao heart. In an instant, Yuan Qianxing's grand Tao energy bloomed. With that, Yuan Qianxing's momentum reached a new height. Huang Xiaolong, I have the Holy Mandate Imprint, as well as the inextinguishable Tao heart. Yuan Qianxing laughed hysterically. Even if you have three evolvable Saint Godheads, so what? Even true saints have died against my inextinguishable Tao heart. You only have one ending, and that is being transformed into origin energy and devoured. It was no wonder that Yuan Qianxing's arrogance did not crumble. Just like he said, he had the inextinguishable Tao heart. True saint experts' holy souls were said to be immortal and indestructible. But when the opponent possessed the inextinguishable Tao heart, death was the only end for a true saint expert. The way Yuan Qianxing saw it, even though Huang Xiaolong had three top Saint Godheads, he still couldn't escape the fate of being annihilated by his inextinguishable Tao heart. Huang Xiaolong's three Saint Godheads would end up as a super supplement to his Origin Saint Godhead. Long Shangtian, Mo Wunyan, Feiyan Longpeng, and others around the battle stage, especially Fei Yanzi, had worried expressions on their faces. Despite knowing that Huang Xiaolong had three Saint Godheads and possessed amazing combat power, she had not seen all of Huang Xiaolong's trump cards. Senior brother Qianxing will finally use the power of his inextinguishable Tao heart. Huang Xiaolong is nothing but a piece of shit under the inextinguishable Tao heart's power. Yao Ji laughed wantonly. As long as His Highness Yuan Qianxing absorbs Huang Xiaolong's 3 saint godheads, His Highness would be invincible in the truest sense. Yuan Wangfeng's eyes shone with a fanatic, euphoric light. Since I have been serving under His Highness Yuan Qianxing, once he conquers the alien lands and the holy world, would that mean? On the battle stage, Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent facing the complacent Yuan Qianxing. Is that so? With that said, golden lights flew out one by one from his 3 saint godheads. Every golden light was brilliant and brimming with the aura of supremacy. Heaven and earth's most dazzling rays enshrouded each golden light. All around were dazed expressions after seeing the golden lights emerging from Huang Xiaolong's 3 saint godheads. But these expressions were soon replaced by absolute awe. These are high-order saint fates. So many of them? There are 3 high-order saint fates. An otherworldly mansion's vice hall master exclaimed. Greeting him was the surrounding shocked silence. It's not surprising that Huang Xiaolong has 3 saint godheads and 3 high-order saint fates. Yuan Wangfeng reacted and sneered coldly. His Highness Yuan Qianxing's 1 godhead contains 3 high-order saint fates. As expected, Yuan Qianxing also summoned the high-order saint fates within his saint godhead after a brief moment of surprise. Not one more, and not one less. There were exactly 3 high-order saint fates. Yuan Qianxing looked mockingly at Huang Xiaolong, and that expression on his face said it all. Everyone's attention was on Yuan Qianxing's 3 high-order saint fates, including Mo and Long Shangtian. This was the first time they were learning that Yuan Qianxing had actually integrated with 3 high-order saint fates. During the year the saint fates had appeared, there had been a change in the surroundings when Yuan Qianxing had snatched for them. Thus no one had known exactly how many saint fates Yuan Qianxing had integrated with at that time. Now, the answer to this mystery was right before their eyes. When everyone was shocked by Yuan Qianxing's 3 high-order saint fates, a golden light suddenly flew out from one of Huang Xiaolong's saint godheads. What? For high-order saint fates? The crowd was flabbergasted, and their attention shifted from Yuan Qianxing's saint fates to Huang Xiaolong's saint fates. This? Yuan Wangfeng was dumbfounded. While Yuan Qianxing was caught off guard by Huang Xiaolong's 4th high-order saint fates, his face was unsightly despite his disdainful words. Merely 4 high-order saint fates. His 1 saint godhead had 3 saint fates, whereas Huang Xiaolong's 3 saint godheads merely had 4 saint fates. When comparing, it was obvious who was better. But right at this time, another golden light flew out from one of Huang Xiaolong's 3 saint godheads. 5 high-order saint fates. Yuan Wangfeng's eyes turned dazed, and his body quivered slightly. Long Shangtian, Inzhangua, Feitian Longpeng, and the others stared at the 5th high-order saint fate with their mouths agape. Fei Yanzi's delicate hand was pressed against her heart, as she tried to calm herself down. Yuan Qianxing's expression was even more unsightly, and his voice sank as he insisted, merely 5 high-order saint fates. After all, Yuan Qianxing had integrated with 3 high-order saint fates in 1 saint godhead. Whereas, even with his 5 high-order saint fates and 3 saint godheads, Huang Xiaolong was still lacking in comparison to him as it averaged to less than 2 saint fates in 1 saint godhead. But he barely finished his sentence when he saw that another golden light had appeared. He nearly choked, but his eyes never left the newly appeared high-order saint fate. 6 high-order saint fates. The crowd was in an uproar. The shrieks coming from all around the battle stage were filled with shock and disbelief. Yuan Wangfeng, Yao Ji, and Chun Maguang felt their throats go dry, whereas Fei Yanzi's hand on her chest pressed down firmer. Then, another golden light emerged. 7. A vice hall master yelped, but before he could finish what he wanted to say, the 8th golden light emerged from Huang Xiaolong's saint godheads. 8. Then, the 9th golden light joined the lineup. 9th. The vice hall master suddenly started stuttering, mouthing his numbers. This isn't true, right? 9th. This is unprecedented. Eternally one and only, Though it wasn't cold, people were sucking in breaths of cold air, as they were rendered shocked and speechless. Yuan Qianxing, who was being disdainful towards Huang Xiaolong a while ago, was completely frozen, and not a sound came from him anymore. His fingers dug into his palms, as he clenched his fists tightly. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on the 9 high-order Saint Fates. 3 Saint Godheads, 9 Saint Fates. Like him, Huang Xiaolong had integrated 3 Saint Fates within each of his Saint Godheads, just as everyone thought that it was going to end there. Suddenly, another golden light flew out. It appeared in front of everyone quietly, shining brilliantly, and shocking everyone until their eyes almost fell out of their sockets. 10, 10, 10. The same Vice Hall Master started stuttering again. Mo Wunyan's eyes dimmed slightly. MIA? On the other hand, Fei Yanzi pressed on her chest again with a little more force. Huang Xiaolong took note of the crowd's expression as he released the 11th high-order Saint Fate. 11 high-order Saint Fates in a row in high air. The world seemed as if it was losing its brilliance, and Yuan Qianxing's origin Saint Godhead's 3 high-order Saint Fates looked dim and bleak in comparison. The origin Saint Godhead's 3 Saint Fates huddled together, akin to moths seeking warmth from closeness. How come? It's not possible. How could there be 11 high-order Saint Fates? Yuan Qianxing roared hysterically. Huang Xiaolong sneered as his 12th Saint Fate flew out, and the world's light was eclipsed. Everyone stared foolishly at the 12 high-order Saint Fates in an orderly row in high air. Yin Zhonghua was already numbed from the consecutive shocks he had received today that he was speechless. When Huang Xiaolong had revealed his 9 Saint Fates, he had proclaimed Huang Xiaolong as an unprecedented genius, eternally one and only. What should he say now that there were 12 high-order Saint Fates? Suddenly, Yuan Qianxing laughed loudly like he had gone mad. Excellent, excellent. This is simply wonderful. Huang Xiaolong, the stronger your 3 Saint Godheads are, the better it is. With my inextinguishable Tao heart, I will absorb your 3 Saint Godheads, and devour your 12 high-order Saint Fates. Then, I will truly be super invincible. Huang Xiaolong shot Yuan Qianxing a ridiculing gaze. In the next second, the holy mandate imprint between his eyebrow let out the brightest dazzling rays, stupefying the crowd. Rays of inextinguishable light also shone from his chest, coupled with grand Tao energy that flowed around Huang Xiaolong like best-behaved children. Yuan Qianxing's hysterical laughter died as his fantasy of becoming super invincible shattered into smithereens, kicking him back to reality. In an inextinguishable Tao heart, someone in the crowd yelled. Inextinguishable Tao heart. The words reverberated through the 5 spirits peak space. Fei Yanzi's hand on her chest was pinching a handful of flesh, adding another layer of charm to her. There seemed to be an invisible giant hand strangling Yuan Wangfeng's, Yao Ji's, and others' throats. Chen Muguang's eyes protruded from his sockets, as he looked deathly pale. An overwhelming fear spiraled from the bottom of his heart, and it was so sudden and strong that it pushed him into absolute despair in seconds. This is simply... On the main viewing stage, Long Shengtian's mouth was agape, and he was at a loss for words to describe the shock and excitement boiling in his heart. Everyone was just as dumbfounded. When Yuan Qianxing's cultivation was still at the 6th heaven true saint, he had successfully transformed his heart to inextinguishable Tao heart, shocking the alien land's numerous primal ancestors. Yet, Huang Xiaolong, who was merely a 4th heaven true saint, had already formed his inextinguishable Tao heart. Then again, if they knew that Huang Xiaolong had formed his inextinguishable Tao heart before entering true saint realm, they would probably pee in their pants. Seeing that Yuan Qianxing had returned to normal after brief interlude of hysterics, Huang Xiaolong stepped forward, approaching Yuan Qianxing, and his voice rang on the stage. Yuan Qianxing, yes, you have an inextinguishable Tao heart, but in this world, you are not the sole person who has an inextinguishable Tao heart. In other words, below the primal ancestor realm, Yuan Qianxing was not the sole special person who had the inextinguishable Tao heart. Yuan Qianxing's senses returned to reality, and his face was twisted with insanity, as killing intent surged viciously in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong, so what if you also have the inextinguishable Tao heart? Can it be more powerful than mine? There were distinctions between saint godheads and holy souls, and such distinctions also exist between inextinguishable Tao hearts. The higher the rank of an inextinguishable Tao heart, the more powerful the grand Tao energy it condensed. Return to origin. Annihilate heaven. Annihilate earth. Annihilate all things. Yuan Qianxing bellowed. His body rose into the air as his fists murderously punched towards Huang Xiaolong. Origin energy poured down from the void, while the holy mandate imprint on his forehead and the inextinguishable Tao heart in his chest burst out in dazzling rays of light. As Yuan Qianxing's fists struck out, origin energy and grand Tao energy flooded, swirling into a great sea of origin energy of grand Tao energy. Under his fist's force, everything seemed to return to the most primitive form in fragments. The third resurrection primal ancestor Long Shengtian paled at the terror of Yuan Qianxing's attack. Fei Yanzi's face was drained of blood, but Huang Xiaolong was as calm as he ever was. The 3 saint godheads and 12 high-order saint fates' brilliance intensified as Xianhuang Qi, nefarious Qi, and chaos void Qi poured in 3 different waterfalls of energy from the void. The 12 high-order saint fates' brilliant rays shook the world. Everyone's sight was blinded by the intense light from the 12 saint fates. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong's inextinguishable Tao heart and his holy mandate imprint's powers roared to life as his fists punched out. Upon seeing Huang Xiaolong's fist's force, the crowd had an illusion that they would undoubtedly perish. Rumble. As the 2 people's fists collided, world-shaking explosions drummed endlessly. It felt like an eternity had passed when the thunderous explosions finally stopped, and the crowd was immediately agape upon seeing Yuan Qianxing sprawled weakly on the edge of the battle stage, sans his robe and pants. One could only wonder whether Huang Xiaolong was too strong or the quality of Yuan Qianxing's pants was inferior. Anyway, the point was Yuan Qianxing no longer had pants on him. In fact, he was only clad in a piece of dirty-looking underpants that was dazzling red in color. Clearly, he looked like he had been abused miserably that he had lost his pants. Fei Yanzi took a quick gaze over Yuan Qianxing's crotch and spat inwardly, annoyed that Huang Xiaolong had really taken off Yuan Qianxing's pants in public. However, looking at Yuan Qianxing's sorry state, she gloated inwardly. For many years, because of Yuan Qianxing, the myriad origin race's disciples had been bullying the flying heaven race's disciples. Your Highness! Yuan Wangfeng and a group of myriad origin race's experts exclaimed anxiously as they rushed towards the battle stage. But all of them were sent flying by the protective barrier. On the main viewing stage, Long Shengtian was laughing heartily. Yuan Qianxing probably hadn't expected that there would be a day that he'd be so miserable to the point of losing his pants. Fei Yanzi gloated at Yuan Qianxing's state, and Long Shengtian even more so. With Long Shengtian taking the lead, the disciples from Flying Heaven Race, Silver Purity Race, Twin Dragon Race, Purple Spider Race, and even the human race burst into laughter. Yuan Qianxing struggled to his feet on the edge of the battle stage, and the harsh laughter all around drummed into his ears. His eyes were spitting flames of fury, and his killing intent surged violently around him. These insignificant ants dare to laugh at me? When this farce finished, he would squish each of these ants to their deaths. Every single one of them. Long Shengtian, don't be complacent. One day, I will end your life and swallow you. Yuan Qianxing shot Long Shengtian a bone-chilling glare from the battle stage. Long Shengtian's face sank, and he retorted icily, "Do you think you still have that chance?" A light flashed and a metallic purple blade appeared in Yuan Qianxing's hand. This metallic purple blade reflected heart-palpitating gleams under the sunlight as if it was enshrouded by metallic purple blazing flames. Purple metal blade. Many present experts gasped when they recognized which blade had appeared in Yuan Qianxing's hand. The purple metal blade was the myriad origin race's Tao artifact. No one had thought that the myriad origin race would actually give Yuan Qianxing the purple metal blade. Seemingly pleased by the crowd's shock, Yuan Qianxing let out a satisfied chuckle and pointed the tip of his blade at Huang Xiaolong and slashed down. Curtains of metallic purple blade qi turned into indomitable mountains of blade. Huang Xiaolong, die for me! Yuan Qianxing roared savagely. Huang Xiaolong snorted with disdain, and as Yuan Qianxing's purple metal blade slashed down, a bird-headed spear appeared in his hand. The sharp pointed beak of the bird-head was aimed at Yuan Qianxing's crotch, tearing down with one swift motion. Flying Heaven Spear. Yes, it was the Flying Heaven race's Flying Heaven Spear. The Flying Heaven Spear's bird-head's sharp beak pierced through the rows of blade mountains and hooked onto Yuan Qianxing's underpants in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Yuan Qianxing's face froze, and he could no longer bother with anything else. With a flick of his wrist, he used the purple metal blade to block in front of his crotch. Dang! A crisp metallic noise echoed through the air. The purple metal blade barely blocked the bird's sharp beak in time. Purple flaming sparks flew from the friction, and a numbing pain snaked up Yuan Qianxing's arm from the impact as his body was knocked back, crashing down onto the battle stage. His blood surged, and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. But he didn't have the time to be concerned with this. He looked down and sighed in relief, seeing his underpants were still on. Then again, cold sweat dampened his back. Before he could finish letting out a sigh, the Flying Heaven Spear in Huang Xiaolong's hand moved forward again. Yuan Qianxing tried to dodge in panic, but he was still a beat too slow. The bird beak pierced into his chest and came out from his back. Terrifying destructive energy from the spear's bird head rushed into Yuan Qianxing's body, destroying Yuan Qianxing's origin saint physique. Blood spurted from Yuan Qianxing's mouth. But right at this time, several sources of terrifying power descended from the void, passing the five spirits' peaks restrictions, slamming straight onto the battle stage. More accurately, all the attacks were targeted at Huang Xiaolong. The power of this combined attack was enough to kill a dozen, even several hundred ninth heaven true saint experts. Primal ancestors. Moreover, there were several primal ancestors combined full force attack on Huang Xiaolong. On the main viewing stage, the otherworldly mansion master Moj let out a cold harumph. His hands moved in the air, with his palms straight as a blade as he cut to the front. Under the power of his palms, space cracked inch by inch. Almost at the same time, Long Shengtian and Fei Yanzi also attacked. Huang Xiaolong pulled the Flying Heaven Spear out from Yuan Qianxing's chest and thrust skyward without any emotion. In fact, he had long discovered that the myriad origin races, Enchantress races, Golden Buddha races, and another race's old ancestors were hidden in the void close by. When the otherworldly mansion master Moj's, Long Shengtian's, and Fei Yanzi's attacks reached the several uninvited guests, Huang Xiaolong's Flying Heaven Spear also collided with attacks aimed at him. Deafening rumbles shook the air. All other noises in the world disappeared at this moment. The overwhelming destructive force from several primal ancestors' attacks swept outwards. Even a little bit of this degree of power could easily destroy a peak late ninth heaven true saint realm expert with absolute decimation. Not even one's holy soul would be able to escape. Faces of the otherworldly mansion's experts turned gray. Right at this time, as Moj's hands gestured in the air, the blinding lights burst out from the five spirits' peak, straight into the sky, and covered the entire five spirits' peak and everyone present. Everyone within the five spirits' peak felt the space around them twisted for a second. Then all of them were transferred into another space. Destructive power swept through the space they were originally in, and the space crumbled, reduced to dust that scattered away, leaving only a black void. Watching this sight, every otherworldly mansion's experts broke out in a cold sweat. On the battle stage, Huang Xiaolong staggered back from the repelling force, feeling a burst of pain scorching through his hand that was holding the Flying Heaven Spear. However, as Huang Xiaolong's holy energy circulated through his body, his discomfort disappeared. When Huang Xiaolong parried the several old ancestors' attack with the Flying Heaven Spear, on the battle stage, Yuan Qianxing's body was suddenly enshrouded in resplendent light that turned into strands of origin energy, and he disappeared from the battle stage. Huang Xiaolong, I'll pay you back today's humiliation by 1,000,000 times. Yuan Qianxing's voice echoed loudly, filled with malice and brimming with killing intent that sent chills down the spine. Being targeted by an enemy that had the strength comparable to a third resurrection primal ancestor was never something good. However, replying to Yuan Qianxing's threat was a stab to the void from Huang Xiaolong's spear. The flying heaven spear in Huang Xiaolong's hand was infused with his three saint godheads' powers, aiming straight at Yuan Qianxing's chest. A streak of blinding light pierced into the void, and a split second later, Yuan Qianxing's miserable scream reverberated in the air. Anyone could hear that stab just now had certainly given Yuan Qianxing a lot of pain. Yuan Qianxing disappeared completely after that scream. The myriad origin race, enchantress race, golden Buddha race, and another race's old ancestors, who had hidden in the void earlier, did not show up nor utter a sound. All around was heavy silence. Huang Xiaolong did not bother to attempt chasing after Yuan Qianxing. Yuan Qianxing had an inextinguishable Dao heart and many unknown trump cards. At his current strength, Huang Xiaolong knew that he could inflict heavy injuries on Yuan Qianxing but not kill him in a short time. Not to mention that there were the myriad origin race and three other old ancestors protecting Yuan Qianxing. Thus this time, Huang Xiaolong had to let Yuan Qianxing go. Huang Xiaolong retrieved his saint godheads and holy mandate imprint. The curtain had fallen on the otherworldly mansion's young master competition. Below the battle stage, Yuan Wangfeng, Yao Ji, and the rest of the myriad origin races, enchantress races, and golden Buddha races experts' faces were ugly to the extreme. Chun Maguang looked like a dead man. Before the competition had started, no one had expected this result. Yuan Qianxing, with his origin saint godhead, was hailed as the son of origin. But he had lost to Huang Xiaolong, who was merely a fourth heaven true saint. On the battle stage, Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze swept over Yuan Wangfeng, Yao Ji, Chen Maguang, and the others, and they blanked for a second. When Chen Maguang felt Huang Xiaolong's gaze, his knees buckled, and he almost fell on his arse on the ground. Subsequently, before everyone's astonished and fearful gazes, the otherworldly mansion master Mo Ji smiled as he announced the final result. Huang Xiaolong was the otherworldly mansion's young master. With his Shenhuang Supreme Dragon, Nefarious Origin, and Chaos Void Saint Godhead, 12 high-order Saint Fates, Huang Xiaolong's promotion to the position of Mansion Young Master was more than appropriate. No one dared to voice any objection, not even Yuan Wangfeng, who was very vocal against Huang Xiaolong. The otherworldly Mansion Master Mo Ji, Deputy Mansion Master Long Shangtian, and the others all surrounded Huang Xiaolong as they congratulated him. As the competition came to an end, news of the stage battle spread like wildfire through the alien lands. Experts in the numerous domains boiled in excitement, shock, and disbelief as if they were listening to some kind of unbelievable myth. Huang Xiaolong has 3 evolvable Saint Godheads, 12 high-order Saint Fates. Not only that, I've heard he also has the Holy Mandate imprint and inextinguishable Dao heart. It is said that on the battle stage, Yuan Qianxing couldn't withstand one strike from Huang Xiaolong, and even his pants shattered into fragments in the first blow. In the end, Yuan Qianxing fled in a sorry state. If it wasn't for the myriad origin race's old ancestor and several other old ancestors' rescue, Yuan Qianxing probably wouldn't have survived till the end. When Yuan Qianxing escaped, he only had his underpants on him, turning him into a laughing stock through the whole alien lands. Remember how glorious he was before with the Origin Saint Godhead? Hailed as the son of Origin, he was a Mansion Master candidate. But now, he's nothing. Through the alien lands were talks and whispers of the battle between Yuan Qianxing and Huang Xiaolong, shocking various races' experts. Naturally, Yuan Qianxing had become the biggest laughingstock in history. The myriad origin race, enchantress race, and golden Buddha race had ordered the disciples of their own races to spread rumors detrimental to Huang Xiaolong. For example, they were told to say that Huang Xiaolong had made insidious sneak attacks on Yuan Qianxing, or the otherworldly Mansion Master Mo Ji, Deputy Mansion Master Long Shengtian, and others had helped Huang Xiaolong in secret. They even accused Huang Xiaolong of being shameless. But when these rumors appeared, most of the people merely listened to it as a joke. No one believed a word of it. Half a month later, at nightfall, On the top of the Chaos Essence Holy Peak, Huang Xiaolong was pondering. There was news about the escaped Yuan Qianxing from the otherworldly mansion. Yuan Qianxing was seen at the boundary of the World River. Clearly, he was planning to hide in the World River. According to Long Shengtian's analysis, Yuan Qianxing, very likely, was headed to the 8-claw devil eye race. World River, Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. No matter what, leaving Yuan Qianxing alive was going to cause endless troubles. Thus he planned to go to the World River to tie up this loose end, and also look for the dragonfish race's old ancestor to ask about the secret on the creation record's last page. Then again, before he set off to the World River, he needed to raise his strength a little more. Dao fruit, Huang Xiaolong muttered inwardly. Now that he was the official otherworldly mansion's young master, perhaps, he could ask Moji and Long Shengtian about the 3 of Grand Dao and Dao fruit. Since he was the mansion's young master, he had the right to know about certain secrets. After getting the Dao fruit, he could probably advance to 5th heaven true saint. Early the next day, Huang Xiaolong went to see Moji and Long Shengtian, and managed to inquire about the tree of Grand Dao and Dao fruit. Both Moji and Long Shengtian were surprised as neither of them had expected Huang Xiaolong to know that the tree of Grand Dao was at the otherworldly mansion. Yes, the tree of Grand Dao is in the forbidden land of our otherworldly mansion. After exchanging a brief glance, Moji nodded and did not conceal the matter. The thing is, a few years back it was traumatized and it suffered some serious damages which affected the Dao fruits it bears. At the moment, there is no way the Dao fruits can be collected, and even if you consume the Dao fruit, it won't have the ideal effects. They brought Huang Xiaolong into the otherworldly mansion's forbidden land, in front of the towering tree of Grand Dao. As they had said, the tree's trunk was scorched black, and the 6 fist-sized fruits on its branches looked bleak, wrinkly and shrunken, as if their vitality had leaked away. Huang Xiaolong frowned. Why is the situation so bad? In truth, there is a way to heal the tree of Grand Dao, as long as there is the Grand Dao source spring. Moji suddenly said, when I went to the World River, I went because of this. You mean the Grand Dao source spring is at the World River? Huang Xiaolong immediately became spirited. Yes, there is 99% certainty that the Grand Dao source spring is on the Sky-Opening Island. Moji nodded his head with certainty. Sky-Opening Island? Huang Xiaolong repeated with an expression of doubt. This was the first time he was hearing the name Sky-Opening Island. Then again, if Moji had returned without any harvest, then it seemed like the Sky-Opening Island was not simple. As Huang Xiaolong guessed, Moji went on. There is a legend about the Sky-Opening Island that before the Holy World and alien lands came into existence, a piece of Shenhuang stone fell into the World River. Later on, that Shenhuang stone became the Sky-Opening Island. On the Sky-Opening Island, there are many unseen but terrifying layers of restrictions, and even at my strength, I can barely break a few of them. Shenhuang stone, Huang Xiaolong exclaimed. No one could break the restrictions on it? Long Shengtian nodded in agreement. That's right. Even though many of World River's primal ancestors had joined hands, they failed to enter the deepest area of the Sky-Opening Island, and they were only able to around the outer periphery at most. Then again, although it is merely the outer peripheral region, some primal ancestors collected a few Grand Dao treasures. As for the deepest area, there could only be even more amazing Grand Dao treasures. Even more amazing Grand Dao treasures. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up like a 1,000,000-watt light bulb. The Holy World and alien lands have existed for countless billions of years, and the Sky-Opening Island for even longer than that. Hence, all these years, no one has been able to determine what's further inside the Sky-Opening Island. But after searching through many ancient records, and looking around here and there, I can confidently deduce that the Grand Dao source spring is at the deepest area of Sky-Opening Island. Moji went on. There are many, many Grand Dao treasures that are no worse than the tree of Grand Dao. A light flickered across Huang Xiaolong's eyes. After so many years of study, I have come to one conclusion. The restrictions on the Sky-Opening Island not necessarily need to be resolved by pure force. Moji's voice grew serious. To pass through the many restrictions and enter the deepest area, One of the main conditions requires possessing strength equivalent to a primal ancestor. The second condition is super strong talent, while the third and final condition is luck. Huang Xiaolong's head buzzed with excitement. Strength rivaling a primal ancestor? He had it. Super strong talent? He had it. And his luck had always been very good, and it was not an exaggeration to say that his luck was unbelievably good. Huang Xiaolong almost convinced himself that he could pass through the sky-opening island's restrictions with his eyes closed. Noticing Huang Xiaolong's confident expression, Mo shook his head and advised, "Xiaolong, even though you have the strength equivalent to a primal ancestor with super strong talent, and intangible things like luck, being lucky in the past doesn't mean you will always be lucky. The sky-opening island is filled with dangers, and even a primal ancestor can get trapped on the island and never come out. If you really want to go there, I think it is better you wait until you've broken through to 7th Heaven True Saint, as it will be less risky that way." Wait until 7th Heaven True Saint? Huang Xiaolong shook his head. How many years later would that be? He couldn't wait that long. Therefore, he was bound to go to the sky-opening island as soon as he could. Mo and Long Xingtian continued to dissuade Huang Xiaolong, but after seeing that he was determined, they gave up. Inwardly, both of them hoped Huang Xiaolong would be able to find the Grand Dao Source Spring and revive the Tree of Grand Dao. Mo solemnly promised, "If you can get the Grand Dao Source Spring and revive the Tree of Grand Dao, I will give you 3 Grand Dao fruits from the 6 growing on the tree." 3 of 6 Dao fruits was a great reward. After all, the otherworldly mansion had spent countless resources all these years to nurture the Tree of Grand Dao and its Dao fruits, not to mention the amount of effort. "Deal!" Huang Xiaolong agreed crisply. Originally, his aim in joining the otherworldly mansion was to get 2 Dao fruits. Now that he was promised 3, 1 for Zidongping, 1 for himself, and there was 1 extra. Subsequently, Mo explained to Huang Xiaolong in detail the things related to the sky-opening island. As long as it was something that he knew of, he informed Huang Xiaolong about it, from how he himself had passed through the sky-opening island's restrictions, which direction he had gone, where the dangers were, how to avoid them, and what kind of beasts he had seen. The sky-opening beasts on the sky-opening island were stronger than beasts in other places, and many of them had the strength of a primal ancestor realm. Mo spent half a day explaining things to Huang Xiaolong, with Long Shengtian occasionally adding a word or two. They let Huang Xiaolong leave only after the two really could not squeeze out any more information from their brains. The next day, Fei Yanzi came knocking on Huang Xiaolong's bedroom door and asked, "I heard from Mo and Long Shengtian that you're planning to go to the World River?" Huang Xiaolong nodded as he answered yes. "I want to go with you," Fei Yanzi suddenly said. Huang Xiaolong was surprised and asked, "You want to go with me? What is that expression on your face? What, me going with you lowers your status or prestige?" Fei Yanzi snorted coldly as her gaze sharpened, rendering Huang Xiaolong stupefied. "It's fine if you don't want to." Fei Yanzi snorted and turned away, leaving a sentence in the air. "I'll go myself." This clearly looked like sulking. Huang Xiaolong watched Fei Yanzi stride out from his room, and his mouth opened and closed without saying a word. After seeing that Fei Yanzi had walked out of sight, Huang Xiaolong smiled helplessly. In all honesty, it was inconvenient to have Fei Yanzi following him. In a dangerous place like the sky-opening island, safety did not necessarily rely on numbers. Sometimes it was easier to fall into predicament with more people around. This was why Huang Xiaolong did not retain Fei Yanzi in the end. A few days after that, Huang Xiaolong greeted Mo and Long Shengtian, then set off from the otherworldly mansion. He didn't want too many people to know of his departure this time. Therefore, other than Mo and Long Shengtian, only Fei Yanzi knew of it. Not long after Huang Xiaolong left the Chaos Essence Holy Peak, Fei Yanzi also left the peak, and she left in the direction towards the World River. Honestly, the reason she had insisted on going to the sky-opening island wasn't because she was sulking, but she really needed to look for something on the sky-opening island. After leaving the otherworldly mansion, Huang Xiaolong summoned the Zhangqiong Dao Palace out and traveled onward in it. The Zhangqiong Dao Palace was indeed a top-grade flying Dao artifact. In less than 2 months, Huang Xiaolong reached the small area of the junction between the World River and alien lands. Although the relationship between the alien lands forces and world rivers forces was not considered as hostile, border areas such as this place were always lawless and chaotic. Robberies and killings were common daily occurrences. The world river's sea races disciples would sneak into the alien lands territories, killing alien races and human races disciples as sport. Because the Xianxia Dao Palace's appearance was too striking, Huang Xiaolong put away with the Xianxia Dao Palace when he was close to arriving at the border and flew the rest of the way himself. On top of that, Huang Xiaolong also altered his overall physical appearance as he definitely did not want his arrival at the World River to alert Yuan Shenxing before he found him. Huang Xiaolong's original plan was to avoid any conflict with the World River sea races, but unfortunately, he encountered more than a few sea races disciples' attack on his way. To maintain secrecy, Huang Xiaolong annihilated these sea races disciples, but his action not only failed to deter further attacks, but these sea races disciples' attacks intensified and multiplied. As the number of sea races disciples joined in to attack Huang Xiaolong, he finally attracted the attention of these sea races experts, including experts from the sea races royal families. "Oh, a mere human has killed more than 10,000 of my sea races disciples, including a dozen of my 8-claw devil eye races disciples." Murderous aura rippled across Mo Shua's eyes when he heard the report from one of the disciples. "And he's heading towards us?" "It is so, young Master Mo Shua, but that human is quite strong," one of the 8-claw devil eye races disciples added. Mo Shua sneered. "A human from the alien lands is the lowest kind of a being. What kind of expert can a slave in the aliens' lands be? Go gather everyone. We'll kill him at the river mouth." The river mouth was a spot everyone needed to pass through to enter the world river. "Should we call over Eminent Elder Mo Chang and the others?" The 8-claw devil eye race's disciple inquired hesitantly. Eminent Elder Mo Chang was one of the eminent elders who accompanied them this time, and he was a late 9th Heaven True Saint Realm expert. Upon hearing that, Mo Shuo rejected. "He's merely a lowly and weak human, so there is no need to alert Eminent Elder Mo Chang, as it's like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. Go call Grand Elder Mo Wuntai and others. They are more than enough to deal with this human." "Yes, young Master Mo Shua." Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong stopped in midair, looking at the enormous river mouth a short distance away. There was a several thousand miles wide opening, and inside this opening, icy blue waters rose into the air, splashing everywhere. On the other side of the opening was a calm blue sky. This was the boundary between the alien lands and world river, known as the river mouth. The sight before him was a unique one, spectacular, and breathtaking all in one. With violent churning waves on one side and a calm bright sky on the other. This was the grandness of nature's creation. Even Huang Xiaolong couldn't help sighing in admiration. After stopping only briefly, Huang Xiaolong continued flying towards the river mouth. But halfway over, Huang Xiaolong spotted a large group of World River Forces disciples flying out from the icy blue river mouth, embroiled in a murderous aura as they rushed towards him. There were several tens of thousands of disciples in this group at the least. Huang Xiaolong's focus was on the several hundred people at the very front of the large group. So it is the 8-claw devil eye race leading the pack. The corners of Huang Xiaolong's lips curved into a cold sneer. Along the way to the river mouth, he had killed more than a few of the 8-claw devil eye race's disciples. Looking at the momentum of this group, there was no doubt they had specifically waited for him there. He had initially intended to make a trip to the 8-claw devil eye race to dig out Yuan Shenxing after obtaining the Grand Dao Source Spring from the sky-opening island. Well, God laughs when man makes plans. The 8-claw devil eye race had come asking for trouble with him. The 8-claw devil eye race's experts, headed by Mo Shua, flew straight towards Huang Xiaolong. From afar, Mo Shua had seen through and determined that Huang Xiaolong's cultivation realm was merely at early 4th Heaven True Saint realm. Mo Shua completely let go of his worries. He was concerned that this human might be a 9th Heaven True Saint. In that case, it would have been more troublesome to deal with him. After confirming that Huang Xiaolong was merely a 4th Heaven True Saint with his own eyes, Mo Shua felt that his arrangements were superfluous since he had gathered several high-level True Saint experts. Mo Shua stopped a dozen meters away from Huang Xiaolong, looking at him with cold eyes as he spoke. Punk, you should know why I'm coming at you. A human actually dared to kill a dozen of my 8-claw devil I race's disciples, and then you have the guts to show up at the river mouth. Huang Xiaolong was indifferent. Whether it is the 8-claw devil I race, the dragonfish race, or any other world river's royal races that offend me, I will kill them. Mo Shua and other 8-claw devil I races experts were stunned for a second before bursting into laughter. Mo Shua's mocking gaze was too obvious. Punk, from your big tone, I almost took you to be a primal ancestor expert. A fourth heaven true saint sure can brag. You are more brazen than many other peak late ninth heaven true saints. Laughter thundered from the 8-claw devil I races experts. Whoever blocks my path, I will kill them without mercy, Huang Xiaolong stated icily. Scram now and you can still keep your life. Hearing that, Mo Shua's face sank instantly. A low, sinister chuckle escaped his mouth. Kill without mercy? Punk. I'm waiting to see how you're going to kill us without mercy. He then looked over his shoulder and said to an early 7th heaven true Saint Realm 8-claw devil I races expert, go capture him, but don't kill him first as I want to bring him back to the 8-claw devil I race. Yes, young master Mo Shua. The early 7th heaven true saint expert complied respectfully, then strode confidently towards Huang Xiaolong. His face was slightly twisted with an excited smile. Punk, I'll first let you experience our 8-claw devil I race's 8 claws. The 8-claw devil I race had an extremely poisonous martial art. When combined with an 8-claw devil I race's innate toxin in his blood, it would give his victim excruciating pain. It was a common method the 8-claw devil I race's experts used to deal with enemies. The pain was so overbearing that some true saint experts had died. Hence the mention of the 8-claw devil I race's 8 claws would drain the blood from many experts' faces. After he finished saying what he wanted to say, he reached out with his arms with fingers curled into claws, swiping at Huang Xiaolong. In a single stroke, 8 phantom black claws rushed towards Huang Xiaolong, in roiling black mists of poisonous qi. From afar, it resembled 8 great seas of black mist. Huang Xiaolong didn't even spare a second glance at the 8-claw devil I race's expert. A powerful finger force shot out with a light tap of his finger in the air. Huang Xiaolong's finger force penetrated the 8 great seas of black mist, and then went on to pierce a hole through the expert's chest without stopping. The 8-claw devil I race expert was knocked back and bang. He exploded to his death. What? Mo Shua and the 8-claw devil I race's experts were flabbergasted, their faces showing incredulous disbelief. Exploded with one strike. Whilst in shock, Mo Shua suddenly looked at Huang Xiaolong, and observed Huang Xiaolong again with a secret method. Yet Huang Xiaolong's cultivation was still at the early 4th heaven true saint realm. But how could this be? Who are you? Mo Shua demanded gloomily. You don't need to know who I am. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and iciness seeped into his voice. After all, it's useless to know for a group that's going to die. Mo Shua and all 8-claw devil I race's experts were enraged by Huang Xiaolong's words. For a group that's going to die? An 8th heaven true saint expert by Mo Shua's side let out a resounding roar towards the sky. Let's see if a 4th heaven true saint's combat power is really that amazing. Just as he finished, Huang Xiaolong raised his palm and pressed down in the air. In the next second, the 8-claw devil I race's experts saw the space above their heads shattering, turning into nothingness. A simple gesture rendered a piece of heaven shattered. Only primal ancestors have this ability. No! Mo Shua shouted in fear. He and all the 8-claw devil I race's experts desperately tried to fly out of the shattered sky territory, but their efforts were futile. The collapsing sky was akin to a massive space beast that came at them with its mouth open. Mo Shua and the large group of experts were swallowed in the blink of an eye. No one survived. It was as if the tens of thousands of 8-claw devil I race's disciples had never appeared, as they disappeared without a trace. Before long, the collapsed sky recovered, and everything returned to normal. Huang Xiaolong flew towards the river mouth. At the river mouth, He touched the world river's icy blue waters with his palm, feeling the coldness against his skin. Wisps of icy blue mist followed as he withdrew his palm. Then, Huang Xiaolong disappeared into the river mouth in a flicker. Almost immediately, he arrived in an icy blue world, surrounded by icy blue waters. This world river space was more beautiful than he had imagined, and it was pure and clean like utopia. Huang Xiaolong flew forth. At the same time when Huang Xiaolong entered the world river, inside one of the Eight-Claw Devil Eye race headquarters palaces, Yuan Qianxing was discussing something with the Eight-Claw Devil Eye race's old ancestor, patriarch, and young master. The news that I'm here at the Eight-Claw Devil Eye race must have reached Huang Xiaolong by now. Yuan Qianxing's eyes gleam at the mention of Huang Xiaolong. The Eight-Claw Devil Eye race's old ancestor, Mo Jincheng, responded casually, "Brother Qianxing, rest assured. My Eight-Claw Devil Eye race is not a place Huang Xiaolong wants to come and go as he pleases. If he dares to come, he definitely won't see the next day's sun." The Eight-Claw Devil Eye race's patriarch, Mo Rue, smiled confidently. "That's right. When Fongding trespassed into our Eight-Claw Devil Eye race's headquarters, he almost left his life here. By the time he managed to escape, we had cut off one of his arms and made him as miserable as could be. Speaking about that, I wonder if his arm has regrown." Fongding was a fourth resurrection primal ancestor expert from the alien lands. Fongding was once a legend in the alien lands. There was a time when, feeling confident of his strength, Fongding had wanted to ransack the Eight-Claw Devil Eye race's treasury. In the end, not only Fongding had failed to enter their treasury, but he was trapped by the Eight-Claw Devil Eye race. Fongding had managed to escape several days later after paying a hefty price. Hitherto, there was no news of Fongding. Some said that Fongding was traumatized by the experience and had gone into hiding. However, regardless of the rumors, the Eight-Claw Devil Eye race's prestige had risen to a new height ever since then. Hearing that, Yuan Qianxing nodded his head. The power of Eight-Claw Devil Eye race's grand formation is not a secret. If Huang Xiaolong really dares to come, I would have to trouble you all to take action. Old ancestor Mo Jincheng chuckled good-naturedly. "It's just a small matter, and even if you don't ask, we would still take action. When we have Huang Xiaolong trapped, we'll destroy his physical body first, then annihilate his holy soul, and lastly, suppress his inextinguishable Dao heart." At this time, the communication symbol Mo Jun hung at his waist shook. He brought it up, and when he read the content, his expression turned solemn immediately. "What's the matter?" Mo Rue frowned slightly as he asked. "Father, something happened to Mo Shua." Mo Jun quickly passed the communication symbol in his hand to Mo Rue. Mo Rue's face changed for the worse after reading the content. Although Mo Shua was not the most talented amongst his sons, and this son didn't please him, Mo Shua was still his son. "Someone killed my son?" Mo Rue passed the communication symbol to Mo Jincheng and Yuan Qianxing. Mo Jincheng's face sank the moment he read the content. "Have you found out who did it?" Mo Jincheng asked sternly. "Not yet." Mo Jun stood up in a hurry. But Grand Elder Mo Guang and others who were together with Mo Shua were killed too. Not one person survived. For now, we only know they were killed at the river mouth. Mo Jincheng and Mo Rue were clearly shocked. Killed at the river mouth? Then, 90% this person is someone from the alien lands. Yuan Qianxing contemplated, and suddenly blurted out, "Huang Xiaolong." It wasn't strange that Huang Xiaolong was the first person that popped into Yuan Qianxing's mind. There weren't many people that could kill so many Eight-Claw Devil Eye race's experts in such a short time, and that person didn't seem to be a primal ancestor expert. Therefore, the conclusion was it could only be Huang Xiaolong. "Huang Xiaolong," Mo Jincheng and Mo Rue repeated in unison. Although they had been talking confidently that they would be able to suppress Huang Xiaolong if he dared to step into the Eight-Claw Devil Eye City, it would be a lie to say that they weren't worried at all. Even someone like Yuan Qianxing, the son of Origin, was no match against Huang Xiaolong. Then who would dare to look down upon Huang Xiaolong? "It probably isn't Huang Xiaolong?" The Eight-Claw Devil Eye race's young patriarch Mo Jun denied it by reflex. Yuan Qianxing shook his head and said, Although this is only my guess, it isn't impossible. Someone capable of killing so many of 8-Claw Devil Eye race's true saint experts, that person at least has the strength of a peak late 9th heaven true saint and above. However, such an expert would not offend the 8-Claw Devil Eye race in this manner. Thus, it is very likely to be Wang Xiaolong. Mo Jincheng's eyes exuded coldness. I don't care whether it's Huang Xiaolong or not, but someone who dares to kill my grandson and so many experts of my 8-Claw Devil Eye race, I, Mo Jincheng, will kill him. He will die miserably. Pass my order to use all our resources to find the murderer. After entering the World River, Huang Xiaolong rarely stopped to rest. He almost sprinted all the way to his destination. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong came across more than a few human race groups battling alien race's disciples. Even though the World River and alien lands couldn't be considered as harmonious, there were rich mineral resources and jade stones within the World River area, as well as spiritual pearls and various rare spiritual herbs. Hence, many human and alien races experts ventured to the World River to collect these resources for trading. These human and alien races experts were surprised to see Huang Xiaolong traveling alone, and many of them kindly invited Huang Xiaolong to join their teams for safety. Huang Xiaolong refused with a smile. When Huang Xiaolong was passing by the World River's Bright Thunder Basin, he encountered another caravan team that invited him to join them. This caravan team was led by the Rising Clouds Commerce's second Miss Yunfanger. Huang Xiaolong had heard that the Rising Clouds Commerce was one of the big trading houses in the alien lands. Despite not having any primal ancestor realm experts within the organization, they had a huge number of true saint experts. The Rising Clouds Commerce had as many branches across the alien lands as mushrooms after the rain. Hence, they had astonishing wealth. But Huang Xiaolong declined Yunfanger's invitation just the same. Though there were conveniences in traveling with a caravan, there were also many inconveniences from Huang Xiaolong's opinion. First of all, a caravan's speed was too slow, and Huang Xiaolong was in a hurry to reach the sky-opening island. After seeing that Huang Xiaolong had declined Yunfanger's invitation before turning and flying away without any delay, a crimson-haired young man in Yunfanger's team harumphed coldly, "Really ignorant. Second miss, if it's up to me, you don't need to pity this kind of human." Yunfanger shook her head. "Don't look down on him because he's alone. Since he dares to traverse alone in the World River, there must be a reason for it. For us, extending a hand whenever possible means forging a connection that might be useful in the future. Second miss is right, if I am not mistaken. That young man is not as simple as he looks on the surface. He's an early 4th heaven true saint." An old man by Yunfanger's side commented. Early 4th heaven true saint. Many of the Rising Clouds Commerce's experts were astonished hearing the old man's words. An early 4th heaven true saint expert was worthy of the Commerce's goodwill. After all, there were not many high-level true saint experts. But the crimson-haired young man snorted. Merely an early 4th heaven true saint. 4th heaven true saint human race experts defeated by me are too many to count. The human race has a weak bloodline and less than average combat power. The crimson-haired young man was one of the alien land's big family's disciples, an honorary elder recruited by the Rising Clouds Commerce. He was a late 3rd heaven true saint realm expert. His strength was higher than average, and he had records of defeating several early 4th heaven true saint human experts. This was why he was disdainful towards these so-called human race experts. Huang Xiaolong wasn't aware that he had become a topic of discussion amongst the Rising Clouds Commerce's caravan team. He continued speeding ahead for an hour, and after seeing that it was getting dark, he stopped on the small island up ahead. After surveying his surroundings, he decided to rest there for the night. He headed to the empty space on the island's center and built a bonfire. Huang Xiaolong took out a holy pill and popped it into his mouth. Feeling the weak energy dispersed by the holy pill internally, he shook his head wryly. Ever since his 3 saint godheads had evolved into the top 10 ranks, and his cultivation had advanced to the 4th heaven true saint, the effect of a holy pill on him was negligible. He didn't even need to refine the holy pill, as his 3 saint godheads would absorb the holy pill's energy themselves. Staring at the bonfire, Huang Xiaolong remembered the days he had spent camping in the wild with the little cow in the lower worlds. Thinking of the little cow, a chuckle escaped his lips as he wondered how the little cow was doing now. While Huang Xiaolong was reminiscing of the days in the lower worlds with the little cow, a group of people was flying in his direction from afar. What Huang Xiaolong didn't expect was, they were the Rising Clouds Commerce's caravan team. The Rising Clouds Commerce's team was attracted by the bonfire's light, and they had not expected to see Huang Xiaolong when they got close enough. All of them were surprised, and there was a hint of joy on Yunfanger's face as she increased her speed. "It's you, young Master Long." From afar, Yunfanger had already greeted, and the joy in her voice was obvious. Huang Xiaolong smiled slightly as he nodded at Yunfanger in greeting. It was fate, It had not been long since Huang Xiaolong had bid farewell to them, although it was not really surprising that they met again, and there were many directions and islands one could have gone to in the vast world river. Hence, meeting again was considered as fateful. The crimson-haired young man, Chen Junhong, turned gloomy after seeing the joy on Yunfanger's face upon spotting Huang Xiaolong. One of the motivations that he, a disciple of one of the alien land's big families, in joining the Rising Clouds Commerce as an honorary elder was because the treatment and benefits were quite attractive, and secondly, it was because of Yunfanger. Almost everyone at the Rising Clouds Commerce was aware of his intention towards Yunfanger. "Young Master Long, I thought you'd be a long way ahead of us." When she got close, Yunfanger jested with a sweet smile on her face. Yunfanger belonged to the sweet and lovely types of girls. When she smiled, it was like rays of sunshine that shone warmth into the other person's heart, like a sunny spring day. Huang Xiaolong smiled as he responded, "It was getting dark and the frigid qi was heavy, so I plan to rest here for the night and continue onwards tomorrow." Huang Xiaolong did not introduce himself to the team other than having them call him Young Master Long. Then again, the darkness and frigid qi were merely Huang Xiaolong's excuses. Even if the world river's frigid qi was 100 million times stronger than now, it won't make much of a difference to him. Chen Junhong, who arrived right after Yunfanger, mocked when he heard Huang Xiaolong's response. "An early fourth heaven true saint is afraid of this level of frigid qi? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at for saying it out loud?" The rest of the Rising Clouds Commerce team felt Chen Junhong was being rude, but no one chided him. After all, Chen Junhong's status was quite high. On the other hand, Yunfanger's sweet smiling face darkened in an instant. She chided, "Chen Junhong, that's enough. Stop showing off your identity. You really think you're all that amazing?" Chen Junhong's expression turned ugly. He hadn't expected Yunfanger to chide him in front of so many people because of a human boy. Anger boiled in his heart, but he was smart enough not to let his temper fly. He shot Huang Xiaolong a vicious glare. Yunfanger ordered the Rising Clouds Commerce team to prepare camp as they would rest on the island for the night, then apologized to Huang Xiaolong on Chen Junhong's behalf. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand nonchalantly, ending the matter with a smile. She subsequently took a seat by the bonfire and chatted with Huang Xiaolong from topics pertaining to things on land to the creatures in the sky. Huang Xiaolong discovered Yunfanger was no ordinary chatterbox. She went off like a non-stop twittering canary the moment she sat down. But luckily, she had a nice voice that wouldn't annoy others. Chen Junhong watched everything gloomily from a short distance away as he saw Huang Xiaolong and Yunfanger talk and laugh harmoniously. The sounds of their laughter sounded so harsh in his ears. He had joined the Rising Clouds Commerce for some time now, and never had Yunfanger treated him like that, yet she was so warm and friendly towards a human who they had only seen twice. He swore that once he returned, he would find out which human force Huang Xiaolong belonged to, and then, humph! Huang Xiaolong and Yunfanger were happily talking as the Rising Clouds Commerce's team dismantled for the night, when suddenly a harsh voice sounded. "Second Miss Yun is really aromantic, to be flirting with a human race disciple on this deserted island." The Rising Clouds Commerce team stiffened. After hearing the person say that Yunfanger was flirting with a human race disciple, Chen Junhong jumped to his feet in fury and snapped, "Who the fuck are you? Roll out here." The sharp sword in his hand slashed down where the voice came from, but the sword slash fell on empty space. Above the dark sea surface, a group of river race's disciples, clad in weird attires, appeared within sight. River race's disciples were different from the sea race's and human race's disciples. River race's disciples' attires were made from materials gathered from the world river, and they were unusually bright. After seeing the faces of this group of river race's disciples, Yunfanger, Qin Junhong, and the rest of the Rising Clouds Commerce's team ashened. Thunder Serpent Race. Although the Thunder Serpent race was not one of the river race's royal families, it was the strongest race among the river race's non-royal families. The difference between the two was merely the presence of a primal ancestor realm expert in their respective races. After seeing that it was the Thunder Serpent race, all members of the Rising Clouds Commerce closed in, forming a protective circle around Yunfanger. They were tensed and full of vigilance as if they were facing a great enemy. Watching these people's reaction, the group of Thunder Serpent race's experts chuckled as the leader led the several thousand of them, descending on the island and approaching the Rising Clouds Commerce group. A dozen feet from Yunfanger, Lei Long smiled at Yunfanger. Second Miss Yunfanger is exactly like the rumors, innocent and lovely. I, Lei Long of the Thunder Serpent race, pay my respects to Miss Yunfanger. His lips spoke of respect, yet his eyes were unscrupulously roving all over Yunfanger. The old man by Yunfanger's side was alarmed and immediately said to Yunfanger, "Second Miss, he is the Thunder Serpent race's patriarch's third son." The Thunder Serpent race's patriarch's third son. Everyone on the Rising Clouds Commerce team was horrified. Yunfanger was still able to maintain her composure. She stepped out from the protective circle, looking at Lei Long. "May I ask the purpose of young Master Lei Long in approaching us?" Judging from the Thunder Serpent race's lineup, it was clear to anyone that they hadn't come without purpose, and there was even less of a chance they were merely passing by coincidentally. Lei Long chuckled. "Miss Yunfanger, your Rising Clouds Commerce is passing through my Thunder Serpent race's territory, and it seems like you have forgotten one thing, that you haven't paid the toll." Yunfanger's willow brows wrinkled as she responded. "The Rising Clouds Commerce has always paid the toll in full, and the Witch Horn Race Patriarch has already taken our toll fees." The Witch Horn Race was a river race's royal family force. Although this area was under the Thunder Serpent race, it was also under the Witch Horn Race's governance. Therefore, the Rising Clouds Commerce had always paid the toll fees to the Witch Horn Race. Only after paying sufficient toll fees could these caravans travel onwards smoothly. But Lei Long laughed hearing that. "You paid your toll fees to the Witch Horn Race, but you didn't pay any toll fees to our Thunder Serpent race. From now on, how much toll fees you pay to the Witch Horn Race, the Rising Clouds Commerce will pay the same to our Thunder Serpent race." "How come?" The Rising Clouds Commerce's team ashened. "What a joke!" Chun Juinhong's temper blew up. "What right do you have to demand the Rising Clouds Commerce to pay your Thunder Serpent race any toll fees?" But just as his sentence ended, a flash of lightning streaked across the air, and in the next second, Qin Junhong let out a miserable scream. He made a long arch in high air and smashed into the ground in the far distance. His entire body was burnt black, laden with injuries. The attacker was the expert beside Lei Long. "Elder Junhong!" The Rising Clouds Commerce's experts exclaimed in fright. Chun Junhong struggled to get back up on his feet, and there was fear in his eyes as he stared at the expert standing beside Lei Long. A sixth heaven, maybe even seventh heaven true saint expert? "Brat, if you dare to let out another fart of a sound, I'll have your physical body turned to dust, and then refine your holy soul into a een thunder bead," Lei Long sneered. Chun Juinhong's face stiffened, as expected, and he dared not open his mouth again. Lei Long's attention returned to Yunfanger. "Second Miss Yunfanger, my advice is that you better pay up the toll, or don't blame the Thunder Serpent race for not showing the hospitality of a host." It was literally a naked threat. Yunfanger's face dimmed as she struggled internally when Lei Long's voice sounded again. "Remember, not a jade stone less," Lei Long emphasized. "If there is one jade stone less, then I'll kill one person from your group. One jade stone less. Kill one person." Everyone in the Rising Clouds Commerce team was enraged. Yunfanger fell into a dilemma to give or not give. Although she still had jade stones on her, These jade stones were meant to purchase a batch of World River's ice blue ores, and that was the main reason the caravan had ventured into the World River this time around. If she gave half of these jade stones to the Thunder Serpent race, she wouldn't be able to purchase a sufficient amount of ice blue ores. How was she going to explain her failure to the commerce's client? This batch of ice blue ores was ordered by one of the Rising Cloud's commerce big clients, and even the commerce house did not dare to offend the client easily. If she didn't give the Thunder Serpent race what they wanted, she is certain Lei Long wasn't bluffing. Fine, I'll give you. After pondering back and forth, Yun Fanger finally yielded, albeit very reluctantly. Even though the insufficient jade stones would result in less ice blue ores, she could think of another way on the way there. Lei Long flashed a brilliant smile at her, showing impeccable pearly white teeth as he said, "Second Miss Yun is really a hero amongst women, knowing when to advance and when to retreat." He stopped and looked at the sky. It's already dark and the night's frigid chi is getting heavier. Why doesn't Second Miss Yun rest at my abode and leave tomorrow? The Rising Clouds Commerce's team were truly furious right now. This Lei Long was simply riding on their heads. Our miss has already agreed to pay another sum of toll fees to them, yet Lei Long still wants her to head to his place? Isn't this detainment in disguise? Even the docile Yun Fanger glared at Lei Long angrily. "You!" Lei Long laughed heartily at the angry faces before him. "Second Miss Yun, I don't have any ill intentions. Rest assured. I have always treated the fairer gender with gentleness at my place, and you will definitely receive the highest treatment." But Lei Long deliberately stressed highest treatment. And clearly, there was an underlying meaning to his words. "I'll accept the thought of your kindness." Yun Fanger suppressed her anger as she went on. "There is no need to go to your residence." Lei Long smiled lecherously. "I'm afraid Second Miss Yun does not have a choice in this matter. I don't like people defying me, so you will be going whether you are willing or not." He signaled the expert who had attacked Chen Junhong earlier to act with his eyes. The expert complied and strode towards Yun Fanger. The Rising Clouds Commerce's team was flustered as this person had injured Chen Junhong with a wave of his hand. That meant he was at least a Fifth Heaven True Saint expert. The old man beside Yun Fanger shielded her with a solemn expression, staring unblinkingly at the Thunder Serpent race's expert who was approaching. His cultivation was at the early Sixth Heaven True Saint realm, thus he had a clearer recognition of the Thunder Serpent race's expert's scary strength. At the very least, the expert was a late Sixth Heaven True Saint, possibly Seventh Heaven True Saint. "Old man, you're not enough to be my opponent, so you'd better scram far away instead of blocking my way." The Thunder Serpent race's expert sneered coldly. "Or I don't mind destroying your physical body, as well as everyone here, and refine them into thunder beads." The old man retorted coldly. "Enough with your nonsense. Even if all of us die here, we won't let you touch a hair on our miss. If that's how you want it, I'll fulfill all of your wishes." The Thunder Serpent race's expert scoffed. Just as the old man by Yun Fanger's side was about to seize the initiative and attack first, a hand appeared in his sight and stopped his action. Everyone watching was bewildered. The owner of the arm was none other than Huang Xiaolong, who had not spoken a word so far. Huang Xiaolong's indifferent gaze fell on the Thunder Serpent race's expert as he spoke. "You guys can roll out of here now." His words stunned everyone present. A beat later, Lei Long laughed loudly. "Punk! What did you say? Roll out of here. Correct?" Huang Xiaolong confirmed with a deadpan face. "Within 10 seconds, roll out of my sight, otherwise, even your father can't save you." Lei Long laughed even harder at Huang Xiaolong's words. So did the several thousand experts of Thunder Serpent race. When he finally stopped laughing, Lei Long's chilling gaze was locked onto Huang Xiaolong. "Punk, you're an honorary elder of the Rising Clouds Commerce. Because of what you've said just now, I've decided everyone under True Saint realm except for Yun Fanger will be killed. Whereas for those True Saint experts, their physical bodies will be destroyed. On top of that, because of you, your second Miss Yun will receive an even higher treatment." Everyone in the Rising Clouds Commerce team turned deathly pale instantly. Chen Junhong directly pointed at Huang Xiaolong and hollered, You motherfucker. Shut your goddamn mouth. Who wants you to step up and be a hero here? All of us are going to die because of you. Before he could utter another word, he was sent flying with a finger flick from Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong didn't even look at Chen Junhong, but Chen Junhong was sent flying out of the island area, smashing into the World River with a loud splash. The rest of them were about to lash out on Huang Xiaolong, but after watching Chen Junhong's ending, their anger extinguished, and it was replaced by astonishment. Even Yun Fanger and the old man beside her blanked. Lei Long and other Thunder Serpent races experts hadn't expected to see a live play of Internal Rift all of a sudden. It was clear that none of them had expected the late Third Heaven True Saint Chen Junhong to be so vulnerable before Huang Xiaolong. Punk, your strength is not bad. No wonder you have the guts to stand up against us. Lei Long mocked. Still, if you want to be the hero that saves the maiden, your strength is more than a little low. Huang Xiaolong stated coldly. 10 seconds are up. Lei Long and the rest did not understand what Huang Xiaolong meant as Huang Xiaolong made a grabbing gesture with his palm. All the Thunder Serpent race's experts felt the space around them constricted as a horrifying power pressed against them from every direction. Before they could make a sound, one by one they exploded. Before the Rising Clouds Commerce Group's shock-widened eyes, the Thunder Serpent race's several thousand experts burst into mists of blood, including the Thunder Serpent race's expert who had sent Chen Junhong flying with a wave of his hand. For a while, rapid blasts thundered in the Rising Clouds Commerce team's ears. Lei Long watched several thousand of his race's experts, from far till near, explode into mists of blood in the air, inching closer to him like the Grim Reaper, and there was finally fear in his eyes. Just as he opened his mouth, wanting to speak, something sounded inside of his body, and then he lost consciousness forever. After seeing that all the Thunder Serpent race experts, including Lei Long, were reduced to blood mists, an icy coldness crept up the Rising Clouds Commerce team's hearts, and Chen Junhong, who had just climbed out from the World River, felt his limbs soften and fell back into the river. A long time passed before Yunfanger reacted. She looked at Huang Xiaolong dazedly, and finally managed to muster, "Young Master Long, you guys leave here quickly," Huang Xiaolong said, shaking his head, not willing to explain further. The Thunder Serpent race definitely would pursue the matter of Lei Long's death. Half an hour later, Yunfanger's group finally left the island. After some thought, Huang Xiaolong sent two peak late Ninth Heaven True Saint Realm undead spirits to ensure their safety. The crux of the matter was, Lei Long was killed by him. After Yunfanger's group left, Huang Xiaolong remained on the island, waiting for the Thunder Serpent race's experts, but after waiting for an entire night, he didn't see a shadow of the Thunder Serpent race's experts. Thus, early the next morning, Huang Xiaolong continued on his way. Roughly 2 months later, Huang Xiaolong finally reached the sky-opening island. As he looked at the island that seemingly had no end, Huang Xiaolong really could not believe that this island was actually a stone that had fallen from space. Natural Xianhuang stone? Huang Xiaolong muttered under his breath, and his eyes sparkled. Since the sky-opening island is actually a Xianhuang stone, if I can refine it, it would surely be a supreme Dao artifact, a super-duper Dao artifact. In fact, Huang Xiaolong was not the first person who gave birth to this thought. Even the otherworldly mansion master Emoji had toyed with this idea once upon a time. So did many alien races' primal ancestor experts, thinking of turning this precious and rare Xianhuang stone into their own weapon, turning it into a supreme Dao artifact. This was a big piece of natural Xianhuang stone, so who wouldn't be tempted? A small piece of Xianhuang stone was taken as peerless treasure. Then what's more when it came to a piece of Xianhuang stone as big as this? In the end, this idea had remained a fantasy for MOG and other primal ancestor experts, as no one could completely break the sky-opening island's restrictions. Huang Xiaolong merely stopped for a brief moment to look at the grand sky-opening island, then sped inwards, through the roiling sea of fog, entering the sky-opening island. Not long after Huang Xiaolong flew into the sky-opening island, several figures stood where Huang Xiaolong was a while ago, and the leader was none other than Yuan Chenxing. Other than Yuan Chenxing, there was also the Eight-Claw Devil Eye race's old ancestor Mo Jincheng, and beside him were 4 old men. Each of these old men exuded vigor, and 2 amongst them seemed to be much stronger than Mo Jincheng. One old man was clad in a gray Taoist robe, and his bearing had some similarities with Yuan Qianxing. He was the myriad origin race's old ancestor, Yuan Wanfei. The other person's attire was slightly more risque, which pointed to his race, the enchantress race's Yao Qingxing. The third old man was the Golden Buddha race's old ancestor Chan Yuli, who was once knocked back by Huang Xiaolong. The last old man was fully clad in a black robe, entirely enshrouded within a layer of black fog that was mysterious and chilling. Sometimes his eyes glowed red, and other times there were glimmers of green flitting across his eyes. Within this group of people, this black-robed old man's aura was the strongest, and even the myriad origin old ancestor Yuan Wanfei seemed weak next to this old man. 6 people. 5 great primal ancestors, adding Yuan Qianxing, who had combat power exceeding any first resurrection primal ancestor, to the equation. Such a strong lineup could conquer any land and destroy the world. Naturally, it wasn't a coincidence that these 6 people had appeared here at the same time. Yuan Qianxing had already suspected that it might be Huang Xiaolong after the massacre of 8-clawed devil race's experts at the World River's river mouth, which had prompted Mo Jincheng to use every available resource to investigate the matter. And the Thunder Serpent race's several thousand experts being killed had caught Yuan Qianxing and Mo Jincheng's attention. In Yuan Qianxing and Mo Jincheng's opinions, they were 100% certain that this young Master Long Yunfanger had mentioned was none other than Huang Xiaolong. After confirming it was very likely to be Huang Xiaolong, Yuan Qianxing, and the 8-claw devil race had immediately locked onto young Master Long's trails and arrived there. Yuan Qianxing looked in the direction Huang Xiaolong had entered the sky-opening island, and a cold sneer rose on the corners of his mouth. Young Master Long? Huang Xiaolong, do you think by self-titling yourself as young Master Long and altering your appearance, you could hide from us? Had you passed by quietly, we might not have been able to determine it was you. But too bad, you made a move and exposed yourself. What's the plan? Mo Jincheng asked in a serious tone. This Huang Xiaolong came to the sky-opening island, so his aim is probably the treasures in the center area? The myriad origin old ancestor Yuan Wanfei spoke in a mocking tone. In so many years, which primal ancestor hasn't coveted the treasure in the deepest part of sky-opening island? But has anyone been successful? He is a mere early 4th heaven true saint and he wants to go in. He is simply dreaming in broad daylight. Huang Xiaolong has exceptional talent, possessing amazing combat power despite his 4th heaven true saint realm cultivation. Who knows? Maybe he really can reach the sky-opening island's center. The enchantress race's old ancestor Yao Chengxin disagreed, shaking his head and added, no one could comprehend the Tao Gate's 10,000 grand Tao laws, but didn't he succeed? Then, the 6 of us act now, besiege and kill him. The Golden Buddha old ancestor Chan Yuli was a little anxious. No matter how much of a freak Huang Xiaolong is and as strong as his combat strength is, the 6 of us can definitely obliterate him. The mysterious black-robed old man waved his hand. There is no hurry. Since he wants to reach the deepest part of the island, he must pass by the dire region. We'll make our move there. I know there is a particular restriction within the dire region that is powerful enough to destroy a primal ancestor's Tao physique. The black-robed old man let out a chilling, sinister chuckle. Powerful enough to destroy a primal ancestor's Tao physique. The rest were surprised hearing that, and then delight rose to their faces. Excellent! Yuan Qianxing was beaming. As long as we destroy Huang Xiaolong's saint physique, we can imprison his holy soul and inextinguishable Tao heart. We'll split and divide every part of him. For an existence like Huang Xiaolong, every part of him was comparable to a Tao treasure, hence to primal ancestors. These parts of Huang Xiaolong could be used for various purposes. Subsequently, the 6 people began to discuss how to divide the spoils after destroying Huang Xiaolong's physical body. When an agreement was reached, the 6 of them entered the sky-opening island. After we deal with Huang Xiaolong, let's go take a look at the inner region of the island, Yuan Qianxing suggested. With your Highness Origin Saint Godhead's abilities, we just might be able to explore further inside. Chan Yuli smiled. And obtain the Tao treasure within. Yao Chengxin chimed in with a chuckle. If your highness obtains the Tao treasure within, your highness cultivation might just shoot up to the 9th heaven true saint realm. No, I think even directly advancing to primal ancestor realm is possible, Mo Jincheng confidently said. Only the black-robed old man was silent, with indifference in his eyes, making his thoughts unpredictable. Huang Xiaolong did not dare to proceed carelessly after entering the sky-opening island, and his 3 holy souls' divine sense spread out as he flew onward with caution. According to the otherworldly mansion master Moji's explanation, even in the outer peripheral region of sky-opening island, there were dangers that could injure a primal ancestor. Under the coverage of Huang Xiaolong's 3 holy souls' divine senses, every restriction in the outer peripheral area was clearly displayed in Huang Xiaolong's mind, allowing him to avoid them smoothly. After Huang Xiaolong's 3 saint godheads had evolved into Xianhuang Dragon Supreme, Nefarious Origin, and Chaos Void Saint Godhead, his 3 holy souls' powers had risen to a shocking degree as well. Huang Xiaolong passed through the layers of restrictions unhindered that others deemed dangerous. Moji had said that to enter the deepest area of sky-opening island, he needed to possess the strength of a primal ancestor, super excellent talent, and good luck. It seemed like this was the advantage brought by Huang Xiaolong's excellent talent. Under his 3 holy souls' divine senses, Huang Xiaolong safely avoided the restrictions and the sky-opening beasts. It seemed like Huang Xiaolong was merely taking a stroll in his own backyard. However, from the 4th day onwards, Huang Xiaolong's speed had reduced significantly because on the 4th day, there were restrictions that were undetectable by his 3 holy souls except for a vague feeling. This finding genuinely shocked Huang Xiaolong. The restrictions on this sky-opening island were really amazing because his 3 holy souls together could suppress Yuan Qianxing's origin Saint Godhead. Yet they were unable to detect these restrictions. Then again, Huang Xiaolong was aware this was due to his low cultivation realm. His low cultivation realm more or less affected his 3 Saint Godheads' powers. Though he could only sense these restrictions vaguely, relying on his own strength and Moji's reminders, he managed to pass through them unscathed. 10 days later, the dire region is right in front of me. Huang Xiaolong stopped in the air above a swamp area, frowning as he looked forward. The dire region, the most dangerous place on the sky-opening island. This was the place Moji had repeatedly reminded Huang Xiaolong to be very careful of. When even someone like Moji had cautioned him to be careful, one could imagine how dangerous this extreme region was. The dire region, like its name indicated, was all experts' dire land. At the mention of this dire region, the primal ancestors outside would pale noticeably, and even someone as strong as Moji did not dare to claim he could safely cross the dire region every time. Many primal ancestor experts stopped here because of this dire region, unable to explore further because the risks were just too high. One needed to cross this dire region in order to enter deeper into the sky-opening island, and there were no shortcuts or detours around it. Huang Xiaolong inhaled deeply, and finally flew towards the dire region. To hunt a tiger, you must enter the tiger's lair. Hence, he needed to brave across this dire region, and he had always been confident of his luck. Not long after Huang Xiaolong started flying into the dire region, space rippled as Yuan Qianxing's group of 6 appeared on the spot where Huang Xiaolong had stopped earlier. Huang Xiaolong has entered the dire region. Yuan Qianxing's eyes narrowed with joy despite the cold gleam that flickered across them. Killing intent leaked from his body for a moment. Not for a day had he forgotten about the shame he was subjected to on the battle stage, as he was forced to flee by Huang Xiaolong in his underpants, and it was still fresh in his mind. His reputation had plummeted, and he was reduced to a laughingstock of the whole alien lands, a topic others entertained themselves with at the dinner table. "We'll make our move at the said location," the black-robed old man stressed. "Before that, please converge your auras in case Huang Xiaolong discovers us and makes a run for it." "Rest assured, Elder Ming." Everyone nodded, including Yuan Qianxing and the myriad origin race's old ancestor Yuan Wanfei. It was obvious that this Elder Ming was the one who made the decisions. Silently, the 6 continued to trail behind Huang Xiaolong, taking the path Huang Xiaolong had taken into the dire region. Before long, Huang Xiaolong entered the dire region space. The moment he crossed the line into the dire region, his surroundings dimmed. This dimming was not merely in terms of light, but it felt as if some kind of grayish gaseous element dominated the surrounding space. This gray gas impeded his holy soul's senses. Up until he entered the dire region, his 3 holy souls could sense as far as 100,000 miles radius, but now not even 1,000 miles. If Huang Xiaolong's 3 holy souls were suppressed to this extent, then one could imagine to what degree other experts' strength would get suppressed down to. Wang! Suddenly, just as Huang Xiaolong flew forward cautiously, a rather inconspicuous black dust floated to his side, and it started vibrating. In the next second, dumbfounding rays of black light appeared around him. There was shock on Huang Xiaolong's face upon sensing the energy these black rays contained. These black rays of light were more powerful than many primal ancestor experts' attacks. Huang Xiaolong circulated his holy energy and flickering holy light enshrouded him entirely in an instant, and in a flicker he dodged the black light. A ray of black light slashed through Huang Xiaolong's right arm, cutting a ghastly wound in an instant. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback. When his 3 saint godheads had evolved, so had his saint physique, and his physical body was stronger than the average first resurrection primal ancestors, yet it failed to withstand the black light's power. After this, Huang Xiaolong did not dare to be careless anymore, taking out the flying heaven spear and waving it continuously around him. Half an hour later, the black light that had appeared suddenly disappeared. Huang Xiaolong exhaled in relief, but before he finished letting out the breath, from the void beside him, a black tentacle shot out. The black tentacle was perfectly blended with the surrounding, making it hard to notice it until it was too late. By the time Huang Xiaolong noticed it, the black tentacle was merely a few meters behind him. Huang Xiaolong immediately thrust the flying heaven spear over his shoulder. Zyilk! The flying heaven spear pierced through the black tentacle, but the result stupefied Huang Xiaolong. The spear's power actually failed to shatter the black tentacle, letting the black tentacle dodged away instead. Before Huang Xiaolong knew it, the black tentacle had wrapped itself around Huang Xiaolong, tightening around him. Huang Xiaolong subsequently saw the other end of the black tentacle, which was an ugly monster that somewhat resembled an octopus with numerous pupils and countless tentacles. Each tentacle was enormous and several miles in length. It was a primal ancestor realm sky-opening beast, a 3rd resurrection primal ancestor realm at that. It was said that the sky-opening beasts were born from absorbing the Shenhuang Qi from the Shenhuang stone that had crashed into the river. Due to the effects of Shenhuang Qi, their bodies had gradually changed, turning into the sky-opening beasts that exist today. As these sky-opening beasts' bodies were gradually improved by Shenhuang Qi, their physical body and bloodline had gotten stronger as well. Thus sky-opening beasts that had reached primal ancestor realm were a nightmare. At the same level of cultivation, no human race expert, alien race expert, or river race expert could contend with a sky-opening beast. After the primal ancestor realm octopus sky-opening beast successfully wrapped a tentacle over Huang Xiaolong, its other tentacles began slapping Huang Xiaolong as it was intending to smash Huang Xiaolong to a pulp before swallowing him. Huang Xiaolong pushed his 3 saint godheads' powers to the extreme. 12 high-order saint fates flew out, and with a bellow, Huang Xiaolong broke free from the octopus sky-opening beast's fetter. Just as Huang Xiaolong managed to break free, several tentacles came smashing down where he was a split second ago, breaking the ground below. The giant octopus shrieked sharply in anger as its many tentacles wriggled in the air, slamming towards Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong watched coldly, holding the flying heaven spear in his left hand, and his right hand giving birth to a burst of dazzling light as the Sangqiong blade appeared. The prosperity of dragons. Sangqiong strike. 2 ultimate moves were executed simultaneously. Dragons appeared from Huang Xiaolong's right palm like blossoming petals, accompanied by flickers of deathly blade qi across the air. The giant octopus sharp shriek cut across the air once again in the next moment as one after another enormous tentacles segregated into several sections, cleanly cut by Huang Xiaolong's blade qi. Blood splattered like rain. Huang Xiaolong disappeared in a blur and reappeared again right in front of the octopus with both the Flying Heaven Spear and Zhangqiong Blade slashing down. The Flying Heaven Spear and Zhangqiong Blade entered and exited the octopus's brain at the same time. Spear force and blade chi forced through the octopus brain, turning it into a pulp, and Huang Xiaolong added a kick to its body, sending it flying backward as it screamed tragically. However, after successfully hitting the octopus with 2 blows, Huang Xiaolong turned and sped away immediately. After all, the octopus was a 3rd resurrection primal ancestor. It would take him a lot of effort to kill the octopus. Not to mention that the movement would be too big, attracting even more sky-opening beasts over. There was nothing to gain from that. The octopus flipped over and immediately roared in fury when it saw Huang Xiaolong speeding again. It turned into a streak of black light and started to pursue him. A while after Huang Xiaolong and the octopus were out of sight, Yuan Qianxing's group arrived at the scene. The prosperity of dragons? Zhangqiong strike. Huang Xiaolong is really from the holy world. Yuan Qianxing's expression was gloomy to the extreme. Could Huang Xiaolong be that cowardly old dragon's and Zhangqiong old man's personal disciple at the same time? Chan Yuli had not expected something like this. If that is the case, then Huang Xiaolong should die even more. Yuan Wanfei's icy voice was steeped with hatred. At the ancient battlefield, he was severely injured by Zhangqiong old man, and it had taken a lot of holy pills and a long time for him to heal completely. After escaping the giant octopus, Huang Xiaolong continued flying cautiously. 2 days went by. Huang Xiaolong had reached deep into the dire region. At this point, his surroundings were so dark that he had an illusion of reaching the end of the world, where darkness, emptiness, and loud silence dominated. Was this what the beginning of the heavens was like? While Huang Xiaolong flew further in with caution, out of nowhere, a strong feeling of danger overcame him, and Huang Xiaolong immediately dodged away without thinking. He barely dodged out of danger's way when a huge palm force struck down where Huang Xiaolong was a split second ago. A palm imprint abyss appeared on the ground below, raising violent tremors. A wave of several attacks came at Huang Xiaolong from a few different directions the moment he dodged away. Huang Xiaolong's expression tightened. He had nowhere to avoid these attacks. Hence the Flying Heaven Spear and Zhangqiong Blade appeared in his hands. At the same time, the Zhangqiong Dao Palace and 8-sided Desolate Beast Ring flew out from his body simultaneously. Rumble. Several consecutive booms thundered almost at the same time, and Huang Xiaolong had already exchanged several blows with the enemies. The overwhelming force sent Huang Xiaolong staggering backward miserably more than once, and finally smashing through mountain peaks. Blood rushed up and Huang Xiaolong violently coughed out a mouthful of blood. He raised his head and saw Yuan Qianxing and 5 old men around Yuan Qianxing in a guarding stance as they looked coldly at him. Yuan Qianxing. Chan Yuli. Huang Xiaolong growled the names of 2 familiar faces. No wonder, he had felt there was a pair of eyes staring at him along the way. In truth, he had been on his guard the whole time, but he didn't expect that these people would join hands in order to kill him. He. Huang Xiaolong, you didn't expect this, right? After seeing Huang Xiaolong coughing up blood, Yuan Qianxing laughed with undisguised joy. The 6 of us joined hands just to deal with you. You should feel honored. Wait till we've destroyed your physical body. We'll seal your holy souls and inextinguishable Dao heart, to be used when we're refining pills or Dao artifacts. Huang Xiaolong scoffed. Even if I die, I'll pull 1 or 2 of you with me. Which one of you wants to go first? Yuan Qianxing and Chan Yuli's faces turned ugly. If Huang Xiaolong were to go all out in desperation, he would really pull 1 or 2 of them to hell with him. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, Huang Xiaolong had the strength to do that. Moreover, never in their wildest imagination had they thought that Huang Xiaolong would actually have 4 Dao artifacts in his hands. For, being the weaker ones amongst the 6 people, the thought of withdrawing flitted across the minds of the Golden Buddha race's old ancestor Chan Yuli and Enchantress race's Yao Qingxin. In the past, Chan Yuli had experienced the power of Huang Xiaolong's 1,000-armed holy devil when he had passed by the Golden Buddha domain. As for Yao Qingxin, even though he hadn't fought with Huang Xiaolong, He was well aware that he wouldn't be able to defeat Yuan Qianxing. Even Yuan Qianxing had suffered such an abuse on the battle stage under Huang Xiaolong's hand, fleeing with his underpants barely hanging on. Then could he, an early second resurrection primal ancestor, suppress Huang Xiaolong? Enough with the greetings. The black-robed old man, Elder Ming, cut in. His cold gaze swept across Chan Yuli and Yao Qingxin, who had birthed the thought of withdrawing, and he chided, "Primal ancestors like you are frightened off by a few words from a fourth heaven true Saint Brat. Leave everything to me." Chan Yuli and Yao Qingxin felt their faces burn with embarrassment, but neither of them dared to retort. Huang Xiaolong's attention shifted onto the black-robed old man, and he said, "It looks like you're that Elder Ming." Before coming to the alien lands, the Heavenly Master had reminded him to be careful of the alien land's two top experts. One was the otherworldly mansion master Emoji, the other was this Elder Ming. Elder Ming's origin was a mystery, and even the Heavenly Master or the alien land's native primal ancestor experts did not know his background. However, Elder Ming's strength was undeniable. "It looks like your master, Old Man Long, and Sangqiong Old Fogey have mentioned me." The black-robed Elder Ming laughed sinisterly. Even when laughing, his eyes still glimmered in an eerie red glow. "Huang Xiaolong, you're destined to have one end today. Of course, if Sangqiong Old Fogey was here today, he might have saved you." Elder Ming sneered. "It's a pity, though, that he is not here." Right at this time, Huang Xiaolong disappeared in a flicker, seizing the initiative to attack and arriving in front of Chan Yuli. The flying heaven spear stabbed out decisively as Huang Xiaolong's 3 Saint Godheads, 12 high-order Saint Fates, Holy Mandate Imprint, and inextinguishable Tao Heart's powers went out at full force. The prosperity of dragons. Amazing dragon might swept the 4 directions. There was a dark glint on Huang Xiaolong's solemn face. He had already said it just now that he was going to pull 1 or 2 of them down with him, and the first choice was Chan Yuli. Once he killed Chan Yuli, it would definitely cast a shadow in the other 5 people's eyes, and that would be his best opportunity to make a run for it. Chan Yuli hadn't expected Huang Xiaolong to attack all of a sudden instead of making a run for it, and him being the first target. There already was a shadow in Chan Yuli's heart. Thus, when he realized Huang Xiaolong was targeting him, he nearly jumped out of his skin. His face was distorted as his palm struck towards Huang Xiaolong, and he subconsciously shouted, "Elder Ming, save me!" Although Huang Xiaolong couldn't really kill him, the Tao physique of a primal ancestor wasn't really indestructible. If Huang Xiaolong's attack was powerful enough, Huang Xiaolong could destroy his Tao physique. The other 5 had not expected Huang Xiaolong to actually attack them first, but the moment Huang Xiaolong made his move, the black-robed Elder Ming reacted and struck out with his palm. Darkness howled, and the surroundings' darkness seemed to swarm towards Huang Xiaolong. It was as if Elder Ming was the dire region's monarch. Yuan Qianxing, Yuan Wanfei, Yao Qingxin, and Mo Jincheng reacted a second later and threw attacks at Huang Xiaolong. However, Huang Xiaolong had expected Yuan Qianxing and others would attack. Thus the Sangqiong Dao Palace above him emitted a bright light that resembled a galaxial river, forming the Sangqiong world around him. At the same time, the 8-sided desolate beast ring circulated around Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong wasted no time in throwing out the Sangqiong blade in his hand. Sangqiong blade rays shot through the sky, straight at the 5 people, whereas the flying heaven spear went straight towards Chan Yuli's chest. Huang Xiaolong's actions showed his determination to kill Chan Yuli at the risk of being injured, and his determination terrorized Chan Yuli. Rumble. As Yuan Qianxing and the others parried off the waves of Bladestorm, it knocked the 8-sided desolate beast ring onto the Sangqiong world's barrier. By this time, Huang Xiaolong's flying heaven spear had pierced through Chan Yuli's palm force straight into his chest, piercing his inextinguishable Tao heart. Huang Xiaolong was knocked into the air by Yuan Qianxing and the others' attack. With his flying heaven spear still in Chan Yuli's chest, Huang Xiaolong dragged Chan Yuli with him. The entire time, the flying heaven spear's destructive energy was obliterating Chan Yuli's vitality. Huang Xiaolong and Chan Yuli crashed into the valley in the far distance, and everything in the valley crumbled. Next came Chan Yuli's miserable scream. In the same instant, the valley crumbled. Huang Xiaolong retrieved the flying heaven spear and entered the Zhangqiong Dao Palace in a flicker. The Zhangqiong Dao Palace immediately sped away in a streak of light, tearing through the void with Huang Xiaolong in it. He was gone from sight. Chase! Elder Ming's harsh bellow reverberated in the air as he went chasing after Huang Xiaolong. Yuan Qianxing and the others hesitated, but followed in the end. As for Chan Yuli, he was left lying in the crumbled valley, under the rubbles, until he was swallowed by the dire region's darkness. Although Huang Xiaolong had the Zhangqiong Dao Palace, and he was able to flee at incredible speed, it was a huge problem that they were within the dire region at the moment where there were countless dangerous restrictions. This hindered Huang Xiaolong's speed while Yuan Qianxing's group was pursuing relentlessly. As they chased after Huang Xiaolong, Yuan Qianxing and the others attacked consecutively. Yuan Qianxing and Yao Qingxin's attacks were almost negligible, but Yuan Wanfei, Mo Jincheng, and Elder Ming's attacks were at another level. Every time their attacks landed on the Zhangqiong Dao Palace, inside the Zhangqiong Palace, Huang Xiaolong's blood flow churned violently. After all, these three were fourth resurrection primal ancestors and above, and especially Elder Ming's attacks were especially lethal. Blood was flowing out from the corner of Huang Xiaolong's mouth. Despite the Zhangqiong Palace and Zhangqiong World's amazing defenses, it could not fully disperse the power of Elder Ming's attacks. At this rate, Huang Xiaolong's injuries would worsen in no time, and he would fall into these people's hands. Yuan Qianxing, if I survive this, the next time I see you it will be the day you all die. Fury and killing intent boiled in Huang Xiaolong's heart. An hour later, because of his worsening injuries, the Zhangqiong Dao Palace's speed began to slow down, and finally, Huang Xiaolong came before a great dark cave. As he stood in front of the great dark cave, like a beast's open mouth ready to swallow him, Huang Xiaolong felt apprehensive. This might be the most dangerous place possible in the entire dire region. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the death cave Moj had told him about. It wasn't a joke to say it was 100% death once you entered the death cave. There were not 1 in a million chances of surviving. 90% of primal ancestors who had entered the death cave out of curiosity had never returned. But it was already too late for Huang Xiaolong to turn back at this point. Huang Xiaolong looked over his shoulder and saw Yuan Qianxing's group of 5 whistling through the wind, blocking Huang Xiaolong's only path of return. Yuan Wanfei looked at the huge dark cave behind Huang Xiaolong and chuckled sinisterly. So, it's the death cave. Huang Xiaolong, you have nowhere to run anymore. It looks like even the heavens want you to die. Huang Xiaolong controlled the Zhangqiong Dao Palace, ramming straight at Yao Qingxin, but the instant that Zhangqiong Dao Palace moved, his path was blocked by a huge dark palm print. Elder Ming. Elder Ming's huge palm print sent Huang Xiaolong reeling back, and then he spoke coldly, Huang Xiaolong, if you submit to me, I can spare your life. What? Yuan Qianxing, Yuan Wanfei, Yao Qingxin, and Mo Jincheng couldn't believe what they heard. Even Huang Xiaolong didn't expect Elder Ming would say that, but he sneered coldly in response. He could already guess what the other side wanted to say. As expected, Elder Ming added, hand over the Zhangqiong Blade, Zhangqiong Dao Palace, and the other 2 Dao artifacts to me. Huang Xiaolong sneered, and didn't bother to hide his contempt. He didn't reply to Elder Ming, but he sent his 4 Dao artifacts, the Flying Heaven Spear, Zhangqiong Blade, Zhangqiong Dao Palace, and 8-sided Desolate Beast Ring to attack Yao Qingxin and Yuan Qianxing. An hour later, Yuan Qianxing, Yuan Wanfei, Yao Qingxin, Mo Jincheng, and Elder Ming's faces grew increasingly unsightly. As they watched, Huang Xiaolong and his 4 Dao artifacts disappeared into the death cave's darkness. Huang Xiaolong was swallowed by the cave's darkness, gone from sight in an instant. Fuck! Yuan Qianxing roughly rubbed off the blood stain from his mouth, hissing angrily. Realizing it was hopeless in trying to escape, Huang Xiaolong had actually chosen to jump into the death cave. Before jumping into the death cave, Huang Xiaolong had struck out with his 1,000-armed holy devil with full force, inflicting heavy injuries on Yuan Qianxing and Yao Qingxin. If it wasn't for Elder Ming, Yuan Wanfei, and Mo Jincheng's timely rescue, their injuries would have been worse. Yuan Wanfei, Mo Jincheng, and Elder Ming didn't have any good expression on their faces, watching Huang Xiaolong jump into the death cave. What a waste! Standing in front of the death cave, Elder Ming lamented coldly as he watched Huang Xiaolong's figure being swallowed by darkness. One could only wonder whether he thought it was a waste of Huang Xiaolong's talent or the 4 Dao artifacts. Huang Xiaolong really won't be able to walk out from this death cave alive, right? Mo Jincheng asked worriedly. Yuan Wanfei laughed. Even if Tsangqiong old man goes in, he's bound to die inside. No one has ever walked out alive from the death cave, unless Huang Xiaolong is an existence-transcending primal ancestor. From now on, there is no more Huang Xiaolong, Yao Qingxin stated, and he was inwardly relieved. Had Huang Xiaolong been allowed to grow stronger, the ones dead would surely be them instead of him. This was the ideal result for them. Huang Xiaolong was dead, finally. Although it was slightly different from what they had expected, it wasn't in vain since they had succeeded in killing Huang Xiaolong. Let's go. They stood in front of the death cave for a while, until Elder Ming could no longer sense Huang Xiaolong's aura. As he confirmed to the others, they returned the way they came. His original plan was to lure Huang Xiaolong into another perilous location in the dire region, and then destroy his physical body by borrowing the restrictions power over there. Following that, he had planned to capture Huang Xiaolong's holy soul and inextinguishable Dao here, and then collect the Tsangqiong blade. But Huang Xiaolong's combat power had exceeded their estimation. Thus had they failed to manipulate Huang Xiaolong to the location they had set. Yuan Qianxing took another glance at the death cave before speeding away with Yuan Wanfei and the others. After the group left, the death cave remained the same. Death qi and darkness energy roiled. On the other hand, Huang Xiaolong felt an overpowering force pulling him towards the depths of the cave the moment he jumped in. The further down he fell, the death qi around became more terrifying. In the end, this terrifying death qi was so thick that it condensed into many tiny death worms. These death worms gave Huang Xiaolong the creeps as if death was hovering around him. He felt a greater danger from these death worms than from that black-robed Elder Ming. Fortunately, Huang Xiaolong still had the Tsangqiong Dao Palace. When these death worms landed on the Tsangqiong World's barrier, the Tsangqiong World's barrier started corroding at a rapid speed. Soon, these death worms were chipping the Tsangqiong Dao Palace itself bite by bite, and these low chomping noises reached the inside of the Tsangqiong Dao Palace. Under these death worms' persistent effort, the Tsangqiong Dao Palace's speed slowed further. A chilling feeling spread through Huang Xiaolong's heart. If these death worms got inside the Tsangqiong Dao Palace, probably his own body would be eaten clean in a few seconds. Without his physical body, his holy souls and inextinguishable Dao heart were more vulnerable in this death cave, and he surely would be a dead man. Not to mention, his holy souls would probably be gnawed by these death worms as well. Although his 3 holy souls were amazing, and there were very few things that could threaten them, these death worms were definitely one of those things. These death worms' death qi was 1,000,000 times more terrifying than He Luo's death qi. Maybe more. He Luo. An idea came to him. Perhaps He Luo would be able to swallow these death worms? Huang Xiaolong quickly put He Luo out, but he soon noticed He Luo was actually afraid of these death worms. As these death worms chomped away, finally the Tsangqiong Dao Palace could not operate anymore. In the blink of an eye, death worms swarmed over the Tsangqiong Dao Palace from all directions, submerging Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's heart bottomed. Am I going to die here? Huang Xiaolong's hands tightened around the flying heaven spear and Tsangqiong blade. He attacked the death worms, but to his dismay, attacks were useless on these death worms. When his attacks landed on these death worms, they turned into scattering death qi, then condensed again into death worms. Looking around him, everywhere was blocked by dense death worms, cutting off all his chances of survival. In these last moments of his life, the thought that crossed his mind was his family on Earth. A bitter smile appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face. He hadn't expected to remember his family from Earth in the last moments of his life. Huang Xiaolong thought that he was really done for this time as the cave's death qi came in contact with his skin, wanting to drill into his body through his pores, to devour him. But suddenly, Bright burning flames burst out from his body, and the cave's dark environment was instantly lit up like it had never been. For sources of fire flew out from his body. Black tortoise, vermilion bird, azure dragon, and white tiger. The four great divine fires circulated around Huang Xiaolong, with one fire spirit guarding one direction. When these four divine fire spirits opened their mouths, the terrifying death worms that even frightened He Luo rushed into their mouths like moths to fire. The four divine fire spirits devoured on. The death worms rose like a great flood from all around, obscuring everything else in sight. However, no matter how fervidly these death worms swarmed towards Huang Xiaolong, and how shocking their numbers were, before they could reach Huang Xiaolong, they were clearly eaten by the four divine fire spirits. Not one death worm got past them to reach Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was totally dumbfounded. The four divine fires, death worms that He Luo was terrified of, were devoured so easily by the four divine fires. To Huang Xiaolong's astonishment, after these death worms were devoured by the four divine fires, death qi was immediately incinerated and turned into a very high-quality, pure energy that was in turn absorbed by the four divine fires. The more the four divine fires devoured these death worms, the brighter the four divine fire spirits grew. It was as if they were regaining a new life and were being resurrected. Despite having his opinion about the four divine fire's powers being refreshed several times in the past, Huang Xiaolong was deeply jarred after watching the four divine fires dealing with these scary deathworms. The four divine fires' origin had once again exceeded his imagination. These deathworms could even bite through a primal ancestor's Tao physique, but they were being devoured by the four divine fires. Didn't that mean the four divine fires were existences that transcended primal ancestors? Their existences were absolutely above the primal ancestor realm experts. Even Huang Xiaolong himself felt that his conclusion was unbelievable. Even though these kinds of existences surpassed the primal ancestor realm experts, Huang Xiaolong had found these divine fires in the lower mortal worlds. Was it merely a coincidence for him to find them? Or had someone arranged all of it? An hour went by. The death worms still swarmed towards Huang Xiaolong in great waves, and their momentum only began to weaken half a day later, and then stopped altogether. When the death worms were devoured clean by the four divine fires, Huang Xiaolong's heart was still palpitating in fear. The back of his robe was wet with cold sweat. In the last moments, if it weren't for these four divine fires, he would have probably been a pile of rotten bones by now. No, more accurately, not even a pile of rotten bones would be left of him. Huang Xiaolong stood up and scanned his surroundings. The four divine fires had returned to his body after devouring the death worms and death qi in the cave. Hence, the cave fell into darkness once again. Earlier, potent death qi had roiled turbulently within the cave, but now that the death qi was gone, there was only darkness all around. Not to mention, the overpowering suction force that dragged him deeper down the cave was also gone. Huang Xiaolong wanted to return the way he had come by leaving through the cave mouth. But to his horror, there was a tremendous pressure boring down from above, as if there were several million mountains pressing down on him. With Huang Xiaolong's strength, he actually failed to ascend up the way he had come. Huang Xiaolong was shocked as he made several attempts. In the end, he had to give up. What should I do now? Finally, he accepted that he couldn't return the way he had come and exit through the cave mouth. So Huang Xiaolong turned his gaze towards the bottom of the cave. There seemed to be only emptiness below, and it was darker than where he was. Not to mention that his three holy souls were useless in this death cave, except for the tens of meters around him. After some hesitation, Huang Xiaolong began to descend slowly to the bottom. At the moment, going down seemed to be the best chance of finding a way out of here, and he had no other choice but to explore it. Slowly and cautiously, Huang Xiaolong descended, but the death cave felt like a bottomless hole. He had been descending for an hour, yet he still hadn't seen the ground at the bottom. Another half a day later, there were still no signs of reaching the bottom of the cave. A day later, finally, he seemed to hear some noises coming from the cave's bottom. Huang Xiaolong listened carefully. A rushing river. Huang Xiaolong accelerated and saw a river. The churning river water vaguely revealed a hint of turbid yellow, as if it was the world's dirtiest entity in the world, exuding an unbearable foul stench. This stench was so foul that it even nauseated Huang Xiaolong's holy souls. Huang Xiaolong was stupefied and quickly retrieved his divine sense. Inextinguishable rays rippled from his chest and formed a protective barrier over him, blocking off everything from outside. Despite that, Huang Xiaolong still felt dizzy and nauseated. He was almost jarred senseless. What river is this? It's a million times more horrible than the Yellow Springs River he had come across in the lower worlds. Could it be the Shenhuang turbid water? According to some places with Shenhuang Qi, there would also be Shenhuang turbid water. The Shenhuang turbid water was the holy world's most poisonous dead water, and it was rumored to be capable of melting Tao physique. If a primal ancestor fell into this Shenhuang turbid water, he would be reduced into rotten bones in less than a second. If his holy soul didn't escape immediately, even it would be corroded. Thinking this might really be Shenhuang turbid water, Huang Xiaolong nearly jumped out of his skin, and his face grayed as he stopped approaching abruptly. This kind of thing, forget about touching it, even seeing it gave him goosebumps. How the heck did this death cave come about, that it actually contains things like Shenhuang turbid water? Huang Xiaolong's composure returned slightly after a moment. I can't go up now and can't get down as well. What to do? Is this death cave really the end? What could be at the end of this Shenhuang turbid water? After some thoughts, Huang Xiaolong cautiously flew forward following the river current. In this situation, he could only pray and hope the end was his hope of surviving and not a dead end. If the end of the Shenhuang turbid water river was a dead end, then he would be trapped to death in this death cave. He continued flying forward along the river. However, he became more apprehensive from time to time, as there were pieces of Tao bones floating on the water surface, the bones of a primal ancestor realm expert. Apart from Tao bones, there were also broken pieces of Tao artifacts. Even Tao artifacts couldn't withstand the Shenhuang turbid water's corrosion. I wonder how the 4 divine flames compare with this Shenhuang turbid water? Huang Xiaolong thought inwardly. But there weren't any more movements from the 4 divine fires after devouring the death worms and death qi, even when Huang Xiaolong tried summoning them. More often than not, would the 4 divine fires appear only when he was on the verge of death. Huang Xiaolong's mood fell further after several days of flying along the river, for he still hadn't seen the end or the start of the river. It was just like coming down the bottomless death cave. When it was half a month later with no end in sight, Huang Xiaolong was half despairing. There would really be no end to this Shenhuang turbid water river, would it? Or is this river actually flowing in circles? Thus there is no beginning and no end? As Huang Xiaolong's despair deepened, suddenly, up in front, were faint rays of light. Although it wasn't very clear, in this endless Shenhuang turbid water river, in this endless darkness, it lit up hope in Huang Xiaolong's chest. Huang Xiaolong increased his speed. Finally, Huang Xiaolong reached the place with light. Wind? When Huang Xiaolong reached the place, he immediately felt the wind blowing. Huang Xiaolong's despairing mood finally lightened up, and he sighed slightly in relief. Since there's wind, it means there's an exit. It looked like his previous deduction was correct, that there was an end to the Shenhuang turbid water river, and the exit was at the end. Finally, after half a month of flying, he had reached the end of Shenhuang River. A brief pause later, Huang Xiaolong accelerated forward like a wild horse who had broken free. The closer he got, the light seemed to get brighter, and the blowing wind also became stronger. Roughly a minute later, a bright exit entered Huang Xiaolong's line of sight. The moment Huang Xiaolong flew through the bright exit, his body relaxed as if he had shed off a great burden off his shoulders. An alluring scent flooded into his nose, and even his throat. The Shenhuang turbid water's foul stench had nauseated Huang Xiaolong, whereas now, there was this unexpected fragrance that was hard to describe. This was akin to returning to heaven from hell. It was like extremes on different ends. Huang Xiaolong looked around, and in front of him were evergreen mountains and flowing streams that reflected prismatic glow, bright and clear. It was as if he had stepped into an immortal land. Huang Xiaolong couldn't believe his eyes. Comparing this land with the Death Cave was literally heaven and hell. Ever since Huang Xiaolong had entered the sky-opening island until now, he had not seen such a beautiful place on the island. This place didn't seem like a part of the sky-opening island, which made Huang Xiaolong suspect if he somehow had left the sky-opening island. But Huang Xiaolong soon rejected the thought. Huang Xiaolong flew forward in amazement, and everywhere he looked were high-grade origin herbs. Although these high-grade origin herbs couldn't be compared with holy herbs, still, these origin herbs were scarce in the outside world, and even Huang Xiaolong couldn't recognize many of the origin herbs. Another half an hour of flying later, Huang Xiaolong spotted a holy herb. There was a holy herb growing on almost every mountain peak. Some mountain peaks even had 2 holy herbs. Generally speaking, 2 tigers can't live on the same mountain. It was the same with holy herbs. 2 holy herbs almost never grew next to each other because a certain radius of spiritual energy could only support the growth of 1 holy herb. But he was seeing 2 holy herbs growing on the same mountain peak. What does this mean? Huang Xiaolong's eyes sparkled the more he saw. In other words, this place's spiritual energy was startlingly abundant than any other place to the point of breaking nature's norm. But judging from the spiritual energy of this space, everything seemed very normal in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Underground. The reason lies underground. Huang Xiaolong's holy soul's power penetrated deep underground, and it was as he had expected. Under his 3 holy souls probing, he discovered that the holy spiritual qi underground was terrifyingly amazing. Thick strands of holy spiritual qi had compounded into holy spiritual veins. This incredible. Each holy spiritual vein was several hundred meters wide, resembling majestic rivers. Huang Xiaolong had never heard that holy spiritual qi could compound into holy spiritual veins, and on top of that, it had reached several hundred meters wide. The longest amongst these holy spiritual veins surpassed 10,000 miles. Huang Xiaolong's breathing grew heavy. Even he could not remain calm at this moment. These were holy spiritual veins. The entire holy world and alien lands would be frenzied if 1 holy spiritual vein appeared. Forces like the holy world's holy heavens, devil palace, or the alien land's otherworldly mansion, and various royal families would break their heads to grab it. Heavens, what place is this? Huang Xiaolong sighed in awe. Then, a thought flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind. Could it be that this is the deepest part of Sky-Opening Island? That must be it. Only the deepest part of Sky-Opening Island could nurture so many holy spiritual veins, breaking nature's norm, allowing 2 holy herbs to grow next to each other. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath in. The gurgling excitement in his heart was hard to rein on. If this place is really the deepest part of Sky-Opening Island that no one has ever reached, then the Grand Dao Source Spring? Grand Dao treasure. It's right here. There must be a rare Grand Dao treasure here. Immediately, Huang Xiaolong ignored those holy herbs, ignored those holy spiritual veins, and continued speeding forward as fast as possible. Huang Xiaolong zoomed past 1 mountain peak after another. In the beginning, there were only a few mountain peaks with 2 holy herbs growing on them, but the further in Huang Xiaolong reached, the number of such mountain peaks increased greatly. At one point, he even spotted 3 holy herbs growing on the same mountain. 3 holy herbs growing on the same mountain shook Huang Xiaolong to the core. How rich a holy spiritual vein needs to be to simultaneously support 3 holy herbs' growth. Huang Xiaolong took a quick glance under the mountain, and indeed, it was a very, very huge holy spiritual vein. The holy spiritual veins he had seen earlier averaged several hundred meters wide, whereas this particular holy spiritual vein was several thousand meters wide. On top of that, this holy spiritual vein had given birth to a holy spirit. Holy spirits, like humans, could cultivate by absorbing spiritual qi. A day later, Huang Xiaolong stopped in midair with a flabbergasted expression on his face. On the flat land in front of him was a forest of holy trees with luscious holy fruits hanging from their branches. These fruit-laden branches drooped to the ground, and all of them faced one direction. At the end of this direction was a colossal tree of an unknown name. It was a colossal tree that was enshrouded in glowing grand Tao light. This grand Tao light manifested various natural phenomena, and there were phantoms of dragons and phoenixes, even saints and various auspicious images. Is this the tree of grand Tao? Huang Xiaolong was agape with astonishment. Under the same heaven there exist two trees of grand Tao, one yin and one yang, one harmonious pair. Huang Xiaolong looked at the Tao fruits hanging on the tree, each glistening with luster. 1, 2, 3, 10. There were as many as 10 Tao fruits. 10 Tao fruits. This was what a tree of grand Tao should be like. It was much better looking than the one at the otherworldly mansion. In comparison, this tree of grand Tao was like a healthy young man, while the otherworldly mansion's tree was like a withering old man. Huang Xiaolong's gaze moved past the tree of grand Tao to a spring pool slightly further up. The pool's surface sparkled like crystal, flowing with the mysterious grand Tao energy, and one could hear the sounds of grand Tao. Grand Tao Source Spring, the number 1 spring in the universe. A spring pool so big, several dozen square meters. According to the otherworldly mansion master Moj, just a few drops from the grand Tao Source Spring were enough to heal the otherworldly mansion's tree of grand Tao. But the spring pool in front of him couldn't be counted with drops. But bowls might be a better choice. Huang Xiaolong reached the grand Tao Source Spring in a few quick steps, and then suddenly erupted in hysterical laughter like half a fool and half a madman. Staring feverishly at the grand Tao Source Spring, he had the devil of an impulse to strip naked and jumped in to take a swim in the grand Tao Source Spring. The thought of using the grand Tao Source Spring pool to take a bath gave Huang Xiaolong a feeling that he had reached the pinnacle of life. Took Huang Xiaolong quite a long time to calm down. With these Tao fruits and this luxurious grand Tao Source Spring, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach just 5th Heaven True Saint, but he could even advance to 6th Heaven True Saint realm. Maybe even 7th Heaven True Saint realm was possible. Huang Xiaolong inhaled deeply, then took out a jade bottle to store grand Tao Source Spring. Huang Xiaolong bottled the grand Tao Source Spring that weighed several thousand catties. Even so, it merely reduced the dozens of square meters of grand Tao Source Spring by half. The water level went down, but it was a little over a meter deep when Huang Xiaolong stopped. Huang Xiaolong planned to use the remaining 1 meter deep grand Tao Source Spring for a bath. That's right, for bathing. Huang Xiaolong wasn't wasting on an impulse. Using the grand Tao Source Spring to bathe and cultivating within the spring pool would bring unimaginable benefits to his physical body. Although Huang Xiaolong's current saint physique was considered formidable, it was still far from the sturdiness of a Tao physique. By borrowing the grand Tao Source Spring, there was a chance that Huang Xiaolong could cultivate his saint physique into Tao physique in advance. That's right, only the primal ancestor realm experts could have Tao physique, and once Huang Xiaolong's physique transformed into Tao physique, the explosive power would be frightening. Merely by relying on his Tao physique, he would be able to punch through many low-level primal ancestors' Tao physiques. For example, Huang Xiaolong would be able to rupture the Golden Buddha race's mid-first resurrection primal ancestor Chan Yuli's Tao physique with the force of one finger. Moreover, cultivating inside the grand Tao Source Spring after consuming Tao fruit, with the two elements complementing each other, could maximize the two elements' benefits on him. Thus, his improvement of his strength would be even more amazing. Hence, Huang Xiaolong wanting to cultivate inside this grand Tao Source Spring was not the devil's impulse. After safely putting away the jade bottle containing grand Tao Source Spring, Huang Xiaolong exhaled in relief. Then he stripped off every piece of clothing on him, revealing taut muscles from top to bottom, and his skin reflecting a soft luster. He took a moment to admire his big property, and nodded in satisfaction before entering the spring pool, submerging his body within. He raised his palm and picked a Tao fruit from the tree of grand Tao across space, and swallowed it in one gulp. Huang Xiaolong circulated the grand mist parasitic medium and entered cultivating state. When Huang Xiaolong was cultivating in the grand Tao Source Spring, a fast-spreading rumor shook the alien lands. What? The otherworldly mansion's young master Huang Xiaolong is dead. It's not real, right? How is that possible? I wonder if it's true. It was said that he went to the Sky Opening Island and was besieged by Yuan Chenxing, Myriad Origin Race's old ancestor and others, And finally, he was forced to jump into the Death Cave. The Death Cave, you know what that is, right? The Death Cave is on the most dangerous places in the sky-opening island. Primal ancestors also don't have chances of surviving once they enter the cave. Not even high-level primal ancestors. That Yuan Xianxing's shamelessness really has no limit, several of them besieging Huang Xiaolong. He was humiliated badly by Huang Xiaolong on the battle stage, turning him into the alien land's laughingstock. Then why would he mind his reputation anymore? Then again, the winner's king. Now that Huang Xiaolong is dead, a few decades later, who will care if Yuan Xianxing's group besieged Huang Xiaolong or not? Then again, it's a pity that Huang Xiaolong died just like that. Yes, 3 evolvable Saint Godheads, 12 high-order Saint Fates, the Holy Mandate imprint, and also the inextinguishable Tao heart at 4th Heaven True Saint. It's really a pity he died. Otherwise, Huang Xiaolong would have been the alien land's strongest person in the future. There was a chance that he could have been the person to conquer the holy world and alien lands. This piece of news was spreading rapidly across the alien lands. The alien lands' alien races, human race, and various experts were shocked when they heard this news and lamented at the loss of a genius. Many pitted Huang Xiaolong, crying about the unjust treatment, rebuking Yuan Xianxing's shameless action. Naturally, the otherworldly mansion's myriad origin race's disciples, Enchantress race's disciples, and Golden Buddha race's disciples whooped with joy at the news. Yuan Wangfeng, Yao Ji, Chen Meguang, and others even held a big feast to celebrate this news, and the feast went on for 3 days straight. Wonderful! That's simply wonderful! Yuan Wanfeng exclaimed loudly, laughing as he did. Huang Xiaolong, Huang Xiaolong, you're dead at last. That's good. That's the best. Ever since Yuan Xianxing had lost the battle and fled with only his underpants, and Huang Xiaolong was promoted to the otherworldly mansion's young master position. The 3 races' recent days hadn't been going well. It was especially difficult for Yuan Wanfeng, the otherworldly mansion's Grand Hall master. The 3 races had been suppressed by Long Xingtian one way or another. The 3 races had many experts in high positions within the otherworldly mansion, but now, many of them were seconded to secondary positions by Long Xingtian. Everything was going to be fine for them now. With Huang Xiaolong dead, Long Xingtian had no support. It was their 3 races' return to glory. Yao Ji laughed. We've been holding in a foul breath these days, but now that Huang Xiaolong is dead, I can go look for purple spider race and human race's disciples to play with and vent the frustration that has been accumulating in my chest during this period. Better look for the purple spider race and human race's female disciples. Yuan Wangfeng chuckled. At least, there's some excitement to be found. The 3 races' disciples broke into laughter. Chen Meguang stepped forward and smiled fawningly. There is no need for Lord Yao Ji to go personally. I'll go catch a few for Lord Yao Ji. I know several purple spider race and human race's female disciples that are quite pretty. Yao Ji laughed happily. Good. Then I'll let you handle this matter. He patted Chen Meguang's shoulder and added, do a good job. If you encounter any problem in the future, come to me. I'll be your backing. Chen Meguang was overjoyed and thanked repeatedly. Now that Huang Xiaolong is dead, the otherworldly mansion's young master's position is empty again. Yuan Wangfeng smiled. Your Highness Yao Ji, perhaps. We can make a petition to the eminent elders panel to re-elect a young master. Yao Ji's eyes lit up. You mean, have Brother Qianxing come back? Not only have Yuan Qianxing come back, but have Yuan Qianxing come back to take up the otherworldly mansion young master's position. Yao Ji immediately understood Yuan Wangfeng's intention. That's right, we can't have the young master position be left empty unnecessarily. Yuan Wangfeng's smile deepened. With Huang Xiaolong out of the picture, only His Highness Yuan Qianxing is capable of sitting in that position. Yao Ji's eyes glimmered with excitement. Yes, yes. We'll submit a petition to the eminent elders panel in the next few days. The passage of time flowed by and soon more than a decade had passed. During this time, the lives of purple spider race and human race's disciples at the otherworldly mansion could only be described as miserable. With the 3 races' joint petition to the eminent elders panel, Although Yuan Qianxing did not get the otherworldly mansion young master's position, he successfully returned to the otherworldly mansion. He once again rose to power, and he strongly opposed Long Shengtian. As time had passed, Yuan Qianxing's strength had risen rapidly, and with his influence in the otherworldly mansion, he was beginning to suppress Long Shengtian's authority. Zidongping and Chan Yuli's battle is taking place in 30 years. Yuan Qianxing stated lazily as he sat on the throne seat inside a luxurious residence within the otherworldly royal city. After Zidongping is dealt with, eradicate all the purple spider race disciples within the otherworldly mansion. Your Highness can kill Zidongping directly even now. There is no need to wait for 30 years. It's such a hassle. Yuan Wangfeng responded. Yuan Qianxing shook his head. A mere Zidongping is not qualified to have me deal with him personally. Then he asked Yuan Wangfeng a question. Have you found Fei Yanzi's whereabouts? We are not able to determine her location. Yuan Wangfeng answered, shaking his head. We only know that she left the otherworldly mansion about the same time as Huang Xiaolong, and there is no news of her ever since. Then his eyes lit up as he ventured a wild guess. Could she have gone to the World River with Huang Xiaolong? Impossible, Yuan Qianxing firmly refuted. When Huang Xiaolong was at the World River, he had been acting alone the entire time. Fei Yanzi wasn't with him. Moreover, when we hunted down Huang Xiaolong, we didn't discover any signs of Fei Yanzi in the vicinity. He let out a snort and added, That ugly woman, when I find her, I'll strip her naked and let her feel like death is better than living. Whenever Yuan Qianxing remembered that Fei Yanzi had rejected him but stayed at Huang Xiaolong's Chaos Essence Cultivation Cave, and recalled her cold gaze and indifference towards him during the stage battle competition, murderous aura surged from his body. Fei Yanzi is not around, so we can seize this opportunity to annihilate the flying heaven race, Yuan Wangfeng reminded. Yuan Qianxing waved his hand. Regardless, the flying heaven race is still a royal family of the alien lands, and if we start slaughtering the flying heaven race without a good cause, it would trigger other royal families' dissatisfaction, and they will band up against us. Then, he suddenly thought of an idea. Maybe you can reconnect with Fate Yin Jin and Fate Yin Cheng. Yuan Wangfeng immediately understood Yuan Qianxing's meaning, and smiled in response. Subordinate has understood. Fei Yanzi's absence was the best time for Fate Yin Jin to wrestle power. With Yuan Qianxing around, Fate Yin Longpeng wouldn't be able to cause much of a wave. In the depths of Sky Opening Island, Huang Xiaolong was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the Grand Dao Source Spring. At this time, there were strands of Grand Dao light around Huang Xiaolong's body, and his 3 saint godheads hovered above him, as they were also enshrouded in strands of Grand Dao light. Before this, the luster of Huang Xiaolong's 3 saint godheads, Holy Light and Grand Dao Light, were intermingled. But now, there was no longer any trace of Holy Light. There only existed the light of Grand Dao. This meant Dao Soul. Over a decade of cultivating inside the Grand Dao Source Spring, Huang Xiaolong's 3 holy souls had successfully transformed into Dao Souls. On top of that, Huang Xiaolong's Saint Physique had also successfully transformed to Dao Physique. His early 4th Heaven True Saint Realm cultivation had risen to 6th Heaven True Saint Realm. And it wasn't as simple as early 6th Heaven True Saint, but the peak late 6th Heaven True Saint Realm. He had the Dao Physique, Dao Soul, and inextinguishable Dao Heart. These 3 were the banners of a primal ancestor realm, yet Huang Xiaolong was genuinely a peak late 6th Heaven True Saint. Although Yuan Qianxing had successfully transformed his inextinguishable Dao Heart at 6th Heaven True Saint Realm, he still had a Saint Physique and Holy Soul. On the other hand, Huang Xiaolong had already checked all 3 banners. The current Huang Xiaolong was no different than a primal ancestor realm expert except for actual cultivation realm. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes and the Dao light enshrouding his body gradually dispersed. His 3 saint godheads returned to Huang Xiaolong's body. Huang Xiaolong leaped up, standing in the air in his birthday suit. Under the light, Huang Xiaolong's skin reflected a fascinating glow. Compared to a decade ago, Huang Xiaolong's physical body had been elevated to another level. If a primal ancestor expert was here and saw Huang Xiaolong's body, his flesh and bones, down to the last drop of blood, he was composed of intertwining grand Tao laws. Not a flaw or weakness could be found. Huang Xiaolong took out a robe from the Zhangqiong Dao Palace and covered his perfect body. "It's time to go out," Huang Xiaolong mumbled to himself, although he very much wanted to seize this time to break through to seventh heaven true saint in one go. He estimated that it would take him at least 100 years of accumulation for that, and he couldn't spend that long in this place. Anyhow, based on his current strength, it was more than enough to squish Yuan Chenxing dead, including Yuan Wanfei and the others. Huang Xiaolong was not afraid of facing Elder Ming either. Recalling how Yuan Chenxing's group had besieged him, forcing him to jump into the death cave, a cold glint gleamed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. "Assuming that I am dead, those guys are probably having the time of their lives for the past decade, aren't they?" Huang Xiaolong sneered. Huang Xiaolong looked at the remaining Grand Dao source spring that was a little bigger than a puddle. Although he had absorbed most of the Grand Dao energy from it during his dozen years of cultivating inside it, the rest still had a lot of use. Huang Xiaolong took out an empty jade bottle and collected the remaining spring water, then walked towards the tree of Grand Dao. During this time, Huang Xiaolong had merely consumed 6 out of the 10 Dao fruits. Therefore, there were still 4 Dao fruits left on the tree. But the most important thing was the tree of Grand Dao itself. Hence, Huang Xiaolong moved the tree of Grand Dao and the dirt around its roots into the Zhangqiong Dao Palace's main courtyard. With the tree of Grand Dao absorbing Grand Dao energy day in and day out, Huang Xiaolong believed that the Zhangqiong Dao Palace could improve as well, and even raise its grade. Naturally, there were distinctions between Dao artifacts, and currently, the Zhangqiong Dao Palace was still a low-grade Dao artifact. So were the Flying Heaven Spear and 8-sided Desolate Beast Ring. Whereas the Holy World's number 1 Dao artifact, Zhangqiong Blade, was a mid-grade Dao artifact. There were low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade Dao artifacts, and above high-grade was Supreme Dao artifact. However, in the entire Holy World and alien lands, there wasn't one piece of high-grade Dao artifact, much less Supreme Dao artifact that was even more precious. Huang Xiaolong did not stop there. After he collected the Dao fruits and tree of Grand Dao, he continued to move all the holy trees on the land into the Zhangqiong Dao Palace, one by one. It was useless to leave them there. The Grand Dao energy and holy spiritual qi within the Zhangqiong Dao Palace immediately reached a new level with the addition of these trees. When all holy fruits and holy trees were carefully collected and put away, Huang Xiaolong went on with collecting those holy spiritual veins underground, both big and small, and not one was left behind. These holy spiritual veins had given birth to awareness, which made it a little more strenuous to collect them. Then again, for Huang Xiaolong, who was a peak late 6th heaven true saint expert, it was just a little more effort. Still, Huang Xiaolong spent more than half a month collecting these holy fruits, holy trees, holy spiritual veins, and holy herbs. Thankfully, Huang Xiaolong's strength had increased significantly, or else, he would have spent several months to collect all these. Huang Xiaolong stood in front of the exit towards the death cave. As he looked at the exit and sensed the Shenhuang turbid water river's power coming from the other side, he frowned. Must I go out this way? But he couldn't be sure if he would be able to go out the way he had come, even though his strength had improved. He still remembers how horrible the pressure boring down through the tunnel was. Moreover, at a place with Shenhuang turbid water, there would be Shenhuang water, but where is the Shenhuang water? Huang Xiaolong extended his holy soul's divine sense, but did not discover any Shenhuang water. Hesitating for some time, Huang Xiaolong did not cross back to the other side. He had a nagging feeling that there was another secret in this place. Not to mention, he was more than a little unwilling if he didn't find the Shenhuang water. Then again, the most important thing of all was this Shenhuang stone that was the sky-opening island. This was the most important treasure of all. The Grand Dao Source Spring was important, the tree of Grand Dao and Dao fruits were important, but this big piece of sky-opening island Shenhuang stone was above all. Huang Xiaolong returned to where the Grand Dao Source Spring was, and continued to fly onward from there. Huang Xiaolong flew forward for a long time, yet he couldn't see the end of this space. As he flew, Huang Xiaolong saw many strange phenomena that couldn't be seen outside, such as upside-down rainbows. The normal rainbows arched across the sky like a bow, but here the rainbow's ends faced up. What surprised Huang Xiaolong was the quiet surrounding, and it seemed that the further in he flew, it turned into a thick silence. Yet Huang Xiaolong couldn't detect anything wrong. His three holy souls' divine sense did not find any abnormality. It wasn't an exaggeration to say nothing in the world could hide from his three holy souls' senses. Of course, there was still an exception if the other party was a high-level primal ancestor realm expert. Huang Xiaolong flew onward for a whole day. It was a stretch of plains after another. In the Grand Dao Source Spring area was a huge cluster of holy spiritual veins, an array of holy trees and holy fruits that dazzled one's sight. But here, there was nothing. No holy spiritual veins, no holy trees, no holy herbs, much less a Grand Dao treasure. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. Even the otherworldly mansion master Moj believed that there were many Grand Dao treasures in the depths of Sky Opening Island. Therefore, there shouldn't be only the tree of Grand Dao and Grand Dao Source Spring. But Huang Xiaolong didn't see any Grand Dao treasures except for the said two. Huang Xiaolong was doubtful. A day later, Huang Xiaolong reached a stretch of mountainous region, and he sensed a pair of eyes watching him from above. This kind of feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. Huang Xiaolong's three holy souls swept over the sky, but that pair of eyes seemed to disappear. "Who? Come out!" Huang Xiaolong's expression was stern and sullen as he turned around abruptly and punched towards the sky in the distance. Rumble! The force of Huang Xiaolong's fist whistled across the air, traversing several 100 million miles, reaching the deep part of the Sky Opening Island. The world shook as his fist force tore a hole through space. Chaotic energy spewed out from the torn space as it took a while for the torn space to recover. Other than that, there was nothing else. Huang Xiaolong's heart sank. Even this failed to force it out. Huang Xiaolong once again looked around carefully, then continued flying onward after finding nothing. But a short time later, the feeling of being watched surfaced again. Huang Xiaolong continued to punch out with his fist, but apart from smashing out a space hole and spewing out turbulent space energy, he did not find anything else. Huang Xiaolong frowned suspiciously. Was it a hallucination? Or was I mistaken? Probably not. A high-level primal ancestor? This sky-opening island had appeared not long after the Holy World and alien lands had come into existence. Hence, it was not strange that there was a high-level primal ancestor there. His question was, why was the other side merely observing him and not taking any other action? Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong stopped attacking, ignoring this person's observation. Of course, Huang Xiaolong did not lower his guard. As soon as the other party took action, he would capture it at lightning speed. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong came upon a huge yellow water river. This yellow river was naturally not the Shenhuang turbid water river, but an ordinary river. Yet Huang Xiaolong sensed this river's horror, or more accurately speaking, the horror of the creature hiding inside this river. Under Huang Xiaolong's holy soul senses, within the river, there were at least 5 mid-level primal ancestor realm sky-opening beasts. 5 mid-level primal ancestor realm sky-opening beasts. It was certain that any primal ancestor expert, whether from the Holy World or alien lands, would feel his scalp go numb in this situation. Huang Xiaolong looked at the other side of the river. On the other side were churning waters of the World River. In other words, as long as he crossed this huge river and reached the other side, he would be able to leave the sky-opening island. Huang Xiaolong hesitated briefly before accelerating forward. Barely 10 meters across the river, 5 deafening roars thundered simultaneously, and from the bottom of the river, 5 enormous figures shot into the air. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong harumphed coldly, and 1,000 arms emerged from his back. The 1,000-armed holy devil slapped onto the 5 enormous figures. Humph! Sea of endless demons! Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the 5 enormous sky-opening beasts were sent back into the riverbed, raising 1,000 meters of water splashing everywhere. In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong arrived on the other side of the river, exiting the sky-opening island. The moment Huang Xiaolong left the sky-opening island, Those 5 primal ancestor realm sky-opening beasts that were sent back to the riverbed by Huang Xiaolong flew out from the river again, roaring in a fury. Shocking sound waves shook the air. The world river's several million miles of water surface was brought high into the air by the sound waves. Just these sound waves could jar many peak late ninth true saints to their deaths. These 5 sky-opening beasts growled and roared, but kept their movements in the air within the width of the river, glaring ferociously at Huang Xiaolong without attacking. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong mumbled inwardly, "My guess is right. The sky-opening beasts on the sky-opening island seem to be restrained by something. Even primal ancestor realm sky-opening beasts cannot leave the sky-opening island, and those 5 sky-opening beasts are no exception." Huang Xiaolong took one long look at the sky-opening island. Ever since he had left the sky-opening island's boundary, that feeling of being watched had disappeared completely. A second later, Huang Xiaolong stopped dallying and sped away. As for the Shenhuang water and this Shenhuang stone, he would think of a way in the future. For the moment, with that unknown existence around, he wouldn't have a chance to take away this Shenhuang stone. Of course, he would return here again after advancing to 9th Heaven True Saint Realm. At that time, that mysterious, unknown existence wouldn't be able to hide from his holy souls. Huang Xiaolong even suspected all primal ancestor realm and true saint realm sky-opening beasts were under that unknown existence's control, forbidding them from leaving the island. Then again, it might also be due to the sky-opening island's restriction that contained these sky-opening beasts to the island. After leaving the sky-opening island, Huang Xiaolong's mood lightened significantly. From jumping into the death cave to finding the Grand Dao Source Spring, his life and death adventure this time once again strengthened his will and his heart towards Dao. I wonder how's Yuan Chenxing's group doing now? A cold light gleamed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he thought of his enemies, and he flew in the direction of the 8-claw devil eye race. Initially, Huang Xiaolong had planned to visit the Dragon Fist race after leaving the sky-opening island, as he wanted to inquire about the creation records. But after he was besieged by Yuan Chenxing's group and forced to jump into the death cave, no matter what, Huang Xiaolong couldn't bring himself to swallow this foul breath. "Mo Jincheng, I am here." Huang Xiaolong turned into a streak of light, passing through the various world river areas, getting close to the 8-claw devil eye race's headquarters. Although Huang Xiaolong had not broken through to high-level true saint realm, at his current strength, in the entire holy world and alien lands, not many people could beat his speed. Half a month later, Huang Xiaolong reached the border of the 8-claw devil eye race's territory. Huang Xiaolong stood high in the air, and his 3 holy soul senses covered the 8-claw devil race's territory, and a virtual map appeared in his mind. Every corner of the 8-claw devil eye race and all individuals within the territory were clearly displayed under Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Even the 8-claw devil eye race's old ancestor Mo Jincheng, who was enjoying beautiful women's services as he bathed, did not escape Huang Xiaolong's detection. Watching Mo Jincheng soaking in the spiritual hot spring with his eyes closed, enjoying the massages given by delicate maids' hands, Huang Xiaolong sneered coldly and flew towards the Devil Eye City. As Huang Xiaolong was flying towards the Devil Eye City, Mo Jincheng's eyes suddenly flew open, and he looked around warily. "Old ancestor, what's wrong?" The 4 maids were startled by Mo Jincheng's abrupt action. A split opened on Mo Jincheng's forehead as an evil-looking pupil appeared, glowing in devilish light. Nothing in the world could escape the detection of this eye. He searched for a while but didn't find anything strange. Thus the eye on his forehead closed again. His vigilant expression relaxed again. After seeing that Mo Jincheng had recovered, one of the maids leaned onto his body, breathing on him and speaking in a sultry voice. "Old ancestor, what is it?" That voice and that tone were 100% enticing. Mo Jincheng slapped her soft bottom, sending her flesh bouncing, and laughed. "It's nothing. Maybe my feeling was wrong, but it felt like someone was peeking at me." The maid giggled charmingly, having her bottom patted, and leaned deeper into Mo Jincheng. "Old ancestor, you're so naughty. Old ancestor is invincible, so who would dare to peek at you, ah? Wouldn't it be like seeking death?" That's right. Even the legendary Fang Ding was beaten scared by old ancestor. God knows where he is hiding for all these years as he hasn't dared to come out. Another maid chimed in. Hearing their words, Mo Jincheng laughed heartily and pulled the 4 maids into his embrace. I am going to show you how invincible your old ancestor is. In an instant, spring bloomed over the hot spring. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong was already standing in the air above Devil Eye City. Although the 8-Claw Devil had tight-lid security, especially around the city where many restrictions blocked even a fly from flying into the city undetected, these were useless to stop Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong sneered as he watched Mo Jincheng and the 4 maids burning passion in the hot spring. Frankly, a primal ancestor expert too had worldly desires. In the long road of cultivation, there were times when a primal ancestor would forget things and dive into mortal pleasures. So Huang Xiaolong wasn't really surprised by the scene. Huang Xiaolong took 1 step forward, and in the next second he appeared above the hot spring, right above Mo Jincheng and the 4 maids' heads. When Huang Xiaolong appeared, Mo Jincheng was still in the throes of passion that he didn't detect Hunag Xiaolong's presence. Only until a dozen breaths later, Mo Jincheng finally reacted. Who? He got up in alarm. When Mo Jincheng saw Huang Xiaolong, his organ below shrunk instantly, and he stammered in shock, Huang Xiaolong. Someone, they had assumed to be dead, had once again appeared right in front of him silently. Due to this, even an experienced cultivator like Mo Jincheng was shaken. The 4 maids also scrambled up and stood beside Mo Jincheng. There was no fear on their faces, and they were curiously checking out Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong. The 4 maids had no idea who that was. They didn't recall hearing about someone with that name. It's you, Huang Xiaolong. You're actually still alive. Mo Jincheng regained his composure a second later, sneering mockingly as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, you're really lucky, but do you know, you've made one mistake. Oh. Huang Xiaolong crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Mo Jincheng with an interested expression. Mo Jincheng elaborated coldly. In the past, the 4th resurrection primal ancestor Fong Ding had come swaggering into my Devil Eye City, wanting to plunder my race's treasury, but he didn't succeed. Instead, he left with 1 arm less. He fled in such a sorry state that he hasn't dared to show up ever since then. As if he was afraid that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't believe him, Mo Jincheng took out a cut-off arm belonging to a primal ancestor. The arm still exuded a vague Grand Dao energy as the arm's flesh, blood, and bones were condensed from Grand Dao energy, proving that it was indeed the arm of a primal ancestor. Most likely, like Mo Jincheng had said, the arm belonged to that Fong Ding because the Grand Dao energy of low-level primal ancestors was not as perfect. So what? Huang Xiaolong coldly took a glance at the arm. Mo Jincheng was stunned. Little guy, do you think you're stronger than Fong Ding? One of the 4 maids mocked Huang Xiaolong. How about sister play with you? Huang Xiaolong didn't even bother to look at the maid, and with a casual flick of his finger, he reduced the peak late ninth heaven true saint maid into bloody mists without even giving her a chance to scream. The other 3 maids were stupefied, and their faces paled as they retreated in fear, hiding behind Mo Jincheng. Huang Xiaolong looked like the devil in their eyes. Huang Xiaolong, how dare you kill my maid? Mo Jincheng glared at Huang Xiaolong, as his expression became gloomy to the extreme, and he spat through gritted teeth. You're courting death, and he suddenly punched out with his fists. Mo Jincheng's cultivation was at the early 4th resurrection primal ancestor realm, and everyone within the 8-Claw Devil Eye race's territory could feel the turbulent airflow from the power of his fist's force. In a split second, the 8-Claw Devil Eye race's patriarch Mo Rue, young patriarch Mo Jun, and others sensed it. But before Mo Rue, Mo Jun, and the others understood what was going on, a loud blast ensued. Then, they saw a figure smashed through several luxurious residences, before crashing a few meters from Mo Rue and the others' feet. The entire Devil Eye City was swaying as if the city was about to collapse. Mo Rue, Mo Jun, and other 8-Claw Devil Eye race's experts looked at the figure on the ground with blank faces. Who was the person lying at their feet if not Mo Jincheng? Mo Jincheng was completely naked, and his body, especially his lower body, was stained with blood. One could only wonder if Mo Jincheng's lower body was injured, or if he had spurted blood earlier and accidentally dyed his lower body. Mo Rue, Mo Jun, and the present Eight-Claw Devil Eye race's experts couldn't believe what they were seeing. In these hundreds of millions of years, this was the first time they were seeing their old ancestor Mo Jincheng injured. "Old ancestor, are you?" While in shock, they suddenly looked up to the sky. There was an ebony-haired young man looking down at them with a chilling cold gaze. "Activate the Eight-Claw Devil Eye Grand Formation." Since Mo Rue and others still had not reacted, Mo Jincheng climbed up from the ground and bellowed in a fury. Mo Rue, Mo Jun, and the others were jolted to their senses, and in a fluster, they activated the Eight-Claw Devil Eye Grand Formation that had not been used for a long time. Immediately, numerous devilish rays of light shot up, interwoven into a huge net that covered the scope of Devil Eye City. On each intersection of the net was a devilish pupil. These devilish pupils glowed an eerie red and had ghastly runes running over their surfaces. After seeing the Eight-Claw Devil Eye Grand Formation activated, Mo Jincheng's confidence returned at full force, and his face twisted as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. "Huang Xiaolong, I want you dead." As he spoke, a similar devilish light soared from his body, resonating with the entire Eight-Claw Devil Eye Grand Formation. Based on his early Fourth Resurrection Primal Ancestor Realm strength and the Eight-Claw Devil Eye Grand Formation, Mo Jincheng had been able to suppress and injure Fong Ding, who was a late Fourth Resurrection Primal Ancestor in the past. This was an attestment of the Eight-Claw Devil Eye Grand Formation's power. Under the spurring from Mo Jincheng's energy, the entire Eight-Claw Devil Eye Grand Formation emitted a burst of blinding light, originating from the devilish pupils. Soon after, everything under the scope of these pupils actually started to shrink and die as if they had been sucked dry in an instant. The blood runes light from these devil pupils all targeted Huang Xiaolong. "Insignificant tricks," Huang Xiaolong commented in an indifferent tone. Strong Dao light surged from his body and formed a Grand Dao energy boundary around him. When the blood rune's glow fell on the Grand Dao energy barrier, the barrier actually started shrinking in size. A second later, it would expand again, supported by Huang Xiaolong's vigorous Grand Dao energy. No matter how shocking the devil pupils' blood runes were, they were unable to collapse Huang Xiaolong's Grand Dao energy barrier. After seeing this, Mo Jincheng was furious and anxious at the same time. He let out a bellow, and the devilish pupil once again appeared on his forehead. This devil eye flew into the air and entered the Eight-Claw Devil Eye Grand Formation Center, integrating into the formation seamlessly. "Huang Xiaolong, I refuse to believe that the Eight-Claw Devil Eye Grand Formation can't suppress you," Mo Jincheng screamed. "All Eight-Claw Devil Eye race's disciples listen to my order, and send out your devil eyes, and all of your power into the Eight-Claw Devil Race Grand Formation." Mo Jincheng's voice reverberated through the city. Immediately, the Eight-Claw Devil Eye race's Patriarch Mo Rue, young Patriarch Mo Jun, and the others all sent out their devil eyes into the Grand Formation. This was the terror of the Eight-Claw Devil Eye Grand Formation, as it could integrate with every single Eight-Claw Devil Eye race's disciples' bloodline power as one entity. After Mo Rue, Mo Jun, and the others' Devil Eye had integrated with the Grand Formation, the Eight-Claw Devil Eye Grand Formation's power rose sharply, and the devilish right soared to the sky. Every expert within the Eight-Claw Devil race's territory could see the light. In a big city far away from the Devil Eye City, various World Rivers races were discussing something when their attention was suddenly attracted by the soaring devilish light. "Isn't that the Devil Eye's devil light? It's the Eight-Claw Devil Eye Race Grand Formation's light. The Eight-Claw Devil Eye Race has activated the Eight-Claw Devil Eye Grand Formation. Who is so capable to trigger the Eight-Claw Devil Eye Race to activate the Grand Formation? Other World Rivers race's old ancestor. Could it be the Dragon Fish's old ancestor? Or the Thunder Serpent race's old ancestor? It has been a long time since the Eight-Claw Devil Eye Race has activated their Grand Formation, and so far it has only been activated once. Could it be Fong Ding again? He could have come back to avenge that grudge of losing one arm that year. There is this possibility. But no matter who it is, It's definitely a fourth resurrection primal ancestor expert or stronger, since they are able to make the 8-claw devil eye race to activate the 8-claw devil eye grand formation. The 8-claw devil eye grand formation's activation immediately became a hot topic. A wave of shock rippled past everyone. The 8-claw devil eye grand formation had once dealt heavy injuries to Fong Ding, creating a deterrent to many World River's many experts. Now that the 8-claw devil eye grand formation is activated for the second time, is the 8-claw devil eye race showing off their majesty and raising their deterrence power. The domain's experts whispered in shock. At the same time, within the 8-claw devil eye grand formation, Huang Xiaolong watched the soaring devil light with an indifferent expression. The devil eye's annihilation, Mo Jincheng's bellow reverberated in the air. All the devil eyes on the 8-claw devil eye grand formation rotated at rapid speed, and the blood rune's devilish light gathered into a sea of blood light that slammed towards Huang Xiaolong. A golden light glimmered from Huang Xiaolong's hand as he took out the flying heaven spear and stabbed it towards the formation. However, he did not use any Dao art, it was merely a very ordinary attack. Even so, in one strike, the force from the flying heaven spear sent out rolling grand Dao energy. Mo Jincheng's face turned slightly ugly. Mo Rui, Mo Jun, and other 8-claw devil eye races experts couldn't see the terror of Huang Xiaolong's seemingly ordinary attack, but he, an early fourth resurrection primal ancestor, saw through the essence in a glance. Just as his expression turned ugly, Rumbaloo, the spear rays collided with the 8-claw devil eye grand formation, and the seemingly frightening devilish bloodlight sea disintegrated under Huang Xiaolong's attack. The terrifying sea of blood light dissipated just like that. Overwhelming repelling power from the collision sent Mo Jincheng, Mo Rui, and the rest staggering unsteadily. Mo Jincheng merely staggered a little bit, but Patriarch Mo Rui and the rest were coughing up blood almost uncontrollably. You! Mo Jincheng was shocked, and he looked at Huang Xiaolong with dread. How could you be so strong? More than a decade ago, when the 6 of them had besieged Huang Xiaolong, he hadn't been this strong. At that time, Huang Xiaolong couldn't have been a match against him even if they had battled one-on-one. But now, even with the entire race's power integrated into the 8-claw devil eye grand formation, he failed to suppress Huang Xiaolong. Suddenly, Mo Jincheng's face became distorted as he shouted, "You got the sky-opening island's grand Dao treasure?" Since Huang Xiaolong's strength had grown to such a terrifying degree that it could only have one explanation. He had gotten the grand Dao treasure in the deepest part of Sky-Opening Island. Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent, and he ignored Mo Jincheng's words. Instead, he gave a warning, "Mo Jincheng, it's my turn to attack now." With that said, before Mo Jincheng understood what Huang Xiaolong meant, the flying heaven spear in Huang Xiaolong's hand burst out in 10,000 bright rays in an instant. Every ray of spear light resembled a meteor across the sky, looking beautiful from a distance, but in Mo Jincheng and the others' eyes, it was utmost horror. "Quick! Activate the devil eye firmament!" Mo Jincheng bellowed anxiously. Urged by Mo Jincheng's anxious bellow, all the 8-claw devil eye race's disciples desperately spurred their own devil eye. Once again, the 8-claw devil eye grand formation burst out in intense light, turning into a dome, the devil's firmament. A devil sovereign's momentum rose from the grand formation that all other living creatures seemed so insignificant, including Huang Xiaolong's 10,000 rays of spear light. But those seemingly feeble 10,000 rays of spear light passed through the devil eye firmament as if it was nothing, stabbing onto the many devil pupils. And these devil pupils with blood runes over them burst like bubbles. At the same time, all 8-claw devil eye race's disciples were knocked into the air, screaming in pain as blood flowed out from the hole in their forehead, where the devil pupils should have been. Their innate devil eyes were destroyed. That included their patriarch Mo Rui's innate devil pupil. Mo Jincheng fared slightly better, but blood was flowing endlessly down his forehead. The flying heaven spear in Huang Xiaolong's hand stabbed out once again. The flying heaven spear's bird beak pierced into Mo Jincheng's chest and brought out a spurt of blood. 1 hour later, the dust has settled. Other experts watching from afar saw the 8-claw devil eye grand formation's bloody red light dissipate, which meant the Grand Formation was deactivated. Some experts carefully braved towards the Devil Eye City, wanting to check out the situation. That trespasser into the Devil Eye City is already suppressed by the 8-Claw Devil Eye race's experts? So fast. At least that Fong Ding lasted for more than a day. It has merely been an hour. Some experts shook their heads as they approached the Devil Eye City. That proves the trespasser this time is somewhat rubbish. A native expert commented when he heard that and even joked. In my opinion, the 8-Claw Devil Eye race is being dramatic. They didn't even need to activate the 8-Claw Devil Eye Grand Formation at all. I agree. Frankly speaking, I think the 8-Claw Devil Eye race deliberately activated the 8-Claw Devil Eye Grand Formation to show some majesty to deter the surrounding forces. Moreover, I've heard that the 8-Claw Devil Eye race has climbed up to Yuan Xianxia and has been expanding their forces with the aim of conquering the entire domain. Hence, they are trying to deter nearby forces this time. Another World River's native expert joined in. I think the 8-Claw Devil Eye race might be afraid that the Grand Formation has gotten rusty after not using it for so long. That's why they activated the 8-Claw Devil Eye Grand Formation this time to scrape off some rust off the formation. That's all. The expert ended with a joke. The 8-Claw Devil Eye race is having some fun. Everyone chortled in laughter. These World Rivers experts joked and talked as they flew towards the Devil Eye City. And soon, the city gates entered their sight. But as these experts arrived, they were shocked to see the imposing and luxurious Devil Eye City wasn't what it used to be. Parts of the several thousand meters tall city walls had crumbled as if a terrifying power had landed on it, leaving only a short barricade of several meters. On the other side of the city walls, the originally wide streets that were built with one of the strongest stones and ores were gone, and the rows of luxurious residences were gone as well. In their sights were broken tiles and crumbled walls, and everything was in ruins. To their horror, there were only ruins left as far as they could see. We didn't come to the wrong place, right? Someone amongst the dumbfounded group of experts mumbled under his breath. Went to the wrong place. This thought was immediately rejected. How could they possibly have gone to the wrong place? Even if one of them took the wrong way, could several hundred experts take the wrong way at the same time? Not to mention, this was not the first time they had come to the Devil Eye City, and the Devil Eye City was such a big city standing here, so how could they go wrong? Soon, a question emerged in their minds. If we didn't come to the wrong place, then the city in front of us has to be the Devil Eye City. Then, all of them froze on the spot. The Devil Eye City is destroyed? Someone stammered. This was the same World River disciple, who had claimed that the 8-Claw Devil Eye race was overdoing it to activate the 8-Claw Devil Eye Grand Formation. It can't possibly be? Isn't old ancestor Mo Jincheng around? Another World River race's disciple tried. Old ancestor Mo Jincheng? That's right. A little bit of their confidence returned. That's right. If the Devil Eye City is reduced to rubbles, then where is old ancestor Mo Jincheng? Where is the 8-Claw Devil Eye race's patriarch Mo Rue? Don't forget, there were a few 100,000 8-Claw Devil Eye race's core disciples within the city? Could they be? No, impossible. Go and take a look? Someone finally spoke, breaking the silence. Thus these native experts approached the rubbles with caution. Standing among the ruins of Devil Eye City, looking at the giant bottomless pit in the ground, these experts got a sense of the overpowering, destructive force that swept through this place. This seems to be a fist imprint? Staring at the bottomless pit in the ground, some race's disciples guessed. No, it looks more like a spear? Spear ray. A high-level true saint expert corrected with a solemn expression. Spear? There is such a big spear. This giant pit probably runs several 100,000 miles down. A while later, the group started moving further in again. There were ruins everywhere they looked, and more than a few giant pits in the ground. By the time they reached the center area of Devil Eye City, where Mo Jincheng's palace was located, all that was left of it were rubbles. There was barely any shadow of the grand palace it used to be. However, they didn't see Mo Jincheng or any of the 8-Claw Devil Eye race's disciples even after flying a full circle around the city. It was as if Mo Jincheng and all the 8-claw devil eye race's disciples vanished into thin air. It can't be that all of them were killed, right? A disciple voiced his doubt, feeling a little creepy. No one answered him, except for a few silent exchanges of looks. Each of them could see the bewilderment in the other's eyes. The 8-claw devil eye race, a royal family of the world river that had stood on top of the devil eye domain for countless millions of years, was actually annihilated today. It wouldn't be Fong Ding, would it? It didn't take long for the news to spread that a primal ancestor had run into the Devil City, and in a short 1 hour, he had destroyed the Devil Eye City. Mo Jincheng and all 8-claw devil eye race's disciples in the Devil City at that time had vanished into thin air. It was as if a thunderbolt of Armageddon had landed on the world river, sending waves of shock and apprehension in the 4 directions. The world river's many royal families were especially concerned about the incident. At the dragonfish race's headquarters, the dragonfish race's old ancestor Long Jianfei had a solemn expression on his face. He was originally in cultivation seclusion, but upon hearing the news of the 8-claw devil eye race's annihilation, he couldn't calm down enough to cultivate peacefully. Old ancestor, now the rumors claim that Fong Ding found a grand Dao treasure, and his strength has exploded upwards. After that, he went to the 8-claw devil eye race seeking revenge, and annihilated them. The dragonfish race's patriarch Long Haiqin reported. Fong Ding. Long Jianfei's brows furrowed. Yes, Long Haiqin went on. The Devil Eye City was completely destroyed, and the treasury was completely swept clean. Hence everyone is saying that this matter is done by Fong Ding. He had failed to take the 8-claw devil eye race's treasury the last time, but he succeeded this time. Long Jianfei disagreed. That is merely the general assumption. He was pacing as his thoughts turned rapidly. I have a feeling this matter is not so simple. He turned and looked at Long Haiqin. Go investigate if the 8-claw devil eye race offended any primal ancestor expert, especially in the last few decades. Yes, old ancestor. The 8-claw devil eye race's matter also alarmed Yuan Xianxia. What? The Devil Eye City is destroyed and Mo Jincheng is missing? Yuan Xianxia was genuinely shocked when he heard the news. Yes, the World Rivers experts are talking about this, claiming it's likely to be Fong Ding, who returned in revenge and destroyed the Devil Eye City. Yuan Wangfeng's face was extremely solemn, and he hesitated before adding, Your Highness, could it be Huang Xiaolong? Upon learning that the Devil City was destroyed, and Mo Jincheng was missing, even though shocked, Yuan Wangfeng was the first to think if it was Huang Xiaolong. Yuan Qianxing had not expected Yuan Wangfeng to bring up Huang Xiaolong. He blanked for a second, and then shook his head. A sneer curved up the corners of his mouth as he said, It cannot be Huang Xiaolong. We watched him jump into the death cave with our own eyes, and it's not possible to leave the death cave alive. Even if by 1 in a million chances he survived, and walked out of the death cave, he would still be far from being capable of destroying the Devil Eye City. He's no match against Mo Jincheng. Yuan Qianxing sounded extremely certain. Yes, I might be overthinking things, Yuan Wangfeng said, after saying that he, too, felt it couldn't be Huang Xiaolong. Your Highness, should we inform Elder Ming about this? Yuan Wangfeng spoke again. Yuan Qianxing shook his head. This matter has circulated the whole world river and alien lands, so Elder Ming might have heard about it already. His expression grew solemn as he ordered Yuan Wangfeng, Go find out who exactly is the culprit. As the various domains were alarmed by what happened to the Devil Eye City, a young man from the human race arrived at the Dragonfish City. This young man from the human race was naturally Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong looked at the lofty Dragonfish City before him that was as imposing as the Devil Eye City. He complied with the rules and entered the city after paying 10 holy coins. The Dragonfish City was one prosperous city comparable to the alien land's Flying Heaven City. In the Dragonfish City, Huang Xiaolong saw many alien races and human races caravan teams coming and going. There was a big trading market within the Dragonfish City. The World River had 4 big trading markets, and one of them was in the Dragonfish City. Thus Huang Xiaolong did not find it strange, seeing so many alien races and human races here. Huang Xiaolong leisurely strolled on foot through the Dragonfish City, taking in the city's prosperity by soaking in the culture and sceneries that were different from the holy world and alien lands. His direction was set towards the Dragonfish race's headquarters. Under Huang Xiaolong's 3 Holy Souls coverage, everything within the Dragonfish City was clearly displayed in his mind that he didn't need to ask anyone for directions to the Dragonfish race's headquarters. Huang Xiaolong's journey went smoothly, and he reached the Dragonfish race's headquarters half a day later. The World River's Dragonfish race royal family's overall strength was stronger than the 8-Claw Devil Eye race. Hence, its headquarters building was grander and luxurious in comparison. Merely the Grand Dao Might, coming off the 2 ancient Dragonfish characters above the main entrance's gates, was enough to deter many peak late 9th Heaven True Saint experts from making trouble. Huang Xiaolong stood for a while to enjoy the 2 ancient characters' aura. The 2 characters' dragonfish were likely inscribed by the Dragonfish race's old ancestor with supreme power, containing his own Dao as well as a Grand Dao formation. In hostile situations, the Grand Dao formation could be activated to suppress fairly strong enemies. Initially, the Dragonfish race's guards at the main entrance were quite upset after watching Huang Xiaolong stand foolishly in front of their headquarters' main entrance. And just as they were about to shoo Huang Xiaolong away, the 4 guards felt an overpowering pressure surging from Huang Xiaolong's body. All 4 guards took a step back in fright. High-level True Saint expert? The 4 guards silently exchanged a look, waves of shock hitting their hearts. The 4 of them were mid-level True Saint experts, yet merely Huang Xiaolong's aura was powerful enough to force them back. So one could only assume that Huang Xiaolong was a high-level True Saint expert. May I ask, what matters does young master have with my Dragonfish race headquarters? After their shock subsided, one of the guards inquired. His manner was much more courteous. Then again, although they were initially surprised by Huang Xiaolong's high-level True Saint realm cultivation as a human race, they didn't really put Huang Xiaolong in their eyes. Forget high-level True Saint realm human race experts, even peak late 9th Heaven True Saint realm experts didn't dare to put on an act before the Dragonfish race headquarters. I'm here to look for your Dragonfish race's old ancestor. Huang Xiaolong's gaze moved away from the 2 ancient characters as he answered tepidly. Looking for our old ancestor? The 4 guards hadn't expected such an answer. Our old ancestor is in seclusion and will not entertain outside guests, so please return. One of the guards said, shaking his head. Huang Xiaolong chuckled softly. He knew this was merely a perfunctory excuse. This so-called old ancestor being in seclusion and not entertaining outside guests clearly meant that the old ancestor would not meet with guests of insufficient identities. In short, these guards felt that he, a peak late 6th Heaven True Saint realm human race expert, wasn't qualified to meet with their old ancestor, Long Jianfei. Huang Xiaolong took out a token and threw it to one of the guards and stated, "Bring this token to your old ancestor, and your old ancestor will naturally come out to see me." Huang Xiaolong had found the token when searching Mo Jincheng's body after suppressing him. It was Mo Jincheng's Devil Eye token, and it was the only one in the entire 8-Claw Devil Eye race. The Dragonfish race's disciples might not have recognized the token, but the Dragonfish race's old ancestor Long Jianfei would definitely recognize it. The guard disciple caught the token, feeling the shocking devil chi and frigid chi as well as primal ancestor aura from the token, and he was astounded. The 4 guards exchanged looks. "All right, please wait here for a moment." The guard disciple nodded his head, then added, "I will go report now." Huang Xiaolong nodded. When the guard disciple disappeared inside with the token to report, he remained where he was, studying the ancient characters above the main entrance. Huang Xiaolong had successfully transformed his saint physique into Dao physique, and even his souls had evolved into Dao souls, and adding his inextinguishable Dao heart to the equation, there were benefits to studying others' Dao laws. When the guard disciple was heading to the headquarters Great Hall with the token, inside the Great Hall, the Dragonfish race's patriarch Long Haiqin was reporting the investigation result on the Devil Eye City to Long Jianfei. However, the several 100,000 8-Claw Devil Eye race's disciples were all killed by Huang Xiaolong, and Long Haiqin's investigation hadn't come up with much information. Learning that there wasn't much progress in the investigation from Long Haiqin, Long Jianfei wasn't surprised at all. Someone who could destroy the Devil Eye City and erase all traces. It would be strange if clues could be found so fast. All of the 8-Claw Devil Eye race's disciples in the city vanished into thin air, including Mo Jincheng and his 4 maids, the 8-Claw Devil Eye race's patriarch Mo Rue, young patriarch Mo Jun, and a group of upper echelons. There were no witnesses at all. Moreover, Mo Jincheng had the 8-Claw Devil Eye Grand Formation activated, blocking outsiders from seeing what happened. Hence, the situation under the formation could not be determined. Long Haiqin sighed, shaking his head. Long Jianfei nodded in agreement. Have you found out anything about the other matter I had you investigate? Has the 8-Claw Devil Eye race provoked any enemies in recent years? Fang Ding is the only one we can determine. Long Haiqin went on. We couldn't find anything else. Long Jianfei's gaze turned unfathomable. In the whole world river and alien lands, there are only 3 people with this level of strength who are capable of destroying the Devil Eye City in a short 1 hour. But these 3 people have no grudge with Mo Jincheng. Long Haiqin went on. Mo Jincheng is cunning as a fox, and is apt at finding big backings. He's not so silly as to offend those 3 people. Moreover, from my investigation, these 3 people had not left their dwellings during this time. Long Jianfei's brows were scrunched together. This was also the point that baffled him. If it wasn't any of those 3 people, who could it be? He really couldn't think of any other person from the alien lands and world river who possessed this level of strength. Right at this time, the guard disciple walked into the great hall with Huang Xiaolong's token in hand. Seeing Long Haiqin and Long Jianfei, he quickly saluted respectfully. What's the matter? Long Haiqin asked casually. Replying to the patriarch, there is a young man from the human race outside saying he wants to see the old ancestor. The guard disciple reported and went on. He claimed that when the old ancestor sees this token, the old ancestor would see him. Long Haiqin scoffed after hearing what the guard disciple said. What? A young man from the human race? He wants our old ancestor to see him. He rose from his seat, laughing coldly, and said sarcastically, Did a primal ancestor expert appear amongst the human race experts? It seems like our dragonfish race is ignorant, because we aren't aware that such an expert exists. The Devil Eye City's destruction had greatly unnerved him. Several days of investigation had brought no result, adding fuel to his irritation. And now, when he heard that a human race's young man was actually telling the old ancestor to see him based on 1 token, it seemed to be the last straw. Go blast him away for me, Long Haiqin ordered with a wave of his hand. In Long Haiqin's opinion, it was already considered polite to have the guard disciple blast the human race's young man, instead of doing it himself. As for that so-called token, Long Haiqin didn't bother to spare a glance at it as he didn't think it was necessary. In his eyes, TT was just a human race's young man. So what type of broken token could he bring? In the whole alien lands and world river, the human race had no primal ancestor realm expert. If his token wasn't a broken token, then what else was it? The guard disciple hesitated for a second, then complied respectfully and turned to leave. He actually wanted to highlight that the human race's young man seemed to be a high-level true Saint Realm expert. But Long Haiqin's irritated expression stopped him. Just as the guard disciple turned to leave, Long Jianfei suddenly called out, Wait! His gaze swept over the token in the guard disciple's hand, and he thought that it looked familiar. The guard disciple immediately stood still. Let me take a look at the token, said Long Jianfei. Long Haiqin was surprised by the old ancestor's action and spoke. Old ancestor, it's just a human race's young man's token. What's there to see? Long Jianfei did not speak while the guard disciple hurried forward and respectfully handed the token over to Long Jianfei. At first, Long Jianfei only felt the token seemed familiar, so he wasn't very concerned about it. But when he held the token in his hand, his expression changed in an instant, and he abruptly rose from his seat. Long Haiqin and the guard disciple were startled by Long Jianfei's reaction. Old ancestor, you? Long Haiqin inquired in surprise as his gaze swept over the token in Long Jianfei's hand. But he could not tell the token's origin. Hence he tried sensing the token's aura and was shocked, when he felt the primal ancestor realm expert's aura from it. This is Mo Jincheng's Devil Eye token. Long Jianfei's face was extremely solemn as he said that. What? Mo Jincheng's? Long Haichin's heart nearly jumped out of his chest, whereas the guard disciple was quivering from head to toe. His hand that held the Devil Eye token earlier felt as heavy as a great mountain. That's right, it is indeed Mo Jincheng's Devil Eye token. Long Jianfei looked at the token in his hand carefully, and his tone was absolutely certain. There is Mo Jincheng's aura inside this token. I won't make a mistake. There is only one Devil Eye token. Others might not have seen it, but old ancestors like us definitely have seen it. But the Devil Eye City's Devil Eye token, how come it is in the hands of a human race's young man? Long Haichin exclaimed in astonishment. Mo Jincheng's Devil Eye token was in the hands of a human race's young man. This was simply unbelievable. Not to mention, the Devil Eye City had just been destroyed a while ago. This? Long Jianfei looked at the guard and asked, that human race's young man only said he came to see me? He had the guard recount everything without leaving any detail. At the same time, his Dao Soul's senses extended outwards and locked onto Huang Xiaolong, who was standing in front of the main entrance. The guard immediately understood the seriousness of the matter and quickly recounted everything in detail to Long Jianfei. Long Jianfei's eyes glimmered as he listened. Peak late 6th heaven true saint? Under the coverage of Long Haichin's holy soul, he found Huang Xiaolong at the main entrance and saw through Huang Xiaolong's cultivation at a single glance. He looked at Long Jianfei. This human race's young man is indeed a peak late 6th heaven true saint. Long Jianfei nodded in affirmation, yet this finding only baffled him further. How did Mo Jincheng's Devil Eye token fall into the hands of a peak late 6th heaven true saint realm young man? As he heard Long Jianfei confirm that Huang Xiaolong was indeed only a peak late 6th heaven true saint realm, Long Haichin's tense nerves relaxed, but his tone remained serious. Could it be that Mo Jincheng accidentally dropped the Devil Eye token when fighting with the mysterious expert during the Devil Eye City's destruction battle, and then it was picked up by the young man? Long Jianfei felt somewhat speechless. Though the conjecture sounded a little forceful, it wasn't really impossible, because he couldn't think of any other excuse why the Devil Eye token could fall into the hands of a mere peak late 6th heaven true saint realm young man. Whether he picked up the token from somewhere or not, we just need to ask after capturing him. Long Haichin then turned to Long Jianfei and suggested, Old ancestor, I'll go out and capture him. Originally, he wanted to order an eminent elder of the family to take action, but considering the importance of the Devil Eye token, the less people knew about it, the better it was. Thus, he decided that he, a peak late 9th heaven true saint, would take action. Long Jianfei pondered for a moment and then said, when you see him, invite him in. Tell him I want to see him. He felt there was something strange and inexplicable about this human race's young man. If the young man accidentally picked up the Devil Eye token, then what reason prompted him to bring it and request to see me? Therefore, he had Long Qinhai invite the young man in instead of capturing him. Long Haichin was taken aback, but nodded and complied after understanding Long Jianfei's meaning. He then went out together with the guard disciple, heading towards the main entrance. Before long, Long Haichin saw Huang Xiaolong. As he saw that Huang Xiaolong was looking at the words dragonfish with interest, he was genuinely surprised. Can he see the grand Tao laws contained in the two words? On second thought, Long Haichin thought it was impossible. Many peak late 9th heaven true saint experts with 1 foot in the primal ancestor realm couldn't comprehend the grand Tao laws contained in the two words. Then what was more to a peak late 6th heaven true saint human race's young man? Huang Xiaolong looked away from the words, and his gaze fell on Long Haichin. Long Haichin walked out through the main entrance and stopped in front of Huang Xiaolong. After seeing that Huang Xiaolong did not salute him, and looked at him with the eye of a superior, Long Haichin subconsciously frowned with displeasure. Come in please. Our old ancestor wants to see you, Long Haichin stated bluntly. Because of Huang Xiaolong's attitude, his tone wasn't very welcoming. Huang Xiaolong looked at Long Haichin, and his tone was tepid when he spoke. It seems you and Long Jianfei did not understand my intention. My words were to have Long Jianfei come out to see me. Long Haiqin and the 4 guards were dumbfounded. Then, Long Haiqin burst out laughing. You want our old ancestor to come out and see you? You? Brat. Do you think our old ancestor would come out to see you just because you brought the devil eye token that you've picked up somewhere? Brat, a peak late 6th heaven true saint like you, has the guts to call our old ancestor by his name. If it wasn't for the old ancestor's order, I would have suppressed and detained you just for your rudeness. Long Haiqin exuded coldness all over as his sharp gaze was fixed on Huang Xiaolong. He wasn't bluffing. It was already considered polite that he had not suppressed Huang Xiaolong by now. Huang Xiaolong wasn't angered by Long Haiqin's words, and he even let out a low laugh. Even Imo Jincheng was suppressed by me. So do you think you've enough weight to fight me? He wasn't being sarcastic, but purely stating the fact that Long Haiqin was no different than a shrimp in his eyes. Although Long Haiqin already had 1 foot in the primal ancestor realm, 5 or even 6 peak late 9th heaven true saints like Long Haiqin could do nothing to him. To Huang Xiaolong, it was merely the matter of lifting a finger to deal with them or a blow of air. Long Haiqin burst into laughter when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said, and his saliva flew in the air. You could suppress a late 4th resurrection primal ancestor expert like Mo Jincheng? So, you're saying that you're the one who destroyed the Devil Eye City. He really couldn't hold back his laughter. Not only Long Haiqin but anyone hearing a peak late 6th heaven true saint brat claiming that he had suppressed a primal ancestor realm expert in a late 4th resurrection primal ancestor realm would bend over laughing. As the patriarch of a royal family, as well as a cultivator on the verge of stepping into primal ancestor realm, generally, Long Haiqin would not laugh so wantonly in public, but he really could not hold his laughter in. The 4 guards, too, were almost keeled over laughing. Long Jianfei had been watching everything transpiring outside from the Great Hall. When he heard Huang Xiaolong's claim about suppressing Mo Jincheng, he was dazed for a while. After that, he shook his head with a helpless smile. Huang Xiaolong watched Long Haiqin laugh, until he felt that Long Haiqin had laughed enough. He raised his fingers and gently flicked towards Long Haiqin, just like how one would flick away dust on their body. Long Haiqin saw Huang Xiaolong making a flicking gesture towards him, and his face sank. He snapped, "Brat, do you really think?" But before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in panic. Long Haiqin was swept into the air akin to a leaf carried by a tempest, and thrown back into the dragonfish race's headquarters. His body smashed through the garden's stones and fountains, and several buildings, heading straight towards the Great Hall where Long Jianfei was located. From inside the Great Hall, Long Jianfei pushed forward with his palms in order to stop Long Haiqin rolling back, but he discovered that the force carrying Long Haiqin exceeded his imagination. In a moment of carelessness, the force from Long Haiqin's body knocked him, a 5th resurrection primal ancestor, staggering back. The 2 of them shattered the main seat in the Great Hall, broke a hole through the wall, and finally stopped in an inconspicuous corner of the headquarters. The 4 guards' laughter came to an abrupt stop. They stared dazedly at the path of destruction left behind by Long Haiqin, tracing it up until they saw Long Haiqin and Long Jianfei's less than majestic figures in an inconspicuous corner of the headquarters. "Who dares to make trouble at my dragonfish race's headquarters?" An angry shout reverberated in the air, as dragonfish race's true Saint Realm experts whistled across the air one after another with overbearing momentums pressing down on everyone. Huang Xiaolong's small attack had alerted the dragonfish race's several hundred true Saint experts, who were currently inside the headquarters. There were several hundred true Saints in the headquarters. This just showed how strong the dragonfish race's foundation was. But a while after these dragonfish race's true Saint Realm experts appeared with world-shaking wrath, all of their momentum sizzled out when they spotted Long Jianfei and Long Haiqin in an inconspicuous corner. Even the 9th Heaven True Saint Realm dragonfish race's eminent elder, who was roaring at the top of his lungs earlier, deflated. As their senses recovered, these dragonfish race's experts' gazes fell on Huang Xiaolong with shock rippling in their eyes. Right at this time, a terrifying force surged out from Huang Xiaolong's body, covering the entire dragonfish race's headquarters. Under Huang Xiaolong's show of might, those dragonfish race's experts standing high in the air with billowing anger, plummeted to the ground. All of them were slapped to the ground by an overwhelming invisible force. The 4 guards were slammed into the air by the sudden surge of force from Huang Xiaolong's body. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong passed through the Dragonfish Race's headquarters main entrance. Those Dragonfish Race's experts, who had fallen from the air, watched Huang Xiaolong enter with trepidation. Who says that this is a 6th heaven true saint realm? This is literally a 6th resurrection primal ancestor. None of them dared to move. In truth, they were unable to move with Huang Xiaolong's coercive force pressing down on them. In the meantime, Long Jianfei had pulled Long Haiqin up from the ground, and both of them were looking at Huang Xiaolong with uncertainty and apprehension. It was especially so for Long Haiqin, who had laughed till his belly had ached earlier. But now, he was as pale as a corpse. He was trembling, feeling like he had taken a trip to hell and back. Deep down, he was aware that if Huang Xiaolong had wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be standing up right now. A dark cloud of doubt cast a shadow over Long Jianfei's face. After a while, he finally cupped his fists and spoke. "This lord, Long Haiqin, was rude and offended you. I apologize on his behalf. If the average low-level or mid-level primal ancestor experts had dared to injure Long Haiqin right in front of the Dragonfish Race's headquarters, Long Jianfei would have demanded an explanation regardless who the attacker was. But facing Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei opted to apologize and lowered his stance. Huang Xiaolong came to a stop in front of Long Jianfei and Long Haiqin, and then extended his hand out. Long Jianfei was baffled by Huang Xiaolong's action, but soon reacted, and quickly returned the Devil Eye token to Huang Xiaolong with both of his hands. Rubbing the Devil Eye token in his hand, Huang Xiaolong spoke his next words to Long Haiqin. "I didn't pick up this Devil Eye token." Long Haiqin's face turned beet red from embarrassment, but unfortunately, there wasn't any hole in the ground for him to disappear into. Long Jianfei blanked for the briefest second, then laughed in flattery. "Lord must be joking, because with Lord's identity, a mere Devil Eye token is unworthy to be picked up by you." Huang Xiaolong put away the Devil Eye token and responded tepidly. "How could my identity compare to old ancestor Long Jianfei, as even taking out the Devil Eye token is unworthy to see you?" Long Jianfei chuckled in embarrassment, and could only say, "Lord really likes to joke." By this time, Long Jianfei could see Huang Xiaolong bore no malice, and this point greatly eased the tension in his heart. But he was really frightened when Huang Xiaolong walked into the headquarters, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Long Haiqin wisely stepped forward and apologized to Huang Xiaolong. Watching their Dragonfish Race's patriarch Long Haiqin's flustered demeanor, Huang Xiaolong accepted his apology and no longer pursued the matter. Long Jianfei subsequently sent the rest away, and made a strict order that not a word of that day's event could be passed out, or they would be punished as a traitor. Long Jianfei invited Huang Xiaolong up to the main seat, and Huang Xiaolong didn't feign politeness and sat down with ease. "Lord, pardon my ignorance, you are?" After everyone had taken their seats, Long Jianfei couldn't help asking. He had searched through his own memories but couldn't pinpoint Huang Xiaolong's identity, and didn't know when such an expert had appeared amongst the human race. Long Haiqin was furtively and apprehensively observing Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong did not conceal his identity. "What? Huang Xiaolong, the otherworldly mansion's young master." Long Jianfei jumped up from his seat as he exclaimed in shock. Long Haiqin's reaction was bigger than his old ancestor. Wasn't there a rumor that claimed Huang Xiaolong was besieged by Yuan Qianxing's group and was forced to jump into the death cave? For a period, this news was the hottest topic, and Long Jianfei, as the Dragonfish Race's old ancestor, had obviously heard about it. At that time, he felt it was a pity that a genius like Huang Xiaolong had died so young. Huang Xiaolong was still alive, and he was standing in front of them. At this moment, they finally realized why the Devil Eye City was destroyed. Mo Jincheng was one of the people who had besieged Huang Xiaolong. Long Jianfei and Long Haiqin's reaction did not surprise Huang Xiaolong. He, a supposedly dead man, had suddenly appeared in front of them. It would be strange if these two acted calmly instead. A long time later, Long Haiqin recovered from his shock and bowed to Huang Xiaolong. So, it's Your Highness Huang Xiaolong. I have been rude. Earlier, he had suspected that Huang Xiaolong was a sixth resurrection primal ancestor expert disguising as a sixth heaven true saint. But now, he understood he was mistaken. Of course, after learning Huang Xiaolong's identity, Long Haiqin was even more respectful and in awe. Your Highness came to our dragonfish race's headquarters? Long Jianfei asked politely, for he couldn't figure out the reason Huang Xiaolong was visiting them specifically. Long Haiqin, too, was curious about Huang Xiaolong's visit, and he thought that he couldn't have deliberately come over to provoke his old ancestor for fun. Huang Xiaolong didn't speak. Instead, he took out an old written record. The moment Long Jianfei saw the old record, it was as if someone had thrown a poison spell at him. He jumped up and exclaimed sharply, "Creation record!" His ecstatic reaction slightly dumbfounded Huang Xiaolong, as he had not expected Long Jianfei's reaction to be so big. It was merely a record, so wasn't Long Jianfei's reaction overdramatic? Long Haiqin's reaction was not as exaggerated as Long Jianfei, but he was genuinely surprised when he saw Huang Xiaolong take out the creation record. "Your Highness, this? Why? How come you have the creation record?" Long Jianfei managed to ask Huang Xiaolong in his excitement. Huang Xiaolong frankly told Long Jianfei that he had gotten the creation record from the Flying Heaven Race's patriarch Fei Yanzi. "What?" Long Jianfei exclaimed excitedly as he grabbed Huang Xiaolong's hands. "You, Your Highness, when you open the creation record, there is a strange light?" He looked fixedly at Huang Xiaolong, even more agitated than when Huang Xiaolong first took out the creation record. Even Long Haiqin looked at his old ancestor strangely. Although Huang Xiaolong was a little puzzled by this dragonfish race's old ancestor Long Jianfei's enthusiastic behavior, he still nodded and admitted, "Correct." He then flipped open the creation record's pages. Like the last time, when Huang Xiaolong opened the creation record, a streak of light flew out from the page and entered Huang Xiaolong's body through his forehead. Long Jianfei's eyes widened in astonishment, and then he threw his head back and laughed wantonly. "It's real. It really is. Really is." Long Jianfei looked like he had gone mad. Huang Xiaolong and Long Haiqin, who were watching him, didn't know how to react. If they didn't know better, they would have assumed Long Jianfei had gone cuckoo. After Long Jianfei's wave of madness subsided, he looked at Huang Xiaolong with burning eyes as he said, "Your Highness, can you flip to the last page of the record and let me have a look?" Compared to before, his tone and demeanor had completely changed. If moments ago, although his attitude towards Huang Xiaolong was respectful, it was due to Huang Xiaolong's strength. But now, his respectful demeanor actually showed a manner of servitude, like a servant seeing his master. Huang Xiaolong cast a doubtful glance at Long Jianfei, but still flipped through the pages one by one. As Huang Xiaolong got closer to the last page, the light coming from the creation record grew increasingly intense, like the whole record was going to burst into flames. The mysterious energy within Huang Xiaolong's bloodline stirred, and the phantom of a golden yellow dragon appeared behind him. At first, the giant golden yellow dragon phantom wasn't very conspicuous. It was so vague that it was no better than invisible. But Long Jianfei saw it. When Long Jianfei saw the giant golden yellow dragon's phantom appear, his legs softened, and he knelt before Hunag Xiaolong with utmost reverence and respect, with tears of excitement running down his face. "Young lord, it's really you. I've finally found you. I have finally found young lord." Long Jianfei's extreme agitation stupefied Huang Xiaolong and Long Haiqin. "Old ancestor, you're?" Long Haiqin was at a loss. "Kneel." Long Jianfei suddenly snapped at Long Haiqin. Long Haiqin had never seen the old ancestor so strict towards him. Hence, he was taken aback, but he quickly got down on his knees. "Long Jianfei, you?" Huang Xiaolong looked at Long Jianfei's behavior, and some guesses appeared in his mind. Instead, Long Jianfei requested, "Young lord, please continue. When you're done, I will explain everything to you." Huang Xiaolong couldn't get used to a fifth resurrection primal ancestor realm old ancestor calling him young lord in every sentence. Huang Xiaolong continued to flip through the pages. As he did so, the record shone brighter still, and the giant golden dragon phantom behind Huang Xiaolong grew clearer and more solid. A strong coercive pressure came from the phantom, making it hard to breathe even for an expert like Long Jianfei. Long Haiqin no longer knew what to think or do. Long Jianfei became even more emotional and excited as he looked at the giant golden dragon phantom behind Huang Xiaolong with feverish eyes, just like a masochist. The more pain he felt, the more excited he was. Finally, Huang Xiaolong reached the 99th page. Just like before, the last page could not be opened. Thus, he looked at Long Jianfei. Long Jianfei heaved heavily. "Young lord, please converge your god of creation yellow dragon bloodline first." The phantom's coercion made it hard for him to talk. The god of creation yellow dragon bloodline's power didn't affect other races much, but it had a terrifying suppressive power over the dragon fish race. Huang Xiaolong swiftly converged the power of his bloodline, and the giant golden yellow dragon phantom behind him dissipated. With the phantom gone, the overwhelming weight on Long Jianfei disappeared, leaving him panting heavily. On the other hand, Long Haiqin crumbled to the floor and fainted on the spot. Seeing this, Long Jianfei took matters into his own hands and woke Long Haiqin up. Subsequently, Long Jianfei performed a full bow to Huang Xiaolong on his knees, with utmost solemnity, just like one bowing to heaven and earth. Long Haiqin stood there in a daze watching all of this. Only then did Long Jianfei say, "Young lord, whatever questions you have, please ask. Jianfei will try his best to answer them. I have heard of the son of creation and god of creation from the flying heaven race's Fei Yanzi. She told me that my bloodline is the god of creation yellow dragon's bloodline. Can you tell me about the son of creation, god of creation, and its bloodline?" Huang Xiaolong pondered slightly and then worded his question. Judging from Long Jianfei's ecstatic expression, Huang Xiaolong gathered that he knew something. "In truth, I am not from the Zhangqiong holy world." This was the first sentence Long Jianfei blurted out. "Zhangqiong holy world?" Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow. "I am asking you about the son of creation and god of creation yellow dragon's bloodline? What's the connection between your answer and my question?" Despite Huang Xiaolong's confusion, he was inwardly surprised that Long Jianfei was actually not a native of the holy world. Does he come from another holy world? This was his first encounter with an expert from another holy world. Long Haiqin was listening with a shocked expression on his face. Clearly, he was ignorant of the fact that Long Jianfei originated from another holy world. "I come from the divine Tua holy world," Long Jianfei stated. "What? The divine Tua holy world?" Huang Xiaolong exclaimed. Long Jianfei actually originated from the divine Tua holy world. Long Haiqin also had a big shock from the information. "It looks like young lord already knows about the divine Tua holy world," Long Jianfei went on. "I come from the divine Tua holy world's dragon fish creed." Dragon fish creed? Huang Xiaolong was a little confused. Long Jianfei continued with his explanation. "Our world, the yellow dragon realm, is created by the god of creation, Lord Huanglong, and the divine Tua holy world is located at the heart of the yellow dragon realm. There are numerous other holy worlds around the divine Tua holy world, such as the Zhangqiong holy world. In the divine Tua holy world, the forces created by Tao venerable masters are called creeds, and Tao venerable refers to the sovereign of a Tao." Huang Xiaolong's head was spinning. Yellow dragon realm? Tao venerable? After looking at Huang Xiaolong's expression, Long Jianfei quickly added, "Existences above primal ancestor experts are Tao venerable masters. In fact, a primal ancestor realm expert merely scratches the surface of Tao, whereas a Tao venerable is a supreme expert that has truly grasped a Tao in its entirety and uses it at will. Also, these are the strongest people under the God of creation. Our dragon fish creed is closely related to the Lord God of creation." Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised when he heard Long Jianfei's explanation. The dragon fish creed was indeed related to the god of creation, Huanglong. Long Jianfei continued, "The supreme master of our dragon fish creed is one of the attendants of the god of creation himself." Huang Xiaolong was finally taken aback. He had guessed that the dragonfish creed had something to do with the god of creation, but he hadn't expected that their relationship would be as such. The supreme master of the dragonfish creed was actually an attendant of the god of creation. Long Haichin was equally as shocked. By this time, he finally realized the reason behind their respect for Huang Xiaolong. If Huang Xiaolong really was the son of the god of creation, the entire dragonfish creed would be nothing more than his servants. After all, an attendant was nothing more than a glorified way to address a servant. That would also mean that the countless Tao venerables, primal ancestors, and the uncountable number of cultivators were nothing more than the members under the Huang family. After all, every living creature in the Huanglong world was governed by the Huang family. Suppressing the raging emotions in his heart, Huang Xiaolong exhaled a long breath before asking, "Does that mean that I possess the blood of the god of creation?" "Young lord, that is correct." Long Jianfei failed to contain the excitement in his heart as he continued. "Even though you're the first person I've seen with the Huanglong bloodline, the records in the clan were clear. I am absolutely sure that you're someone with Creator Huanglong's bloodline. Moreover, the bloodline flowing through your veins is extremely pure. Does that mean that Lord Huanglong is currently in your dragonfish creed?" A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he asked. If that was the case, he might actually be able to meet his Lord Father when he went to the divine Tua holy world. Long Jianfei was startled, but he soon shook his head. Unfortunately, that's not true. No one knows where his lordship is. According to the ancient records of our dragonfish creed, his lordship only appeared in the divine Tua holy world once. Every single Tao venerable appeared to greet him, and they managed to receive his teachings. Primal ancestors like ourselves possess no qualifications to greet his lordship. Huang Xiaolong frowned in response. Only appeared in the divine Tua holy world once. In fact, his lordship isn't from our world. Long Jianfei dropped a massive bomb all of a sudden. Huang Xiaolong was stunned speechless. However, he soon managed to calm himself. Since the man was called the god of creation, the entire world was probably created by him. How could his Lord Father could be an existence of the world he himself created? Long Jianfei continued. His lordship was from a place called the Pangu world. What? Pangu world? Huang Xiaolong jumped in fright when he heard what Long Jianfei said. A look of disbelief was etched on his face. Pangu? Earth? A possibility flashed through his mind. So that's what happened. Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. It seemed as though the legends were true. Pangu was the creator of Earth when he split the heavens and Earth. Wouldn't that mean that the creator of the world was? Young Lord. Long Jianfei called out to him when he realized that Huang Xiaolong was spacing out. From what he saw, Huang Xiaolong seemed to know something about the Pangu world. Moreover, it wasn't a simple understanding of the Pangu world. Snapping back to reality, Huang Xiaolong replied, "Oh, I'm fine." A spark lit up the bonfire of hope in Huang Xiaolong's heart. In the past, he had been thinking of ways to return to Earth. However, it seemed completely impossible at the time. Now that he learned of the existence of the Pangu world, the fog that covered his eyes seemed to thin out. The question right now was how to return to the Pangu world from the Huanglong world. Staring at Long Jianfei, Huang Xiaolong's heart trembled. It was possible that the person before him held the secrets to the connection of the two worlds. However, a weird look soon formed on Long Jianfei's face when he heard the question. Heading over to the Pangu world? What? A bad feeling appeared in Huang Xiaolong's heart. If one wishes to enter the Pangu world from our Huanglong world, they will have to cross the universal black hole. It contains terrifying universal space storms, and even primal ancestors would be torn to shreds if they wish to pass through. Even experts at the Tao Venerable realm wouldn't be able to easily cross the universal space storms. One might be able to cross the storms when one becomes a 9th esteemed Tao Venerable, but even then it would be extremely dangerous. The sound of shattering rang in Huang Xiaolong's head. A 9th esteemed Tao Venerable would barely be able to pass. In so many years, there were tons of Tao Venerables who had wanted to cross over into the Pangu world. However, none of them succeeded. Even Tao Venerables of my Dragon Fish Creed failed. The Dragonfish Dao Venerable is an expert at the 9th esteemed Dao Venerable realm, and he isn't an ordinary Dao Venerable. Even someone like him failed to cross over. Huang Xiaolong felt the flames of hope dimming once again. It seemed as though he had to advance to the 9th esteemed Dao Venerable realm before he could try to return. However, with his 12 high-level Saint Fates, he would be at a level no other 9th esteemed Dao Venerable could compare to when he actually arrived in that realm. With his level of strength, it was indeed possible for him to cross over to the Pangu world. Soon after, he asked Long Jianfei about some matters regarding the Divine Tua Holy World and the Dragonfish Creed. According to Long Jianfei, the Divine Tua Holy World was truly boundless. It was several tens of thousands of times larger than the Holy World and the alien lands, and the number of geniuses there were uncountable. There were nearly infinite number of holy grounds, and one couldn't be considered a peak expert unless they were at the Dao Venerable realm. Creeds were the true peak powers in the Divine Tua Holy World, and primal ancestors were merely slightly stronger experts. I wonder, how is my master doing now? Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. From what Long Jianfei had said, it wouldn't be easy for Huang Xiaolong to locate the Zhangqiong old man after entering the Divine Tua Holy World. The only part Huang Xiaolong was still curious about was the fact that Long Jianfei had managed to enter from the Divine Tua Holy World. I encountered a crack in space, and after trying everything I could, I ended up here. Beads of cold sweat dripped down Huang Xiaolong's forehead. Is that even possible? Huang Xiaolong mentioned the Divine Tua Mountain in the Heavenly Master Holy Grounds, and Long Jianfei jumped in shock. Divine Tua Mountain? I've heard of it before, and it is indeed true that it links the Holy World to the Divine Tua Holy World. I tried it myself, but I failed to cross over. Was it possible that only high-level primal ancestors could cross over? Huang Xiaolong then spoke of the way the Zhangqiong old man crossed over. It's possible that one can only comprehend the Grand Tao contained in the Divine Tua Mountain after reaching the high-level primal ancestor realm. However, nothing is set in stone. Long Jianfei shook his head while sighing. He became slightly more depressed when he realized that his hopes of returning to the Divine Tua Holy World were dashed. Huang Xiaolong thought in another completely different direction. He wondered if he could bring others along with him when he crossed over, and since Long Jianfei was a member of the Dragonfish Creed, it would be extremely convenient for him to bring the man over. After mentioning his thoughts to Long Jianfei stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. It might be possible. After all, he was someone born in the Divine Tua Holy World. There needn't be a problem when he tried to cross into the other world with Huang Xiaolong. Moreover, he was only at the primal ancestor realm. There needn't be too much trouble. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong found a place to stay in the Dragonfish Race's headquarters. He planned to return to the otherworldly mansion after several days. Even while staying in the Dragonfish Race's headquarters, Huang Xiaolong still kept tabs on Yuan Qianxing's movements. Of course, he couldn't ignore the movements of Elder Ming and the others as well. When Huang Xiaolong heard that Yuan Qianxing was returning to the otherworldly mansion, a sneer formed on his lips. It seemed as though they would be meeting soon. Very quickly, one night passed. When dawn broke the next day, Huang Xiaolong slowly opened his eyes to welcome the brilliant rays of sunlight. Since his holy souls had transformed into Dao souls and his physical body had evolved into a Dao physique, the grand Dao energy that he absorbed allowed his cultivation to soar. However, he suppressed his cultivation, unwilling to take on the seventh Dao tribulation. It wouldn't be too late if he took on the seventh tribulation after dealing with Yuan Qianxing. As for the remaining 4 pieces of Dao fruit, Huang Xiaolong planned to refine them in the 7th Heaven True Saint realm. He would immediately raise his cultivation to the 8th Heaven True Saint realm when that happened. Even though reaching the 9th Heaven True Saint realm was pretty much impossible, entering the 8th Heaven True Saint realm was doable. When he left his room, Huang Xiaolong noticed Long Jianfei standing outside. After bowing to Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei said, "Young lord, it's not every day that you get a chance to pay a visit to our Dragonfish City. Would you like me to bring you on a tour of the city?" "All right," Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Since he planned to return to the otherworldly mansion the day after, strolling about the streets of the Dragonfish City would allow him to release some pent-up stress. After hearing that Huang Xiaolong didn't reject his act of hospitality, Long Jianfei rejoiced in his heart. Along the way, they ran into Long Haiqin. After considering the fact that Long Jianfei hadn't been around the city for a very long time, he volunteered to be their guide. After all, he was much more familiar with the city than either of them. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand slightly and declined his goodwill. After all, Long Haiqin was the patriarch of the dragon fish race. The number of people who could recognize him on the streets probably numbered in the millions. If he followed them about, they wouldn't be able to walk around as they wished. As for Long Jianfei, only a handful of primal ancestors and patriarchs in the World River would be able to recognize him. The odds of them being recognized on the street were slim to none. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong didn't want him to be their guide, Long Haiqin didn't insist. After leaving the headquarters, they visited several places only the locals would know about. Even though the places they visited weren't crowded, they were extremely interesting. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong asked about the matters of the Sky-Opening Island. Sky-Opening Island? Long Jianfei pondered for a moment. Young lord, are you sure that there's a high-level primal ancestor in the depths of the Sky-Opening Island? Initially, Huang Xiaolong felt that someone at Long Jianfei's level would definitely know of the existence of the high-level primal ancestor in the World River. However, from his reactions, it didn't seem so. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and spoke about his experience when he was leaving the Sky-Opening Island. A trace of suspicion flashed in Long Jianfei's mind. Could it be the Sky-Opening Island's spirit? Sky-Opening Island's spirit? Huang Xiaolong was taken aback by his comment. Yes, according to the legends, the Sky-Opening Island managed to gain sentience after its birth during the formation of the world. It apparently gained an innate Shenhuang physique. With its physique alone, not many primal ancestors would be able to defeat it. Huang Xiaolong sank into his thoughts. Wouldn't that mean that only a handful of primal ancestors here possess the strength to defeat it? It seemed as though he had to subdue the Sky-Opening Island spirit after grabbing the innate Shenhuang stone. As for the time he could enter the Sky-Opening Island again, he decided to only head over after entering the Ninth Heaven True Saint realm. Young Master Long. When Huang Xiaolong was thinking about the Sky-Opening Island, a surprised yelp rang through the air. As they looked at the source of the voice, they saw a pretty little lady staring at Huang Xiaolong with a surprised look on her face. She quickly hopped over. Who else could it be but the second miss of the Rising Clouds Commerce, Yunfanger? There were several experts from the Chamber of Commerce around her, and the crimson-haired young man, Chen Junhong, was also present. Chen Junhong's expression changed the moment he noticed Huang Xiaolong. The scene of Huang Xiaolong decimating the members of the Thunder Serpent race remained fresh in his mind. As he stared at Yunfanger, Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Nice to meet you again, young Lady Fanger. Huang Xiaolong hadn't expected to meet her in the Dragonfish City after their last meeting several dozen years ago. Young Master Long, I didn't expect you to know about the Starry Peak. Not many people in the Dragonfish City know about this place. Yunfanger giggled. Since the other members of the Rising Clouds Commerce had no idea who Huang Xiaolong was, they were extremely surprised when they noticed their young lady's behavior. As they looked at Huang Xiaolong once again, their stares became a little more intense. The only person who looked at Huang Xiaolong differently was Chen Junhong. He had a face full of fear when he looked at the monster in human skin before him. While looking at the stars twinkling above the Starry Peak, Huang Xiaolong spoke to Yunfanger. I found this place after my friend brought me here. Otherwise, I would have never experienced such an amazing view. Yunfanger looked at Long Jianfei and didn't think too much about his presence. Instead, she chuckled softly. I know of somewhere with good food in the city. Why don't we head over together? Sure. Huang Xiaolong agreed with a smile on his face. After all, he had come out of the Dragonfish race's headquarters to enjoy himself. Young lady, we should leave the Dragonfish City soon. One of the experts couldn't hold himself back, and he tried to persuade Yunfanger. If the experts of the Thunder Serpent race come, we'll be in serious trouble. We won't even be able to leave the city when they arrive. Thunder Serpent race? Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback when he heard the name. After a slight moment of hesitation, Yunfanger explained, "The Thunder Serpent race wasn't willing to give up. We came to the Dragonfish City secretly in order to purchase some items. The members of the Thunder Serpent race managed to find out, and they should be leading the experts of their race over as we speak." Before anyone else could speak, Long Jianfei interrupted. "This is the Dragonfish City. Are the members of the Thunder Serpent race daring enough to make a move on you here?" One of the experts of the Rising Clouds commerce chuckled. "You're too naive. Super clans like the Thunder Serpent race can do anything they wish in the city. The disciples of the Dragonfish race's enforcement hall can be easily bribed by the members of the Thunder Serpent race. They won't bother with us even if we beg for help." Long Jianfei's expression sank when he heard how a mere sixth heaven true saint had called Huang Xiaolong and him naive. However, he felt that it wouldn't be appropriate for him to lash out before Huang Xiaolong made a move. Roaring laughter rang through the skies all of a sudden as the members of the Thunder Serpent race arrived. The expression on the faces of those from the Rising Clouds commerce changed, and it was evident that they hadn't expected the members of the Thunder Serpent race to appear so quickly. "It's the patriarch of the Thunder Serpent race, Lei Yin," someone screamed. Lei Yin was a pretty famous figure in the World River, and he was a ninth heaven true saint. He was also the brother of Lei Long, whom Huang Xiaolong had killed previously. Even Chun Juanhong's expression fell. Lei Yin was no ordinary ninth heaven true saint. He was extremely cruel when he made his move, and there were rumors that a high-level true saint was tortured for several tens of thousands of years at his hands. An expert from the Rising Clouds commerce noticed an old man with green eyes beside Lei Yin all of a sudden, and his voice trembled. "Lei Song!" Terror gripped the hearts of those from the Rising Clouds commerce when they heard his name. Lei Song. He is an expert at the peak of the late ninth heaven true saint realm. There were more than 10 peak late ninth heaven true saints from the Thunder Serpent race, and Lei Song was one of them. He was an eminent elder of his race, and his prestige had long since surpassed people like Lei Yin and the others. His methods were even crueler, and no one had thought that he would appear. Even Yunfanger couldn't keep her cool when she heard the name. Very quickly, the members of the Thunder Serpent race arrived before them. "Hee. Isn't this the second lady of the Rising Clouds commerce?" Lei Yin sneered. "Let's see if you can escape from us today." In the past, Yunfanger and the experts of the Rising Clouds commerce had entered the World River secretly in order to purchase some items. However, it seemed as though leaving was no longer going to be so easy now that they were discovered by the Thunder Serpent race. Forcing herself to remain calm, Yunfanger said, "Aren't you young patriarch Lei Yin of the Thunder Serpent race? Why are you looking for me?" Lei Yin roared with laughter when he heard the question. "Yunfanger, are you pretending to be stupid? My third brother brought several members of the race over to look for you, but they were killed by a mysterious power." A sinister smile formed on his face, and he glanced at the members of the Rising Clouds commerce. "If you don't tell me what happened that day and rat out my third brother's murderer, I don't think a delicate young lady like you can endure my interesting methods of torture." Lei Yin's voice rang through the air. A chilly light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the members of the Rising Clouds commerce. "I'll roast you guys over the lightning fire of my Thunder Serpent race, and I'll refine all of you into pills." Qin Junhong and the others revealed a look of fear. They knew that Lei Yin wasn't kidding. If they were to be captured, there was no doubt that they would be turned into medicinal pills. In fact, they might even suffer a worse fate. Who knew if Lei Yin could think of worse ways to toy with them? "No, we didn't do it," Chan Junhong stuttered. "Young Master Lei Long wasn't killed by the members of our Rising Clouds commerce." "Of course not. You guys don't have the guts to lay a finger on him. Speak. Who killed my third brother?" As Qin Junhong opened his mouth slightly, Yunfanger snapped at him before he could speak his mind. "Qin Junhong, what do you think you're doing? Do you remember what you said in the past? Yunfanger, you wish to protect him, but I have no wish to die together with him. If he had to make a choice between offending Huang Xiaolong and dying at the hands of Lei Yin, he would choose to offend Huang Xiaolong without the slightest hesitation. According to him, No matter how shocking Huang Xiaolong's strength was, he couldn't be Lei Yin's opponent. Moreover, he would live out a fate worse than death if the members of the Thunder Serpent race captured them. He killed young Master Lei Long. Upon ignoring Yunfanger's pleas, he pointed at Huang Xiaolong. Young Master Long, you can't blame me for this. Nobody wishes to die an early death. Since you killed Lei Long in the past, do you dare to take responsibility for your actions? He had hated Huang Xiaolong ever since the other party had injured him in the past. If Huang Xiaolong could die at the hands of Lei Yin, his anger could finally be released. The members of the Thunder Serpent race turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong with a face full of shock. No one had expected the murderer to be a young man like him. You! Lei Yin turned to Huang Xiaolong with a trace of doubt in his mind. He could see that Huang Xiaolong was only at the peak of the late 6th Heaven True Saint realm. He wondered how could someone at that level kill more than 1,000 experts from his Thunder Serpent race. Moreover, there were 3 7th Heaven True Saints around his third brother. He even thought that Chen Junhong was trying to save himself by pointing to any random person he saw. Huang Xiaolong stared at Chen Junhong casually and admitted to it. Yeah, I killed them. A malevolent light flashed in Lei Yin's eyes the moment Huang Xiaolong spoke. Little brat, you're really something else. Where is his holy soul? My primal ancestor Dao artifact was damaged, and I used his holy soul to repair it. It was true. The Zhangqiong Dao Palace was indeed damaged when he had tried to pass through the Death Cave, and he had used their holy souls to repair it. The holy soul of a true saint was actually very effective when it came to repairing Dao artifacts. Primal ancestor Dao artifact. Lei Yin, Lei Song, and the others couldn't believe their ears. You have a primal ancestor Dao artifact. A sinister smile formed on Lei Yin's face when he looked at Huang Xiaolong. I'll forget everything that happened with Lei Long. Oh right, if you leave now, I'll forgive your Thunder Serpent race. Upon ignoring the gaze on Lei Yin's face, Huang Xiaolong tutored his condition. Otherwise, I'll exterminate your Thunder Serpent race. His expression made it seem as though exterminating the Thunder Serpent race could be done with the flick of a finger. Lei Yin and the others roared with laughter when they looked at Huang Xiaolong. Even the members of the Rising Clouds Commerce shook their heads. Brat, if we were actually stupid, we might think that you are the patriarch of the dragon fish race. Lei Song finally growled. Those who knew him would know that he was ready to kill when he spoke in such an ominous tone. Huang Xiaolong merely chuckled as he pointed to Long Jianfei. I might not be the patriarch of the dragon fish race, but I don't think there's any way to fake the old ancestor of the dragon fish race. Lei Yin and Lei Song stared at Long Jianfei for a little longer, and whatever Huang Xiaolong had said finally started to click in their minds. However, those behind them roared with laughter. Even the experts of the Rising Clouds Commerce couldn't hold back their laughter. As for Yunfanger, she was enraged. She had never thought that the members of her Rising Clouds Commerce could laugh at a time like this. Young Master Long, you can't joke around about this. Soon after, she turned to the members of the Thunder Serpent race and said, Young Patriarch Lei Yin, he didn't do it. Lei Yin ignored Yunfanger and turned to Huang Xiaolong and sneered. Brat, do you really think I'll believe that your subordinate is the ancestor of the dragonfish race? Do you even know the name of the ancestor? The members of the Thunder Serpent race roared with laughter once again. Indeed, the experts of the World River had no idea what Long Jianfei's name was. Even the patriarch of the Thunder Serpent race, Lei Yin, didn't know of Long Jianfei's name. Not even Lei Song knew. By staring at Lei Yin with a cold gaze, Long Jianfei muttered. When Lei had kneeled before me in the past, he was like an obedient dog. Unfortunately for him, he gave birth to a mutt like you. Lei was indeed the name of the Thunder Serpent race's patriarch. When Lei had offended the patriarch of the Eight-Claw Devil Eye race, he was beaten up to the point where he couldn't tell front from back. He had only managed to survive after begging Long Jianfei to make an appearance to mediate the situation. Moreover, he had to bring out a ton of treasures to appease the patriarch of the Eight-Claw Devil Eye race before the matter was over. Otherwise, the Thunder Serpent race would have long since been taken over by the Eight-Claw Devil Eye race. When Lei Yin heard how Long Jianfei spoke about his father, the killing intent in his heart shot through the skies. Lei Song was no better. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he roared, "You're tired of living!" As soon as he spoke, he shot towards Long Jianfei. Seeing as Lei Song had made a move, Yun Fenger's expression changed. As a peak late ninth heaven true saint, Lei Song had the power to shatter the heavens when he made his move. Even if they were hit by the shockwave, they would suffer serious injuries. "Young lady, be careful," one of the experts from the Rising Clouds Commerce yelled as he reached out to pull her back. Chen Junhong and the others, who were laughing at Huang Xiaolong, retreated too. Just as they thought Huang Xiaolong and his attendant were going to be crushed to pieces, Long Jianfei's aura filled the space around them. In the presence of an aura that had the power to engulf the heavens, Lei Song's attack shattered. Of course, Long Jianfei wouldn't stop there now that he had made his move. In an instant, an energy wave akin to a tsunami charged towards Lei Song. Upon feeling the terrifying power contained behind Long Jianfei's attack, Lei Song's expression changed. He stared at Long Jianfei with a dumbfounded expression. Could it be? As soon as the thought popped up in his mind, he was swallowed by the horrifying wave of energy. Pop! Before anyone could react, Lei Song popped like a bubble, and he didn't even manage to scream before he exploded into a mist of blood. Since the person standing closest to him was Lei Yin, blood rained down on him as he raised his hand to touch the sticky liquid on his face. Upon feeling the blood rolling down his skin, his mind went blank. As he turned to look at where Lei Song once stood, he realized that no one was there. The members of the Thunder Serpent race fell into complete silence. As for the members of the Rising Clouds Commerce, who had scattered like rats the moment Lei Song had made his move, they didn't dare to believe their eyes. Very quickly, Lei Yin returned to his senses. He stared at Long Jianfei and a question eventually left his lips. Who are you?" He hadn't even seen the other party move, but Lei Song was already dead. Primal ancestor. The thought flashed in the minds of everyone present. Regardless, they got one thing right. Long Jianfei hadn't moved when he had killed Lei Song. With his current realm, he could easily control the energy contained between the heavens and earth. Smashing a peak late ninth heaven true saint was nothing more than a thought away. Long Jianfei merely stared at Lei Yin without replying. With perfect timing, a group of experts from the dragon fish race charged towards the scene of battle. The ripples of energy that had the ability to kill a peak late ninth heaven true saint was something the experts of the dragon fish race couldn't ignore. When they arrived and caught sight of Long Jianfei, their bodies started to tremble. Ignoring everything else around them, they rushed over and fell to their knees. "We greet the ancestor." The disciples of the dragon fish race, who had no idea what was going on, felt an explosion going off in their minds when they heard what the experts of the dragon fish race said. They might not have recognized Long Jianfei, but they knew the experts who had arrived. After falling to their knees in unison, they greeted Long Jianfei. "We greet the ancestor." After hearing a soft thud, everyone saw Chen Junhong falling from the skies. His face was deathly pale, and he was probably going into shock. Several experts from the Rising Clouds Commerce fell towards the ground as well, but there were some who managed to force themselves to remain in the air. Yun Fanger turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong with an expression of disbelief. "Get up!" Long Jianfei pardoned those from the dragon fish race, but he didn't bother explaining Huang Xiaolong's identity to them. After all, Huang Xiaolong had explicitly ordered for him to keep his identity a secret. Lei Yin, who had finally snapped back to reality, slammed his knees into the ground as he crawled towards Long Jianfei. Tears streamed down his face as he cried, "Ancestor of the dragon fish race, please spare me." The members of the Thunder Serpent race got to their knees behind Lei Yin, and they started begging for mercy. Chen Junhong could no longer contain the shock in his heart as he crawled towards Huang Xiaolong with tears dripping down his face. "Young Master Long, In his state of shock and fear, he didn't know what to say. Huang Xiaolong ignored the man and approached Yun Fanger. "Miss Yun Fanger, shall we?" Yunfanger couldn't reply as she was still stuck in a state of shock. Didn't you say that there was somewhere with decent food in the city? Weren't you planning on bringing me there? Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Yunfanger didn't know what to do, and she was flustered at Huang Xiaolong's sudden invitation. Whatever the case, they eventually ended up in the restaurant. If they had to evaluate the food based on their current feelings, they would say that the meal was extremely unforgettable. Finally, the day arrived for Huang Xiaolong to return to the otherworldly mansion. Following closely behind him was Long Jiangfei. After revealing the Zhangxiong Dao Palace, Huang Xiaolong and Long Jianfei cultivated inside it. When Long Jianfei saw the tree of Grand Dao and the numerous holy fruits on the holy trees growing in the palace, he found it hard to believe his eyes. Moreover, there was the existence of the holy spiritual vein surrounding the Dao Palace. This, Long Jianfei didn't know where to begin. He felt his mouth water as he looked at the countless holy fruits. It was the first time he felt like eating anything after he had entered the primal ancestor realm. If you feel like eating it, go ahead, Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Grab anything you want, other than the Dao fruits. No matter how generous he wanted to be, he couldn't give out Dao fruits like they were nothing. As they slowly made their way back to the otherworldly mansion, something big happened. The otherworldly mansion has a tree of Grand Dao. 6 Dao fruits were born from it. What? Tree of Grand Dao. 6 fruits. The news shook the alien lands the moment it spread. Primal ancestors of the royal families were alerted when the news of the tree started to spread. Even the old monsters, who had remained in hiding for the past billions of years, started to move. Dao fruit. The entire world could no longer sit still. Ordinary primal ancestors didn't even need to be mentioned when even the high-level primal ancestor started to move. Countless experts from the royal families and hidden experts in the alien lands swarmed towards the otherworldly mansion. Who leaked the news of the tree of Grand Dao? Emoji roared with rage. It had been several hundreds of millions of years since the rage in his heart was last ignited. He usually controlled his temper to the best of his abilities, but the matter of the tree of Grand Dao really enraged him. At the side, Long Xianxia frowned. He was equally as confused. Other than the mansion master, the deputy mansion master, and the fire ancestor, no one knew of the tree of Grand Dao. How could the news leak out? Zi Dongping? A name flashed in Long Xianxia's mind. Emoji frowned. Zi Dongping? Long Xianxia nodded slowly. Huang Xiaolong knew about the tree of Grand Dao, and Zi Dongping was the one who had told him. Now that Huang Xiaolong has ran into trouble, Zi Dongping would be the only one out there who knows of the matter. He has nothing to gain from this? Emoji sank into his thoughts. Could it be the myriad origin race? Did Yuan Chenxing leak the news? Long Xianxia muttered. Our otherworldly mansion will fall into disarray the moment the news leaks. The myriad origin race would benefit the most from this if everyone else suffers heavily from the battle for the tree. They can probably use the chance to usurp the position as the mansion master, taking control of the otherworldly mansion in the process. Emoji's eyes flashed dangerously. The myriad origin's desire for the position isn't anything new. How did Yuan Chenxing and the others find out about the tree of Grand Dao? Long Xianxia questioned. Even though I have no idea how he managed to discover the news, but if someone like Zi Dongping managed to obtain information about the tree, then Yuan Chenxing is more than capable of replicating the feat, Emoji growled. He has always been snooping about in our forbidden region. It's not difficult for him to discover something out of the ordinary. Long Xianxia locked his eyebrows together as he felt a headache coming. Now that the news is out, what are we going to do about the primal ancestors rushing over? If Xiaolong was here, he'd know what to do. Emoji frowned. If I had stopped Huang Xiaolong from heading over to the sky-opening island, Yuan Chenxing and the others wouldn't have surrounded him. The situation where he was forced into the death cave wouldn't have happened. The more he thought about it, the more guilty he felt. He felt that he was responsible for Huang Xiaolong's death. Long Xianxia sighed when he thought about Huang Xiaolong. When his mind wandered to Yuan Chenxing, who had led a group of experts over to surround Huang Xiaolong, killing intent raged in his heart. Yuan Qianxing. In one of the luxurious manors in the otherworldly royal city, Yuan Qianxing heard Yuan Wangfeng's report, and he rejoiced in his heart. Emoji was absolutely right. Yuan Qianxing was the one who had leaked the news of the Tree of Grand Tao. He was planning to devour the otherworldly mansion after both sides suffered serious losses. Of course, taking down the weaker royal families was possible as long as he played his cards right. Your Highness, even though leaking the news of the Tree of Grand Tao is beneficial to us, there are too many experts coming over. We might not be able to obtain a single Tao fruit even if we try our best. Yuan Wangfeng lamented. Yuan Qianxing shook his arm casually and laughed. Our myriad origin race will make our move when Emoji, Long Xingtian, and the other primal ancestors have reached their limits. The Tree of Grand Tao and the Tao fruits will belong to us, and we'll be able to take over the otherworldly mansion effortlessly. It doesn't matter if we fail to obtain the fruits this time. The moment I become the mansion master, a mere Tree of Grand Tao will mean nothing to us. Yuan Qianxing thought of his colorful future and sneered. As long as I obtain the treasury of the mansion, I'll be able to progress much quicker. The moment I enter the primal ancestor realm, the alien lands will belong to me. The holy world, the world river, everything will be mine. Who cares about the Tree of Grand Tao? When he spoke of his ambitions, he no longer seemed to be the Yuan Qianxing in the true saint realm. Instead, he looked like an overlord who had conquered the world. Maniacal laughter escaped his lips and a malevolent look shined in his eyes. According to his plans, he would take his time to gain control of the otherworldly mansion. However, the number of resources he needed to strengthen himself was no longer at a level he could sustain. His speed of advancement had started to slow down. Therefore, he turned his gaze to the mansion's treasury. No matter what, he had to gain control of the otherworldly mansion. As long as he managed to become the mansion master, he could do whatever he wanted with the treasury. In the Zhangqiong Dao Palace, Long Jiangfei managed to eat his fill, thanks to Huang Xiaolong. He managed to try out a ton of holy fruits that weren't even available in the divine to a holy world. The news of the Tree of Grand Tao has leaked. The primal ancestors of the royal families and hidden factions are moving out. Huang Xiaolong's eyes shined as he stood at the top of the Zhangqiong Holy Mountain. Even though they were rushing back, they didn't remain in the Dao Palace the entire time. When they stopped somewhere, Huang Xiaolong managed to learn about the current happenings in the alien lands. I'm afraid the situation isn't as simple as it looks. Long Jianfei muttered. If my guess is right, Yuan Qianxing is definitely behind it. He's planning to control the otherworldly mansion. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head slowly as he thought that Long Jianfei was right. However, Yuan Qianxing never would have guessed that you, young lord, are still alive. You'll appear before him before he knows it. All right, gathering all the primal ancestors saves me a ton of trouble anyway. Huang Xiaolong chuckled coldly. Chan Yuli, Yao Qingxin, Yuan Wanfei, and the others were definitely going to be present. Therefore, he wouldn't need to deal with them one by one. Waving his arm, rays of light started to surround the Zhangqiong Holy Mountain. As a massive platform rose from the ground, Ancestor Mo Jincheng of the Eight-Claw Devil Eye race appeared. Since Huang Xiaolong couldn't kill the other party, he could only suppress them with the Dao Palace. Of course, Mo Rui and the others weren't as lucky as Mo Jincheng. They had long since turned into nourishment for the Zhangqiong Dao Palace. Huang Xiaolong, I'll kill you. The moment he appeared, Mo Jincheng's eyes turned blood red, and he roared at the heavens. However, the restrictions around the platform sent him slamming into the ground before he could try anything. As the holy spiritual qi in the air above the Zhangqiong Dao Palace started to fluctuate, a large amount poured into the formation surrounding Mo Jincheng. Brilliant rays of light filled the surroundings as the power of the formation activated. As it slammed heavily into Mo Jincheng, miserable shrieks filled the air. A sneer formed on Huang Xiaolong's lips when he looked at Mo Jincheng. You better behave yourself if you wish to suffer less. Even though Huang Xiaolong knew that he didn't ramp the torture up to the point where Mo Jincheng's life was a living hell, it was close enough. Huang Xiaolong, you'll suffer a fate 1 billion times worse than me when I get out. Mo Jincheng glared at Huang Xiaolong enraged. Mo Jincheng, do you really think that you will be able to escape? Huang Xiaolong sneered. Mo Jincheng's expression sank. He held onto a trace of hope that he would be able to escape. He was unwilling to admit that he would never be able to escape from the Zhangqiong Dao Palace. You can think about it. I'll give you a chance to submit to me to become my slave. Huang Xiaolong tempted the man. I might let you out if you agree. Even though Mo Jincheng wasn't able to take on a single punch from Huang Xiaolong, he was still a fourth resurrection primal ancestor. He would be pretty useful to Huang Xiaolong if he submitted. A sneer left Mo Jincheng's lips instantly. Become your slave. Submit to you? Huang Xiaolong, are you dreaming? Do you really think that I will agree to be your slave? Rage burned in his heart as a wave of humiliation struck him. Killing intent boiled in him, but it was futile. A fourth resurrection primal ancestor like him was in existence who could do as he wished in the world river. The number of experts who were stronger than him numbered in the tens at best, but Huang Xiaolong wanted him to become a slave. The thought of shredding Huang Xiaolong into pieces crossed his mind once again, but he stopped after looking at the restrictions around him. Long Jianfei interrupted his train of thoughts all of a sudden. Mo Jincheng, you should feel lucky that the young lord is giving you a chance to submit to him. In the divine Tua holy world, tons of high-level primal ancestors and Dao venerables would be more than willing to be his servants. Young master will definitely ascend into the Dao venerable realm in the future, and he probably won't stop there. He paused for a second before continuing. Let me tell you right now, young lord is the son of the god of creation, and he has the Huang Long bloodline flowing in him. Dao venerables would be willing to serve him, much less primal ancestors. Long Jianfei wore a serious look when he spoke of Huang Xiaolong being the son of the god of creation. However, Mo Jincheng roared with laughter in response. Long Jianfei, you're a fifth resurrection primal ancestor. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? How dare you become a slave to Huang Xiaolong? You're a joke of a primal ancestor. You even dare to come up with something like the god of creation. Do you take me to be a 3-year-old? Mo Jincheng sneered at Long Jianfei with a mocking look stuck on his face. Before Long Jianfei could continue, Huang Xiaolong shook his head. A cold sneer escaped his lips. You still have a little time to consider. I'm going to enter the primal ancestor realm soon. When that happens, I'll be able to slay primal ancestors all the same. At that time, you will no longer have a chance to submit. Without waiting for Mo Jincheng's reply, he sent the platform back into the depths of the Zhangqiong Dao Palace. The restrictions activated once again, and horrifying waves of energy smashed into Mo Jincheng's body. Miserable yells came from the earth under the Dao Palace. However, Huang Xiaolong silenced the man with a wave of his finger. It would be great if Mo Jincheng agreed to submit. However, nothing would change even if he refused. After entering the primal ancestor realm, Huang Xiaolong would be able to devour Mo Jincheng's Dao soul anytime he wished. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong had a feeling that his Dao souls and Dao physique would grow stronger even before he entered the primal ancestor realm. When that happened, he would be able to kill primal ancestors as he wished. Whatever the case, he had yet to reach that level. No longer thinking about it, Huang Xiaolong steered the Zhangqiong Dao Palace towards the otherworldly mansion. In the main hall of the otherworldly mansion, Mo Ji and Long Shengtian wore long faces. A total of 17 experts sat in the main hall, and they didn't beat around the bush when they arrived. They immediately asked for the Dao fruits and the tree of Grand Dao, and the ancestor of the myriad origin race, Yuan Wanfei, even suggested that the otherworldly mansion offer the tree of Grand Dao over to the entirety of the alien lands. Yuan Wanfei, if that's what you think, your race should bring out the Grand Dao origin stone for everyone in the alien lands to enjoy. Why are you keeping it for yourself? Yuan Chenxing broke into laughter when he heard what Long Shangtian said. The Grand Dao origin stone isn't too useful to primal ancestors. How can you compare it to the tree of Grand Dao? Legends have it that one would be able to receive the enlightenment of the Grand Dao if they cultivated under the tree. One's cultivation speed would soar, and we should share something like this with the rest of the alien lands. There is no use keeping it in the forbidden region of the otherworldly mansion. However, Long Shangtian soon came up with an even better reply. Since the Grand Tao Origin Stone isn't useful to primal ancestors, there's no need for your myriad origin race to protect such a treasure. Bring it out and share it with all of us. The Tree of Grand Tao was obtained after our mansion master's hard work, and there's no way we'll allow you to obtain it without paying a certain price. A frosty light flashed in Long Shangtian's eyes as he glared at everyone present. I don't care what you say. Today, you're handing over the Tree of Grand Tao whether you like it or not. A cold voice rang through the hall as a black-robed expert sauntered into the hall. Those sitting in the hall quickly stood up when they noticed his presence. Elder Ming. The person who had come was precisely Elder Ming. Even Long Shangtian's expression changed when he noticed the newcomer. Emoji stared at the man, and he muttered, "As it turns out, Elder Ming decided to pay us a visit." There was no one in the alien lands who dared to look down on the mysterious Elder Ming. Even Emoji, who had entered the Sixth Resurrection Primal Ancestor realm, didn't dare to look down on him. Elder Ming chuckled sinisterly in response. "Little kid, you have progressed by quite a bit since we last met." Everyone in the hall didn't feel that it was inappropriate for Elder Ming to call Emoji a kid. After all, he was the person with the highest seniority in the alien lands. He was like the Zhangqiong old man in the holy world. Even Emoji, the mansion master of the otherworldly mansion, was his junior. "I'm nothing compared to Elder Ming," Emoji muttered once again. "Little kid, there's no need for formalities between all of us. You should know the reason I'm here." A red light flashed in Elder Ming's eyes. "Hand the Tree of Grand Tao over. Your otherworldly mansion can keep 3 of the 6 Tao fruits." "What?" Long Shangtian nearly flipped the table in rage. Even Emoji, who was trying to keep his calm after seeing Elder Ming's appearance, felt anger boiling in his heart when he heard the terms. "Elder Ming, you've been out of the game for too long. In the past, I basically exchanged my life to obtain the Tree of Grand Tao. What's the meaning of this? You dare to ask for the entire tree after stepping in here? Do you really think that my otherworldly mansion is something you can step over as you please?" Emoji glared at Elder Ming with a trace of malevolence flashing in his eyes. A terrifying aura emerged from Emoji's body, and the skies above the mansion changed color instantly. A red glow enveloped the land, and a demonic air pervaded the lands. When Yuan Wanfei and the other primal ancestors felt the horrifying aura coming from Emoji, their expressions changed. Even Yuan Qianxing was taken aback. Sixth Resurrection Primal Ancestor Realm. Emoji was an expert at the Sixth Resurrection Primal Ancestor Realm. If there wasn't a high-level primal ancestor in the alien lands, someone at the Sixth Resurrection Primal Ancestor Realm was a supreme existence. There was no one above them. Of course, no one would dare to blatantly challenge a Sixth Resurrection Primal Ancestor. However, that was when they had no reason to. Today, things were different. Elder Ming's eyes flashed red and black as he glared at Emoji. "You're pretty good. Early Sixth Resurrection Primal Ancestor. Little kid. It seems like you managed to improve really quickly due to the Tree of Grand Tao. However, I have to leave you with the same sentence I said before. Even if you don't plan to hand it over, you have no choice." Elder Ming released his aura completely, and the earth shook in response. Every single disciple in the otherworldly mansion felt as though a horrifying beast had made its way into the mansion from the depths of hell. Elder Ming's aura completely eclipsed Emoji's. The faces of everyone changed, and Emoji was no different. Mid-Sixth Resurrection Primal Ancestor Realm. He should be in existence reaching the peak of the Mid-Sixth Resurrection Primal Ancestor Realm. Even though Emoji and Elder Ming were separated by a small difference in cultivation level, it was comparable to the difference between the heavens and the earth. So what if Emoji had a primal ancestor Tao artifact? Elder Ming would also be able to bring out a Tao artifact. "That's right," Elder Ming sneered. "I'm about to reach the peak of the Mid-Sixth Resurrection Primal Ancestor Realm. If he could obtain the Tree of Grand Tao, reaching the peak of the Mid-Sixth Resurrection Primal Ancestor Realm could be done in the blink of an eye." Yuan Qianxing interrupted all of a sudden. Mansion Master, the royal families were the ones who created the otherworldly mansion in the past. Everything the mansion has belongs to the royal families. Elder Ming is extremely reasonable in his request. You can't put everyone in the mansion in danger because of your personal gain. If you come to blows, you will kill everyone in the otherworldly mansion. As the mansion master, you should be thinking of how to protect us, the disciples of the mansion. Yuan Qianxing continued. Emoji's face sank and turned a shade darker. An enraged chuckle left his lips. Yuan Qianxing, you're a piece of shit disciple of my otherworldly mansion. Are you teaching me how to do things right now? After Yuan Qianxing had lost the battle, he had lost his qualifications as a mansion master candidate. Even though he had managed to retain his position as a disciple of the otherworldly mansion, and he had considerable power, he was nothing more than an ordinary disciple. Yuan Qianxing's expression turned ugly. Even if I fail to protect the tree of Grand Dao today, I'll kill you. Killing intent swelled in Emoji's heart as he made a move against Yuan Qianxing. In order to obtain more authority in the mansion, Yuan Qianxing had leaked the news of the tree of Grand Dao. He had threatened the stability of the mansion, and he had crossed Emoji's baseline a long time ago. His intentional taunts to provoke Moji had worked since he had decided to kill Yuan Qianxing before doing anything else. Holding nothing back, Emoji used everything he had in his attack. Crimson light poured out from his palm, and the space around him started to crumble the moment he unleashed his attack. Even Yuan Qianxing, who had the inextinguishable Dao heart at the peak of the seventh heaven true saint realm, panicked and used everything in his power to defend against the attack. Return of the origin. Destruction. A figure flashed and appeared beside Yuan Qianxing. The person who had appeared was Yuan Wanfei, the patriarch of the myriad origin race. Boom! Their attacks collided and the space around the point of impact crumbled. The expression of everyone in the hall changed as they beat a hasty retreat. Unable to withstand the impact of the blast, the hall turned into dust instantly. No matter how reinforced the hall was, it was unable to contain the full-powered strike of Emoji, Yuan Wanfei, and Yuan Qianxing. Yuan Wanfei fared a little better. However, Yuan Qianxing was sent flying into the mountain ranges in the distance, shattering them all. Slowly emerging from the debris, Yuan Qianxing vomited mouthfuls of blood, and he glared at Emoji. Even though his strength had progressed quickly, and he no longer feared Longsheng Tian, Emoji was another story altogether. If Yuan Wanfei hadn't made his move in time to protect him, he would be in deep trouble. Emoji, you're crazy, Yuan Wanfei screamed. No one had expected Emoji to act against Yuan Qianxing all of a sudden, and they knew that if he had managed to land his attack, Yuan Qianxing would have been dead. Emoji snorted. I'm crazy? Do you think I'm stupid? Yuan Qianxing and your myriad origin race plotted against my otherworldly mansion. Do you really think that you'll be able to swallow up the mansion along with the other races after the battle for the tree? His figure blurred once again, and another palm slammed towards Yuan Qianxing before anyone could react. Elder Ming, please save me. I know the location of the tree of Grand Dao. After hearing what he wanted, Elder Ming finally made his move. Several days later, when Huang Xiaolong and Long Jianfei returned to the otherworldly mansion, they saw signs of battle that had torn the land in half. No, it was more appropriate to say that there was no longer a piece of intact land in the mansion. It seems like we're too late. Long Jianfei frowned. Let's go. Huang Xiaolong's expression sank as he headed towards the heart of the mansion. However, a group of disciples from the myriad origin race could be seen forbidding entry to the mansion as they stood guard all around the region. Hold it right there. Someone stopped Huang Xiaolong before he could enter the otherworldly mansion. The mansion master ordered that no one is allowed to enter the mansion right now. Trespassers will be killed. Mansion master? Huang Xiaolong was stunned. Did Emoji pass down the order? Mansion master Yuan Qianxing personally laid down the order. Right now, he is taking over the entire mansion. We shall make the announcement to the alien lands soon. Mansion Master Yuan Qianxing? Huang Xiaolong was taken aback when he heard the news. His heart sank. Could it be? It seemed as though the worst-case scenario had happened. Even though he had increased his speed while returning, he was still too slow. "Didn't you hear what I said? The mansion master has ordered that all trespassers will be killed. We'll exterminate your family and kill everyone related to you." The expert snapped at Huang Xiaolong when he saw that Huang Xiaolong hadn't turned back. A snort left the lips of the myriad origin race's disciple. He was sure that he would be able to scare Huang Xiaolong away with what he said. However, he was met with a cold light that emerged from Huang Xiaolong's eyes. As he saw the human reach out into the void, he felt a hand grabbing his neck. Unable to resist in the slightest, he was dragged before the human. Huang Xiaolong stared the disciple in the eye and growled, "Exterminate my family and everyone related to me?" Yuan Qianxing overestimates himself. The expert from the myriad origin race started to panic when he realized that he was unable to move in the slightest. Before he could scream, Huang Xiaolong clenched his fist and turned the man into a mist of blood. The disciples of the myriad origin race were appalled when they realized what had happened to their fellow member. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother explaining himself as he made his way towards the heart of the otherworldly mansion with Long Jianfei. "How dare you kill the members of my myriad origin race? Die! Trespasser, go to hell! Those who dare to infringe on the otherworldly mansion shall die. Exterminate his family. Everyone, attack and take him down." Another attendant from the myriad origin race finally snapped back to reality as he screamed at those around him. In an instant, the disciples standing around swarmed Huang Xiaolong and Long Jianfei. A cold light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. He was too lazy to move against them, but they were obviously seeking death. "Kill them all," Huang Xiaolong snapped. Receiving the order, Long Jianfei moved. Space started to distort as a horrifying wave of energy swallowed the members of the myriad origin race. Unable to understand the reason they had stopped moving, their bodies soon disintegrated and scattered with the wind. Now that there were no more annoying flies blocking their path, Huang Xiaolong proceeded towards their destination. As Huang Xiaolong made his way towards them, a celebration was playing out in the main hall of the otherworldly mansion. Yuan Qianxing, Yuan Wanfei, Chan Yuli, Yao Qingxin, Elder Ming, and several others were present. Raising his cup to toast Elder Ming, Yuan Qianxing said, "Many thanks to Elder Ming. Congratulations on obtaining the Tree of Grand Dao and Dao fruits. With the assistance of the tree, Elder Ming will definitely be able to enter the high-level primal ancestor realm." The mysterious Elder Ming finally revealed a smile when he heard what Yuan Qianxing said. "I should congratulate you for obtaining the position as the mansion master." Even though Moj and Long Shengtian had utilized the otherworldly mansion's grand formation in an attempt to hold the others back, they were outnumbered. Moj had fled with his tail tucked between his legs, and Long Shengtian was imprisoned with the other primal ancestor in charge of guarding the mansion. Of course, Yuan Qianxing's side had paid a huge price in order to complete their takeover. Other than Elder Ming, everyone had suffered some sort of injury during the grand battle. Yuan Qianxing roared with laughter when he heard what Elder Ming said. "Ha ha ha! I was only able to ascend to my current position with Elder Ming's help. Just let me know if you need anything from me in the future." He knew that without Elder Ming's assistance, there was no way he could have become the mansion master. Of course, that was before he entered the primal ancestor realm. As soon as he were to break through, there would be no need for him to lower his head to anyone. Elder Ming nodded his head in satisfaction. "All right, this old man won't hold back." One of the reasons he had appeared to move against Moj was because of the Tree of Grand Dao, but the other reason was to use the resources of the otherworldly mansion to increase his strength. The primal ancestors in the hall congratulated Yuan Qianxing and Elder Ming, and the atmosphere became a little more lighthearted. Soon after, Yuan Qianxing asked the most important question. "Elder Ming, how do you plan to deal with Long Shengtian?" With a wave of his hand, a black pagoda appeared. A platform could be seen on the lowest level, and that was where Long Shengtian was trapped along with the other primal ancestor of the otherworldly mansion. His robes were torn and tattered, and there were traces of blood all over his body. "Long Shengtian, Who would have thought that someone like you would fall to such a level? Yuan Qianxing roared with laughter. However, a sunny smile could be seen on Long Shengtian's face. Yuan Qianxing, do you really think that you can remain as the mansion master? Lord Emoji will return one day to slay you. You piece of shit. Yuan Qianxing's expression fell once again. Indeed, he was afraid that Emoji would return one day. Relax. Emoji was struck by my curse, and he won't be able to recover without several hundred years of rest. Elder Ming explained. Only then did Yuan Qianxing heave a sigh of relief. With enough time, he wouldn't be afraid of Emoji. Elder Ming turned to Long Shengtian and sneered. I have a way to deal with them. I'll refine their Grand Dao and turn them both into Grand Dao pills. Yuan Qianxing and the others were shocked beyond belief. There is no one who has managed to refine a Grand Dao pill in all the lands. Not even experts in the World River have managed to do it. Is Elder Ming actually trying to? A trace of fear finally spouted in Yuan Qianxing's heart. It seemed as though Elder Ming's origins weren't as simple as he had thought. After I suck out all the Grand Dao they have comprehended, I'll be able to do something else with their Dao hearts and Dao souls. Elder Ming revealed a sinister smile. Even if Long Shengtian wishes to die, he won't be able to. Ha ha ha. There's no need to worry about him anymore. Yuan Qianxing and those in the hall felt a cold breeze caressing their hearts when they heard what he said. No matter how loudly Long Shengtian roared in rage, he failed to escape. The restrictions around the pagoda smashed him back into the ground. Even if Emoji returns, he won't be able to save you. Elder Ming sneered. Long Shengtian, I gave you a chance several days ago. Right now, you can slowly sink into despair. You will never be able to see the light of day. Is that so? A cold voice rang through the skies all of a sudden. As soon as they heard this voice, the entire hall fell into silence. Turning over to stare at the source of the voice, everyone wanted to see which reckless idiot dared to challenge Elder Ming. However, Yuan Qianxing, Chan Yuli, Yuan Wanfei, Yao Qingxin, and several others were different. They knew the owner of the voice, and their bodies started to tremble as they looked over. Huang Xiaolong. Chan Yuli practically jumped out of his seat when he saw Huang Xiaolong. Those who hadn't seen Huang Xiaolong felt their minds going blank. Didn't Yuan Qianxing and the others force him into the death cave in the past? Isn't he supposed to be dead? When Long Shengtian saw the appearance of Huang Xiaolong, a radiant smile appeared on his face once again. Ha ha ha! Huang Xiaolong, you little brat. I knew you didn't die. Like he was seeing a ray of light at the end of the tunnel. Long Shengtian couldn't hold back his laughter. A trace of red flashed in Elder Ming's eyes when he saw the kid. Brat, you're pretty lucky to still be alive. Perfect. Your 12 high-grade Saint Fates can be the main ingredient of my Grand Dao pill. You won't be able to leave today. Main ingredient? Huang Xiaolong looked at Long Jianfei, and they both started laughing. By turning to look at Elder Ming and Yuan Qianxing, Huang Xiaolong explained, I was also planning to make a Grand Dao pill. Here I was planning to find several primal ancestors to become my ingredients. In the Holy World, alien lands, and the World River, there was no recorded method to refine a Grand Dao pill. However, Long Jianfei was someone from the Divine Tua Holy World. As someone from the Dragonfish Creed, he knew how to refine one. No, he knew more than one method to refine a Grand Dao pill. Yuan Qianxing, Yuan Wanfei, and the others were shocked at Huang Xiaolong's revelation. However, Elder Ming snickered in amusement. Brat, it seems like you managed to become a little stronger after crawling out of the death cave. With his gaze landing on Long Jianfei, Elder Ming continued. What did Huang Xiaolong give you for you to be willing to die along with him? Even Emoji had to escape with his tail tucked between his legs. I'll give you a piece of advice. Leave Huang Xiaolong or you'll meet your sorry end. Pushing the restrictions in his magic pagoda, powerful beams of energy shot towards Long Shengtian as miserable screams rang in the hall. A cold light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he reached out to summon the Zhangqiong Dao Palace. As the platform appeared once again, Mo Jincheng appeared. Mo Jincheng, Yuan Qianxing and the others were shocked once again. No one would have thought that Mo Jincheng of the Eight-Claw Devil Eye race would fall into Huang Xiaolong's hands. It was you. Yuan Qianxing glared at Huang Xiaolong. You destroyed the Devil Eye City with Long Jianfei's help. They turned their attention to Long Jianfei as they felt that it was impossible for Huang Xiaolong to take on the Devil Eye City by himself. After all, they were protected by their grand formation, and no matter how strong Huang Xiaolong could have become after his time in the Death Cave, he wouldn't be able to fight Mo Jincheng head-on. It went without saying that the fifth resurrection primal ancestor, Long Jianfei, was someone with extraordinary strength. That would be the only reason Mo Jincheng would be captured by Huang Xiaolong. Ignoring their misunderstanding, Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to explain himself. Instead, he activated the restrictions in the Zhangqiong Dao Palace, and a wretched cry escaped Mo Jincheng's lips. His cries seemed a little worse than Long Shangtian, who was trapped in Elder Ming's magic pagoda. Elder Ming, save me, Mo Jincheng yelled. Upon sweeping his gaze across the hall, Huang Xiaolong sneered. This is a personal grudge between me and Yuan Qianxing's party. I hope that none of you will interfere in our matters, otherwise, you'll end up worse than him. Other than Yuan Qianxing, Yuan Wanfei, Chan Yuli, Yao Qingxin, and Elder Ming, there were 20 other primal ancestors in the hall. Since they bore no grudge with Huang Xiaolong, it would be best if they left them alone. He would be able to save a ton of effort if they remained quietly at the side. Of course, Huang Xiaolong was showing them Mo Jincheng's end in order to put some psychological pressure on them. Despite his warnings, there were several primal ancestors who felt that Huang Xiaolong was nothing more than a joke. A red-haired expert sneered. Huang Xiaolong, you're overestimating yourself. You're just a mere true saint. In my eyes, you're nothing more than an ant. Release Mo Jincheng right now and kneel before Elder Ming to beg for mercy. If you do that, Elder Ming might just spare your life. The red-haired elder was Teng Xiao of the Teng Yi race. Even though the Teng Yi race was one of the royal families, they were ranked at the bottom of the royal families. The person who had spoken, Teng Xiao, was also one of the weakest individuals in the hall at the early First Resurrection Primal Ancestor realm. He had always wanted to suck up to the Myriad Origin race, and now that there was an opportunity, he jumped out at the first chance he had. Of course, he had weighed his options carefully. With Huang Xiaolong's strength at the True Saint realm and the fact that Elder Ming and the others had managed to force him into the Death Cave previously, he was confident that he was standing on the right side. Brother Ting Xiao is right. Huang Xiaolong, hand Mo Jincheng over to us right now. Otherwise, you'll die without a complete corpse if Elder Ming makes his move. Someone else snorted. The person who had spoken was the ancestor of the Suoluo race, Zhang Heng. Previously in the ancient battlefield, Huang Xiaolong had subdued the young master of the Suoluo race and Zhang Heng was their ancestor. Huang Xiaolong, I've heard that Xiao Huang took you in as a brother. However, your relationship ends now. Zhang Heng snorted. From this point on, the members of my race will have nothing to do with you. Zhang Heng had also made his choice. He had decided to stand on Elder Ming and Yuan Qianxing's side. Since he had already made up his mind, there was no point keeping the relationships he had with Huang Xiaolong. With a placid expression, Huang Xiaolong turned to look at the others. It seems like everyone thinks the same way, Huang Xiaolong muttered. Ha ha ha. Are you surprised by our answer? Someone else sneered at Huang Xiaolong. Elder Ming is an unbeatable legend. Yuan Qianxing is the current mansion master of the otherworldly mansion, and your Saint Godheads and Saint Fates won't be able to make a difference. You're crazy if you think that you can save Long Shangtian. The last person who spoke wasn't a primal ancestor from the royal families. Instead, he was someone who had remained in seclusion for a long time, and his name was Guochun. He wasn't too weak when compared to those present. He was at the peak late Third Resurrection Primal Ancestor realm. Even though the other primal ancestors didn't reply, it was clear that they had made their decision. Turning to Long Jianfei, Huang Xiaolong muttered, "Ensure that no one manages to escape." Since there were too many people present, Huang Xiaolong needed someone to stop those who tried to run. "Yes, young lord." Long Jianfei didn't hesitate to acknowledge the order. When the rest heard his reply, they were stunned. "Huang Xiaolong, Are you planning to take on everyone here by yourself? Yuan Qianqing couldn't control his laughter when he realized Huang Xiaolong's intentions. A bunch of weaklings. I do not require assistance to deal with people like you. What? When they heard how Huang Xiaolong addressed them, those who had remained silent could no longer sit still. Huang Xiaolong, you're too arrogant. Elder Ming doesn't even need to make a move to take you down. I alone am enough. Guochen roared as he charged towards Huang Xiaolong. If you can take this punch from me, you can be my ancestor. As waves of energy rolled off his fists, his Grand Dao energy surged towards Huang Xiaolong. There was a type of tyrannical killing intent concealed behind his strike, and when he made his move, it was as though battle-thirsty spirits swam through the rivers of time to carry out his commands. Seeing as Guochen's fist was about to arrive, Huang Xiaolong reached out and stretched his fingers. When he opened his palm, it was as though every creature under the heavens fell under his command. The fist containing Guochen's killing intent was trapped between Huang Xiaolong's fingers. Huang Xiaolong closed his fist after everything Guochen had unleashed, including his Grand Dao energy, Grand Dao art, and battle spirits, were trapped between his fingers. The terrifying energy popped like a bubble, and it seemed as though it hadn't existed in the first place. Not stopping there, Huang Xiaolong extended his fingers once again. Before Guochen could react, he felt the world spinning around him as a force stronger than anything he had ever experienced locked his body in place. After being dragged across the space, he appeared before Huang Xiaolong. What? The primal ancestors in the hall yelled in shock. Even people like Yuan Qianqing and Yuan Wanfei were stunned by Huang Xiaolong's display of strength. Elder Ming, who had been looking down on Huang Xiaolong since the moment he had appeared in the hall, couldn't help but turn a little serious. Guochen was a peak late third resurrection primal ancestor. How could he lose to Huang Xiaolong so easily? As for the person in question, Guochen, panic flashed in his eyes as he stuttered. You! Was the person who had captured him really the true saint, Huang Xiaolong? How was someone at his level unable to move when facing a mere true saint? You'll call me your ancestor if I manage to take on a single punch? Huang Xiaolong sneered. After all, that was what Guochen had yelled when he had made his move earlier. You can't even take a punch from me. As such, you're not qualified to call me your ancestor. Huang Xiaolong continued. Guochen's expression turned extremely unsightly as he struggled with all his might. He tried pushing his Dao soul to their limit, but he realized that the strength Huang Xiaolong possessed was more terrifying than he could ever imagine. He felt as though a mountain was weighing down on him from all directions. Huang Xiaolong, free brother Guochen right now. Another primal ancestor who had better relationships with Guochen yelled. Release him. Huang Xiaolong sneered. I gave you a choice. All of you wanted to force yourself through this narrow gate of enmity I had with Yuan Qianqing and the others. After sealing Guochen's energy, he threw the man into the Zhangqiang Dao Palace to be with Mo Jincheng. That's one, Huang Xiaolong muttered as he swept his gaze across those present once again. Who's going to be number two? His gaze eventually landed on Jiang Heng and Teng Xiao. The blood drained from their faces in an instant as they took several steps backwards. What a joke. At the peak of the late third resurrection primal ancestor realm, Guochen was done in by Huang Xiaolong with the wave of an arm. They hadn't even reached the second resurrection primal ancestor realm. Huang Xiaolong, you're celebrating too early, Guochen screamed from the Zhangqiang Dao Palace. Elder Ming has yet to make his move. The moment he does, you'll be on your knees begging for your life. That's right. Everyone in the hall chimed. Yuan Qianqing looked at Yuan Wanfei. A trace of suspicion flashed in their eyes as they turned to look at Elder Ming. As he slowly made his way towards Huang Xiaolong, Elder Ming's robes started to flutter. The color of the heavens changed as a trace of frost, nefarious intent, and bloodthirst filled the headquarters of the otherworldly mansion. Peak of the late sixth heaven true saint realm. Elder Ming glared at Huang Xiaolong and said, Who would have thought that someone like you would be able to escape from the death cave? You even managed to break through so quickly. Even though he was shocked that Huang Xiaolong had cultivated so quickly, he was still confident in his abilities to suppress the other party. After all, he was in the mid-6th Resurrection Primal Ancestor realm. Even Mog, an early 6th Resurrection Primal Ancestor, had to escape when they had fought. Then why should he be afraid of facing a 6th Heaven True Saint? Killing intent burst from his eyes, and they alternated between red and black. This time, he would ensure that Huang Xiaolong died. If he allowed the brat to escape, he was afraid that someone at his level wouldn't be able to do a thing once Huang Xiaolong entered the 7th Heaven True Saint realm. Too bad you're not my opponent. Elder Ming's aura expanded as the space around him shattered. Today is the day you die. As soon as he spoke, he sent his palms flying towards Huang Xiaolong. Two massive palms glowing red and black seemed to contain the limitless power of the netherworld as they charged towards Huang Xiaolong. Seas of blood and endless abyss stretched as far as the eyes could see as the nefarious qi swallowed everything in its path. Vengeful spirits howled in the seas of blood, and the cries of devils could be heard echoing in the endless abyss. Descent of the nefarious divination. Elder Ming's voice resounded through the skies, and everyone in the hall retreated in a hurry. Huang Xiaolong didn't dare to receive the attack casually as he activated all 3 Dao Souls, and his 12 high-grade Saint Fates surrounded him. The power of the Grand Dao poured down from the void like a heavenly river. The Zhangqiong blade appeared in his hands, and he slashed it across the air. In the instant he drew the arc across the sky, everyone felt as though Huang Xiaolong had split the world in two. The blade light flashed, and it tore through the seas of blood and endless abyss to arrive before Elder Ming. Elder Ming widened his eyes and waved his arm as a mysterious light surrounded them. By the time he stopped retreating, he was several miles out. Moreover, he had cut a pretty sorry figure after defending himself from Huang Xiaolong's Zhangqiong blade strike. What? Yuan Chenxing, Yuan Wanfei, Jiang Hong, and the others couldn't believe what they were seeing. What happened? Elder Ming's expression was jet black as he spat. Zhangqiong strike. In the past, Huang Xiaolong had executed the same move when he was surrounded by them. The power contained in his attack back then was nothing compared to the slash that had sent Elder Ming flying. Right now, he could see the shadow of the Zhangqiong old man in Huang Xiaolong. He also couldn't believe that a 6th Resurrection Primal Ancestor at his level would be threatened by Huang Xiaolong's attack. Right now, Huang Xiaolong was an existence stronger than Mog. No, Huang Xiaolong's combat prowess could put him to shame. No matter how much he tried to deny it, Huang Xiaolong was indeed stronger than him. With a mysterious light flashing in his eyes, the magic pagoda in his hands shot into the skies to release a ray of black light. Long Jianfei's expression sank when he saw the pagoda. Can it be? A yell escaped Elder Ming's lips all of a sudden, and it was as though the heavens exploded. The skies shook as the magic pagoda started to enlarge itself. Streams of black light poured down and surged towards Huang Xiaolong. By reaching out with his right hand, Huang Xiaolong attempted to grab the tower. You're asking to die. Elder Ming sneered as a trace of joy flashed in his heart. The black light emitted by the pagoda wasn't an ordinary attack. It was a type of divination poison that was refined through several trillion years. Even a primal ancestor's Dao physique would corrode if they touched the light, and their Dao soul would suffer serious damage. They would even be corrupted by the pagoda. One could only imagine their sorry end if they were corrupted by the pagoda. While Elder Ming laughed sarcastically at the side, resplendent rays of light emerged from Huang Xiaolong's arm before he touched the magic pagoda. As Huang Xiaolong's arm turned a little transparent, it seemed to transform into immemorial Shenhuang jade as he became immune to all sorts of poison. Bang! A blast rang through the skies, and Huang Xiaolong's arm finally came into contact with the pagoda. The moment it did, the magic pagoda trembled for a moment as it tried to pour in all its poison into Huang Xiaolong's body. However, the poison scattered when it came in contact with his arm. Piercing through the divination poison, Huang Xiaolong grabbed the magic pagoda. Trembling slightly, the pagoda failed to budge in Huang Xiaolong's grasp. What? Elder Ming wasn't the only one who exclaimed in shock. Yuan Chenxing and the others couldn't believe their eyes. How was he able to withstand the divination poison? Even without mentioning the poisons surrounding the pagoda, it was a primal ancestor Tao artifact. With Elder Ming's constant refinement, it was a terrifying existence to say the least. Even fifth resurrection primal ancestors wouldn't dare to grab the pagoda casually. Their Tao physiques would probably crumble before they could get close to it. However, Huang Xiaolong managed to grab it with his hands. The defense of the pagoda couldn't even scratch him. Wouldn't that mean? At the peak of the late sixth heaven true saint realm, Huang Xiaolong's body was comparable to the Tao physique of a primal ancestor at the fifth resurrection realm or higher. If he entered the high-level true saint realm, wouldn't that make him indestructible? Grand Tao physique! Elder Ming stared at Huang Xiaolong and yelled in shock. He clearly had a grand Tao physique. Moreover, it was a physique more perfect than any primal ancestor he had ever seen in his life. Huang Xiaolong's grand Tao art was stronger than anything he had ever experienced, and it was as though he was the incarnation of the grand Tao himself. Yuan Qianxing and the others couldn't hold back their shock. After Elder Ming pointed it out, the fog before their eyes cleared. Grand Tao physique! Not a single person managed to remain calm. Yuan Qianxing's expression sank. Up until now, he used to think that he was the most talented disciple in the alien lands when he had obtained his Tao heart in the true saint realm. However, some brat called Huang Xiaolong had appeared out of nowhere to challenge his position as the most talented disciple in the later generations. Huang Xiaolong had even managed to obtain the inextinguishable Tao heart in a cultivation realm lower than his own. He had suffered quite a huge blow when he made the discovery. As someone who was hailed as the incarnation of the origin, he was less talented than a mere human. Now, the other party had managed to form a grand Tao physique to one-up him. He hadn't even touched the border of forming his grand Tao physique, but the other party was already done with it. Humiliation and hatred filled his heart. All of a sudden, he felt as though the heavens had given up on him. As the incarnation of the origin itself, he was the proudest son of heavens. How could a human shine brighter than him? Yuan Qianxing wasn't the only one feeling humiliated. Yuan Wanfei and the others felt the same way. Yuan Wanfei and the others had managed to rise to prominence when they had entered the primal ancestor realm, and they were hailed as geniuses of their generations. However, their talent was less than dogshit when compared to Huang Xiaolong. Flexing all the muscles in his arm, Huang Xiaolong ruthlessly swung the pagoda towards the ground. With unstoppable momentum, it went crashing down. Elder Ming, who was controlling the pagoda with his body, nearly fell together with it. His expression finally changed. "Attack!" Elder Ming yelled as he turned to Yuan Qianxing and the others who were standing at the side. However, his order was met with stunned silence. Not a single person reacted in time, as no one had expected Elder Ming to request for assistance when dealing with Huang Xiaolong. "What are you waiting for?" Elder Ming's roar reverberated through the hall and rang in their ears, pulling them out of their confusion. Finally returning to their senses, Yuan Qianxing and the others attacked. With the two members of the myriad origin race unleashing the return to the origin, the power contained in the Grand Tao Law increased yet again. Yuan Qianxing didn't hold back as he summoned his origin Saint Godhead before activating the power of the origin. Grand Tao energy poured down from the void. Compared to the time he had unleashed the skill previously, it was several times stronger. As the origin Saint Godhead had become stronger together with him, it had become a frightening existence compared to before. Chan Yuli and Yao Qingxin threw their concerns to the back of their mind as they used everything they had to take Huang Xiaolong down. All of them knew that if they failed to take Huang Xiaolong down, it would be their end. With Huang Xiaolong's personality, there was no way he would let them off. Moreover, their races would be exterminated when they lost. The destruction of the Eight-Claw Devil Eye race was the best example of what could happen to those who tried to kill Huang Xiaolong. When they thought of Mo Jincheng's horrifying end, their heart trembled. From the moment Huang Xiaolong had entered the hall with Long Jianfei, they were sure that Long Jianfei was the reason the Devil Eye race was exterminated. From what they saw now, that didn't seem to be the case. As for Jiang Heng, Teng Xiao, and the others, they hesitated for a moment when they saw Yuan Qianxing and the others making their move. They were planning to suck up to the myriad origin race and Elder Ming previously, but it seemed as though Huang Xiaolong was not a powerless ant. Since they didn't have some sort of death grudge with the kid, they didn't feel the need to join in the assault. However, Elder Ming roared at them when he noticed that they were remaining in their place. Jiang Heng, if you guys refuse to do anything, you can't blame me for being ruthless after I deal with Huang Xiaolong. His threat caused their expressions to sink. No one could ignore Elder Ming's threats. Even if Huang Xiaolong won the battle, there was a possibility that Elder Ming could escape. If he held the grudge and looked for them in the future, they would be in deep shit. After a short moment of consideration, the primal ancestors in the hall decided to move against Huang Xiaolong. After all, they were more afraid of Elder Ming, whose reputation was formed from his hellish treatment of his victims. After seeing how everyone was about to make their move, Huang Xiaolong sneered as he summoned his 3 Dao Souls and the 12 high-order Saint Fates. Dao Soul? The primal ancestors who wanted to attack Huang Xiaolong together were stunned by his revelation. Huang Xiaolong didn't just form his grand Dao physique. He even managed to transform his holy souls into Dao Souls. All 3 of them, with the inextinguishable Dao Heart, grand Dao physique, and Dao Souls, Huang Xiaolong was basically a primal ancestor-level existence. However, his cultivation realm was only in the late 6th heaven true saint realm. Long Jianfei looked at Huang Xiaolong with a burning gaze from a distance. That was their young lord. He was the son of the god of creation with the Huang Long bloodline flowing in his veins. Boom! After sending his punches out at his opponents, everything in his path crumbled. Nothing could resist the power of the Grand Tao as everything that stood in his way returned back to nothingness. This was the real meaning of returning to the origin, and it was at a level higher than Yuan Qianxing's Grand Tao art. Like salt dissolving in the sea, the return to the origin, unleashed by Yuan Qianxing and Yuan Wanfei scattered in the face of Huang Xiaolong's attack. Smashing through the return of the origin, Huang Xiaolong's fist sent the primal ancestor Dao artifacts in the hands of the various experts flying. Not a single attack could stop him. Upon noticing the terrifying strength behind Huang Xiaolong's strike, the primal ancestors in the hall only had one thought in their minds. Run! They retreated quickly, in an attempt to escape from the death god that was Huang Xiaolong. However, they underestimated Huang Xiaolong. The punch seemed to appear before them instantly, preventing any of them from escaping. With no other choice, Yuan Qianxing and the rest pushed themselves to the limit. By raising their arms hastily, they had to take on Huang Xiaolong's punch. However, 2 massive black arms reached out from the side to meet his punch before it could slam into the primal ancestors. Boom! The heavens shook and the blast resounded through countless holy grounds around the otherworldly mansion. Experts and disciples from the regions around the otherworldly mansion who heard the explosion turned to stare in the direction of the mansion with a face full of shock. Battle between primal ancestors. Who could it be? Did Mansion Master Mog return to stake his life in a final battle with Elder Ming? Mog is alone, and he won't be able to do anything even if he returns. He's basically committing suicide by returning. A disciple of the myriad origin race sneered. That's right. Mog managed to escape previously, and Mansion Master Yuan was worrying that he would return to carry out sneak attacks on the mansion. Now that he has returned, he won't be able to escape. When Elder Ming and the others take down Mog, Mansion Master Yuan will be able to ascend to the position without any fears. No one will dare to say a thing. Disciples of the myriad origin race, Enchantress race, and the Golden Buddha race laughed. The shockwave that threatened to obliterate anything in its path soon arrived. How is Mog so strong? He doesn't seem to be in trouble when facing Elder Ming and the others. The fluctuations from the battle became even stronger, and those who were waiting for Yuan Qianxing to announce the outcome of the battle were shocked. Mog is said to be in the early 6th resurrection primal ancestor realm. It won't be easy to take him down. Whatever the case, he's just prolonging the inevitable. He won't be able to escape. A disciple from the Golden Buddha race mocked. However, a figure soon appeared in the horizon as it flew towards them at an astounding speed. smashing into the ground beside the disciples, who were mocking Moji. A massive crater formed. The disciples stared at each other before stepping forward to observe the victim. A middle-aged man entered their sights, and the armor around his body was completely shattered. Bloodstains could be seen decorating his skin. The mark of someone's fist could be seen on the middle-aged man's face. But they managed to recognize him with whatever facial features that were visible. Ancestor? The disciples of the Golden Buddha race jumped in fright. They didn't dare to believe that the person who was lying like a dead dog in the crater was the ancestor of the Golden Buddha race. Chan Yuli. It didn't take long for a second figure to appear. Is this our ancestor? The disciples of the Enchantress race stared at Yao Qingxin's disfigured face in the crater in disbelief. Compared to Chan Yuli, Yao Qingxin seemed to suffer worse injuries. His face was beaten in, and one of his arms was gone. It seemed as though someone had forcefully ripped it out from its socket, and there was a gaping hole in his chest. Yao Qingxin's chest had a hole blown through it, and fresh blood was still leaking out from it. Moji? How can Moji be so strong? The disciples of the Myriad Origin race exclaimed in shock. This should be his dying struggle. In his moment of death, he probably used everything he had to drag Chan Yuli and Yao Qingxin down with him. He should have already lost to Elder Ming. An expert from the Myriad Origin race sneered. However, another explosion rang through the skies as soon as the words left his lips. Another person flew through the skies and landed in the crater. When the members of the three races stared at the newcomer, they couldn't believe their eyes. Yuan Qianxing? Mansion Master Yuan? The expert from the Myriad Origin race gasped in shock. The hole in Yuan Qianxing's chest was even larger than Yao Qingxin, and both his arms were torn apart. Yuan Qianxing's breaths were shallow as he lay motionless in the crater. It's fine. Everything will be fine. Elder Ming will suppress Moji soon. Another expert from the Myriad Origin race yelled. However, Huang Xiaolong had to prove him wrong. The ground beneath their feet started to shake and several figures shot towards them. Yuan Wanfei, the ancestor of the Myriad Origin race. Jiang Heng, the ancestor of the Suolua race. Teng Xiao, the ancestor of the Tengyi race. There were 3 of them in total, and the disciples no longer dared to utter another word. Under their shocked gazes, a final figure fell from the skies and everyone recognized the person instantly. Elder Ming. The final person, who was defeated, was the person whom they revered in their hearts. He was the mysterious and undefeatable legend, Elder Ming. Was Moji able to injure Elder Ming with his crazed attacks? A strange look appeared on the faces of all the disciples. They finally realized that things weren't going as they had expected. While they were trying to process everything that had happened, another figure appeared. However, he wasn't a loser who was sent crashing into the lands. Standing in the sky above, Huang Xiaolong looked at Elder Ming and the rest. Those present raised their heads instantly to look at the human standing high above them. Huang Xiaolong! Yuan Wangfeng screamed. Huang Xiaolong! Impossible! The members of the Myriad Origin race cried out in disbelief. Yuan Qianxing, who cut a sorry figure in the crater, rose to the skies all of a sudden. However, it wasn't to confront Huang Xiaolong. He shot in the other direction as he tried his best to run away. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong sent him crashing to the lands with a single slap before he could run. The slap seemed to land on the hearts of the various experts present. It was especially so for the disciples of the Myriad Origin race. The blood drained from their faces, and it was as though something in them died. Yuan Qianxing was the hope of their race, and he was someone everyone could look up to. He was a hero. However, his prestigious image shattered with a single slap from Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, I'll remember this. One day, I'll make you suffer a fate 1,000,000,000 times worse than this. Yuan Qianxing roared as he glared at Huang Xiaolong with a sinister expression. One day? Do you really think you'll be able to live for another day? Huang Xiaolong sneered. Huang Xiaolong had already made up his mind. There is no way Yuan Qianxing will be allowed to leave today. Even if Yuan Wanfei and the others escaped, Yuan Qianxing would have to die. As he looked at Yuan Qianxing's origin Saint Godhead, Huang Xiaolong estimated that his Saint Godheads would be able to progress quite a little if he managed to devour it. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong tossed Yuan Qianxing, Yao Qingxin, and Chan Yuli into the Zhangqiong Dao Palace. Even though he managed to capture all three of them, Elder Ming and Yuan Wanfei managed to escape. As for Jiang Hong and the others, they didn't dare to run as they remained quietly in their place to receive Huang Xiaolong's judgment. Retrieving the Zhangqiong Dao Palace, Huang Xiaolong stared at the magic pagoda before him. Even though Elder Ming had escaped, he didn't manage to take his Dao artifact along with him. Even though Elder Ming had already imprinted his soul mark into the magic pagoda, Huang Xiaolong realized that he needed no more than several days to shatter all the restrictions contained within. In the next few days, Huang Xiaolong ignored Jiang Hong, Teng Xiao, and the others as he focused on breaking the restrictions on the pagoda Dao artifact. After several days' worth of work, he finally managed to shatter all the restrictions left behind by Elder Ming. If Elder Ming's Dao soul was the one guarding the pagoda, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to devour it no matter how hard he tried. With his current abilities, he couldn't even refine Mo Jingqing's soul, much less Elder Ming, who was several times stronger. However, a soul imprint didn't pose too much of a threat. After shattering the restrictions, he saved Long Shengtian and the other primal ancestor of the otherworldly mansion. As soon as Long Shengtian emerged, he grabbed Huang Xiaolong's shoulders without saying a word. There were too many things he wanted to say, but he had no idea where to start. As such, he chose to remain silent. When he was captured by Elder Ming and thrown into the pagoda, he had thought that his fate was sealed. All the hope in his heart was destroyed when he had realized how strong Elder Ming really was. Before he was saved, he had already prepared himself for death. The other primal ancestor of the otherworldly mansion was also extremely grateful to Huang Xiaolong. Retrieving 2 holy fruits from the Zhangqiong Dao Palace, he passed them over to Long Shengtian and the other primal ancestor. Are these nascent holy fruits? Long Shengtian stared at the fruit in his hand, and he widened his eyes in surprise. He had seen nascent holy fruits before, and he knew that they were treasures reaching the level of a Dao fruit. One could only imagine the quality of the holy fruit. In the past, a single nascent holy fruit had appeared in the eyes of the public. A primal ancestor had auctioned it off for an obscene amount of money, and the royal races in the alien lands had taken part in the bidding war for the fruit. However, that was a story that had happened several hundreds of millions of years ago. Even though the other primal ancestor of the otherworldly mansion didn't recognize the fruit, he had heard of it before. When Long Shengtian mentioned the name nascent holy fruit, he jumped in fright. A casual smile appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face when he noticed the looks of surprise on their faces. It's just 2 nascent holy fruits. I obtained them in the sky-opening island previously. The Zhangqiong Dao Palace was filled with holy trees ready to bear nascent holy fruits. Moreover, there were a ton of holy trees ready to bear nascent holy fruits that were tens of times more valuable than the ones they were holding, and Huang Xiaolong couldn't care less about the ones he gave Long Shengtian and the other primal ancestor. Even though he didn't count the number of fruits he had obtained in the sky-opening island, he knew that there were close to 10,000 of them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Long Jianfei to eat his fill. Just 2 nascent holy fruits. Long Shengtian stuttered. After they swallowed the fruits to treat their injuries, Huang Xiaolong entered the main hall where the primal ancestors were waiting for his arrival in trepidation. None of them dared to move, and they couldn't help but kneel when they saw Huang Xiaolong's appearance. We greet the mansion master, Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback when he heard their greetings. Mansion master? Your Highness was a mansion master candidate in the past, and now that Moj isn't back, the position of the mansion master is left empty. That cannot be allowed to happen. Mansion Master Huang, please take the position and lead us. Jiang Hong revealed a brilliant smile as he explained the situation to Huang Xiaolong. Teng Xiao and the others nodded hastily in agreement. As he glanced at the primal ancestors, Huang Xiaolong knew that all of them had finally agreed to submit. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head slowly and spoke. All right, when Mansion Master Moj returns, I shall step down and allow him to regain his position as the mansion master. In fact, he didn't plan on killing Jiang Hong and the others. If he killed them all, who would lead the royal families? Was he supposed to exterminate all the royal families in the alien lands? When they heard that Huang Xiaolong planned to return the position of the mansion master back to Moji, they were shocked. However, their surprise only lasted for a moment. Since there was no use harping on the matter, they quickly presented the treasures in their collection to Huang Xiaolong in a show of loyalty. All of them were the treasures their race had held for a long time. They were reluctant to use the treasures for themselves, but they had no choice but to hand them all over to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong glanced at their treasures, but he wasn't tempted to accept them. No matter how good those things were, they were useless to him. With the countless holy fruits and the thousands of holy trees in the Zhangqiong Dao Palace, there was no need for him to look at the treasures they presented. The only things that could move him were Grand Dao treasures. Only items at the level of the tree of Grand Dao, Dao fruits, or Grand Dao sources could catch his eye. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong wasn't accepting their tributes, fear gripped the hearts of the primal ancestors once again. They didn't dare to retrieve their treasures, and they forced them into Huang Xiaolong's hands. Seeing as the primal ancestors wouldn't be able to rest easy unless he accepted them, Huang Xiaolong agreed to take them all. Whatever the case, he could just give them all to Long Jianfei. Even though he had no need for the treasures, it didn't mean that Long Jianfei would treat those treasures as trash. When Huang Xiaolong finally accepted their tributes, the primal ancestors heaved a sigh of relief. They felt as though they had finally crawled out from the gates of hell. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong ordered those in the hall to call out their Dao souls before leaving a type of Grand Dao mark on them. Unable to go against Huang Xiaolong, they could only do as they were told. When he was done with the matters in the main hall, he finally made his way to the holy prison of the otherworldly mansion. In the time Yuan Qianxing had stood in his position of power, he had captured tons of disciples from both the human race and the purple spider race. When he arrived at the prison, he saw that the treatment of those from the human race and the purple spider race were horrifying to say the least. Their eyes and hearts were dug out from their bodies, and they were tortured by the members of the royal families. As he looked at the scene before him, the killing intent in Huang Xiaolong's heart grew a little heavier. After releasing all of them, he went to look for Feitian Longpeng and Feng Jiu trapped at the bottom level of the holy prison. When Moji had fled from the otherworldly mansion the other day, Yuan Qianxing had immediately ordered for their arrest. Your Highness, Huang Xiaolong, Feitian Longpeng exclaimed in surprise when Huang Xiaolong appeared. Didn't you? In the past, he was greatly saddened by the news of Huang Xiaolong's death. Feng Jiu stared at Huang Xiaolong with her pretty eyes as a trace of shock flashed in them. Ha ha ha! That was a rumor Yuan Qianxing spread. Roaring with laughter, Feitian Longpeng seemed to have returned to his usual cheerful self when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. I knew it! Ha ha ha! However, his expression soon changed. Yuan Qianxing is currently working with Elder Ming. Even Mansion Master Moji lost to them and had to escape. Long Shangtian was captured by Elder Ming in his pagoda, and there is no one left in the otherworldly mansion to stop them. You have to leave immediately. It was obvious that the two of them had no idea about what had happened in the outside world. Chuckling in amusement, Huang Xiaolong casually waved his hand to shatter the restrictions around them. There's nothing to worry about. I beat Elder Ming so hard that his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. He ran away with his tail tucked between his legs, and I managed to capture Yuan Qianxing. How are you still in the mood to joke around? Feng Jiu snapped at him. Everything we said is true. You have to leave now. I'm telling the truth too. Huang Xiaolong snickered. Several minutes later, Feitian Longpeng and Feng Jiu emerged from the holy prison. When they arrived in the main hall, they were greeted with a scene that shocked and terrified them at the same time. All the primal ancestors were waiting for Huang Xiaolong, and they addressed him as the mansion master the moment he appeared. What? Your matriarch is missing. When Huang Xiaolong asked about Fei Yanzi, he was shocked to discover that she went missing. Yeah. When you left the Chaos Essence Holy Peak, the ancestor also left behind you. Fate-Yin Longpeng hesitated for a moment before adding, "There were some who said that the ancestor went over to the sky-opening island." Huang Xiaolong stared at him with question marks popping up in his mind. Sky-opening island? He hadn't expected Fei Yanzi to actually do it. He had felt that she had said it in a fit of rage. If she really went over to the sky-opening island, things might get troublesome. A frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. Someone at her level wouldn't go missing for too long. If she hasn't appeared, then it means that she might be stuck in some region in the sky-opening island. The darkness that filled the lands that night was exceptionally dense. In the Zhangqiong Dao Palace, Huang Xiaolong stared at Yuan Qianxing, Yao Qingxin, Chan Yuli, and Mo Jincheng, who were trapped on the platform. For out of the 6, who had surrounded him in an attempt to take his life, were captured by him. The only ones left were Yuan Wanfei and Elder Ming. Huang Xiaolong, wipe that smug smile off your face. This isn't over. Yuan Qianxing glared at Huang Xiaolong, and he gnashed his teeth. I'm the one who will have the last laugh. Huang Xiaolong spoke casually. You don't have to worry about laughing any longer. Soon you'll never laugh again. By reaching out to grab Yuan Qianxing, he dragged the other party over towards him. With Yuan Qianxing's neck in his hands, Huang Xiaolong raised him off the ground. Right now, I'll devour your origin Saint Godhead and origin physique. A trace of panic flashed through Yuan Qianxing's eyes, but he tried to suppress his fears. I am the incarnation of the origin. You won't be able to kill me. No one can. Huang Xiaolong, you're dreaming if you think that you can devour me. A sinister smile formed on his face soon after. One day, I'll return to kill you. Is that so? Huang Xiaolong chuckled, and he activated his great immemorial Saint Godhead, and a sucking force enveloped Yuan Qianxing. However, a mysterious energy emerged from the void before Huang Xiaolong could devour Yuan Qianxing. The mysterious energy surrounded Yuan Qianxing and scattered the devouring force around him. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong's attempt was foiled, Yuan Qianxing roared with laughter. Ha ha ha! Huang Xiaolong, didn't I say that you won't be able to kill me? I am the incarnation of the origin itself. You can't kill me. Ha ha ha! You can't kill me. He was a little worried that Huang Xiaolong would be able to devour him when everything started. However, there was no longer a trace of fear left when the mysterious energy from the void descended to assist him. Right now, he couldn't help but roar with laughter. As he stared at Huang Xiaolong with a look of mockery, he felt as though he was an existence standing in the heavens, staring down at the ant trying to threaten his life. He wanted to show Chan Yuli and the others that he was a true immortal-like existence. After looking at the elated Yuan Qianxing, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother acknowledging his happiness. A golden dragon slowly materialized from the void behind him. When it finally appeared, everyone felt a strange sense of worship in their hearts. Mo Jincheng felt a weird sensation in his heart. A trace of golden light emerged from the body of the dragon all of a sudden, bathing the Zhangqiong Dao Palace in light. In the golden world, Huang Xiaolong was God. He was an existence higher than anyone else. Yuan Qianxing discovered that his connection with the origin was broken the moment the world of gold appeared. He was like a fish in a pond where the water evaporated without any warnings. No, this can't be happening. Panic overwhelmed him in an instant. He knew that without the assistance from the origin, there was no way he could stand against the monstrous existence that was Huang Xiaolong. Once again, the suction force surrounded his body. The only difference this time was that the mysterious energy from the origin no longer appeared to protect Yuan Qianxing. No! Roaring with all his might, Yuan Qianxing pushed himself to the extreme in an attempt to protect the origin energy leaving his body. However, it was useless. Regardless of how hard he struggled, he failed to stop the outflow of energy. Every time he tried to activate his origin Saint Godhead, the flow of energy out of his body became even faster. When Huang Xiaolong started, the origin energy he managed to absorb was like a tiny stream. But with Yuan Qianxing's desperate struggle, the origin energy stream widened to a river. No, no, I am the incarnation of the origin itself. How can this happen to me? Yuan Qianxing screamed. I can't die. It's impossible for you to kill me. I am an existence connected to the origin. Chan Yuli, Yao Qingxin, and Mo Jincheng stared at Yuan Qianxing's miserable end with a terrified expression from the platform. They stared at each other as the seedling of fear spouted in their hearts. Yuan Qianxing was an existence who was unkillable. He was connected to the origin, and his life and death were connected to the fate of the world. However, Huang Xiaolong was devouring him right before their very eyes. It was something that made absolutely no sense. Once Huang Xiaolong devoured Yuan Qianxing's origin Saint Godhead, his fate was basically sealed. The fear they had for Huang Xiaolong had momentarily dissipated by quite a lot when Yuan Qianxing had successfully defended himself. However, everything returned when they saw what was happening to Yuan Qianxing. As he stared at Yuan Qianxing panicking and struggling, Huang Xiaolong remained emotionless. If he didn't have the Huang Long bloodline flowing in his veins, devouring Yuan Qianxing would really pose a problem. However, it was too bad Yuan Qianxing met a monster like him. Increasing the speed, Huang Xiaolong no longer held back. The energy of the origin poured into Huang Xiaolong's body endlessly, and it nourished his 3 saint godheads. Golden light spewed out from his 3 saint godheads and a majestic scene was painted. Huang Xiaolong, please spare my life. Yuan Qianxing started to beg when he realized that Huang Xiaolong was able to sever his connection with his only source of protection. I'll do anything you want. Didn't you want me to submit and serve you? I'll do it. I agree to submit. All of us agree to be your slaves. In that instant, he spoke for everyone present. They might live, but you will have to die. Huang Xiaolong stared at Yuan Qianxing and snorted. Regardless of what Yuan Qianxing promised him, Huang Xiaolong had already made up his mind. Why? Yuan Qianxing screamed. Why must you kill me? Why? Huang Xiaolong stared at him like he was looking at a fool. I don't like the way you look. When I see your face, I feel like punching it. It's better for you to remain out of my sight forever. What do you think about my reason? Of course, Huang Xiaolong was being serious. That was one of the reasons he wanted to kill Yuan Qianxing. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong finally completed the refinement process of Yuan Qianxing's origin, Saint Godhead and origin bloodline. Suppressing the other party's inextinguishable Dao heart for the time being, Huang Xiaolong decided to refine it after he entered the primal ancestor realm. Cultivating for several months in the Zhangqiong Dao Palace without any distractions, he consolidated his foundations after refining Yuan Qianxing's saint attributes. While he was gone, Long Shengtian and the other primal ancestor of the otherworldly mansion managed to recover fully after refining the nascent holy fruit given to them. Is there still no news on Yuan Wanfei and that old man? Huang Xiaolong asked Long Jianfei. Before refining Yuan Qianxing, Huang Xiaolong had already requested for the others to investigate the whereabouts of Yuan Wanfei and Elder Ming. The 2 of them were poisonous bugs hidden in the darkness, and he wanted to deal with the both of them before entering the divine Tua holy world. Long Jianfei shook his head slowly. We don't have news on them for the time being. The alien lands and the world river were boundless. If the 2 of them wanted to hide, it would be extremely difficult for Huang Xiaolong to locate them. However, it's likely that they have already left the alien lands. Long Jianfei continued his explanation. We used the full power of the otherworldly mansion to look for the 2 of them. Jiang Hong, Teng Xiao, and the others moved out and used their entire race to look for the 2 of them. We practically flipped the alien lands upside down looking for them. You're saying that Yuan Wanfei and Elder Ming escaped to either the World River or the Holy World? Yes. Long Jianfei nodded. I already mobilized the power of the dragon fish race over in the World River. However, young lord should know that our dragon fish race only controls the dragon fish valley. We have little to no control over the other domains, and if the 2 of them are hiding in a secluded domain in the World River, it will be difficult for us to find them. As for the Holy World, we can't do anything about that. Long Jianfei shook his head and sighed. A frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. Young lord, with our current forces, it's possible for us to conquer the World River. Long Jianfei hesitated for a moment. As for the holy world, we can trample on them after the restrictions around the ancient battlefield disappear in 200 years. Young Lord can rule over the holy world, alien lands, and the world river. It was obvious that Long Jianfei had no idea what Huang Xiaolong's status was in the holy world. Otherwise, he wouldn't be asking him to trample on them. Huang Xiaolong chuckled softly when he heard what Long Jianfei said. Ruling over them is something that will happen soon. However, this is not the time. Find out everything you can about Elder Ming and Yuan Wanfei. Also, is there news on Fei Yanzi? With the submission of Jiang Hong and the others, the various royal families followed behind him. He had basically unified the alien lands, and he knew that he had to head over to the sky-opening island after entering the seventh heaven true saint realm to subdue the sky-opening spirit. When he was done with that, he could go around to conquer the other races. As for the holy world, he was already the Blue Dragon Manor Master. With the holy heavens and clear snow palace, the holy world could be said to be controlled by him. The only problem would be the Devil Palace. When he conquered the World River, he would gather all the experts under him in both the World River and alien lands before heading over to wipe out the Devil Palace. We have no news on Fei Yanzi. Long Jianfei shook his head. However, we can be sure that she did indeed enter the World River. As for whether or not she entered the sky-opening island, we have no idea. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head before ordering them to continue looking for Fei Yanzi. Soon after, the topic changed to the Myriad Origin race, Enchantressal race, and the Golden Buddha race. Several months ago, Huang Xiaolong had requested for Long Jianfei to move personally to deal with the disciples of the three races. Those that needed to be killed were killed, and those who needed to be suppressed were suppressed. The sinners were punished accordingly. Long Jianfei reported everything that had happened in the previous months to Huang Xiaolong without missing a single detail. For example, Yuan Chenxing's confidant, Yuan Wangfeng, the ex-Grand Hall Master of the otherworldly mansion, was killed by Long Jianfei without a second thought. People like Yao Ji, who had taken part in the mutilation of the members of the Purple Spider race and the human race, were punished by Long Jianfei. Even though they weren't sentenced to death, they were as good as dead. As for those who had killed members of the human race and the Purple Spider race openly, they were killed without a second thought. As for those who had remained quiet throughout the entire ordeal, they were suppressed but left alive. Since Yuan Chenxing had obtained his position in the otherworldly mansion, the members of the Myriad Origin race, Enchantress race, and the Golden Buddha race had entered the ranks of upper echelons of the mansion through their connection with him. Every single one of them were dealt with, and there was basically no way for the three races to ever change their fates. Finally, Huang Xiaolong asked about Moji and Zi Dongping. From what he heard, Long Jianfei had learned that Moji had escaped to the World River after being injured by Elder Ming. As for Zi Dongping, they had already sent people to escort him to the mansion. It would take another day for Zi Dongping to arrive. As he nodded his head slowly, Huang Xiaolong realized that Moji didn't know about the current situation in the alien lands. If he knew that Yuan Chenxing and the others were captured by him, he would have long since made an appearance. After hearing the report, Huang Xiaolong passed down another round of orders. He handed Long Jianfei a Dao fruit and ordered for him to pass it to Zi Dongping after he arrived. It was something that could aid him in his full recovery. After all, Huang Xiaolong had promised Zi Dongping that he would treat the man's injuries a long time ago. It was a pity that all 6 Dao fruits in the otherworldly mansion were taken away by Elder Ming before Huang Xiaolong had arrived. As such, he could only hand over one of the 4 Dao fruits he had obtained from the sky-opening island to Zi Dongping. After passing down all his instructions to Long Jianfei, he returned to the Zhangqiong Dao Palace. Opening the grand formation around the palace to the highest level, he focused on breaking through to the 7th heaven true saint realm. After obtaining the holy spiritual veins in the sky-opening island, Huang Xiaolong was focused on refining them into the Dao Palace. He connected every single one of them and used them to form a holy spiritual grand formation. The instant he activated it, horrifying waves of holy spiritual qi gushed out from the void. A towering waterfall of holy spiritual energy formed in the space above the Dao Palace. Submerging the Zhangqiong Dao Palace completely, the palace seemed to emit a milky white glow. Huang Xiaolong's Saint Godheads emerged, and they started to absorb the holy spiritual energy around them at an astounding rate. At the same time, origin energy started to fall from the skies to strengthen his Saint Godheads. After refining Yuan Qianxing's origin Saint Godhead, all three Godheads had evolved by quite a bit. It became even easier for Huang Xiaolong to sense the Grand Tao energy and origin energy surrounding him. In the blink of an eye, 4 years passed. During the time he spent cultivating, Huang Xiaolong swallowed the holy spiritual qi in the air and devoured the power that came from the origin. He refined the Tao energy within him without end, and he suppressed the raging energy contained inside his body. Huang Xiaolong decided that it was time to enter the seventh heaven true saint realm. Therefore, he retrieved a Tao fruit and threw it into his mouth. As he no longer suppressed his cultivation, a terrifying energy covered the otherworldly mansion as his seventh Tao tribulation arrived. Every single primal ancestor present felt the frightening power contained in the Tao tribulation, and their expressions changed. Young Lord's seventh Tao tribulation seems stronger than the seventh tribulation faced by sixth resurrection primal ancestors when they break through. Long Jianfei gasped in shock. When he was in the dragonfish creed, he had watched a lot of primal ancestors when they had taken on their tribulation. However, none of them came close to Huang Xiaolong's seventh Tao tribulation. That was only Huang Xiaolong's seventh Tao tribulation. It was comparable to the seventh tribulation experienced by a primal ancestor. They were separated by one entire realm. 9 levels of cultivation realm. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the Tao tribulation didn't fall the moment the tribulation clouds gathered. Instead, it rolled about and strengthened itself for nearly 4 months before finally descending. Boom! The moment the first bolt of lightning fell, the regions around the otherworldly mansion trembled. A feeling of despair and desperation filled the hearts of every living creature, and they felt as though the world was ending. The second, third, and fourth bolt fell in succession. Long Jianfei and the others couldn't take their eyes off the bolts of lightning falling towards Huang Xiaolong's location. Even sixth resurrection primal ancestors wouldn't be able to withstand such power. Long Shengtian gasped in shock. Since he had refined the nascent holy fruit, he had managed to make a full recovery. The other primal ancestor of the otherworldly mansion had done the same, and the two of them were basically back at their peak strength. Will Xiaolong be in danger? Moj turned to the others and asked. In the past few years, he had managed to obtain news that Yuan Qianxing had already been captured by Huang Xiaolong. Knowing that Elder Ming had escaped, he had rushed back to the otherworldly mansion from the World River. Relax. Nothing will happen to the young lord. Long Jianfei sighed. Even though he was a little afraid of the tribulation lightning falling on Huang Xiaolong, he was confident that Huang Xiaolong would be able to withstand them all. After all, he had the Huang Long bloodline flowing in his veins. How could Huang Xiaolong, the descendant of the god of creation, die to a mere Tao tribulation? Even after several days of bombardment, the Tao tribulation showed no signs of stopping. Don't tell me it's not going to stop. Long Shangtian felt a chill running through his heart. If he had to face the tribulation, he would be dead several thousand times over. As lightning poured down from the heavens like rain upon the lands, the situation continued for several months before it finally stopped. When the tribulation clouds finally scattered, Long Shangtian, Moj, and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. Inside the Zhangcheng Dao place, Huang Xiaolong circulated the grand mist parasitic medium to the extreme as he refined the grand Tao energy contained in the seventh tribulation. Since the time he had learned about the existence of the Huang Long bloodline, he knew that he would experience tribulations like no other. However, he also managed to learn something from it. The stronger the tribulation, the better it was for him. It was a way for him to refine himself even further and become a stronger existence. The scarier a tribulation, the purer the Grand Tao energy and Grand Tao laws contained within. As such, he would be able to gain a whole lot more at a weaker cultivation level. With his 3 Saint Godheads revolving at their maximum speed, Huang Xiaolong swallowed the Grand Tao laws and Grand Tao energy unceasingly. The Grand Tao energy contained in the Tao fruit also infused itself into his body. Once again, The golden dragon phantom materialized behind him, and a golden glow enveloped him. It has already been 80 years. Why hasn't he emerged? Long Xianxia paced nervously in the hall. There's no need to panic. Young master is definitely refining the Tao fruits after crossing the tribulation. Long Jianfei was the calmest among those outside, and he tried to calm the others. Elder Ming took away the tree of grand Tao and the Tao fruits in the mansion. He should be refining the fruits somewhere in the world right now. Emoji frowned. There was a trace of frustration in his heart when he brought up the topic. In the past, he had put his life on the line in order to obtain the tree of grand Tao. He had used countless years to nurture the tree, but Elder Ming had snatched it away from him. It's a real pity. Long Jianfei sighed. What a waste of resources. Whatever. The tree of grand Tao was injured during the battle, and even if he refines all 6 Tao fruits, he won't be able to enter the 7th resurrection primal ancestor realm. Long Xianxia sneered. He was still a little salty when the topic was brought up. Even though Emoji was the one who had obtained the tree of grand Tao, he was the one who had taken care of it in the otherworldly mansion. That old man is in the mid-6th resurrection primal ancestor realm. If he refines everything he obtained, he might not be able to enter the 7th resurrection primal ancestor realm, but reaching the peak of the late 6th resurrection shouldn't be difficult. Emoji's expression sank. Everyone frowned when they heard his evaluation. If Elder Ming really breaks through to the peak late 6th resurrection primal ancestor realm, things might get ugly. The space in the otherworldly mansion started to fluctuate all of a sudden. A pillar of light formed from grand Tao law pierced into the heavens, and it lit up the entire region. Long Jianfei, Emoji, and the others quickly flew towards the pillar of light. This? Long Jianfei revealed a look of surprise. Young Lord is about to emerge from seclusion. Everyone felt a burst of joy in their hearts. Huang Xiaolong had already turned into a pillar of their otherworldly mansion. With him around, there was no need to fear Elder Ming. As a figure tore through the skies, Huang Xiaolong appeared before them. Young Lord. Long Jianfei bowed respectfully as a smile lit up his face. Long Xianxia and the others followed closely behind, and they greeted Huang Xiaolong respectfully. When Huang Xiaolong noticed Emoji addressing him as the mansion master, he was slightly taken aback. However, Emoji interrupted him before he could speak. Xiaolong, you're the only one fit to take on the position of the mansion master. Huang Xiaolong's prestige and actual combat strength in the otherworldly mansion had long surpassed Emoji. He had made up his mind to pass on the position of the mansion master when he had received news that Huang Xiaolong had chased Elder Ming away, and no one could change his mind. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong was his successor, and he would be able to rise to the position after defeating him anyway. Since Huang Xiaolong had defeated an enemy who had forced him to run away, there was no doubt that the little kid had already surpassed him when it came to combat prowess. After hesitating for a short while, Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. Young Lord, you already reached the peak of the late 7th heaven true saint realm? Long Jianfei was stunned. Emoji and the others turned their attention to Huang Xiaolong's cultivation level, and they were shocked when they discovered his progress. I was lucky enough to obtain the 3 Tao fruits, Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Indeed, without the Tao fruits from the sky-opening island, he wouldn't have been able to progress so quickly. However, his cultivation speed should also be attributed to the fact that he had devoured Yuan Qianxing's origin Saint Godhead. Young Lord, we managed to locate Yuan Wanfei and Elder Ming. Oh, we also have news on Fei Yanzi. Long Jianfei seemed to recall something important, and he quickly made the report to Huang Xiaolong. He knew that Huang Xiaolong would never agree to let his enemies run free. Oh, the 2 of them are currently hiding in the Immortal race. Long Jianfei replied, and his expression turned extremely grave. The faces of the primal ancestors around changed when they heard the news. Oh, Immortal race? The strongest race in the world river. Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback that they had managed to hide in the Immortal race. Yes. Moreover, we received reports that Fei Yanzi managed to leave the sky-opening island unharmed. However, She disappeared when passing through the region controlled by the Immortal race. Long Jianfei continued, they should be involved in her disappearance. Related to the Immortal race? Huang Xiaolong narrowed his eyes. Since Long Jianfei could speak about it, the news had to be true. Otherwise, there was no way Long Jianfei would dare to make the report. What a troublesome matter. Yuan Wanfei and Elder Ming are there too. Huang Xiaolong frowned. The Immortal race wasn't just the strongest race in the world river. In fact, it was publicly acknowledged as the strongest superpower in all the lands. The world river, the alien lands, and the holy world were in consensus that the Immortal race was the power standing high above the rest. The reason it wasn't ranked within their domains was because they were a power hiding in the world river. The Immortal king, the ancestor of the Immortal race, was in existence at the peak of the late 6th resurrection primal ancestor realm. He was also the only person that Songqiong Old Man was wary of when adventuring in the world river several billion years ago. The reason the Immortal race was known as the strongest race was because of the number of primal ancestors they had. With 4 primal ancestors holding the fort, the holy heavens was the strongest power in the holy world. There were 3 primal ancestors in the otherworldly mansion, but there were 7 primal ancestors in the Immortal race alone. 7. With 7 primal ancestors, they could be considered a terrifying power even if their base of operations was in the world river. No one knows if the Immortal king has entered the 7th resurrection primal ancestor realm. If he has, then things would get extremely troublesome. Long Shangtian muttered. Other than the Songqiong Old Man, the Immortal king is the next in line to break through to the 7th resurrection primal ancestor realm. Rumor has it that the Immortal king's strength would surpass the Songqiong Old Man's the moment he enters the high-level primal ancestor realm. When that happens, he will become the strongest individual in all 3 regions. Everyone felt their hearts sinking when they heard Long Shengtian's explanation. An ominous air filled the main hall of the otherworldly mansion. He wasn't bullshitting. The Immortal king had fought with the Songqiong Old Man in the past. Even though the old man was already in the 7th resurrection primal ancestor realm, he had barely managed to gain the upper hand. As such, it went without saying that the Immortal king would surpass the Songqiong Old Man the moment he advanced. As he looked at everyone in the hall with sunken expressions, Huang Xiaolong chuckled. It's just the Immortal king. Even if he enters the 7th resurrection primal ancestor realm, he won't be able to do a thing to us. If he refuses to hand over Yuan Wanfei and Elder Ming, we'll exterminate his race all the same. Before entering the 7th Heaven True Saint realm, Huang Xiaolong would have been a little careful if he had to deal with the Immortal king. In fact, he wouldn't have been confident of taking the other party down. However, everything changed when he entered the 7th Heaven True Saint realm. Moreover, his cultivation level wasn't merely at the early or mid-7th Heaven True Saint realm. He had reached the peak of the late 7th Heaven True Saint realm, and he no longer felt intimidated by the Immortal king's strength. When Moj and the others heard what he said, they couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Exterminate the Immortal race. Huang Xiaolong should be the only one who could utter such words. Even the Songqiong Old Man wouldn't dare to proclaim that he could exterminate the Immortal race with his strength. Xiaolong, if the Immortal king entered the 7th resurrection primal ancestor realm, the power he wields is something you cannot imagine. Even with your cultivation at the peak of the late 7th Heaven True Saint realm, you can't look down on him, Moj exclaimed. According to my estimates, you might not be his opponent unless you enter the 8th Heaven True Saint realm. Long Shengtian sighed at the side. Let's just hope he hasn't entered the high-level primal ancestor realm. Huang Xiaolong smiled when he heard their warnings. 7th resurrection primal ancestor? Haha, get ready. We'll depart for the world river tomorrow, Huang Xiaolong declared before dismissing everyone in the hall. Confused expressions appeared on the faces of everyone present. Half an hour later, everyone finally left the hall and Huang Xiaolong emerged with Long Jianfei following behind him. Young Lord, Elder Ming should be closely related to the Immortal race, Long Jianfei mentioned. Long Shengtian and the others might have been skeptical of Huang Xiaolong's strength, but Long Jianfei no longer doubted him. Ever since learning that Huang Xiaolong had the Huang Long bloodline, His belief in Huang Xiaolong had turned into blind reverence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suggested Huang Xiaolong to take the chance to conquer the world river. After all, he knew of the existence of the Inbora race. The dragonfish race was also a terrifying existence in the world river, and he was extremely clear on the power the Inbora race possessed. Of course, there was not denying that the Inbora race was pretty damn strong. The Inbora king was probably the strongest primal ancestor right after the Zhangqiong old man. Oh? Why would you say so? Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. Even though Yuan Wanfei and Elder Ming sought refuge there, it didn't mean that they had a relationship with the Inbora race. Moreover, the relationship didn't seem to be a simple one. In the past, I've seen the Inbora king in action once. The secret art he used might be different from Elder Ming, but the aura they emitted was extremely close. The two of them probably received the same inheritance. Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened slightly. The same inheritance? Could they be from the same power? Elder Ming's origins are extremely mysterious, and no one knows where he came from. As for the Inbora king, his origins are equally mysterious, Long Jianfei continued. From the techniques Elder Ming executed in the past, he might be from the divination creed in the Divine Tua Holy World. I found some similarities in the techniques used by Elder Ming and one of their secret arts. Divine Tua Holy World? Divination creed. Huang Xiaolong was shocked. Are you telling me that Elder Ming and the Inbora race are connected to the divination creed in the Divine Tua Holy World? Long Jianfei nodded slowly. I'm afraid that is a possibility. I might not be able to confirm the connection, as I have no idea how they managed to enter the Zhangqiong Holy World. Huang Xiaolong felt his heart trembling. Could it be that the two of them entered a crack in space like Long Jianfei? Since it was possible for Long Jianfei to enter the Zhangqiong Holy World, Huang Xiaolong couldn't deny the possibility of others entering. No longer wasting time, Huang Xiaolong inquired about the matters with the divination creed. From Long Jianfei's explanation, Huang Xiaolong learned that the divination creed was one of the strongest creeds in the Divine Tua Holy World. They were considered to be a hegemon who controlled a region of land, and they weren't weaker than the dragonfish creed. He also learned that the regions controlled by the dragonfish creed and the divination creed were extremely far apart. Ordinarily, the two powers wouldn't interact with each other. Who are those people? When they were speaking about the matters of the divination creed, they ran into a group of people kneeling before the gates of the otherworldly royal city. Slapping his forehead, Long Jianfei exclaimed, "That's what I forgot. They are the members of the Chun Luo sect. That's sect Master Chun Luo." He pointed at the middle-aged man who was kneeling in front of the others. Huang Xiaolong's gaze landed on the man. Was that the strongest human in the alien lands? Chun Maguang killed plenty of disciples from the purple spider race. According to your orders, I crippled the kid. We threw him into the prison in the otherworldly mansion, and the disciples of the enforcement hall have been ordered to punish him according to the laws of the mansion. Long Jianfei paused for a moment before continuing. The experts of the Chun Luo sect kneeled before the gates of the city and begged to meet you. They hope young lord can show some mercy to Chen Maguang. And Chun Luo said that he is willing to take on any punishment for his son. Huang Xiaolong shook his head silently. That was the care a parent had for their children. Huang Xiaolong walked towards the members of the Chun Luo sect, and Chun Luo trembled when he saw that Long Jianfei had arrived. He turned to look at Huang Xiaolong, and despite not meeting before, he recognized him instantly. He crawled forward and bawled his eyes out. The members of the Chun Luo sect realized their sect master's intentions immediately, and they greeted Huang Xiaolong while crawling towards him. In the end, Huang Xiaolong ordered for Chun Maguang to be released. After 10 whole years of punishment, Huang Xiaolong felt that it was enough. Moreover, Chun Maguang's cultivation had already been crippled, and he was nothing more than a wastrel. Even if he was released, he would experience a life worse than death. Of course, the only reason Huang Xiaolong released the other party was because of Chun Luo's actions. He had kneeled for 10 years in front of the city gates, and he bawled his eyes out the moment Huang Xiaolong ordered for the release of Chun Maguang. After releasing Chun Maguang, Huang Xiaolong gave Chun Luo a stern warning that if Chun Maguang returned to his old ways after recuperating, There would be no second chance. After he was done, he dismissed all of them. When he returned to the headquarters of the otherworldly mansion, Huang Xiaolong didn't immerse himself in cultivation. Instead, he stood in his courtyard alone while staring into the skies. Chun Luo's actions made him think of his own parents in the lower world, and his parents back on Earth. Mansion Master. Something big happened. Long Jianfei appeared while Huang Xiaolong was still deep in his thoughts, and he led Moji, Long Shengtian, and the others into the courtyard. Something big? Huang Xiaolong frowned. Our members in the World River sent back news. The Borer King entered the 7th Resurrection Primal Ancestor Realm, Long Shengtian said. Moreover, he plans to hold a celebration in 4 months. He invited the royal families of the alien lands, and we should receive the invitation soon. Huang Xiaolong was stunned. The Borer King entered the 7th Resurrection Primal Ancestor Realm? It was no wonder Long Shengtian said that something big had happened. Interesting, Huang Xiaolong muttered. Long Shengtian and the others stared at each other in shock. Their greatest enemy had entered the high-level Primal Ancestor Realm, but Huang Xiaolong brushed it off with a single word. Mansion Master. The Borer King definitely has other intentions now that he invited everyone over to celebrate his breakthrough, Zi Dongping muttered. Ever since Zi Dongping had refined the Dao fruit Huang Xiaolong had given him, he had managed to experience a full recovery. He had also managed to enter the mid-first resurrection primal ancestor realm. A chuckle escaped Huang Xiaolong's lips. Are you saying that he's planning to take over the alien lands and the world river now that he entered the high-level primal ancestor realm? Zi Dongping and the others nodded as serious expression hung on their faces. Also, they might be setting up a trap for young lord. The entire celebration might be a super elaborate trap, Long Shengtian explained. Huang Xiaolong smiled. If anyone told him that the Borer King wasn't planning anything big by holding a celebration and inviting every single expert from the world river and alien lands over, he wouldn't believe it. However, he was already planning to mess up the Borer race before the announcement was made. As such, it didn't matter if it was a trap. Mansion Master. I don't think you should attend the celebratory feast hosted by the Borer race, Moji continued. With young lord holding the fort, the Borer King wouldn't be able to take over the otherworldly mansion easily. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and chuckled. What do you mean? Of course, we're going. As the top race in all the lands, the Borer race definitely prepared plenty of delicacies for the feast. He might even bring out precious treasures to host us. Wouldn't it be a pity if we choose not to go? Long Shengtian and the others felt beads of cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. Won't we turn into a laughingstock if we refuse to go? They'll say that our otherworldly mansion is afraid of the Borer race. Long Shengtian and Moji wanted to persuade him, but they were stopped with a wave of his arm. All right, I have made up my mind. We'll head over tomorrow. By the time dawn broke the next day, the invitation from the Borer race arrived. However, the faces of everyone contorted when they saw the invitation. Long Jiangfei hesitated for a moment before handing the invitation over to Huang Xiaolong, and a frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face the moment he saw it. The Borer King was also planning to hold a marriage ceremony alongside the celebrations, and he was planning to marry Fei Yanzi of the Flying Heaven race. Young lord, Long Jianfei cautiously called out to Huang Xiaolong. I'm fine. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and said, but the invitation was incinerated in his hands. Even the ashes were vaporized. A cold voice rang in the ears of all the primal ancestors present. Everyone, we're heading to the Borer race now. There was no hesitation as everyone soared through the skies with Huang Xiaolong leading the way. After leaving the otherworldly mansion, Huang Xiaolong retrieved the Zhangqiong Dao Palace and ushered everyone into it. As it turned into a streak of light, they tore through the space as they headed towards a certain meeting point. Arriving at a certain region, Huang Xiaolong picked up Zhang Heng and the others before moving towards the Borer race. Since he planned to declare war on the Borer race, Huang Xiaolong decided to bring his entire forces over. Anyway, Zhang Heng and the others had also received the invitation from the Borer King. It seems like the Yin Borer King is extremely confident in his abilities. Huang Xiaolong sneered. The other party knew that Jiang Heng and the others had already submitted to him, and he still sent them an invitation. Several months later, Huang Xiaolong entered the World River once again. He remained in the Dragonfish race for one day to learn more about the Yin Borer race from the upper echelons of the Dragonfish race. After all, they were the ones controlling a region in the World River, and they were much more familiar with the superpowers there. The Yin Borer King entered the high-level primal ancestor realm, and the leaders of various races headed over before the day of the ceremony. The ancestors of the Azure Wolf race, Golden Nest race, the Conch Phoenix race, the Humpback Cow race, and the Heavenly Horned race have all arrived. It's clear that all of them have already submitted to the Yin Borer race. Long Haiqin broke down the situation for them. Since the Yin Borer King entered the high-level primal ancestor realm, he became the strongest individual in the World River. Taking over the World River would be a matter of time, and Huang Xiaolong had already expected the various races to surrender. 8 of them, Huang Xiaolong muttered. Whatever the case, he planned to take over the World River now that he was there. After exterminating the Yin Borer race, he would become the overlord of the World River. It didn't matter even if they submitted to the Yin Borer King. He planned to deal with them anyway, and they were saving him the trouble by gathering in one spot. When Huang Xiaolong was gathering information on them, the Yin Borer King sat opposite 2 experts in the main hall of his race. One of them was the mysterious Elder Ming, and the other person looked extremely similar to the Yin Borer King. The only difference was that he emitted an aura more terrifying than the one belonging to the Yin Borer King. Huang Xiaolong and the others have arrived at the Dragonfish race. The Yin Borer King sneered. It seems like he's stupid enough to come. He thinks he's invincible. That arrogant brat has never been one to back down. Elder Ming snorted. He knows that you broke into the high-level primal ancestor realm, but he doesn't know that there's another high-level primal ancestor here. Moreover, the other primal ancestor was stronger than the Yin Borer King. After Huang Xiaolong's arrival, he would die when 2 high-level primal ancestors would appear to suppress him. The Yin Borer King nodded. We have to kill evil beings like Huang Xiaolong once and for all. If we allow him to run free, we will never be able to rest easy. He knew that with Huang Xiaolong's speed of growth and terrifying combat abilities, he would be able to conquer the World River soon. Moreover, the Yin Borer race would turn into his targets when he set out to do what he said. As such, he planned to deal with Huang Xiaolong once and for all. The young man whose aura was stronger than the Yin Borer King spoke up all of a sudden. How is Fei Yanzi right now? She's heavily poisoned, and she's trying her best to resist it. By the time the ceremony begins, she will be completely corrupted by my poison, and I'll be able to devour her virgin Yin energy. Ha ha ha. It's all thanks to Brother Duanfeng that I managed to succeed. The Yin Borer King thanked the young man sitting beside Elder Ming. Duanfeng shook his hand casually. I never thought that there would be a woman with a mysterious Yin body in this holy world. It's a pity I'm unable to devour her because of the grand Dao law I mastered. Whatever the case, you should experience a huge increase in strength after you devour her. Don't forget what you promised me. Of course. Yin Ming wouldn't dare. The Yin Borer King replied hastily. The outside world knew that the leader of the Yin Borer race was the Yin Borer King, but not many knew that his real name was Yin Ming. Duanfeng nodded his head. However, Elder Ming broke the silence all of a sudden. I've heard that Fei Yanzi has some sort of relationship with Huang Xiaolong. He should be after the marriage ceremony. Yin Ming sneered in response. Humph. Huang Xiaolong doesn't know the true value of Fei Yanzi. If he knew that she has the mysterious Yin body, he would regret not taking her in the past. Too bad it's too late for him to do anything. We'll deal with him before I devour Fei Yanzi's mysterious Yin body. After that, we'll go on to conquer the Zhangxiong holy world. Elder Ming laughed. When Brother Yin Ming rules over the lands, I hope you remember this old man. Yin Ming roared with laughter. Of course. The 3 of us came from the divination creed, and we can be considered brothers. We'll share our riches and fortune when the time comes. After a short stay at the Dragonfish race, Huang Xiaolong and the others left for the Yin Borer race. Since the Imbora race was located in the extreme north of the World River, it was going to take them some time to arrive. At top speed, they would need half a month to arrive. After a short calculation, Huang Xiaolong realized that they would be able to arrive right in time for the ceremony. Nothing happened along the way, and his group soon arrived in the space above the Imbora domain. When they had just entered the World River, Huang Xiaolong and the others couldn't feel anything. However, the moment they saw the domains controlled by the Imbora race, they felt a horrifying amount of energy gathered around it. In the skies above the Imbora domain, countless flying ships and divine beasts gathered. It was as though all the experts of the alien lands and World River had gathered, and they entered the Imbora domain with somber expressions on their faces. It would be rare to see a battle break out in the Imbora domain, and those who chose to ignore the rules of the race were few in number. One could easily see the influence and prestige the Imbora race had in the World River. Even though the rules of the Imbora race stated that they were not allowed to fight in the major cities in the domain, not a single person dared to move carelessly the moment they entered the domain. Even in the wilderness, they wouldn't dare to attack members of another race. The fear they had for the Imbora race was pretty extreme. Ghost Tuo race. Zidongping noticed a flying ship in the air, and he exclaimed. Countless sinister ghosts and refined beings could be seen carved into the body of the ship. One side depicted the bloodthirst and sinister side of the race, while the other painted a holy picture. Who would have thought that the Ghost Tuo race would come over for the celebrations? Long Xingtian was equally baffled. The Ghost Tuo race was part of the ancient races in the alien lands, and they had been in existence far longer than the Golden Buddha race, Enchantress race, or other races. The Ghost Tuo ancestor was one of the oldest primal ancestors in the domain, but the entire race had started to fade from existence ever since the creation of the otherworldly mansion. One could say that they had closed the doors to their race and hidden from the world after the otherworldly mansion was formed. However, they had finally appeared during the Imbora King's breakthrough celebration. Moji's expression turned extremely serious. Who would have thought that hidden royal families like the Ghost Tuo race would arrive? It seems like a lot of hidden royal families will show up this time. Everyone fell into silence. If that was the case, then they would face a lot more pressure when going against the Imbora King. With the number of hidden royal families arriving before the appointed time, it wasn't hard to imagine that they would stand on the Imbora race's side when the battle broke out. After all, making a move on troublemakers like Huang Xiaolong would be a surefire way to get on the Imbora King's good side. Everyone continued to make their way towards the venue, but another supermassive flying ship appeared in their sights. Jiang Heng's expression changed the moment he saw the ship. Prison Gateway. Prison Gateway. Long Xingtian and the others blanched. The ex-overlord of the Holy World. Before the Zhangqiong old man had entered the high-level primal ancestor realm, they were the strongest enemy he faced. Since his ascension to the strongest person in the Zhangqiong Holy World, the prison gateway had led their members out of the Holy World and disappeared. There were those who thought that they were hiding in the alien lands, and others thought that they were hiding in the World River. No matter how much the speculations had gotten, no one knew where they had gone. To everyone's surprise, the prison gateway had appeared for the Imbora King's celebratory feast. It seemed as though the Imbora King's reputation was pretty strong. He had even managed to invite the experts of the Ghost Tuo race and the prison gateway. However, Huang Xiaolong had already made up his mind that he would eliminate all obstacles in his path. They continued to advance in the Zhangqiong Dao Palace. Soon after, they saw several other flying ships belonging to the hidden races and powers. Even though they couldn't be compared to the Ghost Tuo race, they were super existences in the World River and the alien lands. The power they wielded could be compared to the otherworldly mansion and several superpowers in the World River. Huang Xiaolong pointed towards one of the cities below when he saw that night was falling. We'll take a break there and continue our journey tomorrow. Since the celebration was going to be held in 2 days, it was fine for them to take a break. Huang Xiaolong led the others into the city without hesitation. This is the ancient void city of the Imbora domain. It's the only city comparable to the Imbora city in the domain, Long Jianfei explained. As the ancestor of the dragon fish race, he was familiar with the ancient void city. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and brought everyone into the city. Sending Jiang Hung out to look for a place to stay, they continued strolling down the streets. However, they didn't get far before a woman bumped into them. She was planning to escape, but Huang Xiaolong reached out to block her path all of a sudden. A trace of panic flashed across her eyes the moment Huang Xiaolong stopped her, but it was extremely well concealed. "You? What are you doing?" The lady stared at Huang Xiaolong and stuttered. She was extremely pretty, and she had a gentle look not many could compare to. Long Jianfei and the others were shocked when they noticed Huang Xiaolong's actions, but they didn't move to stop him. Instead, they wondered what he wished to do. Huang Xiaolong sneered when he saw the indignant look on the woman's face. Even though she could hide her intentions from Long Jianfei and the rest, his 3 Dao souls had terrifying investigative abilities. There was no way she could hide from him. "Speak. Who sent you?" Huang Xiaolong snorted while staring at her pitiful expression. Those who didn't know would think that he was bullying a girl on the streets. "Or should I ask, who sent you guys?" Huang Xiaolong swept his gaze across the crowd who was chasing the pitiful girl. From what he could tell, they were part of the same group. Long Jianfei and the others felt their minds going blank for a second, and they had no idea what to say. However, since Huang Xiaolong could say that there was a problem with the group, it had to be true. "What are you saying? I have no idea what you mean," the lady screamed in anger. "Release me immediately." She struggled to pull herself out of Huang Xiaolong's grasp. By this time, the group of people chasing her finally arrived. "Brat, hand her over to us right now." One of the well-built men walked out from the crowd and snorted at Huang Xiaolong. "That lady over there stole a treasure from our race." "Oh? What did she steal from you guys?" Huang Xiaolong asked. It seemed as though the other parties were extremely talented actors. After he tore through their pretense, they were still acting as though he had no idea they were part of the same group. Staring at Huang Xiaolong in stunned silence for a moment, the man sneered angrily. "Why should I tell you what treasure she stole?" A chuckle left Huang Xiaolong's lips, and a milky white light formed around his body. Semi-transparent mist emerged from his body, and Long Jianfei and the others stared in shock at the sudden realization. White fog nightmare. It was a type of terrifying poison that was odorless and untraceable. If primal ancestors were affected by the poison, they would experience severe pain. Life would become worse than death, and their lives would turn into a living hell. The only problem was that the poison needed a day to take effect. In the past, the poison had only appeared once in the history of the World River. Right now, Huang Xiaolong was affected by the terrifying poison that could incapacitate primal ancestors. Everyone's gaze landed on the woman who had bumped into him. Even though he didn't point it out, it was as clear as day that she was the one who did it. "Is this the treasure she stole from your race?" Huang Xiaolong stared at the other party coldly. When she had passed him previously, she had released the poison to the wind. Since the poison was colorless and odorless, Long Jianfei and the others had failed to notice anything weird. Of course, the white fog nightmare was also named as such because it was a nightmare for primal ancestors, as they wouldn't be able to detect the poison before it started acting up. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong had already discovered their actions, the man revealed a blank expression. He didn't seem to think that Huang Xiaolong would be able to expose all their plans. However, the woman reacted quickly, screaming at those in the surroundings. "Someone help me! He's going to rape me! Help! Anyone?" Long Jianfei and the others stared at her in stunned silence. Even Huang Xiaolong couldn't believe his ears. "Rape her!" A trace of amusement appeared in Huang Xiaolong's heart. He had to admit that her actions were really effective. With her gentle and frail look, she managed to attract a giant crowd the moment she started screaming. A group of male disciples quickly pointed at Huang Xiaolong as they urged him to release the lady. There were even some who wanted to make a move to save the damsel in distress. Of course, with the sheer number of primal ancestors present, none of those spectators would be able to do a thing to Huang Xiaolong. Before they could even move half an inch, those who planned to attack were sent flying by Tengxiao. Those righteous disciples finally calmed down when they realized that the other party was no weakling. However, They didn't disperse as they stared at Huang Xiaolong with furious expressions on their faces. In an instant, Huang Xiaolong had turned into an evil young master who was about to defile a woman on the streets. All of a sudden, a group of disciples clad in black and gold appeared from the side. Those who noticed the insignia on their robes quickly retreated as a panicked expression formed on their faces. Those who had no idea who the newcomers were took several steps back when they noticed the change in those around them. Several young men who emitted strong auras strolled towards Huang Xiaolong. A sneer formed on Huang Xiaolong's face when he discovered the intentions of those from the Ghost Tuo race. As if on cue, one of the young men from the group of disciples stood out and asked the woman in Huang Xiaolong's arms, "What's going on?" Seemingly having met her savior, she cried out instantly, "Young master, save me. This evil being here was tempted by my looks, and he made a move on me while I was strolling down the streets." A look of desperation appeared on her face, and if Huang Xiaolong had to rate her acting skills, it would be comparable to most of the master actors he had seen throughout his life. Ignoring Huang Xiaolong's existence, the young man from the Ghost Tuo race snapped, "Brat, hand her over. Otherwise, you can't blame me for making a move on a criminal like you." "Hee hee. What if I refuse?" Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "Brat, you should release her while I'm being nice. I hate it when others defy my orders. If you haven't heard of the Ghost Tuo race, or you crawled out from a hole somewhere, I'll enlighten you right now. If I pass down the order to kill you, no one will dare to save you." Moj and the others looked at each other weirdly when they heard what the young man said. Even though the Ghost Tuo race was one of the most ancient royal families in the alien lands, and the Ghost Tuo ancestor was one of the strongest primal ancestors, their entire race would suffer if Huang Xiaolong stomped his feet slightly harder than usual. Their ancestor would be lucky if he could take on 2 slaps from Huang Xiaolong before he cried for his mother. From what Moj estimated, the ancestor of the Ghost Tuo race could barely be on par with Elder Ming. However, some random idiot from the Ghost Tuo race was screaming at Huang Xiaolong in the streets like a common ruffian. Even though the kid from the Ghost Tuo race should be of some status, can he really compare himself to the mansion master of the otherworldly mansion and an expert who can slap his ancestor to death? Shaking his head slowly, Huang Xiaolong explained, "Brat, even though you're pretty badass for standing up to save a damsel in distress, you picked the wrong target." The man from the Ghost Tuo race roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha! Who do you think you are?" He pointed at Huang Xiaolong and snorted. "Let's see if I'm qualified to provoke you. What can you even do to me?" Reaching out with his right hand, he grabbed towards Huang Xiaolong. "I no longer wish to provoke you. Right now, you'll have to pay the price for angering me. I'll crush you." As a 9th heaven true saint, the youngster from the Ghost Tuo race was pretty strong. It was no wonder he dared to act arrogantly while strolling along the streets. However, his claw couldn't even reach Huang Xiaolong when Teng Xiao, the weakest out of everyone in Huang Xiaolong's entourage, flicked it away. The power of the young man congealed and crumbled like dust, and he was sent flying out into the streets.